When it came to cruelty, the only true contenders were the God of Fools and the Mirror God. No one else in the Freedom Federation, not even the Goddess of Mercy, would make such a decision. The God of Fools and Mirror God stated that they were afraid that a powerful dimensional lifeform could end up hiding among those who were fleeing. This was a very good reason. But in actuality, there were ways to tell humans and dimensional lifeforms apart. Even if others were incapable of making the differentiation, there was no way the 12 members of royalty would fail to sense them with their auras. Thus, the reason that the Mirror God and God of Fools gave was not as legitimate as they made it out to be. Rather than saying that the Mirror God and God of Fools wanted to prevent dimensional lifeforms from invading, they were actually sacrificing the people and items in the Marsh world to drag out their disadvantageous circumstances until the backup from Tower Cannon arrived to discuss the next steps. No wall in the world was without cracks. Although the elite families from the Freedom Federation were currently unaware of the significant losses that they had suffered, they would not be kept in the dark forever. Once they found out about what had happened in the Marsh world and the decision that the Mirror God and the God of Fools had made, there was a high possibility that dissent would arise among them even if the Freedom Federation managed to make it out of this incident safely. This thought caused Du Miao to sigh. Kama, Nana, and the rest shared Du Miao's thoughts. Besides the instigators, the God of Fools and Mirror God, as well as the Goddess of Mercy, who no longer cared about the Freedom Federation's welfare, all the rest felt the same way. Given the time, the help should have arrived from Tower Cannon if they had indeed decided to come. With fourth page instant extinguishment around, even if the Freedom Federation managed to overcome this incident, they would be left significantly poorer than before. Every time he traded with fourth page instant extinguishment, Du Miao was shocked by his greediness. Lin Yuan had already arrived at the Marsh West Circle. He did not plant the Abundance Treasure Tree immediately after arriving. Instead, he headed off in the direction that Pregnant Poison had pointed out to him. Evil Source had willingly offered him information, so Lin Yuan told Pregnant Poison to also send word to Evil Source. Pregnant Poison never expected to receive such a task. She was under significant mental stress whenever she interacted with Evil Source and knew that the latter would love to pound her until she was only left with an inch of her life before grinding her to dust. But she thought about how she had Lin Yuan watching her back, and it could be said that Evil Source was very humble in front of him. If Evil Source dared to touch Pregnant Poison, it would greatly insult Lin Yuan. To do so would go against her current style of staying within the lines. There was no way that Evil Source would give up on a plan she had been carrying out for so long just to vent her anger. Given Pregnant Poison's understanding of Evil Source, she had to have an ulterior motive for acting so humble and inferior in front of Lin Yuan. Since Evil Source could not lay a hand on her, Pregnant Poison did now lower her aura in front of Evil Source but bolstered it instead. Evil Source was very put off by the strong front that Pregnant Poison was putting on. Evil Source did not intend to touch Pregnant Poison because she did not think it was worth making an enemy out of Lin Yuan. But now that Pregnant Poison was acting so high and mighty, Evil Source's hand itched unconsciously, and there were several times that she almost lost control and closed her hand over Pregnant Poison's neck. But she managed to restrain herself each time by thinking about the over 50,000 units of Source-type power. Evil Source was curious about how Lin Yuan had managed to send instructions to Pregnant Poison so quickly from so far away. Could it be related to his Source totem? Evil Source confirmed with Pregnant Poison a few times that Lin Yuan had not informed anyone else besides her that he had arrived at the Marsh West Circle. This delighted Evil Source. This meant that Lin Yuan saw her as more important than the others. Evil Source immediately prepared to welcome Lin Yuan with Pregnant Poison. At first, Pregnant Poison intended to welcome Lin Yuan by herself because it would allow her to spend even more time with him. As things stood, she was just one of Lin Yuan's minions. She would only benefit by interacting with him as much as possible. Even if Pregnant Poison dared to keep her back straight in front of Evil Source, she would never dare to reject Evil Source's request. Pregnant Poison was well aware of how eccentric and reckless Evil Source was. Evil Source was already towing the line at this point. Evil Source had planned everything in great detail. She was currently the weakest of the 7 of them and would only be able to raise her rank among the 7 if she had help from an external source of help like Lin Yuan. Evil Source had been thinking about what she needed to do to make others believe that she was close with Lin Yuan. If it was possible, Evil Source wanted to try the technique that Lin Yuan used to boost his dictator's power. He had actually managed to boost a Turning Will Realm dictator to the Samsara realm. This was a phenomenon that Evil Source had never seen before. Lin Yuan told Pregnant Poison to inform Evil Source because he had a goal of his own. Although Pregnant Poison represented him in the search, the other dictators and apostles believed that she was there for the big source fruit sprouts. This caused Pregnant Poison to become rivals with the other dictators and apostles. Thus, all of the apostles and dictators were definitely feeling very averse toward her. As such, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to speak to the key players unless he was with Evil Source. Pregnant Poison did not have the connections, while only the 7 Figures inner circle subordinates would be able to recognize him. Evil Source could display her power to prove her identity, while Lin Yuan could not because he was still a B-rank Spirit Chi professional. After the dimensional lifeforms interacted with lifeforms from the main world, Lin Yuan no longer kept Green Vine with him. He would also use Begin Lady's power as little as possible. After all, a fairy's power also came from Spirit Chi and was different from the source-type power that was prevalent in the Marsh world. After all, Begin Lady was attached to the corner of Lin Yuan's eye. If anything happened, he could use Begin Lady to defend himself. While Begin Lady was defending him, Lin Yuan would be able to summon Green Vine to use entire body medium. Pregnant Poison spotted Lin Yuan and was about to go up to him to greet him. Alas, Evil Source did not give her the chance to do so. Evil Source blocked her, and the strong force of her shoulder prevented Pregnant Poison from being able to take another step forward. Evil Source was about to speak when Lin Yuan said sternly, "Take me to see the others." When Evil Source analyzed Lin Yuan's expression, she saw no hint of a smile on his cold face. Evil Source immediately reacted. They had all come to search for the big source fruit sprouts. Hence, they were all trying to rob Lin Yuan. There was no reason for him to smile when the others tried to rob him. Moreover, anyone would be feeling as grumpy as Lin Yuan if they had also lost something like the big source fruit sprouts. Evil Source did not say anything else but immediately started walking to lead the way. Halfway, Evil Source turned and said to Lin Yuan seriously, 10,000 Source, we are already allies and have traded precious resources. Now all 6 of them are going mad searching for the big source fruit sprouts. There's no way they will release the big source fruit sprouts to you after they find them. So, I suggest that we also become allies on this matter. If anything happens, I will stand by you unconditionally. I only have one request, that we split the resources in half. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Evil Source was driving a wedge between him and the other dictators. The 6 of them had come for the big source fruit sprouts, but they had just fallen for his scam. Would Evil Source release the big source fruit sprouts to him if she found them? It was likely that Evil Source's life had not been smooth sailing ever since she lost the bet and the Greenfield secret treasure. Otherwise, from the way that Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source treated Evil Source in the past, Evil Source must be leading a comfortable life. Lin Yuan revealed a mysterious smile and asked, I thought that we considered each other in all matters now that we've become allies. I didn't expect you to only be allying on one matter. Evil Source was stunned. Was Lin Yuan such an honest person? He was actually serious when he said he wanted to form an alliance. An alliance like that in the Marsh world would already have crumbled. It was a fact that none of them ended well. Evil Source had been thinking about how to reply to Lin Yuan when he went on to say, the division of resources will definitely be equal. You don't have to worry that I'll take the lion's share. When you work with me, you can be assured that the resources you acquire with your own power will all go to you. Evil Source did not say anything when she heard Lin Yuan say this because his words already met her expectations. Although she had less authority, Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest would not be able to suppress her now. Lin Yuan knew that he would soon be able to meet Eternal Source, Mist Source, and Vine Source for the first time. Once he met 3 of them, he would have met all 7 figures from Marsh Abyss. At that time, all Lin Yuan needed to do was come up with a reason to send a declaration to the 7 dictators from Marsh Abyss and invite all experts from the various Marsh circles to the Marsh West Circle. The invaders from another world would be a very good reason. This would not only set off the dimensional lifeforms' danger alerts but also encompass profits. At that time, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to reap a huge basket of profits from the abundance treasure tree. When Evil Source brought Lin Yuan into the tent, he placed the brocade box containing the abundance treasure tree by the side. The abundance treasure tree's roots could even penetrate radium easily. The thin brocade box could never hold the abundance treasure tree back. Lin Yuan instructed Pregnant Poison to stay next to the brocade box. If anyone else placed such a suspicious item next to the tent where the 7 dictators from Marsh Abyss were taking shelter, it would definitely be checked. But the one who had placed the box there was Lin Yuan, who was even stronger than Samsara Realm dictators. All the Samsara Realm dictators had already acknowledged Lin Yuan's identity, so Eternal Source and Hornless Dragon Source's subordinates dared not ask Pregnant Poison to open the brocade box. Lin Yuan had used his blood to form a contract with the abundance treasure tree. He knew that once the abundance treasure tree was planted in the ground, it would take some time for the roots to fully spread out. Lin Yuan intended to stall for time in the tent. Pregnant Poison guarded the abundance treasure tree, and her body would be the best measure. Once Pregnant Poison had been fully infected by the abundance treasure tree's soil roots ability and became a fruit on the abundance treasure tree, Lin Yuan would know that the abundance treasure tree was fully rooted in the ground. At that time, the main power in Marsh Abyss would be controlled by him through the abundance treasure tree. At that time, even if the dictators from the Marsh world wanted to invade the main world, Lin Yuan would not have to be afraid of them harming factions aside from the Freedom Federation. When Lin Yuan and Evil Source stepped into the tent, the 6 pairs of eyes in the tent immediately focused on Lin Yuan. 3 of the 6 pairs of eyes that were familiar to him nodded while the other 2 were inquiring, and the last was suspicious. Lin Yuan had already expected this suspicious gaze. Since Eternal Source, Mist Source, and Vine Source had not been attracted to Marsh East Palace, it meant that 3 of them were not accepting of this new dictator who had popped out of nowhere. According to what Evil Source said, the one seated in the center was Eternal Source. Eternal Source was extremely suspicious and distrustful of him. But this was a much kinder gaze than the one that Vine Source was shooting at him. It was easy to tell Mist Source and Vine Source apart because their namesakes could be seen all over their bodies. No dictator wanted to be mistaken for another dictator when their name was spoken. A plume of grayish-black mist rose from Mist Source's body that occasionally thinned into a few wisps of yellow smoke. Almost half of the dimensional lifeforms possessed venom in their bodies, and 1/3 of them used their venom during combat. It was clear that Mist Source was one of them. Although Vine Source's body was in human form, numerous vines were growing from his body. The vines were inky green, and the small leaves on the vines were covered with sharp teeth. This was a dictator who had evolved from a carnivorous plant. Carnivorous plants were almost at the top of the food chain in the Marsh world. Vine Source's hostility toward him could not be clearer. It was so obvious that Lin Yuan felt it from the moment he stepped foot into the tent. Lin Yuan could be certain that he had never butted heads with Vine Source before. Thus, the reason for this enmity was rather strange. But once something happened, there had to be a reasonable explanation for it. It was likely that Vine Source's enmity resulted from a discussion with Eternal Source and Mist Source. The 3 of them wanted to feel him out. It was possible that Hornless Dragon Source, Carnage Source, and Mountain Ridge Source felt similarly. Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source sat toward the back and did not have speaking authority, but Hornless Dragon Source, who occupied the 3rd seat, definitely did. However, he maintained his silence. Lin Yuan knew that if he did not flex his abilities while he was being suspected, he would not only be underestimated but maybe even suppressed. Thus, it was time for him to flex. Green Vine's entire body medium, Lin Yuan's safety net, was the only thing he had that could stand toe-to-toe against the dictators in the tent. He would never use it unless he had absolutely no choice. Moreover, using entire body medium came at a much too high a cost. Lin Yuan did not know when he would be able to find something else that was similar to the dark gold snake scale, so he could not rely on himself to flex but on other dictators. Lin Yuan turned his gaze onto Evil Source. The fact that Evil Source had come to greet him meant that she held no sway in this tent. Lin Yuan had not been acquainted with Evil Source for long, but this short period was enough for him to get a good sense of her character. He had defeated Evil Source, won the Greenfield's secret treasure from her, and accepted Pregnant Poison's loyalty. All of these were hits to Evil Source's pride. Yet, she was still able to bring herself to get close to him and even wanted to work with him. This showed that she was the type to be able to endure humiliation for the sake of a higher cause. If one who could endure humiliation for the sake of a higher cause had the chance to rise up, they would definitely get their revenge for all the humiliation they suffered. As such, Lin Yuan was willing to give Evil Source the chance to rise up before he used her as his sword. There were 8 chairs in the tent. The 4th ones on the left and right sides were empty. This meant that the 7th and 8th seats were empty. It was clear that these 2 seats were left for him and Evil Source. Lin Yuan did not need to try and find a reason to cause trouble. The seat they had assigned to him for his first meeting was reason enough. There was no way that the other 6 dictators who were present did not know. But since they did not act, it meant that they were waiting for him to make his move. Seeing was believing. Carnage Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mountain Ridge Source had seen his abilities, but had yet to experience them. Evil Source, it looks like we're seated right at the back. If we have to sit at the back, we might as well not sit at all or snatch the seats we deserve. Lin Yuan's words stunned Evil Source. When Lin Yuan used the word us, Evil Source knew that Lin Yuan was about to place both of them on the same side. This both excited and delighted her. Firstly, she was in a weak position and did not have much speaking authority among the 7 of them. Evil Source felt pricked by being seated right at the end. Now that Lin Yuan wanted to snatch their rightful seats back and she had someone to rely on, she could do everything that she had been holding back from doing. Evil Source turned her head until the female side was forward-facing and said in a chilling voice, 10,000 Source, I was already planning to do so. Evil Source had planned her scheme in great detail. Firstly, she could be certain that even if Eternal Source, Miss Source, or Vine Source managed to defeat her and Lin Yuan, they could not do anything to them because no one would be willing to risk death just to fight for seats. Even if Evil Source had not lost the Greenfield secret treasure, she would end up grievously injured to the point that it would take more than thousands of years to recover and maybe even never return to her peak condition if she took on Carnage Source seriously. There was no way that Eternal Source, Miss Source, and Vine Source would do something that even she would not do. Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Carnage Source had already joined Lin Yuan's alliance. If a conflict broke out, the 3 of them might not side with Eternal Source and the rest. Even Vine Source, who was hostile toward Lin Yuan, was also stunned. It was true that Vine Source wanted to come off as imposing, as per his discussion with Eternal Source and Miss Source. He had also hinted to the rest in the beginning, and none of them expressed any hint of opposition. However, Vine Source did not expect Lin Yuan to be so tough and to refuse to take even the smallest step backward. As a result, those who were trying to perform pressure techniques from the shadows had no choice but to bring them all out into the open. Eternal Source and Miss Source started to assess Lin Yuan all over again. Ever since they found out that life forms from another world could invade their world, they had suspected Lin Yuan's identity more than once. The time in the marsh world was calculated in centuries. Dictators had a very long lifespan. Things that happened in centuries seemed like months. Lin Yuan had appeared out of nowhere and established himself in the marsh world in such a short span of time. The overlap of the 2 incidents was much too coincidental. This was why such a situation of daggers being possibly drawn at any moment arose. The one in the tent feeling the most awkward was not Eternal Source, Vine Source, and Miss Source but Dictator Hornless Dragon Source. Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source sat on the 3rd seat to the left and the 3rd seat to the right. Thus, they were considered 5th and 6th. Given their positions, they did not have much speaking authority and could not give much effective input. Yet, he joined Lin Yuan's alliance and even traded with him despite sitting in the 3rd seat. He had even made great efforts to join the alliance and see the trade through. With things the way they were, he could not be feeling more awkward. He was so awkward that he could not continue looking at Lin Yuan. Hornless Dragon Source had prepared the apostles he intended to send to the Marsh East Palace. But given the circumstances, he would be a disloyal cad who had betrayed the alliance. Was Lin Yuan really going to permit the trade? Hornless Dragon Source thought that with Vine Source trying to needle Lin Yuan with the support of the other six, Lin Yuan would down any protest or at least keep it to the extent of a sour expression. Yet, Lin Yuan had up and gone to flip the table over. This was not surprising as Lin Yuan was the one who had offered the big and small source fruits as betting stakes in the face of Evil Source's provocation. Hornless Dragon Source looked at Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source. Hornless Dragon Source noticed that Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source's expressions were not any better than his own, and they were also currently looking at him. When the three of their gazes met, Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source looked at Hornless Dragon Source questioningly as though they were waiting for him to give his opinion. Their questioning eyes caused Hornless Dragon Source's jaw to drop slightly. It was not that easy to give an opinion on such a matter. After all, even with Lin Yuan included, Eternal Source was the strongest of them all. Eternal Source was already one step away from breaking past the Samsara realm. It was more than fair to say he was at pinnacle Samsara. Vine Source's power was also terrifying, and even Eternal Source was often wary. Eternal Source and Mist Source were like conjoined twins who ruled over the palace in Marsh Abyss together. Hornless Dragon Source did not have to think to know that Mist Source would always be on the same side as Eternal Source. Thus, there was no question that Eternal Source's side was stronger. However, Lin Yuan was capable of boosting dictators. Hornless Dragon Source had personally witnessed Lin Yuan boost a Turning Will Realm dictator almost to the Samsara realm. It was possible that Evil Source would be able to stand toe-to-toe against Eternal Source once Lin Yuan had boosted her. The crux of the matter was that he would not be able to obtain the large amount of Source-type power from Lin Yuan if she sided with Eternal Source. As a female, Mountain Ridge Source was already used to being vain and selfish. The side that she chose would be the stronger one. Thus, Mountain Ridge Source decided to follow Hornless Dragon Source. However, Carnage Source's mindset was completely different from Mountain Ridge Source's. Carnage Source had the weakest power overall. He not only wanted to protect himself but also secure benefits. Thus, the best choice for him would be to follow Lin Yuan. But if there was a need for a mediator to stand in the middle after choosing to side with Lin Yuan, he would assume that position. He had already performed similar jobs many times in the past. Lin Yuan's current goal was to stall for time, so he gave the other dictators sufficient time to react after he spoke. His style of action led Eternal Source to think that there was no way he was from another world. Eternal Source had caught many life forms from another world in the past few days. After some experiments, he found that they did not contain Source-type power or even faith power. Eternal Source learned from Mountain Ridge Source about Lin Yuan's half-man and half-fish dictator's body, how he could use faith power to unleash his Source totem ability, and how he could trade pure Source-type power for faith power. Thus, he had already eliminated the possibility of Lin Yuan being from that other world. 10,000 Source, I will do a re-ranking in the future when you visit the palace in Marsh Abyss. Unfortunately, you'll have to make do with the 7th seat. Evil Source shall take the 8th seat since she lost her book. It was already a great humiliation for her to take the 7th seat. But now she was asked to take the 8th seat instead. She was even used as an olive branch to appease Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan decided to take the olive branch, the only one who would suffer was her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Evil Source could no longer hold back and immediately said to Evil Source said after Eternal Source was done speaking, "It looks like we were really meant for the 7th and 8th seats. Regardless of the angle we take to look at the matter, we both deserve the same seat. I can't take this lying down. Brother 10,000 Source, are you willing to stay silent?" Lin Yuan looked at Evil Source in shock. She was trying to fan the flames of dissent. In actuality, there was nothing for him to be dissatisfied about because all these people seated around him were fruits on the abundance treasure tree, making them his possessions. What was the point in him stooping down to the level of his possessions? Evil Source was so enraged that she was ready to strike at any moment. Hence, Lin Yuan might as well let her see it through because he needed to demonstrate his power to gain speaking authority. This would also enable him to stall for as long as possible. Lin Yuan chuckled coldly. Why trouble me if you already intend on doing a re-ranking? Are the others here unwilling to trouble themselves? While he spoke, Lin Yuan boosted Evil Source with his faith power. The pure faith power took the form of a strip of light that landed on Evil Source's body. Evil Source immediately felt a great power filling her up and strengthening her. She craved yet had never had the opportunity to touch such power. Evil Source could sense all the small shackles around her being broken and lost herself in this feeling. However, this was just the beginning. Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Carnage Source knew that Lin Yuan was very strong-headed. Lin Yuan had not hesitated to take Evil Source up on her bet. But now, Eternal Source had clearly already extended an olive branch. Why did he have to be so strong-headed? It made things much more difficult for the three of them. The three of them could have remained silent and pretended that they were not part of this. But if swords really started crossing, they would have no choice but to pick a side. Neither side would be a good choice. Eternal Source and Mist Source were shocked but also activated their dictators' bodies in preparation for the potential impending battle. On the other hand, Vine Source, who had been the first to express animosity toward Lin Yuan, reacted a beat slower. He had only acted hostile toward Lin Yuan because he wanted to test him. If they really started fighting, he would either end up seriously injured or have to suffer serious consequences that resulted in his rank dropping. Evil Source was a prime example of that. Moreover, they could end up with both sides being seriously injured. Lin Yuan might not treasure his life, but Vine Source sure did. He was an elite carnivorous plant, not a smelly, dirty fish that rolled around in the mud. When Eternal Source and Mist Source reacted, they also wanted to test Lin Yuan's abilities to see to what extent he could boost Evil Source's power. This would also determine how they treated him from here on out. It did not take long before Mist Source and Eternal Source's brows were deeply furrowed as they realized that Evil Source's originally already overwhelming power was currently skyrocketing. Mist Source was slightly weaker than Eternal Source. At that moment, Mist Source could sense that the boosted Evil Source was even stronger than Eternal Source. It went without saying that Eternal Source had sensed that as well. Eternal Source was only a step away from crossing that gate. Although Evil Source was in a similar condition, she was much better reinforced. It would take him 200 to 300 years of hard work before he was able to reach Evil Source's current state. Eternal Source's first thought was that he had butted heads with a troublesome enemy. At that moment, an idea appeared in Eternal Source's mind. If Lin Yuan was willing to help him, he might be able to cross the gap and reach that level. This thought caused Eternal Source's heart to start pounding. The focus of every life form in the marsh world was to increase their power. From the pathetic creatures that lacked intelligence to the functional dimensional life forms, and even elite dictators, all of them were unable to escape from this carnal desire. It went without saying that some life forms chose not to be involved, but they were a very small minority that Eternal Source was obviously not a part of. If Eternal Source wanted to remain uninvolved, he would not have gone to the Marsh West Circle to search for the big source fruit sprouts or started a movement against the invaders from the foreign world. Thus, Lin Yuan's ability to boost Evil Source was extremely attractive to Eternal Source now. However, for the moment, Eternal Source could not find a way to convince Lin Yuan to help him. The conflict had already formed. Unless he was willing to take a step back, there was a high chance that a wedge would be driven between him and Lin Yuan. Moreover, taking a step back would result in him forsaking Vine Source and Hornless Dragon Source. Mist Source might be able to forgive him, but the others might not. Eternal Source sighed and decided to wait until the storm in front of him calmed down. Evil Source and Lin Yuan had managed to patch things up after their bet. This meant that Lin Yuan was not only bothered by present matters but also considered future potential benefits and losses. But before Eternal Source acted, Evil Source broke through again and promptly changed Eternal Source's mind. It turned out that Lin Yuan was not done with boosting Evil Source. Evil Source's power had previously reached advanced Samsara realm. But now she had broken through past the Samsara realm. Although her level had not increased, there was no question that she now possessed power beyond the Samsara realm. With this power, they did not need to proceed with a fight. It was evident that he would be no match for Evil Source. Eternal Source did not look at Evil Source. Instead, he fixed his steady gaze on Lin Yuan and said, "I will give up my position to you and voluntarily drop my rank." Evil Source will remain on the 8th seat since she lost her book. Eternal Source knew that given the circumstances, it was not Evil Source that determined whether he was at a disadvantage but Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan was not there to boost Evil Source, the latter would have obediently taken the last seat. Evil Source ground her teeth together when she heard what Eternal Source said and fought the urge to pummel him. As she sensed the gargantuan power she now possessed, Evil Source was well aware that she could beat Eternal Source. At the same time, she was shocked by Lin Yuan's boosting ability. Could be said that even if Lin Yuan chose to side with Carnage Source, he would possess a large share of speaking authority. Evil Source did not know why, but she instinctively feared Lin Yuan. Although they were clearly allies and had built a positive working relationship, Evil Source did not know how Lin Yuan felt about Eternal Source's actions and dared not make any moves without this knowledge for fear of angering Lin Yuan. Just like Eternal Source, Evil Source's gaze landed on Lin Yuan. Evil Source was very curious to know what Lin Yuan's next moves were. She had chosen to side with him when he was establishing his power. If Lin Yuan tossed her aside and left her to the 8th seat after being given the 1st seat, she would not want to continue interacting with him in any other ways besides trading with him for pure Source-type power. When faced with someone you could not afford to cross, the best thing to do was to avoid them. A faint smile played on Lin Yuan's lips when he heard what Eternal Source said. He knew that he had secured the largest share of speaking power. Now, he could stall for as long as he pleased. It turned out that the dictators from the Marsh world based their authority and ranking on the Greenfield secret treasure. Evil Source sure was reckless. She had dared to bet on the Greenfield secret treasure despite having no clue about how strong he was. If he used the Abundance treasure tree to take control of the 7 dictators in the tent, would he also be able to take the Greenfield secret treasures from the 6 of them and try to fuse the 7 together? This thought instantly filled Lin Yuan with excitement. The Fountain of Faith had already refined the Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, Sinking Song, and the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High, so they were now fused with him. The abilities of just one of the Greenfield secret treasures were already astonishing. What would happen if all 7 were combined? Lin Yuan looked into Eternal Source's eyes and agreed with what he said. Eternal Source was about to let out a sigh of relief when Lin Yuan went on to say, "You're the ones who decided that the treasures determined authority, not me. Have Evil Source take her regular seat while the rest shift down. The ranking should be based on power, and not a treasure that isn't even useful in a fight." Evil Source's chest tightened when she heard Lin Yuan agree to what Eternal Source said. But after he spoke up for her, Evil Source could not help but lean toward him. Evil Source knew that even if Lin Yuan had not demonstrated his boosting ability and had insisted on not compromising, Eternal Source would have taken a step back for the sake of the big picture. Evil Source knew that Eternal Source always looked out for the big picture. It was because he thought about the big picture that Evil Source sometimes acted inappropriately despite knowing that she was weaker than him. But now that Lin Yuan had demonstrated his powerful boosting ability and Eternal Source was so clearly tempted, there was no question that she would be able to occupy the 5th seat. Miss Source and Vine Source were not upset with Evil Source moving up the rank. Miss Source always supported Eternal Source's decisions unwaveringly. Vine Source's rank was originally higher than Evil Source, so he was unaffected by the shift. Carnage Source thought he had finally managed to one-up Evil Source, yet he was the one who had taken a hit as he was back in the last seat. Moreover, he had not done anything when Lin Yuan had been targeted and even silently favored Eternal Source. This action had definitely pulled him, and Lin Yuan even further apart. He had truly suffered a double loss. Just like when Carnage Source had not dared to be too hasty to side with Lin Yuan, he had still lost his speaking authority. Eternal Source paused for a moment before he stood up and said, "We will do as you said, 10,000 Source." While Eternal Source spoke, he walked over to Vine Source and gestured for Vine Source to give up his seat. Since he had proposed to give up his seat to Lin Yuan, he would be satisfied as long as his pride remained intact from now on. This was because Eternal Source wanted to establish a connection with Lin Yuan. It did not take long before the 8 seats were filled again. As Eternal Source sat on the 2nd seat, he looked around at the expressions of every dictator around him before he said, The goal of us gathering together is to invade the other world once we've completely eliminated all the life forms from the other world who have entered our world. Let's continue that topic. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He had already guessed that none of the 7 dictators from Marsh Abyss were peace-seeking, and they had indeed already decided to invade the main world. However, Lin Yuan was in no rush to stop them, nor did he voice out any opinions. Instead, he continued to wait quietly until the abundance treasure tree took root. Vine Source was the first one who reacted to what Eternal Source said. I have no problems with invading the other world, but I don't want to take over the land there. I will need someone to oversee the land and convert it into resources to be given back to me. Otherwise, I have no interest in invading the other world. Vine Source had expressed his opinion from the standpoint of a carnivorous plant. The more he learned about the other world, the less it appealed to him. The buildings there might be beautiful, but it was much more comfortable to be buried in top-grade marsh soil than living in those buildings. The other world did not have faith power or source-type power that he needed to absorb. Vine Source saw no point in invading such an impoverished world. Was it going to become a place for them to hold subordinates? But he had already turned all the subordinates who made mistakes into his fertilizer. It would not benefit him in any way to let these snacks roam freely in another world. Eternal Source had guessed that Vine Source would say this, but he had yet to determine the right response. Frankly, Eternal Source did not have any need to invade the other world either, and he could likely say the same for the other dictators. Firstly, their own world was already extremely expansive. Not even the most inferior dimensional life forms lacked Earth resources. However, it was every expert's instinct to conquer unknown worlds. Everyone shared the same thoughts, but Vine Source had to go and bring up the issue that they were all trying to avoid. Eternal Source was irked by how Vine Source wanted to sacrifice the benefits of others to protect himself. Vine Source noticed this but did not care. Every meeting in Marsh Abyss had basically the same aim of distributing resources and profits. It had already become common for all of them to argue. The only difference was that this time Lin Yuan was there. There was no question that Lin Yuan would fight for his profits. After Vine Source was done speaking, Mountain Ridge Source, who had not spoken much, continued. I want the same as Vine Source. I don't want land in the other world either. Additionally, I think that we should all go into the other world together. There's no need for advanced scouting. Mountain Ridge Source looked at Carnage Source while she spoke. She knew that she could not place her hopes in Mountain Ridge Source. With Eternal Source around, Mist Source had no opinions of his own and listened wholly to Eternal Source. Eternal Source would not sacrifice Mist Source as fodder, either. Thus, she and Carnage Source were the clear and only choices to be the scouts who headed into the other world first. It was an inevitable outcome that they would have no choice but to face. It would be more effective to pose the question before the discussion reached its conclusion, preventing external pressure from forcing their hands and leaving them with no alternative. Currently, the outcome of their fight for profits had not emerged. As such, some of them could be willing to try and gain favor with her and Carnage Source, hoping they would join their team and bolster their support. Carnage Source caught Mountain Ridge Source's glance and said, Mountain Ridge Source is right. Since we're all interested in the other world, let's scout it out together. If any one of us goes alone, they'll only be able to take around 3 teams of subordinates with him. When the resources are being allocated, these 3 teams will have to gain an additional 8% of profits as a reward for undertaking risk. Carnage Source was very intelligent. While he added to what Mountain Ridge Source said, he also gave the others a way to back down that would not hurt their pride. Evil Source had said that the experts from the other world had experts who were comparable to the Samsara realm, but the other world was unaware of that. They had already cleaned out all traces of the other world from the Marsh world. Thus, the experts from the other would definitely retaliate. Every group would have 20 members, consisting of 1 dictator leading 19 apostles. If only 8% of profits were needed to gain the labor of 3 dictators and 57 apostles, it would be a worthwhile deal. Evil Source used to be Carnage Source's subordinate and was disgusted by Carnage Source's smug expression. Evil Source felt that she had found her opportunity for revenge. Evil Source was well aware of Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source's concerns. When Lin Yuan arrived, Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source had not chosen to join his side. Thus, it was highly likely that he would leave them behind. Evil Source said in a chilling voice, "Carnage Source, you seem to have forgotten about one thing. You can only use collective terms if we're all of equal standing. You are the weakest one here. Who should be sending scouts if not you?" Evil Source's words caused Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source's expressions to darken. Even Mountain Ridge Source, who was usually composed, almost lost her temper. What did she just say? They were all having a discussion at the same table. How could someone who had lost her book be of higher standing than them? If the two of them had to send all the subordinates as fodder into the other world, they would suffer serious losses. This would result in the two of them, who were already the weakest, falling even further down the ladder. How could they recruit more apostles and dictators then? Evil Source did not allow Mountain Ridge Source to lose her temper and said mockingly, "You can be compensated with resources, but the amount can't exceed 3% of the profits." Lin Yuan finally understood how the top experts from Marsh Abyss held their ground and argued. It was no wonder that alliances were rarely found in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan did not want to listen to them bicker anymore. The Abundance Treasure Tree had finally taken root, and had used soil roots to turn pregnant poison into its first fruit. The Abundance Treasure Tree took root faster than Lin Yuan expected. From the moment pregnant poison became a fruit on the Abundance Treasure Tree, Lin Yuan could clearly sense that he was now able to control whether she lived or died. It was clear that pregnant poison was able to sense this as well because Lin Yuan could sense fear from the fruit on the Abundance Treasure Tree that represented pregnant poison. But he did not know if pregnant poison was afraid of the Abundance Treasure Tree or him. After all, she knew that he was the one who had planted the Abundance Treasure Tree. Lin Yuan could not be bothered to find out how pregnant poison truly felt and started to make his plans. It took 3 seconds for the Abundance Treasure Tree to use soil roots to turn pregnant poison into a fruit. This amount of time was nothing to a dictator. The Abundance Treasure Tree's method of controlling was to slowly take control while it was spreading out. Soon, more fruits appeared on the Abundance Treasure Tree. They belonged to the 7 dictators and their subordinates. The target that the Abundance Treasure Tree made into a fruit would be bound to the Abundance Treasure Tree. If the subordinates standing outside were not already silent and were immediately prevented from speaking once they were turned into fruits, they would have gone into hysterics. If taking control of a turning will realm dictator took only 3 seconds, then what about Samsara realm dictators? Lin Yuan estimated that it would take over 8 seconds. Anything could happen in the tent in the span of a minute. If any issue cropped up, the other dictators would be sure to point fingers at him first. The other 7 had known each other for thousands of years while he was a new face. Even if some of the Samsara realm dictators had been controlled, Lin Yuan would have to face multiple enemies at once within the minute. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan did not want to waste the 5 dark gold snake scales by instructing Green Vine to use entire body medium. Thus, it was time to put his acting chops to the test. If he was the first to be controlled, the other dictators would be unlikely to point their fingers at a victim. With this thought, Lin Yuan suddenly shoved the table in front of him before his entire body appeared to have been paralyzed as he was frozen in the act of shoving. His actions instantly startled the other 7 dictators. Vine Source started looking at him warily. Evil Source instinctively stood up and went over to his side. Eternal Source could not think of a reason for Lin Yuan to react so violently so abruptly. No matter how strong Lin Yuan was, he could not take on so many enemies at once. When Eternal Source tried his best, he could even hold back Evil Source when Lin Yuan was boosting her. Lin Yuan was about to be surrounded by numerous experts. Furthermore, if Lin Yuan wanted to strike, he could have attacked alongside Evil Source just now. There was no need to wait until this moment. Eternal Source observed that Lin Yuan's current state was very strange. It was as though he was stuck. The veins on his head were protruding, and his lips were twitching, yet he was incapable of producing a single sound. While Eternal Source was guessing what could have happened, Carnage Source started exhibiting the same actions with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked astonished the moment that Carnage Source was controlled. Who has taken control of me? While he acted, Lin Yuan used his bloodline to communicate with the Abundance Treasure Tree to instruct it to warn Carnage Source not to speak flippantly. A slip of the tongue from Carnage Source would only result in his death. Although Carnage Source was also a part of the Abundance Treasure Tree's power, Lin Yuan would not sacrifice bigger profits for the sake of minuscule ones. Lin Yuan's performance could only carry on if all the dictators the Abundance Treasure Tree had taken control of were turned into mutes. When they saw the expression on Lin Yuan's face and the other questioning looks around, Eternal Source, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the rest looked around as well while they continued to observe Carnage Source's developments. Lin Yuan only said that he had been controlled, but it seemed as though there were no other effects. Soon, Carnage Source was able to move, but when he sat back down, Mountain Ridge Source, who sat next to him, started exhibiting signs of being controlled. This made Eternal Source, Miss Source, and the rest certain that something serious had happened. Could the experts from another world have come to cause trouble? Lin Yuan only instructed the Abundance Treasure Tree to warn Carnage Source, but did not reveal himself to Carnage Source. Hence, when Carnage Source sensed its current state, he looked at Lin Yuan knowingly. He also felt much less disturbed than he did before. Even someone as powerful as Lin Yuan was unable to resist being taken control of. Thus, it was only natural that he had also fallen. Lin Yuan did not know that his performance had become a source of comfort for Carnage Source. Once Mountain Ridge Source was able to move, Miss Source was next to be taken under control. It was as though they were in the middle of a relay. Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Miss Source, and Eternal Source all activated their dictators' bodies. They huddled together with their backs against each other as their auras exploded out, and they tried to seek out their enemy. Alas, this could not stop them from being taken control of, and the four of them soon fell as well. It took 10 seconds for a Samsara Realm dictator to be taken control of, 2 seconds slower than Lin Yuan had predicted. Once all of the dictators had been taken control of, Mountain Ridge Source and Eternal Source suddenly looked at Lin Yuan, and Mountain Ridge Source hissed. 10,000 Source, you're the one controlling us. Mountain Ridge Source's words attracted the attention of all the other dictators. Eternal Source roared furiously, "What technique are you using?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Since the 7 of them were all under the Abundance Treasure Tree's control now, there was no longer any need for him to continue acting. In actuality, Eternal Source had been looking at him even before he had been taken control of. It was clear that Eternal Source had sensed from then that there was something about Lin Yuan that did not seem right. Taking control of each of them took 10 seconds, but his performance had only lasted 8 seconds. This was indeed cause for suspicion. A dictator's sensitivity was indeed nothing to scoff at. Lin Yuan lazily reclined back on the chair and tapped the table as he said, "Not only can I take control of the 7 of you, but I can even take control of all the other life forms in the world. I took control of all your subordinates outside the entrance before I moved on to you. I now decide whether you live or die. So, I'm sure you know what to do. I don't want you to die, so I won't be making an example out of anyone, and I hope you won't give me the chance to do so. Otherwise, the only result waiting for you is death." Lin Yuan's words caused Eternal Source, Miss Source, Vine Source, and the other of the 7 dictators' faces look astonished once again. Eternal Source did his best to retract all of his aura and stabilize his tone. 10,000 Source, am I right to say that you leaked the news of losing a big source fruit sprouts just to lure us here? Lin Yuan did not try to lie and nodded, praising Eternal Source. Your guess is right. You have acute instincts and have what it takes to be a leader. If you're willing, you can lead the other 6 from now on. The days of an ecosystem of individual kings are over. I want unity and nothing else. Lin Yuan's words caused the expressions of everyone besides Eternal Source and Miss Source to change. But none dared to protest as they knew they were no longer in control of whether they lived or died. None of them were willing to play around with their own lives. Evil Source and Vine Source had killed thousands of subordinates to make examples out of them. Life was far from being regarded as valuable in the Marsh world. Eternal Source did not look happy or excited after receiving Lin Yuan's praise. Instead, he mulled over Lin Yuan's last statement. A moment later, Eternal Source felt it would not necessarily be bad if the factions of the Marsh world could become one. No matter how capable of looking at the big picture Eternal Source was, he still placed his profits before everything when he considered matters. It was clear that Lin Yuan's words aligned with Eternal Source's profits. But Eternal Source did not agree immediately. Instead, he asked Lin Yuan quickly, "Are you a life form from this world?" Lin Yuan was even more impressed with Eternal Source when he heard that. He did not reply immediately but asked in response, "What do you define as a life form from this world?" Eternal Source had not anticipated this question from Lin Yuan. Eternal Source mulled over the question for a moment before he answered, "A life form who was born and raised on this land or sincerely wants to safeguard the lives here will be considered a life form from this world." Lin Yuan replied, "The root of this world is a tree. All of you are fruits on this tree. The tree is linked to my bloodline, making this my world. Wouldn't you say that that makes me a life form from this world? So, as life forms that were produced in this world, that makes you my citizens." Lin Yuan did not try to hide the existence of the abundance treasure tree because these 7 dictators who represented the highest power in the marsh world were already considered his citizens. There were no drawbacks to letting them know about the truth of their world. Moreover, once the abundance treasure tree took full control of the marsh world would eventually be fused with the other worlds. Hence, the earlier the lifeforms knew about the truth of the marsh world, the better it would be. While he spoke, Lin Yuan took out 7 diamond face storage boxes and handed one to each of the 7 dictators. Use your spiritual energy to retrieve the big and small source fruit sprouts from this spatial equipment. If you guide the big and small source fruit sprouts with your source-type power and water them with the spirit fluids inside the spatial equipment, you'll be able to attain the big and small source fruits. Eternal Source quickly used his spiritual energy to check inside the diamond face storage box. What he saw caused his expression to freeze. There were 300 big and small source fruit sprouts inside. He could not imagine how many big and small source fruits could be grown from them. Previously, he still had some doubts about what Lin Yuan was saying. He had lived in the marsh world for thousands of years and was the strongest being in this entire world. Yet, someone just came along and told him that he was nothing but a mere citizen. It would be difficult for even the most magnanimous person to accept this reality. But once Lin Yuan gifted them the big and small source fruit sprouts, it became very difficult for Eternal Source to continue denying this fact. At that moment, Vine Source frowned and said, "The potions meant to water the big and small source fruit sprouts have the exact same energy aura as the other world. You claim that we're your citizens, but are you actually in cahoots with the other world?" Lin Yuan did not rebuke what Vine Source said, nor did he confirm it. If he had to be technical about it, Lin Yuan now had ties to 4 worlds. The first was the previous world from his previous life, next was the main world, then the marsh world, and finally the divine kingdom in his mind. Lin Yuan intended to scale greater heights in the future, so he no longer belonged to just one world. You might have entered the samsara realm, but your viewpoint is much too narrow. In the future, you'll have the chance to explore new worlds and learn about their ways of life. The dimensional rift that leads to the main world, or the other world as you call it, is anchored to the marsh world and is under your protection. My suggestion is that you don't pass through this Class 6 dimensional rift into the main world because you will immediately find yourself under a violent attack that you are unlikely to survive. For now, use these big and small source fruit sprouts to improve yourselves. Lin Yuan had succinctly described the pros and cons and believed that dictators who could reach the samsara realm were no fools. He distributed the big and small source fruits because the abundance treasure tree allowed him to take full control of the marsh world. Since the marsh world was now part of his private power, it would be worth investing in it, regardless of how much resources it took. Furthermore, Lin Yuan did not need these big and small source fruits as leverage over these dictators anymore. He now controlled them and could allocate the marsh world's resources as he saw fit. Lastly, the big and small source fruits would be the best tool to settle them down. After all, it was difficult for such haughty beings who saw themselves as above all else to become his subordinates. If he did not use something to settle them, they would start to plot and scheme against him even if they listened to his orders while under the abundance treasure tree's control. This was not what Lin Yuan wanted. Eternal Source had seen the truth and was just praised by Lin Yuan. He quickly said, "Don't worry. We will defend that Class 6-dimensional rift with our lives and focus on increasing our power first." This was the first time that Eternal Source heard that the world he belonged to was called the Marsh World, and that the other world it was linked to was called the Main World. Lin Yuan's revelation of such information made him seem even more mysterious and enigmatic. "I don't need you to address me as master, nor will I get in your way too often. But if I have any orders for you, I'm sure you know what the right thing to do will be." Lin Yuan's finger tapped continuously on the surface of the table while he spoke. Every tap was like the ominous ringing of the bell of death to Eternal Source, Mist Source, and Vine Source. It was as though any word they uttered could set Lin Yuan off and result in their life coming to an end. This feeling was uncomfortable for these 7 upper echelon members. But there was nothing they could do about it, because their lives were now firmly in Lin Yuan's hands. Given the circumstances, it seemed reasonable for Lin Yuan to say that he was their master. But Lin Yuan was considerate of them and did not force them to address him as though they were his servants. Anyone who spoke out in protest of him now would just be stupid. Stupid people never met good endings. Vine Source said, "Master, I will do my best to do anything you say. If there's anything you need, let me know any time. As long as it's something within my capabilities, I will perform my best. I will still try my best even if it's outside of my capabilities." Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and the rest all turned to look at Vine Source when they heard what he said. The Vine Source that they knew was full of himself and refused to submit to even Eternal Source. Yet, he was now putting on such a submissive attitude and was even willing to call Lin Yuan by master. Wasn't this bordering on pathetic? The only one present who was unsurprised was Eternal Source. For all these years, it seemed as though Vine Source had been butting heads with him. But the truth was that privately, Vine Source was even more submissive to him than Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source were. Vine Source was the kind to be well aware of what he needed to do. This affected him in many ways. Hence, Vine Source's current display was not surprising in the slightest. Now, Lin Yuan was sitting at the helm, on a seat even higher than Eternal Source had ever attained. He could not easily control Vine Source's life, but Lin Yuan could. He had managed to attain Lin Yuan's praise and establish a link to his betters. It was clear that Vine Source wanted to earn Lin Yuan's praise to earn even more profits. It was clear from how he distributed so many of the big and small source fruit sprouts to the 7 of them that Lin Yuan was not the stingy kind. When one worked for such a person, praise was surely followed by rewards. When Lin Yuan heard what Vine Source said, he injected 1,000 units of pure source-type power into Vine Source's body to complement him. Next, Lin Yuan issued his orders. "Besides increasing your power like what I just told you to do, you will help me to gather marsh soil. Marsh soil is useful to me. I also need these crystals." Lin Yuan took out law crystals and world crystals and placed them on the table. Vine Source's expression soured when Lin Yuan mentioned that he needed marsh soil. No other type of life form in the marsh world needed marsh soil more than carnivorous plants. But having just been rewarded by Lin Yuan, Vine Source decided to give all of the top-grade marsh soil he had to Lin Yuan. After all, marsh soil would never be as beneficial to him as pure source-type power was. He possessed the most marsh soil of the 7 of them. Lin Yuan had rewarded him for just expressing his stance. It was likely that Lin Yuan would reward him again after receiving so much marsh soil. As for the 2 types of crystals that Lin Yuan just showed them, Vine Source had more than he could ever want of those. When the life forms from the marsh world died, the only value that those who had not been apostles had was their source crystals. Although the source crystals could not be absorbed, they made for a decent luxury item. The other 6 shared Vine Source's thoughts. Besides Evil Source, who had not collected many source crystals and tossed away many that had been useless, the rest all had a fairly well-padded storage of source crystals. Once the 7 of them responded with their agreement, Lin Yuan was silently amazed. Now that he had taken control of the 7 of them, it was almost too easy to glean resources from the marsh world. Lin Yuan gave each of them 2,000 units of pure source-type power to show that he approved of their decisions. Now that he had given them positive reinforcement, it was time to switch up his tactics to negative reinforcement. This was the best opportunity to gather all 7 of the Marsh World's treasures, and Lin Yuan could not let this chance slip by. If any accidents cropped up in the future and one of them ended up losing their treasure, things would become much more difficult for Lin Yuan. Since you said that the books you possess represent your authority in the Marsh World, you should give the books to me now that I own the yoke of power in the Marsh World. Lin Yuan's words immediately caused the atmosphere to tense up. Even Eternal Source, who had been praised the most by Lin Yuan, and Vine Source, who had addressed Lin Yuan as Master, did not immediately respond. After all, for the past thousands of years, all of them saw their books as the most important thing in their lives. None of them were willing to let go of their books without a fight. This was in spite of all of them knowing that there was no point in their feeling unwilling. When they heard what Lin Yuan said, the most relaxed one was Evil Source because she had already handed her book over to him long ago. Evil Source had been oppressed by the other 6 before Lin Yuan arrived. She was still harboring resentment over that. Evil Source had obtained significant benefits ever since she joined Lin Yuan. She had not only managed to gain the upper hand against the 6 of them, but Lin Yuan even elevated her from her original ranking of 8th to 5th. Eternal Source and Vine Source had all expressed their stances, and it was now Evil Source's turn to do so. Vine Source had called Lin Yuan Master, even though he was stronger than her. Evil Source no longer felt unwilling to call Lin Yuan Master. I agree with Master's request. We are now all loyal to him and are his subordinates. It only makes sense that all the books go to him. I think anyone who doesn't want to hand out his book is trying to plot something nefarious. Those who harbor nefarious thoughts must die. Evil Source shifted her gaze away from the 6 of them and knelt in front of Lin Yuan on one knee as she said, Master, if any of them are unwilling to listen to your order, please boost me again and give me the chance to remove the traitor. Evil Source spoke loudly and sternly. She completely ignored the fact that she had just betrayed the integrity of the others. How dare you make a stance on our behalf when you don't even have your book? What do you mean those who refuse must be trying to plot something nefarious? What a pile of dog crap. Was Evil Source going to kill them in a boosted state if they did not hand over their books? This was the thought running through the minds of most of the dictators. Previously, none of them realized that Evil Source had such potential to be a bootlicker that she was even willing to get down on her knees so easily. But no matter how doubtful they were or how unwilling they were to hand over their books, none of them dared to oppose what Lin Yuan said. It would not be wise to test the fragility of life in the presence of a stronger being. Eventually, Eternal Source gnashed his teeth and summoned his book before handing it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the book and saw that it was called Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 1, Fertile Land. When Miss Source saw that Eternal Source had handed his book over to Lin Yuan, he hurriedly did the same. After Lin Yuan stored the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 1, Fertile Land in the Fountain of Faith in his Divine Kingdom, he received the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 5, Deception Bud from Miss Source. Now that Lin Yuan had 3 volumes and even Eternal Source, the strongest of the lot, had handed over his book, the other 4 soon handed over their own books. Lin Yuan looked over the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 3, Pulling Sprout, the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 3, Abundance, the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 6, Nurturing Fruit, and the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 7, New Green. With the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High that he already possessed, he now had all 7 volumes of the Greenfield Secret Treasure. Lin Yuan stored these 6 Greenfield Secret Treasures inside the Fountain of Faith in his Divine Kingdom. After being nourished by the Fountain of Faith, the 6 other Greenfield Secret Treasures immediately triggered the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High. The 7 Greenfield Secret Treasures let out the same light. Suddenly, the 7 books fused together into a heavy tome that greatly resembled the heavy dictionaries from Lin Yuan's previous life. Soon, the thick tome sunk into the Fountain of Faith and started to wildly absorb the faith power within the Fountain of Faith. Lin Yuan guessed that once this thick tome had absorbed sufficient faith power, he would be able to flip through it and discover its abilities. For some reason, Lin Yuan had the feeling that this thick book was pregnant with life. This was a very similar feeling to when the two endless gems fused together to produce the abundance treasure tree. Lin Yuan did not immediately investigate the newly produced tome. Instead, he said to Eternal Source and the others, "I'm sure you know the other Samsara realm dictators in the Marsh world. Go and gather all of them. You can come up with the reason yourselves. Furthermore, relocate all of your palaces from Marsh Abyss to this position and begin guarding it. If any issues appear, you will have to bear the consequences." The Freedom Federation would definitely become antsy if the life forms from the Marsh world did not invade the main world. At that time, they would definitely send people into the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift to check on the situation in the Marsh world and confirm if they could continue developing within the Marsh world. The Freedom Federation had already suffered destruction once. It was unlikely that they would be willing to give up on the massive treasure trove that was the Marsh world. Humans were greedy by nature, especially when it came to the things they used to possess. As such, he needed to gather all the power in the Marsh world and guard the abundance treasure tree that was currently controlling the Marsh world using soil roots. Could be said that to Lin Yuan, his journey in the Marsh world had reached a checkpoint. All he needed to do was nurture Lift Marsh with a large amount of the marsh soil as well as collect the law crystals, world crystals, and various source totems. The Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift could not be closed, and the Freedom Federation needed to dedicate a large amount of power to guard Fresh City. At the very least, the Mirror God and God of Fools, who had set their spirit fires alight, needed to remain in Fresh City. As long as the situation in the Marsh world remained active, the Freedom Federation would not dare to cause trouble for the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation in the main world. Otherwise, they could suffer losses on both fronts. Lin Yuan had accomplished his goal for the meeting and given out all the instructions he needed to give. Meanwhile, things had progressed to a stalemate in the Freedom Federation. The Goddess of Mercy thought that she had become an outside party. Yet, she was still angered by how shameless fourth page instant extinguishment was. Can fourth page instant extinguishment's words represent the will of Tower Cannon? Fourth page instant extinguishment immediately cast a look at the rest, including sixth page Parting Thorn, and said slowly, "You need to get one thing straight. You're the ones who begged us to come. We are not the ones who offered to help. So if you can't afford to pay this price, we can leave right now. We are aware of the happenings in the dimensional world, so us being here will help you to take on some of the risk." Besides her fury, there was also an undetectable hint of mocking on the Goddess of Mercy's face. "Ha! You know about the happenings in the Marsh world? You haven't even set your spirit fire alight. The powerful dictators in the Marsh world are almost no different from Kama. If you knew that you'd need to face experts in the Marsh world who have set their spirit fires alight, you probably wouldn't have dared to come, no matter how high of a price the Freedom Federation offered. Given the way that the Mirror God and God of Fool style of handling things, there was no way that they had told Tower Cannon about the situation there. The God of Fools narrowed his eyes as he looked at fourth page instant extinguishment. "I was under the assumption that the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon are old friends. Are you sure that this is how you want to proceed with trades?" Third page Eternal Sin had not wanted to come to help and had only done so eventually for the sake of resources. Thus, she had been silently observing the expressions of everyone present and trying to judge their thoughts from their expressions and minute movements. For example, Kama's expression had been downcast at first, but it became more relieved once they arrived. On the other hand, fourth page instant extinguishment had opened with such an exaggerated request. If the Freedom Federation could have made do without Tower Cannon's help, they would have already turned down Tower Cannon. Yet, not only had they not done so, but they were even trying to negotiate. This meant that they were unable to handle the problem in the dimensional world on their own. This meant that no matter how high the price was, the Freedom Federation would agree to pay it as long as they could afford to. Since that was the case, it would be better to start with as large of an amount as possible. This would also allow them to sieve out more secrets. Third page Eternal Sin said to the God of Fools without a shred of mercy, "You must have decided to come to us for help because you can't fix the problem yourselves. Now that we're here to help you, you should be grateful instead of negotiating. Is this how you treat your allies? I think that once the Freedom Federation regains its territory in the Marsh world, You should give us a share of your profits for the next 10 years. Third page Eternal Sin's words caused the ever-composed god of Fools' face to sink. A powerful aura exploded forth from the god of Fools. Third page Eternal Sin did not shrink back because of this. Instead, she released her own aura to counter the god of Fools. The clashing of auras caused the atmosphere to become extremely tense. The god of Fools, Mirror God, and other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty were not the only ones looking at third page Eternal Sin with shock. Even fourth page Instant Extinguishment, seventh page War, 8th page Apoptosis, and the other members of Tower Canon were also looking at third page Eternal Sin in astonishment. Since when did third page Eternal Sin's power break through? There had been absolutely no hint of such news before this. It seemed that third page Eternal Sin's power had reached the same level as second page Revival. Although third page Eternal Sin's actions were always difficult to understand, she did not keep a high profile, nor was she overly greedy. Was she acting this way because she was arrogant now that her power had broken through? Although fourth page Instant Extinguishment, seventh page War, and 8th page Apoptosis did not hope for third page Eternal Sin to break through, it seemed that third page Eternal Sin's power now rivaled that of the Mirror God and God of Fools. The Mirror God and God of Fools now had to consider third page Eternal Sin's pride. After third page Eternal Sin said that, her gaze swept across the faces of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty until it landed on the God of Fools and Mirror God to impose her formidability. Third page Eternal Sin knew that the God of Fools and Mirror God would not give way when such large profits were involved, even if she had set her spirit fire alight. There was no way that the Mirror God and God of Fools would be willing to let the Freedom Federation work for Tower Canon for 10 years for nothing in return. Thus, the Mirror God and God of Fools' refusal was only to be expected. If the God of Fools and Mirror God begrudgingly agreed to her request, it would mean that they were faced with an issue of life and death. The God of Fools paused for some time before he said, "I can agree to your request, but I have conditions. Tower Canon has to provide both the labor and power to help the Freedom Federation reclaim our territory in the Marsh world." Third page Eternal Sin looked austere when she heard what the God of Fools said. How could an issue that even the God of Fools and Mirror God, who had set their spirit fires alight, could not solve be easy to deal with? The Fresh City had gathered almost all of its combat power in Fresh City. Rather than preparing to launch a counterattack, they were retreating and preparing their defenses. It seemed that the apostles and dictators from the Marsh world intended to pass through the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift to invade the main world. Third page Eternal Sin looked at fourth page Instant Extinguishment. Although fourth page Instant Extinguishment was not considered intelligent, he was not stupid either. Hence, he had to have noticed the issue as well. She had set the scene, so it was time for fourth page Instant Extinguishment to receive the baton from her. Things progressed exactly as third page Eternal Sin expected. Fourth page Instant Extinguishment had gleaned some useful information from third page Eternal Sin and the God of Fools conversation and understood the situation that the Freedom Federation was facing. At first, fourth page Instant Extinguishment felt that third page Eternal Sin was too greedy. But now, he felt that third page Eternal Sin's asking price had been too low. Giving us 10 years of the profits earned from the Marsh world will indeed show us the Freedom Federation's sincerity. But there are some things that need more than sincerity. We will send labor to guard the entrance of Fresh City. If any dimensional life form pokes its head through, we will deal with it. We can also help to reclaim your territory in the dimensional world. But the Freedom Federation's royalty has to be present when we do so. If any of you are absent, we will halt our efforts to reclaim your territory in the Marsh world. Fourth page Instant Extinguishment was not only greedy but was also very risk-averse. Thus, he did not want to risk without ensuring the Freedom Federation had his back. Fourth page Instant Extinguishment's words had torn apart the Freedom Federation's hope of keeping themselves away from the danger and forced them to be involved in addressing the issue. Seventh page War and 8th page Apoptosis rarely worked with the Freedom Federation in the past, but they knew that this was the best opportunity to take advantage of the situation to earn a windfall. Thus, they all sided with fourth page Instant Extinguishment. Seventh page War and 8th page Apoptosis were also unwilling to take on any risk. After all, given the Freedom Federation's attitude, it was evident that there was an extremely fearsome life form in the marsh world. It would be stupid to clash with that life form before discovering its exact capabilities. The mirror god asked third page Eternal Sin coldly, "Tower Cannon is trying to take advantage of the situation to push us into danger. Are you saying that Tower Cannon will never come to ask the Freedom Federation for help in the future? We never asked for so much when we helped you in the past." The mirror god's attitude caused fourth page instant extinguishment's expression to darken significantly. What is he doing? I was clearly the one making the request, but he crossed over me to speak to third page Eternal Sin. Do I not have the right to speak to you and the mirror god on behalf of Tower Cannon? He is underestimating me. Fourth page instant extinguishment prioritized his pride, and this was a great insult to him. Third page Eternal Sin had seen through everything and did not want to continue wasting her breath on the mirror god. She said to fourth page instant extinguishment, "You should remember how they helped you. Fourth page instant extinguishment, you shouldn't be ungrateful." Fourth page instant extinguishment rolled his eyes at the mirror god. I would have almost forgotten about it if the mirror god hadn't brought it up. It's true that someone did me a small favor, but the person who helped me said that it was a personal favor and had nothing to do with the Freedom Federation. When I paid my compensation, I only paid it to that person. Mirror god, have you forgotten what you said? This is clearly not a personal favor for you, so I do no need to keep your previous favor to me in mind. Fourth page instant extinguishment's words caused seventh page war and eighth page apoptosis to look at each other. Could he say such a thing? Both of them had sensed the shifts in emotions of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. The Freedom Federation's members of royalty all had their own schemes and plotted for the sake of their individual profits. This was a fact that all of them admitted to, but no one spoke openly about. The situation changed completely once this matter was brought out into the open, as it made the members of royalty seem unworthy to hold their stations and responsibilities. But amongst the Freedom Federation's royalty, one of them saw nothing wrong with this situation. She was even thrilled by it, as though she was a member of the audience watching an exciting show. Someone who had the experience of losing profits would be able to see the truth the most clearly. The goddess of mercy looked at the mirror god and god of fools in amusement as she knew that there could only be one possible ending to this situation, which was that the mirror god and god of fools would use their power to settle this matter. Even if no one brought this matter up before, like fourth page instant extinguishment had just done, there had been many similar situations in the past. In all those awkward situations, many members of royalty had suffered at the hands of the mirror god and god of fools. Kama was the one who had suffered the most. Frankly, the goddess of mercy did not fare much better either. Just as the goddess of mercy predicted, the god of fools eventually stepped in to make a decision. It will be just as we said. You will guard Fresh City with us. When it's time to reclaim our territory, we will head into the marsh world with you. Eventually, they also settled the confrontation that the god of fools and mirror god had started. The goddess of mercy did not know what Kama and the mirror god encountered in the marsh world to make the mirror god this cautious. If the mirror god did not think that he was at a disadvantage, he would already have charged into the marsh world. If they did not enter the marsh world again, they would not be able to understand the power that existed there or what its limits were. Therefore, their reliance would be on Tower Cannon to defend Fresh City, and they would not be able to venture into the marsh world for confirmation. Without reclaiming their territory in the marsh world, fulfilling their promise to Tower Cannon would be impossible. Thus, it could not be said that they had lost in their fight against Tower Cannon. As long as they did not reclaim their territory, they would be able to continue grasping the upper hand against Tower Cannon. However, if anyone in Tower Cannon was intelligent, they would stop such a thing from happening. The thought had only just crossed the goddess of mercy's mind before third page Eternal Sin blinked her sharp eyes and sneered. Who knows when the Freedom Federation will come to reclaim your territory? For every day that you don't appear in the territory in the marsh world while we're guarding Fresh City, you'll have to pay us 100 bottles of grade 4 potions and 10 bottles of grade 5 potions. You can decide how the payment will be allocated. We will return the potions to you once you arrive in the marsh world to reclaim your territory. This is the only way to ensure fairness. Third page Eternal Sin's words caused the mirror god's jaw to clench. He turned his gaze onto the god of fools, and it was only after the god of fools nodded that he said, "I agree to Tower Cannon's terms. We will pay you with the potions daily while you're guarding Fresh City." Fresh City was almost empty as all of their strongest experts were stationed in a 5-kilometer square meter radius around the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift. There were also massive movements in the Marsh world. But this was not a result of the threat from the Freedom Federation, but because the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss had all moved their palaces to the Marsh West Circle with the intention of making the Marsh West Circle their new home. They even shifted the other factions from Marsh Abyss with them. The 7 dictators made a joint announcement to invite all of the dictators with them to the Marsh West Circle. This was the first time these 7 figures had made a joint announcement since they appeared in Marsh Abyss. This announcement also said that every dictator who came would be able to obtain a certain amount of pure source-type power. Once they reached the level of dictator, they no longer cared about faith power. It was easy to obtain faith power as long as they took in apostles, but the dictators needed to refine source-type power in their bodies. So almost all of the dictators and apostles in the Marsh world collectively rushed to the Marsh West Circle. It so happened that the news of Dictator 10,000 Source losing his big source fruit sprouts was still traveling around. They might be able to stumble on them if they went to the Marsh West Circle. As several factors came together, almost all of the power in the Marsh world gathered in the Marsh West Circle. The Abundance Treasure Tree was taking control of more life forms in the Marsh world with each passing second. The powerful life forms who were hurrying over for different reasons all eventually became a fruit on the Abundance Treasure Tree. As of that moment, Lin Yuan was no longer in the Marsh world because the Moon Empress had notified him that the Azure Federation had fully retreated from the water dimensional world. They had also activated a large portion of their martial power and sealed off a 50-kilometer radius around the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift. The Azure Federation chose to seal off the area with ice. Hundreds of Spirit Chi professionals who contracted Ice-type phase instructed their phase to fortify the wall of ice that extended to the bottom of the sea to prevent the ice from melting. It could be said that the Azure Federation was in a worse position than the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation when it came to their Class 6 dimensional rift. The Freedom Federation was in crisis because Lin Yuan had conquered the Marsh world and used the power of the factions in the Marsh world to push the Freedom Federation into a corner to halt them from continuing to cause trouble in the main world. This also stopped the Freedom Federation from continuing to collect resources from the Marsh world, such as source totems, which were very beneficial to Spirit Chi professionals. The Radiance Federation only needed to address the temperature issue in order to venture into the Abyss Dimensional Rift. They were perfectly capable of building mirror cities in the Abyss Dimensional Rift to help the Radiance Federation expand their territory. They would also be able to collect useful resources from the Abyssal world so that the Federation would no longer be limited by territory or resources and be able to substantially broaden their development. All this time, the Azure Federation had been envious of the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation. There were also resources in the Waterworld Dimensional Rift, some of which were corals that possessed effects that life forms from the main world lacked. But both humans and the life forms from the water world were made of flesh. Once the life forms from the water world were killed, the life forms' corpses would rot in the sea. The decay rate was much quicker in the sea than in the air. Thus, the large-scale slaughter of dimensional life forms would contaminate the entire water mass. Even Thearch-class experts without special phase would put themselves at risk of never being able to leave the mass of water if they did not leave immediately. The poison in the dimensional lifeforms' bodies had plagued the Spirit Chi professionals for a long time. According to research from the Radiance Federation scholars, the poison continuously evolved and became stronger. The Azure Federation was made up of many islands, and all their resources came from the sea. The water world dimensional rifts had also been opening at random around the sea. But there had never been any cases of the Azure Federation citizens being poisoned after consuming the seafood from the sea until a few years ago. After experiments and analysis, it was discovered that the poison in the seafood was very similar to that of venomous dimensional lifeforms but had a much lower concentration. It was low enough that the fish and shellfish did not immediately decay after death like the water world dimensional lifeforms. Humans were at the top of the food chain, but regardless of the sturdiness of Spirit Chi professionals' bodies and the certain degree of resistance they had to venom, it would be easy for regular people to fall prey once they were exposed. The Azure Federation had been troubled for the past few years. They guarded the treasure trove that was the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional world, but could not begin harvesting its resources. Now, not only had they failed to obtain the resources, but many dimensional lifeforms were emerging from the Waterworld dimensional rift and destroying the surrounding environment. At first, the Azure Federation dispatched spirit chi professionals like they usually did to kill the Waterworld dimensional lifeforms. But it did not take long before the quantity of Waterworld dimensional lifeform became so overwhelming that the Azure Federation started to understand the seriousness of the issue. Once the spirit chi professionals eliminated the dimensional lifeforms, their own bodies and the bodies of their fays soon started to display different degrees of decay due to being submerged in the water for too long. Luckily, many healing-type fays could neutralize such levels of decay. But while the spirit chi professionals and fays had been saved, many aquatic fays in the sea died as a result of the poison. When the sea environment was damaged, its resources would also be reduced. Clearing out the poison from the dimensional lifeforms' bodies had become an issue that the Azure Federation needed to face. Once the concentration of poison in the water crossed a certain threshold, it evaporated into the air along with the poisonous elements. In just a short 2 months, more than half of the population of regular people living in the Azure Federation started showing signs of falling sick. Eventually, the 12 aristocratic families decided to give up on harvesting resources from the sea. All of the healing-type spirit chi professionals working in the government had also been activated to patrol around and heal whoever needed help. The Azure Federation decided to give up its own development to protect every regular person's lives. However, just having the healing-type spirit chi professionals patrol around was not enough to solve the issue because there continued to be dimensional lifeforms streaming out from the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift. Even if the spirit chi professionals from the Azure Federation did not attack the Waterworld dimensional lifeforms, the fays who lived in the sea would put their lives on the line to protect their home. Every part of the sea also had members of the 8 clans of Sea Emperors protecting it. As such, news spread quickly, and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors immediately pulled aid from other areas to kill the Waterworld dimensional lifeforms. The entire sea was soon turned into a bubbling mass of poisonous fluid. Eventually, 6 of the 12 aristocratic families sent out their own experts to meet and discuss with the sea clans. As the poison spread across the sea clan's profits were also diminished. The experts from the other 6 aristocratic families did a general spring cleaning of the Waterworld dimensional lifeforms around the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift before they sealed off the 10-kilometer radius around the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift. Next, they gathered the power of the entire Federation to cleanse the sea of venom and activated all of the spirit chi professionals who contracted ice-type phase to seal off the sea with an ice wall. Since the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift was located deep in the sea at a depth of over 8 kilometers, an ice wall could not be erected to cover the entire depth. Thus, they could only settle for expanding the area and erecting the wall in the most shallow part of the sea. It did not take long before the experts from the Azure Federation were relieved by this decision because, for some reason, the number of Waterworld dimensional lifeforms emerging from the Waterworld dimensional rift increased. If they had insisted on building the ice wall around a 10-square-kilometer area, the ice wall would have quickly been destroyed by the dimensional lifeforms. Then all of their efforts would have been for nothing. The Azure Federation had already burned a hole in their pockets, cleansing the pollution from the sea. If they had to pay the same price again, the Azure Federation might never be able to recover. The Azure Federation could build an ice wall to contain the Waterworld dimensional lifeforms on their own. However, they could not keep the ice wall from melting for long in a sea with a temperature of over 25 degrees. Eventually, the 12 aristocratic families decided to seek help from the Radiance Federation in the hopes of receiving aid from them. Although the Azure Federation had always remained a neutral party and could seek help from either the Freedom Federation or Radiance Federation, it still chose the Radiance Federation in the end. This was in spite of them knowing that the Radiance Federation was in the process of venturing into the abyssal world and needed a large number of spirit chi professionals who had contracted ice-type phase, so the chances of them agreeing to help were low. But after taking a vote, many of the Azure Federation's aristocratic families did not want to become too close to the Freedom Federation. Frankly, the 12 aristocratic families made a decision about who they would choose if they had to pick a side between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. If one did not need to make an immediate decision, one would start to hesitate and ponder. No one wanted to suffer unnecessary losses because of their decision. But once they made the necessary choice and removed all objective elements, they would be able to make a clear-headed decision. It was like when one had $20 and two things they wanted to buy to eat. They would eventually make a decision when they got too hungry. When Lin Yuan received the news from the Moon Empress, he contacted Lin through the Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan wanted to ask her about the dimensional rift in the water world. But even after a day had passed since he returned to the Radiance Federation, he still had not heard back from her. If Lin had not already formed a contract with the Sagittarius throne, and the Sagittarius throne's contract was still intact, Lin Yuan would have suspected that something bad had befallen Lin in the Azure Federation. Lin Yuan had no other way of getting in touch with Lin besides through the Thoughts letter paper. Lin had never asked the Astronomical Parliament for help. However, Lin Yuan could not relax until he heard back from Lin. By the time Lin Yuan returned to the Divine Wood Federation from the Marsh World, then back to the Radiance Federation, the Radiance Federation's members of royalty had finished their meeting and decided to help the Azure Federation. The Radiance Federation had not encountered any serious issues, and the development in the Abyssal World was going smoothly. Due to the venture into the Abyssal World, many Spirit Chi professionals in the Radiance Federation had chosen to contract Ice-type phase. Thus, sending out a large group of Spirit Chi professionals who had contracted Ice-type phase would not put much of a dent in the Radiance Federation's development into the Abyssal World. If they could earn the Azure Federation's friendship through this event, it would be extremely beneficial for them in their war against the Freedom Federation. Hence, the Radiance Federation had begun putting together a team. Most of the people who were part of the aid team were part of the City Guard's reserve teams. After all, this trip was just to strengthen the ice wall using Ice-type phase. There was no need for experts with actual battle experience. Besides sending labor, a member of royalty was also needed to lead the team. Night-leaning Moon wanted to lead the team at first, but there were many things that the Spirit Guards needed to do that Night-leaning Moon needed to be present for. The Spacetime Elder remained in the Radiance Federation and could not leave because of his fey. Thus, the Moon Empress took up this responsibility. At that moment, Lin Yuan was having dinner with the Moon Empress in the Radiant Moon Palace. Little Yuan, I will be heading to the Azure Federation tomorrow. Leaning Moon told Little Jie to come with me, and she said that Little Jie had contracted several insect species carcinomaphage that are skilled at removing venom from water. Do you have plans to go to the Azure Federation to train? Lu Jie had already told Lin Yuan that he was going to the Azure Federation. Lu Jie had contracted the poison-consuming water lice and spike poison grain fly that had both reached Diamond X/Legend. The poison-consuming water lice's diet consisted of poison, and its body would start to multiply quickly after absorbing poison. Once the army of poison-consuming water lice had grown to a certain scale, they would absorb all of the venom in the water. Although the spike poison grain fly did not consume poison, it laid eggs in water that needed a large amount of poison to hatch. When Lu Jie first contracted these two insect species carcinomaphage, he did not intend to rely on them for battle. It only happened to be a coincidence that these two carcinomaphage could be of help now to eliminate the poison in the environment. Lin Yuan no longer had much to do in the Marsh World. Moreover, he could go to the Marsh World anytime through Klein Hub in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. The Startling Lines continent was in the midst of its prime. After Lin Yuan gave out a large number of phase with the Sacred Wood Bloodline, the Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer Federations all started developing rapidly. Listen was currently laying out the trade routes across the Startling Lines continent. There was no longer any need for Lin Yuan to be in the Startling Lines continent, so the best choice for him now would be to head to the Azure Federation. Firstly, Lin Yuan was worried about Lin and would be able to search for her immediately if he went to the Azure Federation. If Lin was really in danger and needed help, he would be able to rescue her as soon as possible. Secondly, Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline came from Dark Blue, which was a sacred source life form from the water world. Thus, Lin Yuan badly wanted to explore the water world to uncover the secrets of the mermaids, and see if he could find a way to improve his mermaid bloodline. Lin Yuan nodded as he said to the Moon Empress, "Master, I would like to go to the Azure Federation with you. When we're in the Azure Federation, and if we have the chance to enter the water world, you'll be able to gain another moon." The Moon Empress poured out a glass of juice for Lin Yuan before hope flashed across her eyes. "I do have such a goal for this trip to the Azure Federation. But we won't be able to use the same method we used in the Marsh world to obtain the water world's moon. This time, we're going to the Azure Federation to provide aid. Our goal is to establish a partnership with the Azure Federation and deepen our relationship with them. Given the circumstances, we won't be able to steal the moon from the water world." A thought struck the Moon Empress, and she asked, "Little Yuan, you are able to enter the Marsh world freely. How has your progress in the Marsh world been going?" Lin Yuan thought about the sacred cry moon beast that was still in the sky in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan had been having a whale of a time developing in the Marsh world and had completely forgotten about the sacred cry moon beast's existence. There were Samsara realm dictators in the Marsh world, so it was likely that the sacred cry moon beast was having a difficult time hiding its aura all this time in the Marsh world. There was no way that the sacred cry moon beast would dare to spy on what was happening on the ground in order to avoid powerful Samsara realm dictators like Eternal Source and Mist Source from sensing its presence. Previously, although Lin Yuan had been lady, he had not been able to stand on solid ground in the Marsh world. But now that he had the Abundance Treasure Tree and controlled all of the dictators in the entire Marsh world, so they were all part of his power, Lin Yuan knew that the Freedom Federation no longer posed a threat to him. If he wanted, he could eliminate the entire Freedom Federation. The Freedom Federation was already at a disadvantage in its fight against the Marsh world. From Begin Lady and Celestial Sight's Heaven's Trials, Lin Yuan learned that there was a much wider world out there. Lin Yuan was preparing to have a good talk with the Moon Empress to tell her everything that was going on with him. Ever since she accepted him as her disciple, the Moon Empress had put Lin Yuan before her in everything. Lin Yuan wanted to do his best to repay her and help her to cross the level of spirit fire. Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress seriously and said softly, "Master, I am progressing very well in the Marsh world. The Marsh world is very expansive, with 6 large marsh circles and the marsh abyss at its center. There are more than 10 Samsara realm dictators, 7 of which rule over marsh abyss and have the word source in their names. Every Samsara realm dictator is about equivalent to a spirit chi professional who has set their spirit fire alight." The Moon Empress could not stave off the shock from appearing on her face when she heard what Lin Yuan said. After exploring the abyssal world, she also came to know that the powerful abyss demons were called dictators. However, she was still in the exploratory stage. How did Lin Yuan manage to find out so much about the Marsh world in such a short time? If he had found out all that about the Marsh world, it could no longer be said that he was venturing into the Marsh world, but that he had completely seen through it. Otherwise, there was no way he would have had the chance to learn about the Marsh world's combat system. The Moon Empress had also grown her power from that of a weak seedling to the Class 6 creation master she was today, who stood at the helm of the Radiance Federation. Thus, she was well aware of what it took to completely see through something. It was impossible that Lin Yuan would lie to her, especially when it came to such matters. He could only be speaking the truth. The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan had been building his faction secretly and had even found a way to enter the Marsh world. However, she had no clue that his development in the Marsh world had been so rapid. The Radiance Federation had already built mirror cities in the abyssal world, but they were still a long way off from turning the abyssal world inside out and learning all of its secrets. The Moon Empress decided not to ask Lin Yuan any follow-up questions because she knew that Lin Yuan needed to tell her about something. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan with a solemn expression as she waited for him to continue speaking. But what he said next caused astonishment to appear on the Moon Empress' face. "Master, has the Goddess of Mercy sent news over? I am the cause of the current situation in the Freedom Federation. Its territory in the Marsh world has been completely destroyed. They won't be able to cause trouble in the main world for a long time. The Freedom Federation had started developing in the dimensional world many years before the Radiance Federation started to do so. They had already shifted almost 1/3 of their operations into the Marsh world. If the Freedom Federation's territory in the Marsh world had truly been destroyed, this would be a catastrophic blow to the Freedom Federation. Little Yuan. When did this happen? Lin Yuan did some calculations in his head before he said, "About a day ago. If the Goddess of Mercy doesn't send information about this matter within 3 days, she is no longer worthy to be considered an ally of the Radiance Federation." Lin Yuan spoke seriously, and everything he said had been in consideration of the Radiance Federation. It could be said that the ties between Lin Yuan and the Goddess of Mercy ran deep. The Goddess of Mercy had protected him from fifth-page truth and had even momentarily been at a disadvantage because of it. At that time, the Goddess of Mercy had no idea that Lin Yuan had begun Lady to help him. She had worked even harder than Purple Love to protect him. It could be said that Lin Yuan and the Goddess of Mercy had a working relationship even if they could not be considered friends. If the Goddess of Mercy sought him out for help in the future, he would definitely not hesitate to agree. In the past, Lin Yuan needed to put his guard up against the Goddess of Mercy. But now he no longer needed to be afraid. The Goddess of Mercy had not set her spirit fire alight, so she could not pose a threat to him. Additionally, he had begun Lady and Celestial Sight and even took control of many Marsh World experts. Even if the Goddess of Mercy had set her spirit fire alight, she would not be able to touch him. Given the circumstances, Lin Yuan no longer needed to be afraid of any schemes that the Goddess of Mercy could be hatching against him. He also did not have to be concerned while he was helping her. But despite all that, the personal relationship between Lin Yuan and the Goddess of Mercy did not affect his judgment when he decided between siding with her or the Radiance Federation. There was a matter that the Moon Empress had been thinking about for the past 2 days. The Radiance Federation had sent a portion of its manpower over to the Azure Federation as aid. Would the Freedom Federation take advantage of this opportunity to attack the Radiance Federation? If what Lin Yuan said was true, that everything that the Freedom Federation had built in the Marsh world had been wrecked and was struggling just to stay afloat, there was no way they would be able to plot to take the Radiance Federation down until they got themselves out of their own pickle. In all her life, the Moon Empress had never been as shocked as she was today. "I will prepare to hold an imperial meeting now to discuss this matter with the other members of royalty." Lin Yuan nodded. If it was possible, Lin Yuan still hoped that the Goddess of Mercy could remain allies with the Radiance Federation. Given her style of doing things, there was no way she would be able to join the Radiance Federation, but she could work together with the Radiance Federation toward a common goal. Before the Moon Empress moved, Lin Yuan took out a diamond face storage box. This diamond face storage box was an insect-shaped brooch. Although it looked intricate, it did not match the Moon Empress aura at all. Yet, the Moon Empress was stunned when she saw this diamond face storage box. She remembered that it was the one she had given him after she killed Chang Wu for hunting him. Why was Lin Yuan giving her this diamond face storage box now? "Master, all this time you've been the one protecting me. Now, it's time for me to protect you. You should be able to use all of the resources inside." The Moon Empress reached out and received the insect-shaped brooch. Holding it in her hands, she was suddenly filled with a strange feeling. She had given Lin Yuan the resources back then as his master. Yet, he had refused to take anything. As a new master, she had been speechless and left at a loss. But now, it was as though this Fey storage box that had returned to her had transmigrated or become a legacy. The Moon Empress used her spiritual energy to look inside this Fey storage box, and her eyes widened immediately. The Moon Empress's aura even became Messier. She could not figure out what her disciple had been doing to develop and improve himself. He increased power way too quickly. Every spirit-mouthed peony inside contained spirit chi, and it was so pure that even a Class 6 creation master like her could not hope to produce something close to it. The Moon Empress had already received similar spirit chi from Lin Yuan in the past. Back then, she thought that he had to pay a high cost or that obtaining such pure spirit chi would be very difficult for him. But now, it seemed that that was not the case. There were over 5,000 spirit-mouthed peonies inside the diamond face storage box and many various types of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Every heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl had an outer layer, and there were also a fair number of the legendary heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls. Although the Moon Empress was now a Class 6 Creation Master, she still had her limitations when it came to Creation Master resources. With this level and amount of resources, it would not be long before her birth horoscope broke through, and she was able to try setting her spirit fire alight. Now, with the available resources, she would be able to facilitate the evolution of the phase she previously could not due to the limited resources. Although she had become a Class 6 Creation Master and was powerful, the Moon Empress still could not escape the limitation of lacking Creation Master resources. This was the reason Class 5 Creation Masters were always unwilling to help top factions. But now, all of the Moon Empress problems had been fixed by Lin Yuan with ease. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan and asked seriously, "Little Yuan, will you be affected if you give me these spirit-mouthed peonies and elemental pearls?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "Master, I won't be affected at all. When you use them all up, all you need to do is let me know." Lin Yuan had told the Moon Empress about everything aside from Morbius. He was now able to protect himself in the main world. The only real threats to Lin Yuan were the beings from other worlds. Thus, there was no need for Lin Yuan to keep secrets from those closest to him. "Master, if there's anyone you want to help, you can give out these spiritual materials like you do with the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls. It's time for the Radiance Federation to rise up in the main world. Even if the Goddess of Mercy doesn't tell us about this incident, the Freedom Federation will no longer threaten us. If they dare to plot anything wicked, the Marsh world will immediately come through the Class 6 dimensional rift to invade the Freedom Federation and force them to retreat in order to defend themselves. Otherwise, they'll have to handle battle on both fronts. I'm sure they'll know what the right decision is. But Master, I am worried about Tower Cannon. They might have a dimensional world behind them. That dimensional world's power and level will definitely, at the very least, match up to that of the Marsh world." Lin Yuan had not said this because he wanted to alarm her. He had said this after serious analysis and thought. He had a reason for saying this. Firstly, the dimensional world behind Tower Cannon was the only one that successfully invaded the main world and managed to exist there for thousands of years. Given his understanding of the Marsh world, Lin Yuan did not believe that the Marsh world would be able to do the same. The Greenfield secret treasures could be equivalent to the secret of the dead. It was an undeniable fact that there was an unknown dimensional world supporting Tower Cannon. There was no way that the current 8 pages were stronger than the Samsara realm dictators, who were equivalents of experts who had set their spirit fire alight. Second page revival had appeared at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. In terms of power, Tower Cannon's current 8 pages did not have the right to own the secret of the dead. Tower Cannon had another master. Moreover, the dimensional rifts opened at random in the main world. Although the open Class 6 dimensional rift would allow the main world to be connected to one of the dimensional worlds, it did not prevent there from being other Class 1 to 5 dimensional rifts from opening in the main world. There had to be a complete dimensional world behind Tower Cannon. The person behind Tower Cannon had either taken full control of the dimensional world with something like the Abundance Treasure Tree, or the dead world was not one of the dimensional worlds that branched off from the main world. It was possible that another world had found a way to link up to the main world. The 5 dark gold snake scales could serve as evidence for many of Lin Yuan's far-fetched guesses. Thus, for this entire time, Lin Yuan had been fearful of Tower Cannon but also guessing what the Sleeper's revival plan was. If not for the fact that he did not know where the other 8 pages were, Lin Yuan would have wanted to send a few Samsara realm dictators to capture one of the 8 pages and use them to pull back the shroud of mystery hanging over Tower Cannon. In a choice between life and death, there were few who would be willing to die in order to protect a secret. Once an appropriate technique was utilized, one would always be able to get the information they wanted. The Moon Empress nodded in agreement when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She raised her hand and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder before saying in a complex yet relieved voice, "Little Yuan, you might have been chosen to become a part of the Radiance 100 sequence, but I've always seen you as a young boy. Now, you've already grown to become even more impressive than I am. But you need to remember to always prioritize your own power no matter what. The external things will always remain so. I will be going ahead to the Imperial Court. When I get back, we can have a good talk." The Moon Empress turned into a moonbeam and disappeared from the radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan picked up his teacup and downed the three treasures tea. I have been staying on the sidelines for long enough. No more. At the very least, there is no need to remain on the sidelines in the main world. If Tower Cannon is planning some big scary scheme, we might as well all show our real skills and have a good clash on the battlefield. Besides learning about the origins of the mermaid bloodline, Lin Yuan also wanted to conquer the water world. The more dimensional worlds he conquered, the more endless gems and secrets he would gain, and the power he possessed would increase. This would give him a better chance in the clash against Tower Cannon. Lin Yuan needed to do his best to increase his power before Tower Cannon enacted the Sleeper's revival plan. Raising his Spirit Chi professional rank quickly was difficult because there were no shortcuts. The only way was to slowly accumulate and climb the ladder. However, he could increase his power in other ways besides raising his Spirit Chi professional rank. Lu Jie stayed in the Midnight Palace with Night Leaning Moon, while Wen Yu remained in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan had been communicating with Wen Yu through the Thoughts letter paper. Chu Xiai had been training under Cold Moon's tutelage. Could be said that Lin Yuan was fully free. Lin Yuan had already given an order to White Speak, who represented him in the Marsh world. He told White Speak to organize the Samsara realm dictators, who the Abundance Treasure Tree had taken control of, so they could be prepared to be deployed at any time. Meanwhile, Lift Marsh had been traveling toward the Marsh West Circle. Once Lift Marsh arrived at the Marsh West Circle where the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift was, the Samsara realm dictators would turn into part of Lin Yuan's power that he could control at will to do battle for him. Without the Abundance Treasure Tree's soil roots to take control of them, Lin Yuan would not dare to bring the Samsara realm dictators into the Marsh world even if they had already sworn their loyalties to him. But now that they were under his control, it did not matter. Even if he brought them into the main world, he would be able to handle them effectively if they dared to have any wicked thoughts. Furthermore, there was a high chance that the Marsh world would eventually combine with the main world. It might be good for the life forms in the Marsh world to get to know the main world and experience it sooner. Furthermore, the place where Lin Yuan was most likely to encounter danger was the water world. It would not be difficult for the Samsara realm dictators to adapt from a dimensional world to another world. There was also a high chance that they would voluntarily gain admiration for him because of his actions. With this thought, Lin Yuan stretched. He returned to his residence on Leaning Moon Mountain to take a hot bath while he enjoyed a rare pocket of free time. Lin Yuan had placed the Mountain Bud imprint on Lin during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. If she was hurt, the Jasmine Lily would heal her immediately through the Mountain Bud imprint. There was no point in being worried now. Everything would have to wait until he went to the Azure Federation with the Moon Empress. Otherwise, given his position as a member of the Radiance 100 sequence and the fact that he had openly fought against the Freedom Federation, his identity was in a slightly precarious spot, and it would not be appropriate for him to make such a high-profile visit to the Azure Federation on his own. Even if he went to the Azure Federation on his own, he would not be able to break past the seal to enter the water world to find Lin. When you sensed the Astronomical Parliament and noticed that Lin's contract with the Sagittarius throne had not been broken, but she had lost her connection to the Astronomical Parliament, this meant that she was definitely in the water world. However, Lin Yuan did not understand why Lin could not use the Thoughts letter paper if she was in the water world, as the Thoughts letter paper could communicate through dimensions. Lin Yuan instructed Wen Yu to collect source totems, which were uncontracted sacred source life forms, from the Marsh world. When these source totems were organized, their origins would become clear. Lin Yuan intended to gather a substantial pile of uncontracted sacred source life forms before giving a portion of them to the Moon Empress to bolster the strength of her subordinates. As long as one was capable of contracting a sacred source life form, it did not matter who formed the contract with the sacred source life form. Thus, it went without saying that it would be best to increase one's own power as much as possible. Lin Yuan could be certain that the Moon Empress was aware of this. Since the Radiance Federation was providing aid to the Azure Federation, they could not wait for too long. Furthermore, what Lin Yuan just said had eliminated all of the risks and problems faced by the Radiance Federation. Thus, the Imperial meeting only lasted for an hour before the Moon Empress returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. Since most of the city guards and spirit guards were gathered in the royal capital, even those who were using the paths set up by Ostrich Logistics needed to do so in batches. This entire process took an entire day. Neither Lin Yuan nor the Moon Empress slept that night as they conversed through the night, sitting by the jade table in the inner palace. After that night, the Moon Empress realized that not only had her perception changed, but so had her mindset. She also came up with a new goal. Previously, the Moon Empress' goal was to awaken her birth horoscope. After that, it was to set her spirit fire alight. But now, she realized that her goal was no longer so simple. She now wanted to adventure into worlds beyond the main world. This was just like when Lin Yuan first heard that there were other federations besides the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress' current goal was the same as Lin Yuan's goal then. Now that her horizons had been broadened, the Moon Empress saw many things differently. Now, she no longer saw the Freedom Federation as a threat. As the dawn broke through the darkness and the sunlight crept into every corner of the Radiance Federation, the Moon Empress stood up and smiled as she said, "Little Yuan, I intend on going into seclusion with the resources you've given me once we're back from the Azure Federation. I might be able to protect you again in the future." The Moon Empress said this because she was hopeful. Previously, the Moon Empress had decided to take in a disciple because she had lost almost all hope of living. Once she took Lin Yuan in, not only did he grow continuously, but the Moon Empress had not stopped growing either. However, Lin Yuan grew in terms of power while the Moon Empress grew in terms of her mindset, emotional quotient, and sense of responsibility. The Moon Empress had always been duty-bound. Her previous accomplishments and talent backed up her confidence. But now, in front of Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress knew what it meant by the student becoming the master. She had only been a master for about a year before her disciple left her far in the dust. The Moon Empress suddenly felt that the only highlight of her mastership was when she saved Lin Yuan from being hunted by Cheng Wu. Although she had protected Lin Yuan from the evolving dimensional rift, Lin Yuan had contracted a healing-type Fey, and he might have been able to heal himself after he awoke. The Moon Empress felt that she had not done much for Lin Yuan ever since he became her disciple. Yet, he had never stopped giving back to her. It was possible that she would end up needing Lin Yuan's protection in the future. Although this was how she felt, the Moon Empress did not think that she was being replaced. Although she had an endless lifespan, she could always take on a new perspective as long as she adjusted her mindset. The Moon Empress really wanted to see how far Lin Yuan could go. Due to the seriousness of the matter and the island whale's relatively slow speed, it would take more than 2 weeks to travel to the Azure Federation on the island whale. Regardless of how long the Azure Federation could hold on, the Moon Empress always sought efficiency and would not be willing to spend too much time traveling. Once it was ensured that the spirit guards and reserve city guards were all present, the Moon Empress waved at the sky while dressed in the Moonbeam coronation costume and standing at the entrance of the Radiant Moon Palace. The Moon Empress' seemingly casual gesture caused the day to suddenly turn dark. A bright moon appeared in the sky and started to grow larger. Once it reached a certain extent, the crowd realized with shock that the moon was sinking to the ground like a stone. But when the moon landed, it did not cause any damage and remained suspended 50 meters above the royal capital. The Moon Empress took Lin Yuan's hand and morphed into a moonbeam as she brought Lin Yuan to the moon's surface. As he stood on the moon, Lin Yuan gained an objective view of his knowledge of science. The Earth from his previous life had clearly been circular, but the ground had been flat. Yet, Lin Yuan noticed the ground below him was flat on this moon. This was enough to tell just how large this moon above the royal capital was. Ostrich Logistics sent out 100,000 of the hollow crystal shellfish that used the surface of the moon as the point of teleportation to send all of the reserve city guards and spirit guards to the moon. The hollow crystal shellfish's teleportation was extremely fast, and they could teleport a person every 10 seconds. Although this speed of teleportation did not seem to matter with this number of people, as long as the hollow crystal shellfish had sufficient water, they could send tens of thousands of people to the moon every second. The Radiance Federation dispatched 5 million Spirit Chi professionals with Ice-type phase to the Azure Federation, transporting them to the moon in less than an hour. Upon arrival, they organized themselves into teams, forming numerous square formations within larger ones. Each square formation had its own leader, ensuring efficient communication despite the large number of people present. After registering and confirming every expert, reports were sent from the smaller square formations to the larger ones, which then forwarded the reports to the deputy captains of each city's city guards. Zhuaming, representing the spirit guards, and the deputy captains of the 32 cities' city guards presented their reports to the Moon Empress. They couldn't help but cast glances toward the Moon Empress as they delivered their reports. 6 months ago, Lin Yuan only had some notoriety among the factions. When his name was mentioned, they would think of him as the Moon Empress disciple. But now, Lin Yuan had become a hero of the Radiance Federation and was a household name. There were countless people who saw him as an inspiration and example they worked toward. The youngest of the deputy captains of city guards had already reached middle age. But they all looked young because they lived in the world of spirit chi. Almost every deputy captain had descendants, and many of their grandchildren were even older than Lin Yuan. All of them knew how intense their descendants were about chasing Lin Yuan's image. They would have stopped their juniors if they were being so zealous about trying to emulate another person. But since they knew how much Lin Yuan had contributed to the Radiance Federation and how he had managed to turn the tide to save the Radiance Federation, they were not against but were even supportive of their juniors trying to chase a celebrity like Lin Yuan. These deputy captains also saw how their juniors had changed from being comfortably complacent to finding joy in working hard in their bid to become like their idol Lin Yuan. In the past, their descendants had to be forced to sit down to learn about Fey Observer and spiritual ingredient analyst knowledge. But now, they were diligent even without anyone watching over them. They were even all aiming to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Such behavior was a sign of their growth and improvement. Although Lin Yuan was not yet a Radiance envoy, his power made it a guarantee that he would be able to become one. Besides representing the Radiance Federation's youth to battle other federations and bring honor to the Radiance Federation, the Radiance Envoy's responsibilities also included being an example to the Radiance Federation's youth and guiding them toward the right direction. Without the significance of leadership, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence would not be regarded to be as sacred as they were. Lin Yuan also happened to be a leader of the Radiance Federation's youth. When they first heard that the Moon Empress had taken in a disciple, many had gasped in envy and wondered who had been the lucky one to be accepted as her disciple. But when the Moon Empress disciple was mentioned now, the other members of royalty started to envy her for having found such an outstanding disciple. Lin Yuan's current achievements could not be detached from the guidance he had received from the Moon Empress. But it could not be denied that Lin Yuan was sufficiently impressive all on his own. If Lin Yuan had no potential, the Moon Empress would never have been able to prop him up, regardless of how much effort she put into teaching him. The Moon Empress noticed the city guards glancing at Lin Yuan. Normally, the Moon Empress would have been put off by someone being so distracted while reporting to her. She might even dole out punishment. But now, she did not have any intention of doing so. This was because her mindset had changed and because they were looking at her disciple. After all the deputy captains of city guards were done giving their reports, Zhuaming took a step forward and bowed respectfully before he said, "The 800,000 members of the spirit guards are accounted for. No one is absent." The Moon Empress pressed her hand on the moon's surface and said, "Totem Moon, travel along the sea and head to the Azure Federation. Try not to affect the life forms in the sea along the way." When the giant moon heard the Moon Empress order, it wrapped itself in moonlight and flew off toward the Azure Federation. The Moon Empress said loudly in her cold voice, "The Azure Federation would never ask for our help unless their situation was absolutely dire. So we will be very busy once we arrive. You should take this journey time to rest and charge up on energy." The Moon Empress turned and looked at the moon attendants standing behind her as she said, "Go and distribute these 500 diamond Fey storage boxes. Ensure that every square formation of 10,000 people receives one. Inside these diamond Fey storage boxes are resources I have prepared for each square formation." The Moon Empress raised her eyes and looked at the prepared warriors with readiness written all over their faces as she said seriously, "Besides regular use, most of these resources are used for healing or to restore the conditions of Ice-type phase. I hope that all 5 million of you will make it back safely from this mission in the Azure Federation." While the Moon Empress was speaking, the Moon attendants distributed the Diamond Face storage box. Soon, every leader of a 10,000-man team was holding a Diamond Face storage box. The Diamond Face storage boxes were filled to the brim with various resources, and there was no way that they came cheap. The reserve city guards and spirit guards never had the opportunity to make use of such resources. The Moon Empress' words and provision of such resources perfectly exemplified how she felt. All the leaders of the larger and smaller teams hoped that their comrades would be able to survive this mission. It was a simple word, but they always lost a few comrades in each mission. The sacrifice of their teammates had saved most of the lives that were present. It could be said that after 10 battles, even the luckiest person would end up owing his life to a teammate. Although most of the reserve city guards had never seen battle before, they still encountered danger when performing their usual tasks. The Moon Empress' words and actions were a source of comfort and recognition to every soldier who was putting his life on the line for the sake of the Radiance Federation. This was the first time that Lin Yuan was participating in such a big event. He was seen as a shining star in the Marsh world, but he was still but a young 18-year-old boy in the main world. Since he was lucky enough this time to be going on a mission with his master, he intended to do his best to safeguard the lives of these reserve city guards and spirit guards. Totem Moon moved swiftly. As Lin Yuan stared at the boundless sea, he noticed that Totem Moon had been doing its best to retract its aura ever since it heard the Moon Empress warning. The Moon Empress had instructed Totem Moon not to release its moonlight because she was afraid that it would kill the weak aquatic life forms. Now that the Radiance Federation and Heavenly Family Cottage were allies and the Heavenly Family Cottage was linked to the vast sea labyrinth by marriage, the Radiance Federation needed to consider the vast sea labyrinth in its decisions. If Totem Moon killed a large number of aquatic life forms in its rush, the vast sea labyrinth would have to retaliate strongly to be accountable to all the life forms in the sea. Even if the life forms from the sea dared not have any complaints about the vast sea labyrinth, it would still result in the vast sea labyrinth losing some of its formidability. Every powerful faction prioritized its pride, and the vast sea labyrinth was no exception. If the vast sea labyrinth completely ignored how the Radiance Federation felt, the Radiance Federation would not consider the vast sea labyrinth either. Now that the Heavenly Family Cottage had become partners with the Radiance Federation and the Heavenly Family Cottage had always been on good terms with the vast sea labyrinth, the Radiance Federation would not give up on this rare opportunity. More than 60% of the main world was the sea. Purple Love had mentioned in the past that the vast sea labyrinth was even stronger than the Heavenly Family Cottage. If Lin Yuan had not taken full control of the Marsh world, which resulted in both his faction and individual power shooting upward, the Radiance Federation would never be capable of standing toe-to-toe against the vast sea labyrinth. The positive relationship with the vast sea labyrinth had become an important strategic asset for the Radiance Federation. When the Azure Federation found out that the Moon Empress was the one leading the team, they sent 4 leaders of aristocratic families to greet her. This was enough to see how much the Azure Federation valued the Moon Empress and how badly they needed help from the Radiance Federation. Once the 4 leaders of aristocratic families met the Moon Empress, they intended to invite her to the Azure Palace. The Azure Palace had the same function as the Radiance Federation's imperial court, and it was managed by the 12 aristocratic families. The Moon Empress did not accept the privileges extended by the Azure Federation and said, "The warriors who came with me are all the best that the Radiance Federation has to offer. We are here to help you handle your problem. Just take us to the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. I will instruct Totem Moon to remain above the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. The moonlight is cold and won't affect the ice wall created by the ice-type phase." When the 4 leaders of aristocratic families heard what the Moon Empress said, they all felt her sincerity. It was necessary for them to extend such courtesies. It was a must to have such courtesies in the interactions between the federations. If any federation did not observe such courtesies, it would be seen as an affront. Once such negative impressions built up, things would be difficult to proceed smoothly. According to normal proceedings, the Azure Federation needed to spend at least a day welcoming the Moon Empress before they moved on to official business. Even if the Azure Federation's defenses could hold on for this one day, it would definitely result in the loss of many of their soldiers. Now that the Moon Empress had said that she wanted to do away with those steps, the Azure Federation could get their problem fixed without worrying about being rude. The Azure Federation already owed the Radiance Federation a huge favor. Now, they owed the Moon Empress another one. The Azure Federation was truly in dire straits. Every second would result in the loss of countless finances and the Spirit Chi professional lives. Hence, none of them decided to argue about courtesies. The 4 leaders of aristocratic families first expressed their gratitude to the Radiance Federation before they used their native customs to express their thanks to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress nodded before gesturing with her finger. As a result, despite not having arrived for long, the people from the Radiance Federation were immediately sent to a location almost 200 kilometers away from the main Azure Federation island. It was this place where dimensional lifeforms constantly surged wildly out from the Class 6 water world dimensional rift. The Azure Federation had many Spirit Chi professionals who had contracted Ice-type phase. Since the Azure Federation was by the sea, there was twice the number of Spirit Chi professionals with both Ice and Water-type phase in the Azure Federation than there were in the Radiance Federation. Before the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had opened, the number would have been 5 to 6 times that of the Radiance Federation. But even if the Azure Federation had more Spirit Chi professionals who had contracted Ice-type phase, they were unable to continue. This was not because they could not handle the workload. If all they needed to do was maintain the ice wall, the millions of Spirit Chi professionals who had contracted Ice-type phase could have maintained the ice wall in batches on a roster. In front of such a crisis that needed to be faced by an entire federation, individual factions would decide to back away in the face of such insurmountable obstacles. However, the Azure Federation's success and failure depended on these Ice-type phase. While the ice wall was freezing, it was also simultaneously melting. While the freezing and melting were happening, the inside of the ice wall would continuously be transferred to the nearby seawater. Most of the Ice-type phase that the experts from the Azure Federation had contracted were submerged in the water, resulting in many of them being poisoned. When the Ice-type phase were poisoned, they would start to vomit and bloat, their bodies would turn viscous, and their skin would start to decay. After an accumulation of all these effects, all the seawater on one side of the ice wall looked like the scene of a plague. As a result, the seawater outside of the ice wall was even fouler than inside of the ice wall. However, there was no time for the Azure Federation to clean the seawater. As more dimensional lifeforms emerged from the water world dimensional rift, their overall power was raised. If anyone sent to clean the contaminated seawater broke the ice wall, all the work that the Azure Federation had put into setting up their defense would go to waste. Currently, the melted ice could only reach a radius of 30 kilometers around the ice wall. If the ice wall was damaged, it would coincidentally match up with the time when the currents were the fiercest. The venom would end up spreading to the Azure Federation very quickly. At that time, many of the residents would be left with no way of obtaining water for daily use. If the Azure Federation suffered one such blow, the 12 aristocratic families would lose all their current authority. As a result, the Spirit Chi professionals who had contracted Ice-type phase dared not help despite knowing that the seawater endangered their phase routes. After a prolonged period of deterring the water world dimensional lifeforms, another problem cropped up. There was now a vicious cycle happening in the seawater outside the ice wall. There were already Spirit Chi professionals who were losing their Ice-type phase due to the vicious cycle. Now that their contracted phase had died, their spiritual energy had been damaged, and they were as good as crippled. This was an even worse situation than Lu Jie had been in. In Lu Jie's case, at least the Insect Queen had been alive. As despondent as Lu Jie had been, he still had a thread of hope to hold on to. Many Spirit Chi professionals were unable to retrieve the corpses of their phase. As a result, their phase became part of the contamination and ended up harming their teammate phase, spreading the web of despair across the sea. Although there were many people, what they brought each other was not comfort but pity. It seemed as though this disaster would never come to a close. For the past few months, the Spirit Chi professionals who were guarding the sea could confirm that the number of water world dimensional lifeforms that had died in the sea had crossed the billions. However, this number was just the tip of the iceberg. The water world dimensional lifeforms had not been stopped from entering the main world. As Lin Yuan looked at this hellish scene, he could be certain that a big shift had occurred in the water world. Otherwise, given the intelligence of the water world dimensional lifeforms, There was no reason for them not to remain in the water world but to surge out and rush to their deaths instead. With such a situation, Lin Yuan felt that the biggest possibility was that a powerful life form in the water world had discovered the pathway that was the Class 6 water world dimensional rift and had become very interested in the main world. Thus, it was sending water world dimensional life forms to scout out the main world. There had to be more than just one apostle involved in order to send so many seemingly fearless dimensional life forms rushing out of the dimensional rift in such an orderly fashion. There was no way that an apostle had such capabilities. If it was compared to the Marsh world, it had to be a Turning Will Realm dictator, at the very least, who could cause such a stir. Turning Will Realm dictators were very intelligent. Those who could become Turning Will Realm dictators in the dimensional world were all opportunists who placed their own profits before everything else. If they did not act in such a way, it would be difficult for them to become apostles, much less dictators. Although dictators acted cautiously, such caution would eventually be replaced by curiosity. If any Samsara Realm dictator found out about this and made a trip to the main world before returning, the Azure Federation would end up in a worse situation than the Freedom Federation. After all, Lin Yuan was there to keep the Samsara Realm dictators from the Marsh world in check. But no one in the water world could restrain the Samsara Realm dictators. Luckily, the Azure Federation had sought help from the Radiance Federation. If they had chosen to hold out on their own, it would be difficult to fix the situation once the powerful dictators and apostles from the water world entered the main world in droves. After all, even if they could not win, they could hide. There were plenty of places to hide in the main world seas. If a Samsara Realm dictator chose to hide in the deep sea, there was no way they would be found unless they coincidentally bumped into each other during the search. However, there was something that Lin Yuan was curious about. If the Azure Federation had so many experts, why were they not doing anything about it? The Moon Empress seemed to see through Lin Yuan's suspicion and explained, the experts from the Azure Federation, whether it's those from the aristocratic families or those from the Class 3 and 4 families, have all awakened their beast patterns. It's difficult for the Spirit Chi professionals who have not awakened their beast patterns to make a living. So, little Yuan, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Lin Yuan nodded in faint understanding. The Moon Empress went on to elaborate. Almost none of the Spirit Chi professionals maintaining the ice wall have awakened their beast patterns. This is because the experts who have awakened their beast patterns are better used to individual combat rather than acting in teams. Spirit Chi professionals who have awakened their beast patterns will unconsciously release their aura, which cannot be retracted, unlike that of phase. This uncontrollable aura will have a great effect on the low-grade phase. Thus, the experts who have awakened their beast patterns can't participate in addressing this disaster without careful consideration. Upon the arrival of the reserve city guards and spirit guards from the Radiance Federation at the island nearest to the Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift, the Moon Empress issued a commanding order, her voice sharp and resolute. Totem Moon, harness your moonlight to transform and purify the dimensional life forms within the water. In response to the Moon Empress's directive, Totem Moon, which had been concealing its presence, emerged from the shadows and materialized in the sky above the Class 6 dimensional rift. Under the command of the Moon Empress, Totem Moon unleashed a cascade of moonlight, forming a shimmering belt that draped down from the sky. The celestial radiance transformed into a delicate, moon-colored shroud, enveloping the entire expanse of the sea. The moonlight penetrated deep into the seawater, illuminating its depths and stirring up the previously desolate region. Once teeming with aquatic life, the sea had been abandoned by its inhabitants due to contamination and the threat of powerful water-world dimensional life forms. Those who had resisted had either succumbed to the predators or fallen victim to the venomous creatures. In response to this dire situation, the Moon Empress wasted no time. Instead of conventional combat, she ordered Totem Moon to unleash its moonbeams, causing the dimensional life forms to disintegrate into nothingness. The dimensional life forms that were left over, as well as those whose corpses had not had time to rot, melted under the moonlight. This caused the pressure on the entire battleground to lessen. Although the Azure Federation knew that the degree of contamination in the water was so serious that trying to get the situation under control would not be very effective, the Azure Federation did not stop trying to do so. This was in spite of the fact that attempting to control the situation took up a large amount of work and effort every second. The spirit chi professionals who had contracted ice-type phase never stopped doing their best to protect their home. Once they stopped trying to clean the poison out from the sea, it meant that they had given up on trying to protect their home. The Azure Federation would never make such a decision, whether it was for the sake of their Federation's development or morale. Now that Totem Moon had stopped the contamination from spreading, the spirit chi professionals who were trying to clean the contamination out from the sea could finally go all out. Totem Moon allowed all of the Azure Federation's members who were refusing to give up to let out a sigh of relief. The Moon Empress reputation was known throughout the entire main world. Besides the factions who lay so low that they almost never interacted with the outside world, almost no factions had not heard of the Moon Empress. The bright and round moon was the Moon Empress symbol. The Moon Empress's participation meant the Radiance Federation was willing to help. The Azure Federation also organized itself into square formations and took turns fortifying the ice wall in rosters. Many leaders of the square formations bellowed orders when they saw the round moon. Reinforcements are here. Everyone here will use up all of the spirit chi in their own bodies and in their phase bodies. Once the ice wall is fortified, give those who will be cleaning the sea half an hour. The venom in the sea was the most pressing and difficult problem at hand. If the issue of the contamination could be solved, the Azure Federation would not have been in such a desperate situation. Although it would take more than half an hour to clear out the contamination, half an hour was enough to significantly improve the situation. Lin Yuan looked at the Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift in the distance, and the desire to enter the Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift arose. Lin Yuan said to the Moon Empress standing next to him, "Master, I intend to take a look at the Waterworld." The experts from the Azure Federation were already in position, and Lin Yuan did not want to explain too much. In the past, the Moon Empress would never have agreed to such a request. But now, the Moon Empress was aware of Lin Yuan's situation. Lin Yuan was now stronger than her. Thus, as worried as she was about Lin Yuan, she had no intention of trying to hold him back. The Moon Empress gently patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, adjusted his collar just like she did every time he left the Radiant Moon Palace, and said gently, "Little Yuan, safety comes first all the time." The Moon Empress' instinct had been to tell him to call her at the sign of any issues. But before she could get the words out, she remembered that he was even stronger than her now. She could no longer shelter him. Instead, she needed resources from him to elevate herself. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Master, don't worry. I will look out for my safety. I will alert you at once if there are any issues." The Moon Empress was stunned when Lin Yuan said the words she had wanted to say. A warm smile instinctively spread across her face. "Okay, let me know if anything crops up." Lin Yuan immediately headed toward the Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift with Lu Jia. Every single expert from the Azure Federation was curious about Lin Yuan. All the aristocratic families knew about the deep ties between Lin Yuan and Yin Lin. Otherwise, they would not have ridden in the same Fey carriage back in the Radiance Federation, and she would not have chosen to side with the Radiance Federation when the Radiance Federation was in trouble. Although Lin Yuan had defeated the Freedom Federation's third Freedom Envoy on behalf of the Radiance Federation and had power that exceeded that of his peers, he was still a member of the younger generation. How could the Moon Empress be willing to let her disciple be steeped in such danger? But the Moon Empress had already agreed. Now, the Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift was not just a treasure vault to the Azure Federation but a burden. As the Moon Empress disciple, the Azure Federation should not have many questions about Lin Yuan entering the Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift. But eventually, the Azure Federation decided that it would be best to ask the Moon Empress one final time for confirmation. If the Moon Empress was still willing to allow her disciple to enter the Waterworld after their question, nothing that happened to Lin Yuan could be attributed to the Azure Federation. One of the leaders of the 12 aristocratic families, the Azure Kite Crane family, asked the Moon Empress, "Moon Empress, no one has entered the Waterworld Dimensional Rift yet to assess the situation over there. There has to be a group acting behind all this to result in so many dimensional lifeforms invading the main world. If you charge in impulsively, the consequence might not be favorable. So you must think carefully." There is a high chance that the water world is more dangerous than the abyssal world that the Radiance Federation is connected to via the Class 6-dimensional rift. The leader of the Azure Kite Crane family spoke solemnly. But his intention was not to cause alarm. The facts were just as he said. In the abyssal world, the spirit chi professionals had to face extremely high environmental temperatures. But in the water world, the issue they needed to address was that of breathing underwater. If the spirit chi professionals did not contract phase like the green oxygen sea anemone, their oxygen supply would be cut off once they were in danger or startled. Many oxygen-producing aquatic phase recoiled once they felt endangered. Unless contracts were formed with these phase, they could not be prevented from performing such instinctive actions. The leader of the Azure Kite Crane family's intention was to ensure his caveat was as detailed as possible, so the Moon Empress would not put the Azure Federation at the spot if there were any issues later on. When the Moon Empress heard what he said, she knew that he was afraid that something might happen to Lin Yuan in the water world that would end up negatively affecting the Azure Federation. She scoffed before saying, "My disciple and Chief Guard Ye's disciple have come especially to help the Azure Federation address the issue of the contamination of the Azure Federation Sea. Just wait and see." The Moon Empress had said this to provide Lin Yuan with a reason. The fact was that Lin Yuan had brought Lu Jie with him just for this exact reason. Under Night Leaning Moon's nurturing, Lu Jie had activated the final weapon plan and contracted many insect species carcinoma phase. Night Leaning Moon had procured many of these insect species carcinoma phase from the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress did not know how strong Lu Jie currently was, but she did know how strong Bronze/Legend insect species carcinoma phase were. Insect species carcinoma phase had been the ones destroying human habitats. But now they were finally being used by humans to benefit humans. The trial that the Azure Federation was facing would be the best chance to establish Lu Jie's reputation. Night Leaning Moon had intentionally sent Lu Jie over for this reason. The Moon Empress was willing to help Night Leaning Moon. Now, let the Azure Federation witness this miraculous phenomenon. Lin Yuan raised his hand to summon Blackie. At the sound of a roar, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie rode Blackie into the sky above the Azure Federation. When the experts from the Azure Federation saw the dragon species Fae that had pure Flood Dragon bloodline despite only being Diamond X/Fantasy V, they could not help but stare and think. The Moon Empress is indeed a Class 6 creation master. She actually managed to nurture her disciples Fae to such a degree. The Moon Empress did not know what these experts were thinking. If she did, she would definitely feel frustrated and embarrassed because despite being his master, she had no clue just how powerful Lin Yuan was or what kind of abilities his Faes had. She had never even seen many of his Faes. Lu Jie looked at Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan felt Lu Jie's gaze on him, he nodded. Immediately after, Lu Jie summoned the dimensional light moth that had turned into a fairy before instructing it to release the Faes it had taken control of specifically to absorb poison. One of them was the poison-consuming water lice, while the other was the spike-poison grainfly. The poison-consuming water lice might have reached Diamond X/Legend, but its body was around the size of a regular cockroach. Could be called tiny. Nonetheless, it was very skilled at multiplying itself. This was how it caused damage. The poison-consuming water lice multiplied by breaking itself up. 1 turned to 2, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. As this method of multiplying continued, it only needed to break itself up 10 times to produce 1,024 bodies. When it broke itself up 100 times, it would produce a 30-figure number of bodies. The poison-consuming water lice's multiplication did not just rely on venom. It also relied on spirit chi, and it did not need much more than the average amount or concentration of spirit chi. 1 wisp of spirit chi would allow the poison-consuming water lice to continue multiplying endlessly. Once there was a large enough number of the poison-consuming water lice, they would cause damage that went beyond what was salvageable by human means. There had once been a poison-consuming water lice-linked disaster in the Radiance Federation's Polar North region. Luckily, there had been no large cities there. Once the Polar North region was sealed off and experts manually cordoned the area off, the poison-consuming water lice eventually died up due to overcrowding. It could be said that the poison-consuming water lice were not defeated by humans but killed themselves off. Every time the poison-consuming water lice multiplied, there would be one main mother and many auxiliary mothers. The main mother would hide itself away. The poison-consuming water lice would survive as long as it remained alive, even if the auxiliary mothers died. Even when faced with the greatest of dangers, the main mother would instruct the auxiliary mothers and multiplied poison-consuming water lice to end their own lives so it could be left with the greatest amount of resources. This was how the poison-consuming water lice's main body was caught in the first place. Lu Jie tossed the green glowing poison-consuming water lice into the water and ordered it through the insect queen to begin multiplying in the water. As Lu Jie observed the poison-consuming water lice in the sea, he noticed that it took only 40 seconds for each multiplication to occur. This meant that the poison-consuming water lice would be able to cover a terrifying amount of space in half an hour and even clear out all the poison from the water. But in order to speed things up and do a deep cleaning of the venom deep in the sea, Lu Jie also tossed the spike poison grain fly into the sea. The spike poison grain fly's eggs thrived in water and needed both water and poison-type elements to hatch. Thus, the eggs' buoyancy did not matter, and they sank to the bottom of the sea. After each egg hatched, they turned into larvae that would swim toward the surface of the water while clearing the poison from the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, reaching thousands of meters underwater would be difficult for just the poison-consuming water lice. The last thing that the insect species carcinoma phase lacked was speed. The spirit chi professionals who were clearing the sea were instructing their phase to clean out the contaminated sea. Since they had been submerged in poison for a prolonged period, their bodies were already rotted beyond recognition. From a certain standpoint, the Azure experts clearing out the contamination from the sea were submerged in water that contained an even higher concentration of venom. Otherwise, they would not be able to clean out the venom effectively. As a result, the number of Azure experts clearing out the venom fell more quickly than that of the phase. But it did not take long for the experts trying to clean the contaminated sea to realize that the concentration of poison in the sea was falling rapidly. It was clearly falling at a rate they could not achieve. As they looked around, these experts realized that yellow and brown creatures were swiftly spreading across the sea. The yellow and brown creatures shone with a faint green light and looked rather creepy. The Azure experts quickly realized that yellow and brown were not the color of the water but actually belonged to small insects that were rapidly growing in number. Everywhere the small insects went, the contamination from that area would disappear. As Lu Jie stood on Blackie, he ordered the Diamond/Legend Insect Queen, which had gained intelligence, to spread the other creatures across the sea to consume the venom. Once the venom in the sea was completely consumed, the creatures would self-destruct to become nutrients for the insects that no longer served any use. While Lu Jie was instructing the poison-consuming water lice, he was also controlling the spike poison grain flies. When the spike poison grain flies absorbed the poison from the sea and turned into larvae, they would continue consuming the poison as they moved upwards until they hatched. Once the larvae hatched, they would automatically attack the spirit chi professionals and phase at the surface of the sea. It was in their nature to absorb blood, and they could not control the urge. Thus, Lu Jie needed the spike poison grain flies to reach a depth of about 1,000 meters, where the poison-consuming water lice were cleaning the water, so they could all end their lives collectively. Otherwise, controlling the spike poison grain fly's nature would be very difficult for the insect queen. If the spike poison grain flies hurt the Azure experts, it would jeopardize this aid effort. This would have a serious impact on the relationship between the two federations. Lu Jie always kept this in mind. Once all the poison had been cleared out from the water, Lin Yuan nodded at Lu Jie before he placed his hand on Blackie's neck, and Blackie dove into the water with Lin Yuan and Lu Jie on its back. The moonlight from Totem Moon could screen out targets from being hurt. Under Totem Moon's moonbeams, Lin Yuan would be kept safe from harm and even receive protection from Totem Moon. They were building the layers of ice to keep the water world dimensional lifeforms at bay and to wall up the poison. Totem Moon had addressed the problem of the invading water world dimensional lifeforms. If a turning will dictator appeared, Totem Moon could not handle the problem. No matter how strong the ice wall was, it could not sustain the attack of a turning will realm dictator. The issue of the poison in the sea had already been solved by the two Diamond/Legend insect species carcinoma phase, the poison-consuming water lice and spike poison grain fly. Lin Yuan could not help but feel slightly awkward when he saw this sight. If he had known about this situation in the Azure Federation in advance, he would have suggested to the Moon Empress that she not bring so many Spirit Chi professionals to the Azure Federation. That said, this did not mean that the Spirit Chi professionals had nothing to do. Totem Moon's barrier was limited in scope and needed to remain centered on the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift. In a prolonged resistance effort, it was inevitable that some things would slip through the cracks. Many Waterworld dimensional lifeforms had rushed to the surrounding seas to do harm, so at least a month would be needed to hunt all of them down. Lu Jie had single-handedly handled the contamination in the sea, so the Azure experts could not help but look at each other. Many of these experts had recognized the phase cleaning the poison as insect species carcinoma phase. The Radiance Federation had actually found a way to control diamond insect species carcinoma phase, and they were being controlled by a young man. Although many of them were brimming with questions, they did not ask them. A young man who could control such foundational power had to be the core of the Radiance Federation. The Azure experts remembered that the Radiance Federation liked to hide their power. When the Azure Federation asked for help, the Radiance Federation had been willing to send out one of their top young talented individuals to come personally to help. This was a huge show of sincerity and friendship that the Radiance Federation was extending to the Azure Federation. Now that Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had settled the issue of the poison in the sea, they moved through the ice wall and arrived at the entrance of the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift. Lin Yuan said to Lu Jie, who had the green oxygen sea anemone in his mouth, "Big brother Lu, wait for me here. I'll come out and let you know once you can enter." Lin Yuan raised his hand and summoned Eternal Source and Vine Source, two of the most powerful Samsara realm dictators from the Marsh world who had just stepped through Klein Hub in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. They were both dimensional lifeforms, and there was no guarantee that the water world's overall power would be stronger than that of the Marsh world. Moreover, it was not certain that there would be a Samsara realm dictator guarding the entrance to the Class 6 dimensional rift. Samsara realm dictators rarely did the work of pawns. Thus, there was no way that Eternal Source and Vine Source would encounter powerful enemies immediately after entering the water world. The apostles and dictators from the water world were more likely to be curious as they were not aware of the main world. This was the same feeling that Vine Source and Eternal Source had when they first noticed the entrance to the Marsh dimensional rift. Although the Azure Federation had not started developing the water world, some Spirit Chi professionals were already harvesting coral in the water world. There was a high chance that these Spirit Chi professionals had been discovered by the dimensional life forms in the water world, triggering this incident and resulting in waves of dimensional life forms rushing into the main world. After Lin Yuan summoned Eternal Source and Vine Source, they bowed to him. It was said that he who understood his situation was a wise man. If a man could not even comprehend the situation he was in, there was no way he would be able to live in a world ruled by the law of the jungle or become one of the strongest dictators in that world. Eternal Source and Vine Source struggled to acknowledge Lin Yuan's identity when they first found out about it, but the facts stood as so, and they had no choice but to acknowledge him. Even if they did not acknowledge him, it would not change the fact that he controlled their lives. After realizing that, Vine Source and Eternal Source readjusted their mindset and sincerely acknowledged his existence. Previously, Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest had been rivals, each a king in their own right. This situation did not change that system. The difference was that they had changed from purely being rivals to competing to see who could earn more praise and rewards from Lin Yuan. This was the frontier that they would be competing on from now on. After taking this change in, even Vine Source, who had felt the most hostility toward Lin Yuan, started to submit and admire him. When Eternal Source and Vine Source greeted him respectfully, Lin Yuan knew they understood their relationship's key point. They now knew what attitude they should be taking toward him. Lin Yuan did not say anything to them. All he did was nod before he gestured for them to pass through the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift into the water world. Eternal Source and Vine Source's expressions turned serious when they sensed the aura flowing out from the water world dimensional rift. Vine Source asked, "Lord 10,000 Source, is this the tunnel that connects our world to the main world that you spoke about?" Lin Yuan nodded before shaking his head. This is indeed a tunnel to a dimensional world, but it doesn't lead to your marsh world, but a place called the water world. That world has the same energy source as your world. I now need you to enter that world to deal with the dimensional worlds at the entrance who have not changed into human form. Remember, leave all dimensional life forms in human form alive, regardless of whether they are apostles, dictators, or what you call life forms from another world. Don't let anything happen to them. This is the most important request. Do you understand? When Vine Source and Eternal Source heard what Lin Yuan said, they looked at each other before nodding seriously. Although they had not known Lin Yuan for long, they thought that they knew him well. He was not the type to speak much. There had to be an important reason for him to be stressing his words so seriously. If they did not perform well, they might displease or anger him. Thus, both of them ensured to carve his words into their minds. Lin Yuan had stressed his words because there was a very high chance that Lin was in the water world. For her to be unable to use the thoughts letter paper, she had to either have lost it or be under someone's control. Regardless of which reason it was, Eternal Source and Vine Source might mistakenly kill Lin in the water world, and this was what Lin Yuan needed to prevent. After Eternal Source and Vine Source entered the Class 6 water world dimensional rift, Lin Yuan did not follow them. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan summoned Hornless Dragon Source and Evil Source and also sent them into the water world with the same orders. 5 minutes after Hornless Dragon Source and Evil Source entered the water world, Lin Yuan summoned Carnage Source. After giving the same orders to Carnage Source, he also additionally stressed for Carnage Source to return through the water world dimensional rift to alert him once it was confirmed that there were no issues on the other side. Lin Yuan needed to ensure his safety before entering the water world. Vine Source and Eternal Source were the strongest and could defeat powerful enemies. Thus, it was the best decision to send them in first. He sent in Evil Source and Hornless Dragon Source 5 minutes later because they could help if Eternal Source and Vine Source encountered enemies who were stronger than them. He had summoned Carnage Source on his own because Carnage Source's position was still shaky. Ever since Evil Source took Carnage Source's seat and was needled because of it, she would cause trouble for Carnage Source and make his life miserable whenever possible. Thus, Carnage Source had to be the one out of the 7 of them who most wanted to get on Lin Yuan's good side. As such, Carnage Source would not be on the same side as the other dictators. Lin Yuan felt most comfortable making use of such tools. It did not take Carnage Source to return after entering the water world. Once it was confirmed that there was no longer any threat, Lin Yuan entered the water world along with Carnage Source. Lin Yuan noticed that the water world was littered with corpses. A large number of water world dimensional lifeforms had been killed in violent fashions and were now floating on the sea. Their bodies should have rotted and contaminated the sea, but Vine Source did not give them the chance to decay. Numerous silver and gray vines that contained green light appeared from Vine Source's body. Each vine was covered with many tentacles that wrapped around the dimensional lifeforms' bodies before Vine Source absorbed them. Vine Source almost looked drunk. Purple and black smoke rolled out from Evil Source's body, and there seemed to be many insects crawling within it. There was a humanoid creature in each ball of purple and black smoke. These were the dictators and apostles from the water world. When Lin Yuan sensed them, he noticed that most of them were apostles and that there were only 4 dictators, all of whom were in the Turning Wheel realm. Lin Yuan nodded. If there were Samsara realm dictators present, Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest would be locked in a fearsome battle with them that might even last up to an entire day. The 4 Turning Wheel realm dictators from the water world were not tortured while they were ensconced in the purple and black smoke, but they all had looks of terror on their faces. Lin Yuan noticed that the dictators from the water world looked completely different from the dictators from the marsh world. Every dimensional world's fashion and external appearance bore the unique style of that specific dimensional world. Lin Yuan walked up to the first Turning Wheel realm and waved at Evil Source. Evil Source immediately released that Turning Wheel realm dictator from the purple and black smoke. Upon the command, Begin Lady swiftly morphed into a flowing current of pink and gold water. Her liquid form coiled around the female dictator, a woman with long green hair who donned a vintage-style skirt and bore peculiar scars on her hand. "Have you seen this person?" Lin Yuan took out a picture of Lin before using his spiritual energy to say to the Turning Will Realm dictator, "Speak or die." Finding Lin was the most important matter to Lin Yuan now. He intended to use the method of punishing one to establish an example. If one or several Turning Will Realm dictators died, anyone who had spotted Lin would be sure to spill the beans. These 4 Turning Will Realm dictators were the strongest of those who had been standing by the entrance to the Waterworld dimensional rift. There was no other place for Lin to go, so there was no way that these few did not know anything about her whereabouts. The female Turning Will Realm dictator who Lin Yuan had questioned looked at him in shock. Regular dictators were already considered at the top of the food chain in any dimensional world, much less Turning Will Realm dictators. After being accustomed to being worshipped in the Waterworld and charging her way over here, this female dictator was now being treated like a disposable toy. This new and perturbing feeling left the female Turning Will Realm dictator speechless. At first, their plan was to guard the entrance of the dimensional rift so they could address any issues cropped up. Alas, they were not able to beat any of the 5 beings who showed up. Not only were they completely unable to fight back, but they were also taken down in record time. If not because their enemy only wanted to capture them and had no intention of killing them, they would already have died and turned into source totems while their bodies rotted away in the sea. Once this young man entered, the 5 powerful beings suddenly became extremely respectful. Furthermore, the pink and gold stream of water that had leaped up from this young man's body had even immediately restrained them. Isa could sense vitality within this pink and gold stream of water, meaning that it was a form of life form. No matter how hard she struggled, Isa could not break free from the stream of water. Isa did not have a shadow of doubt about the credibility of this young man's threat. Life meant as little in the water world as it did in the marsh world. If there was a chance to survive, there were none who would turn it down. Vine Source was currently devouring the floating, rotting corpses. This pressure caused Isa to let out a shriek when she saw Lin's photo in Lin Yuan's hand before she hurriedly said to Lin Yuan through her spiritual energy, "I know where she is. I'm begging you to let me go. I come from Grace Sacred Hall. On account of Grace Sacred Hall, I hope that you'll let me live after I take you to her." The more power one possessed, the more terrified one would be when they were on the brink of death. These dictators were supposed to be above all other life forms. But now, they were no different from pathetic insects who could die at any moment. The instinct to beg for survival in a place ruled by the law of the jungle could override an expert's pride. When Lin Yuan heard that this Turning Will Realm dictator knew where Lin was and wanted to take him to her, he knew that she must still be alive. Lin had indeed been captured by the experts from the water world. This perfectly explained why she was unable to ask the astronomical parliament for help through the Thoughts letter paper. Besides being happy over finding her safe, Lin Yuan also remembered the faction that the Turning Will Realm dictator had mentioned. She had called it Grace Sacred Hall. The sacred source lifeform he had contracted was the sacred sword-wielding queen, and it was a fusion of the Sword of Service and Grace Queen. The Grace Queen's name overlapped with that of the Grace Sacred Hall. It was possible that the Grace Queen had come from the water world. From its name, the Grace Queen had to be linked to the Grace Sacred Hall. For a Turning Will Realm dictator to mention Grace Sacred Hall when facing numerous Samsara Realm dictators, it meant that there had to be Samsara Realm dictators in Grace Sacred Hall. It was also possible that there were more than one of them. This thought caused the gears in Lin Yuan's head to begin moving. There were no disadvantages to becoming acquainted with Grace Sacred Hall, whether it was to ascertain the relationship with the Grace Queen or for the sake of conquering the water world. With the strongest powerhouses from the marsh world by his side, Lin Yuan could act however he pleased in the water world. Soon, the female Turning Will Realm dictator called Isa brought Lin Yuan to a palace built from shells and coral that stood out beautifully in the water. When the shells opened, light similar to the outer surface flow of pearls streamed out and radiantly lit up the space around them. Isa pointed at the palace and said, "The person you spoke of is in there. However, she had been hypnotized by Rainbow Scale and will only wake up some time later." While she spoke, Isa looked behind her with worry. She was afraid that this young person would decide to harm Rainbow Scale after learning that. Lin Yuan did not intend to enter the palace. Instead, he said to Ayase, "Bring her out. If she has suffered in any way, you will have to compensate me." Ayase trembled as she scurried into the palace and carefully carried out the hypnotized Lin. She was afraid that she would make a mistake that ended up costing her her life. Lin Yuan relaxed once he saw that nothing seemed to be amiss with Lin. He took out the jeweled cave golden toad and stored Lin inside. He would be alerted immediately when she woke up. Next, Lin Yuan turned his amused gaze onto Ayase. When he sensed the deep fear in Ayase, he instructed Begin Lady to release her. The stream of pink and gold water that was Begin Lady returned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at the frightened Ayase and said, "I am curious about the situation in Grace Sacred Hall. Tell me about it and I promise to let you live. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have much standing in Grace Sacred Hall. If you become loyal to me, I can give you the chance to make a name for yourself. Tell me about Grace Sacred Hall now, and I'll have your companions give me honest reports later as well. If your stories differ or you miss something out, I will have no choice but to retract my mercy." Lin Yuan's gaze was very serious, and Ayase could easily tell what he was trying to get at. This allowed her to understand that the decision of whether she lived or died depended on the description she was about to give of Grace Sacred Hall. It was a crime punishable by death to expose information about Grace Sacred Hall to outsiders. Moreover, it was highly possible that this person was a life form from another world. After being discovered, the figures from Grace Sacred Hall would surely eliminate her. But if she did not speak, she would die at that moment. Thus, the smartest choice would be to ensure that she survived for now. If this person could truly make use of her after she exposed Grace Sacred Hall might not be able to eliminate her. The power exhibited by this young man matched the combat power of 6 Samsara realm dictators. With this power, he was already stronger than Grace Sacred Hall and even matched up to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Ever since Grace Sacred Hall's previous rulers disappeared, they had fallen far from their previous mightiness. Although the Samsara realm dictators had always maintained the position that their rulers would return, the fact was that they were all making preparations for their own sakes. With the fracturing in Grace Sacred Hall, it would already be fortunate if they did not push each other under the bus. There was no way that they would be able to put up a united front. With that thought, Ayase said, "Grace Sacred Hall is in the Polar West Sea. It takes at least 2 months of swimming to get to the Polar West Sea. If you want to head there, I can lead the way. There are 2 rulers in Grace Sacred Hall, and they had a daughter. Later on, they fell out and started fighting. Eventually, both sides were seriously hurt. After passing on the position of the ruler to their daughter, they retreated and disappeared. At first, Grace Sacred Hall was unaffected by the disappearance of the 2 kings. But the daughter disappeared less than 3 years after taking the throne. The previous 2 rulers did not return either. Now, Grace Sacred Hall is being managed by 4 royal attendants, who have similar power to your servants and are Samsara realm dictators. I am a scouting envoy of Lord Extreme Ocean, one of the 4 royal attendants. The other girls are also his subordinates. When we discovered this rift, we told only Lord Extreme Ocean about it. He made it clear that we were not to spread this information." Lin Yuan nodded gently. Essay's explanation was very detailed. She not only mentioned Grace Sacred Hall's power but also spoke about Grace Sacred Hall's structure. A scouting envoy under a royal attendant might not know about any other information. Lin Yuan started to think. He had 2 goals for coming to the water world. The first was to find Lin, which he had already achieved. The second was to conquer the water world. He already had a clear plan for how he was going to go about conquering the water world. He would first find the 2 endless gems before he sought out the treasure of the water world. It was likely that the 2 endless gems in the water world would produce something similar to the abundance treasure tree once they fused with the pure land of bliss. That item would be the key to conquering the water world. According to the information from ISA, it took at least 2 months to swim from the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift to the Polar West Sea, where the Grace Sacred Hall was. It was not difficult to imagine the swimming speed of a turning will realm dictator. Thus, the water world was likely larger than the marsh world. Lin Yuan had not relied on power to conquer the marsh world. Instead, he had relied on the abundance treasure tree, secretive plotting, and open scheming. If it took 2 months just to travel, it would take about a year for Lin Yuan to conquer the water world. Lin Yuan did not have so much time to spend in the water world, so he did not intend to take the long route when it came to conquering the water world. He decided to make contact with the top powerhouses in the water world. Extreme Ocean, to whom ISA was loyal, was a decent target. Lin Yuan had the combat power of 10 Samsara Realm dictators under him and was even able to boost Samsara Realm dictators. If he did not find Extreme Ocean a good match after making contact with him, he could use his subordinate strength to kill Extreme Ocean. If they turned out to be a good match, Lin Yuan would be able to reach the inner circle of the water world. This would allow him to easily gain information about the upper echelon as well as confirm his hypothesis about the Grace Queen. ISA had also mentioned Mermaid Forbidden Sea in her description. If not because of the Grace Queen, Lin Yuan would have been more interested in Mermaid Forbidden Sea than he was now. That was because Mermaid Forbidden Sea's name immediately led him to link them with the mermaid bloodline. Lin Yuan could not help but see this as important. In the Marsh world, the Samsara Realm dictators ruled separately, and each had their own faction. But the Samsara Realm dictators in the water world were split into 2 factions that were constantly competing with each other. Lin Yuan felt that the water world was more strongly united than the Marsh world. If there were truly any issues, the water world's power should surpass the Marsh world's because of their unity. Even if the 4 royal attendants from Grace Sacred Hall had their own selfish motives and were always scheming internally, they would definitely band together to fight against the enemy together. If elite mermaids ruled Mermaid Forbidden Sea, they had to be working under one mind and were operated by only the most elite of mermaid bloodlines. This was because the ranking within mermaids was determined by power and the strength of their bloodline. This was why the Goddess of Mercy, who possessed the mermaid bloodline, was flooded with so many fantastical thoughts once she saw Lin Yuan. Go and report to Extreme Ocean, but don't say that you've been taken control of. Just tell him that everything is going well here and that the other world doesn't possess any overly strong powerhouses. It is a large treasure chest ready for the picking. As long as he makes a personal trip over, 1,000 units of source-type power will be yours. While Lin Yuan spoke, he lifted his hand and injected 1 unit of source-type power into ISA's body. When ISA sensed the purity of this unit of source-type power, she looked at Lin Yuan in shock. As a dictator, the purity of source-type power was a big priority for ISA. ISA had accepted rewards of source-type power from Extreme Ocean, but the source-type power she got from Extreme Ocean was far from being as pure as this unit she had just received from Lin Yuan. Since she had already betrayed Extreme Ocean, she no longer had any qualms about lying to convince him to come over. If ISA was able, she would even be willing to kill Extreme Ocean for the sake of this unit of source-type power, much less betraying him. Lord, I will immediately request for Lord Extreme Ocean to make a trip here. However, I cannot say for sure how long it will take for him to rush here. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. For this opportunity that only he was aware of, Extreme Ocean would immediately drop everything that he had on hand, regardless of how busy he was, in order to have the highest chance of attaining this opportunity. Presently, Grace Sacred Hall did not have a monopoly in the water world and had to compete for power with Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But even if Grace Sacred Hall held sole power, the 4 royal attendants would still be competing very actively. Given the speed of a Samsara Realm dictator, Lin Yuan would be able to meet Extreme Ocean in less than 2 weeks. He hoped that Extreme Ocean was the rational type who would not refuse to cooperate even under the threat of death. If Extreme Ocean refused to work with him, he would have waited all this time for nothing. Vine Source was even better at absorbing poison than Lu Jie's 2-diamond/legend insect species carcinoma phase were. Ever since Lin Yuan gained the ability to breathe in the water, he was no longer restrained by anything in the water world. On the other hand, Lu Jie needed the help of phase in order to breathe underwater. Lin Yuan decided to have Lu Jian stay in the Azure Federation. Lu Jie had done a big favor for the Azure Federation by helping them to remove the contamination from the sea around the Class 6 water world dimensional rift. On the one hand, Lu Jie would be able to continue helping the Azure Federation remove the contamination from the sea. Furthermore, Lu Jie would be able to benefit the Azure Federation in many other ways. As an Azure envoy, Lin's disappearance was a serious matter to the Azure Federation. Lin Yuan might as well hand over the jeweled cave Golden Toad, which contained Lin, to Lu Jie so that he would be able to bring her back to the Azure Federation. Lin's family must be stricken with worry. Lin Yuan wanted to cause trouble in the water world and was more than capable of creating bigger waves here than he did in the marsh world because of the martial force he now possessed. Nonetheless, there was no rush. He could afford to wait for 2 weeks. He decided to continue asking ISA and the other 3 turning will realm dictators about the water world while he waited for Extreme Ocean to arrive. Lin Yuan left the Class 6 water world dimensional rift and handed Lin to Lu Jie. In the past, Lu Jie would have been uncomfortable being unable to continue remaining by Lin Yuan's side. But ever since he saw everything that Lin Yuan did in the marsh world, Lu Jie realized how big the gap between them was. Thus, he no longer wanted to stubbornly remain by Lin Yuan's side, but to do things within his capabilities that would truly be of help to Lin Yuan and focus on Sky City's development. Lin was immediately sent to the Azure Cloud Leopard family's residence and began receiving treatment from a Class 5 Creation Master and several Thearch class healers who possessed Creation Breed phase. She woke up in less than a day. When Lu Jie brought Lin back, he made it clear that Lin Yuan was the one who had rescued her from the water world dimensional rift. He also asked the Azure Federation not to send anyone into the water world to disturb Lin Yuan until he emerged from the water world dimensional rift. After a quick and simple discussion, the Azure Federation's 12 aristocratic families agreed to Lu Jie's request. This was because the Azure Federation owed a debt to Lu Jie. The Radiance Federation had helped the Azure Federation during its crisis, so they owed the Radiance Federation a huge favor. On the other hand, the 12 aristocratic families no longer saw the Class 6 water world dimensional rift as a treasure trove. All the resources that the Azure Federation had harvested from the Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift could not compare to the losses sustained during this disaster. The Moon Empress had to have a reliable reason for allowing her disciple to explore the Waterworld Dimensional Rift. The Azure Federation hoped that Lin Yuan would remain in the Waterworld for some time. At the very least, there would be no more surges of Waterworld dimensional lifeforms and further contamination of the sea. The Moon Empress was long aware that Lin Yuan wanted to enter the Waterworld Dimensional Rift. She was still worried but could not hold him back. He was already far ahead of her. The entire marsh world had become part of Lin Yuan's possession. Thus, he would definitely have a safety net for when he entered the Waterworld. The Moon Empress had heard from Purple Love about how Lin Yuan had emerged unharmed, while Fifth Page Truth had died after they were trapped together. The Moon Empress was there to guard the entrance of the Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift. The Azure Federation only needed to send an army of 10 million people to stand guard around the surroundings of the Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift. The Moon Empress instructed the 5 million reserve city guards and spirit guards to listen to Lu Jie's orders as he led them to the various bodies of water around the Azure Federation to clean the contamination. The Diamond/Legend poison-consuming water lice and spike poison grainfly only needed to multiply in the sea, and they would quickly spread across the sea to clear out the poison in the water. However, the spike poison grainfly would hurt the spirit chi professionals in its surroundings while it was cleaning the poison. Lu Jie could not bring himself to ask the Azure Federation to recall all of the spirit chi professionals they had sent out. Regardless of whether this would distress the Azure Federation, he was considered a junior. He would be humiliating the Azure Federation if he single-handedly solved the sea contamination issue that had been plaguing them. Meanwhile, the poison-consuming water lice could spread freely. However, if the water deep in the sea was not cleaned, the undercurrents would soon transport the poison to the surface. At that time, the sea would remain filled with poison, albeit of a smaller concentration. Even if the seawater diluted the poison from the rotting waterworld dimensional lifeforms that would eventually evaporate before falling to the ground again as rain, some traces of poison would still remain. Thus, even if they did not drink the rainwater that fell and the main water source became the water-type phase that produced water, the rainwater would still cause harm when they came into contact with skin, structures, plants, or phase. Lu Jie intended to use the poison-consuming water lice and spike poison grainfly to fix the contamination of the sea before Lin Yuan returned. It was actually thanks to Lin that Lu Jie was able to obtain the firefly demon fetuses. All of his hard work now would be his way of repaying her. Time flew by. When people were especially busy, time often slipped by even faster. In these 2 weeks, Isa and the other 3 Turning Will Realm dictators told Lin Yuan all the information they knew. Now, he had a thorough understanding of the circumstances in the water world. Although Turning Will Realm dictators did not possess the strongest combat power in a dimensional world, they did have the authority to access the core of the world. Even if there were more Samsara realm dictators in the water world than there were in the marsh world, the number would not differ by much. Thus, Lin Yuan formulated numerous guesses according to the information from Isa and the other 3. It was highly possible that his guesses would allow him to access the highest level of the water world. Mermaid Forbidden Sea and Grace Sacred Hall were the 2 largest factions and competitors in the water world. Almost every powerful life form in the water world was part of either faction. The experts who did not join these 2 main factions would be bullied and ostracized by them, or they could join voluntarily. There were virtually no other paths they could take. Thus, after thousands of years, the apostles and dictators of the water world who used to fight individually had no choice but to join one of these 2 factions. When Grace Sacred Hall had 2 rulers, they had the upper hand over Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But after the 2 rulers had a daughter and fell out before disappearing, Grace Sacred Hall became shaky. From 1,500 years ago, Grace Sacred Hall started to slip and fall behind Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Lin Yuan did not agree that the 2 rulers had retreated into seclusion. It was highly possible that the Grace Queen, one of the 2 sacred source life forms fused to form the sacred sword-wielding queen, was the daughter born from the 2 rulers. Although the 2 rulers were in seclusion, they would never continue to stay hidden, even when their daughter died. Thus, it would not be right to say that they had retreated. As such, Lin Yuan made the bold guess that the 2 rulers of Grace Sacred Hall had met their ends long ago, eventually leading to the death of their daughter. After all, the 4 royal attendants were the ones who had spread the rumor about the 2 rulers going into seclusion. The 4 royal attendants were Samsara realm dictators. They had served the original 2 rulers, but they only had slightly less power than them. If the 2 rulers of Grace Sacred Hall were injured, the 4 royal attendants would definitely be capable of finishing the job by working together. From the fact that they were made royal attendants, it was clear that they were highly trusted by the 2 rulers of Grace Sacred Hall. If they decided to attack abruptly, it would be difficult to fend them off. If Evil Source, Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source joined forces to attack an injured Eternal Source and Vine Source, the 2 of them would still stand a chance of making it out. But if Mist Source, who had always followed Eternal Source loyally, decided to attack Eternal Source, he might be successful even if Eternal Source were uninjured. Lin Yuan did not tell Isa and the rest about his guess. Frankly, Lin Yuan could faintly tell from the descriptions that Isa and the rest gave that they actually had the same thoughts as him but dared not voice them out. Soon, Extreme Ocean, one of the 4 royal attendants, would be arriving. Lin Yuan believed that he would be able to verify his guess through Extreme Ocean. Isa and the rest did not know much about Mermaid Forbidden Sea. After all, they were not part of Mermaid Forbidden Sea. They would be attacked immediately if they even tried to get close to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. However, they had said firmly that the strength of the mermaid bloodline determined the ranking within Mermaid Forbidden Sea. There were currently 5 mermaid emperors in Mermaid Forbidden Sea who oversaw it. The 5 mermaid emperors were very united and always banded together to address problems. This even applied when they had arguments amongst themselves. Lin Yuan nodded to himself. This situation aligned with what he knew about the mermaid bloodline. The lower-ranked mermaid bloodlines had to serve the higher-ranked mermaid bloodlines. Due to their bloodlines, mermaids with elite bloodlines shared a very deep bond. The internal conflict of mermaids involved their species, and regardless of how hard they fought, it would only ever be within themselves. But it was a completely different matter when it was an external conflict. The mermaids would immediately join forces. This was the reason Mermaid Forbidden Sea had held down Grace Sacred Hall in recent years. Lin Yuan felt that it would be easy for him to assimilate into Mermaid Emperor clan with his Mermaid Emperor bloodline. He might even be given the position of the sixth Mermaid Emperor. Lin Yuan intended to take a personal trip to Mermaid Forbidden Sea when he finished his business with Grace Sacred Hall. They would become the final piece of the puzzle in his bid to take control of the entire water world. Suddenly, Aise said, "Lord Lin Yuan, please tell your subordinates to retract their auras. I can already faintly sense Lord Extreme Ocean's aura." Aise was very nervous about betraying Extreme Ocean. Although Lin Yuan and the rest had already retracted their auras, Aise could not help but mention it again. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "Since you were under orders to pass through the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift to investigate the other world, you will need to show that you have some captives. For now, we'll act as your captives. This will allow you to put on a complete performance." Lin Yuan shot a look at Vine Source. 5 vines immediately sprouted from Vine Source's body that wrapped around Eternal Source, Carnage Source, Evil Source, and Hornless Dragon Source. Vine Source dared not wrap the vines around Lin Yuan. He was now Lin Yuan's subordinate, and it would not do for a subordinate to capture his master. Eternal Source, Evil Source, Vine Source, and the rest did their best to retract their auras. However, their clothes and tameless expressions had not changed. But this was enough. Now Aise and the other 3 Turning Will Realm dictators were already fully loyal to Lin Yuan. Firstly, Lin Yuan had given them actual benefits. Secondly, they did not have any other choice but to go along with him. There was no way they would be well received after they betrayed Extreme Ocean. The likely ending was that they would end up as his meal. This was how he always treated traitors. The 4 of them fervently hoped that Lin Yuan would succeed. If he succeeded, it would mean either Extreme Ocean's demise or them joining Lin Yuan's subordinates. In either case, Extreme Ocean would no longer pose a threat to them. Soon, a man with light purple skin, gills on his face, and grayish-purple scales on his forehead appeared in Lin Yuan's eye line. As Lin Yuan looked at Extreme Ocean's face, he felt he did not resemble humans much. Rather, they looked very similar to when powerful sea creatures activated their immortal bodies. However, Aise and the other 3 looked like humans despite also being dictators from the water world. This situation was likely due to Extreme Ocean activating his dictator's body in his rush to hurry. Aise dared not move closer to Extreme Ocean, fearing that he would suddenly lash out at her. From far away, Aise shouted, "Lord Extreme Ocean, these are the 4 life forms from another world we captured. All of them have tightly zipped lips. You will need to interrogate them." Aise's heart raced and pounded like a drum while she spoke. Although she had a calm expression on her face, her racing heart still caused her expression to change slightly. Extreme Ocean looked at Aise and asked coldly, "What? Are you afraid of me after spending all your time by my side? Why is your heart beating so quickly?" Water was a strong conductor in the water world. It was many times stronger than air. As a Samsara realm dictator, Extreme Ocean could clearly sense his surroundings, including the heartbeat of a Turning Will realm dictator. This was a situation that only Samsara realm dictators from the water world were aware of, so Aise and the other 3 had never heard of this before. If they had known about it, they would have informed Lin Yuan of it instead of placing their life on the line by trying to deceive Extreme Ocean with Lin Yuan like they were doing now. When Aise and the other 3 did not respond, Extreme Ocean shot a sharp look at Aise. "Why are you standing so far away? Come over now." Extreme Ocean had already sensed that something was wrong but had not acted on it. This was because he was very confident. As one of the 4 royal attendants of Grace Sacred Hall, Extreme Ocean represented the top combat power of the water world. Even if his 4 subordinates rose up against him, he would not be in any danger. Hence, even if he encountered any issues, he was confident that he would be able to fix them. Furthermore, Extreme Ocean also felt that he was overthinking. He knew best what kind of characters his subordinates had. He did not believe that these 4 cowards would dare to do anything that harmed him. It was possible that their hearts were pounding so quickly because they had discovered something special in the other world. After being called out by Extreme Ocean, Aise was at a loss about what to do next. Should she go over to Extreme Ocean or stay as far away from him as possible to keep on the safe side? At that moment, Isa dared not meet Lin Yuan's gaze. If she looked at Lin Yuan now when he was supposed to be a captive, their plan would be blown wide open. Isa had no choice but to gnash her jaw and march over to Extreme Ocean. When Extreme Ocean saw Isa swimming over to him, he became more certain that he had been overly worried. Just as Extreme Ocean relaxed and instructed Isa to follow him as he swam toward Eternal Source, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, and Carnage Source, he frowned. Extreme Ocean could not sense any aura from the five of them, but their demeanors were very similar to his own. Only the truly elite had such demeanors. Extreme Ocean did not believe that an elite from the other world would be stupid enough to personally enter an unknown world. With that thought, Extreme Ocean slowed down as unease bubbled up within him. Lin Yuan had already ordered the five of them to play things by ear. Extreme Ocean was near them and well within the attack range. Eternal Source was the first to release his aura as a signal. Eternal Source used his dictator's body to unleash his strongest attack. Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the others followed immediately, and 5 attacks shot toward Extreme Ocean. Given the circumstances, Extreme Ocean was unable to defend himself effectively. Thus, he ended up badly injured. Although he was still alive, he almost failed to keep up his dictator's body. If not because of Lin Yuan, Eternal Source, Vine Source, Carnage Source, and the rest would have been on guard and completely unable to trust each other. They would never have allowed each other to enter their range of safety. Extreme Ocean had his suspicions but never expected to have fallen into such a large trap. Every Apostle's Source sacred body had a powerful ability. It went without saying that the same went for dictators. The 5 Samsara Realm Dictators' Source Totem attacks landed on Extreme Ocean, causing his body to begin rapidly breaking down. It was difficult for Extreme Ocean to fully put a stop to damage from such energy. After the attacks from the 5 Samsara Realm Dictators, there was still residue left over that continued to erode his body from within. Extreme Ocean let out an ear-piercing screech. Just who are you? Although Extreme Ocean was a dumb bighead carp, he was by now aware that Isa and his other subordinates had betrayed him. They had even lured him into this trap. Extreme Ocean was seething with anger. However, there was no point in being angry. There was no way he was a match for these 5 Samsara Realm Dictators. Now that his life was under threat, he could not be bothered to think about the traitors. However, not only was Extreme Ocean's sharp question not met with a response, but the 5 Samsara Realm Dictators attacked him again. It was clear that they intended to finish the job as soon as possible. Extreme Ocean was already heavily injured, and he eventually could not hold out against so many enemies. After the repeated attacks, Extreme Ocean's injuries only became more serious. During the battle, Vine Source found a chink in the armor and grabbed Extreme Ocean's Source Totem, cracking it slightly. Since there seemed to be no treasures like the Abundance Treasure Tree in the Water World, Lin Yuan could not take full control of the Samsara Realm Dictators from the Water World. In order to take control of a Samsara Realm Dictator who had combat abilities, at least 2 Samsara Realm Dictators of the same grade were needed to stand guard. Even this had the possibility of the target eventually escaping. Thus, the best way to take control of Extreme Ocean was to cripple him and make it so he could no longer fight. As long as Extreme Ocean could still speak, Lin Yuan would be able to obtain the information he wanted. Extreme Ocean's questioning turned into hurling insults, which eventually became him begging for mercy. If he was only facing 2 Samsara Realm Dictators, Extreme Ocean would still have the courage to resist. But now that he was so seriously injured, trying to fight 5 Samsara Realm Dictators would only result in his death. Extreme Ocean did not know these dictators who were currently surrounding him. Since the opponent could take in Isa and the rest, they had to be able to take him in as well. Lin Yuan did not immediately tell Eternal Source and the other 4 to stop when he heard Extreme Ocean's pleas for mercy. Instead, he waited until Extreme Ocean was fully incapable of fighting back before he shouted for them to stop. The entire sea was roiling because of Eternal Source and the rest's attacks. The seas fell calm after Lin Yuan's shout for them to stop. Lin Yuan fixed his sharp gaze on the almost dead Extreme Ocean and said, "I'll ask, and you'll respond. If you give me the answer I want, I can spare your life." Extreme Ocean thought that his consciousness would slowly become blurrier until he eventually fully blacked out. He was one of the royal attendants of Grace Sacred Hall, yet he was about to be reduced to a floating corpse in the sea. This voice was like his savior, and Extreme Ocean looked over in Lin Yuan's direction. But what Lin Yuan said caused Extreme Ocean's chest to tighten. It turned out that this was the person who had caused him to be ambushed. However, Extreme Ocean did not understand why the 5 Samsara Realm dictators were listening to this person. Extreme Ocean had said something similar to enemies and incompetent subordinates many times in the past. He had also promised to spare their lives, but none of those times had he honored his word. Extreme Ocean was terrified that he would end up with the same fate. But in spite of his fear, there was only one path he could go down at this point because he had no leverage for negotiation or the ability to fight back. All he could do was whatever the other side wanted. Extreme Ocean put on a humble attitude that he did not even exhibit to the 2 rulers of Grace Sacred Hall and said gently, "Ask me anything you want, and I'll reply without holding anything back. I hope you'll spare my life. I can work for you just like them." From evil source, Lin Yuan understood the meaning of putting on a fearsome demeanor in daily life but retreating into humility when push came to shove. It was clear that Extreme Ocean was very similar to evil source. Extreme Ocean enjoyed his long life, basked in luxury in the water world, and did not want to die so easily. It went without saying that he would fit nail and tooth for the chance to survive. Lin Yuan did not bother with courtesy and asked, "Did the 4 of you harm the rulers of Grace Sacred Hall?" Extreme Ocean's expression changed when he heard what Lin Yuan said, and his gaze instinctively shifted to Isa and the rest. How did this life form from another world know about the secrets of this world? He had to have found out from Isa and the rest. Regardless of what Isa and the rest said, they had to have the same thoughts to lead this life form from another world to make such a speculation. This thought caused Extreme Ocean's urge to kill to flare up. He would have gobbled up Isa and the rest if he was not at Lin Yuan's mercy. Isa and the other Turning Will Realm dictators had been watching Extreme Ocean's every move closely. The biggest threat to them now was Extreme Ocean. When Extreme Ocean said he would submit to Lin Yuan, Isa and the rest felt extremely disturbed. If they served the same master in the future and were given the power that Extreme Ocean possessed, Extreme Ocean would keep them under his thumb even if he dared not kill them. When Isa noticed Extreme Ocean's chilling gaze on her, she prayed that he would not make it out of this alive. Extreme Ocean could never condone such private speculations under his nose. If he made an admission, he would become a traitor to Grace Sacred Hall. Loyalty was vital in the water world. In a world where faith power was the foundational energy system, disloyalty was the equivalent of abandoning this energy system. When Pregnant Poison had betrayed Evil Source, she had done so to join Lin Yuan but was still scorned by East Glow and everything. Even external dictators and apostles started to look down on her. That was in the Marsh world, in a situation where the Samsara Realm dictators fought for themselves and were not inclined to form alliances. In the water world, the dictators were split into 2 large factions. The loyalty within Mermaid Forbidden Sea was based on their bloodline ties, while the loyalty in Grace Sacred Hall was solely based on the Samsara Realm dictator's own will. When Extreme Ocean did not respond immediately, Lin Yuan told Eternal Source behind him, "It looks like those attacks did not help him see the reality of the situation. Eternal Source, help him to fully wake up." Eternal Source immediately stepped forward. When Extreme Ocean heard what Lin Yuan said, the last of his worries were pounded away, and he said loudly, "I'll talk. Their deaths are indeed related to us 4 royal attendants." Extreme Ocean's response verified Lin Yuan's guess, and also caused astonishment to spread across the faces of Isa and the other 3. Guesses were just guesses. It was a completely different matter once they were verified. This explained why they stopped holding occasional meetings ever since their disappearance. The 4 royal attendants had sealed up the seas around Grace Sacred Hall for centuries. Isa had yet to be fully reliant on Extreme Ocean back then. She had been a servant to the imperial concubine. Isa could be certain that there had been no significant conflicts in Grace Sacred Hall. Extreme Ocean said that the 2 rulers had died. Apparently, They had been killed by their 4 trusted royal attendants. The 4 royal attendants had to have schemed for a long time in order to work together to kill the 2 rulers. Although Extreme Ocean had already answered his question, Lin Yuan did not stop there. Eternal Source continued using his source totem strength to ravage Extreme Ocean. Extreme Ocean could feel his injuries slowly becoming more serious, and he began letting out howls of agony. For the next 20 minutes, Extreme Ocean felt the terror of his life being stripped away. Extreme Ocean had still been worried and hesitant when he gave his reply. This meant that he was still being uncooperative despite being in such a sorry state. This would cause Lin Yuan to run up against more obstacles when he tried to ask further questions. As Lin Yuan listened to Extreme Ocean's weakening cries of agony, he shouted to Eternal Source to halt before asking Extreme Ocean, "This time, when I ask you a question, I hope you'll respond within 5 seconds." Lin Yuan's call to halt was like a blessing from an angel who had saved him. But what he said next was like the murmurings of a devil. How could Extreme Ocean have the courage not to respond to Lin Yuan? Extreme Ocean was sure that his torture would persist if he did not respond to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not give Extreme Ocean the time to give a response before he went on to ask, "You killed the 2 rulers of Grace Sacred Hall. But what about their daughter?" If Lin Yuan had asked this question previously, Extreme Ocean would never have answered, regardless of how destitute he was. But after being progressively eroded away, Extreme Ocean could not hold on anymore and grunted. The daughter's situation is special. Rather than saying she was born from the 2 rulers, she is better described as the product of the 2 rulers' fusion project. Lin Yuan looked surprised and proceeded to mull over the meaning of Extreme Ocean's words. What did he mean by "she is better described as the product of the 2 rulers' fusion project"? Could it be that she was not a product of love between the 2 rulers but was a project the 2 rulers had conducted to achieve some goal, but the fusion had failed? If that were the case, the 2 rulers should have reached the ceiling of the samsara realm. From the aura that Extreme Ocean had just released and the power he exhibited while resisting, Begin Lady told him that he had reached advanced samsara realm. He possessed a similar level of power as Miss Source and was only a hair's breadth away from becoming Evil Source's equal. Before the 2 rulers' fusion project failed, Grace Sacred Hall's 4 royal attendants dared not step out of line and were obediently subservient. It was likely that the 2 rulers had similar levels of power to Eternal Source and Vine Source. The offspring they produced had ended up as a part of his sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan was taken aback by this. This explained why the sacred sword-wielding queen's function did not resemble that of any other sacred source lifeform. There was an effective way to confirm whether the Grace Queen was indeed related to the daughter the 2 rulers had produced. Lin Yuan immediately summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen. Although it had fused with the Sword of Service, the Grace Queen's aura still existed within the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan did not need to voice his question. After sensing the sacred sword-wielding queen's aura, Extreme Ocean's gruff voice turned into a sound resembling that of a chicken being strangled as he let out an ear-piercing scream. "How did you get your hands on the source totem of the ruler's offspring?" Now that he had received a satisfactory response from Extreme Ocean, Lin Yuan returned the sacred sword-wielding queen to his soul, his guess now confirmed. Lin Yuan did not reply to Extreme Ocean and was about to ask Extreme Ocean more questions when Morbius' voice sounded in his head. "Partner, weren't you frustrated by the sacred sword-wielding queen's slow increase of stars? If you can find the Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers' source totems, the sacred sword-wielding queen might be able to absorb them. The sacred sword-wielding queen stars will receive a huge boost from that power that comes from the same roots as it does. Its abilities might even be strengthened. However, it goes without saying that if you decide not to strengthen the sacred sword-wielding queen and take the risk of triggering a transformation, the 2 rulers' source totems will also make a great second sacred source lifeform for you. Their source totems will definitely be compatible. Otherwise, given their power and all that they had to lose, they would never have dared to take such a hefty risk." Lin Yuan fell into deep thought when he heard what Morbius said. It could be said that Morbius had presented equally positive options to him. But eventually, he still decided to increase the sacred sword-wielding queen's stars. There were other source totems besides the source totems from the two rulers of Grace Sacred Hall that were compatible to be fused. Besides Morbius, the sacred sword-wielding queen was the reason Lin Yuan had so many resources now that he could use to build his enterprise and even used to turn Sky City into the ruler of the Startling Lines continent. Took Lin Yuan about a minute and a half to make his decision. When Extreme Ocean first sensed the sacred sword-wielding queen's aura and demanded an answer from Lin Yuan, Eternal Source, Vine Source, Mist Source, Evil Source, and the rest immediately glared at him. According to the rules of the dimensional worlds, those of higher ranks had full control of those of lower ranks. Those of lower ranks had no right to decide their fates. It was extremely inappropriate for those of lower ranks to question those of higher ranks. If Lin Yuan were going to eliminate Extreme Ocean later, they might be able to express their loyalty to Lin Yuan if they acted first. At first, Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest had refused to acknowledge Lin Yuan. But times were completely different now. After spending some time as his subordinate and getting used to their positions, they were no longer vying for dominance but were competing with each other instead. Slowly, their feeling of indignance dissipated, and they started to crave his favor. Eternal Source had received significant benefits when Lin Yuan had trusted him with an important position. The more benefits they received, the more power they would be able to accumulate when they returned to the Marsh world. All dictators in the Marsh world had gathered in the Marsh West Circle. Now that Lin Yuan controlled the core strength of the Marsh world, the resources were no longer allocated according to the amount of power that the individual possessed. Rather, Lin Yuan made the allocations as he saw fit. Thus, they were better off trying to gain rewards by earning his favor rather than competing for benefits with each other. Extreme Ocean's question had been instinctive and out of shock. He was filled with regret the moment he uttered the words because he realized that he had acted out of turn. Once he asked his question, this young man had fallen silent as though he was pondering something. Could it be that this young man was deciding his fate? Yet, in spite of the grave danger he was in, Extreme Ocean was still overcome by curiosity. How had this invader gotten his hands on the source totem of the two rulers' offspring? The four royal attendants had been searching high and low all these years for the source totem of the two rulers' offspring, but to no avail. At first, they thought that the two rulers had hidden the source totem away. But even after combing through all the possible places, they still came up empty. The four royal attendants started to suspect each other and wonder if one of them had hidden the source totem away. Source totems were powerful and effective combat techniques in the dimensional worlds and were always used as weapons. Previously, the royal attendants took to arms whenever there was any conflict. But ever since they started wondering if one of the four of them had secretly hidden the source totem away, they built up walls against each other and tried to avoid conflict as much as possible for fear that one of them would suddenly reveal their possession of the source totem. This ushered in a period of peace that ensued ever since the two rulers of Grace Sacred Hall passed away. But behind the peace was mutiny in Grace Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan did not know just how scheming Extreme Ocean was. At that moment, Lin Yuan decided that he would do everything he could to get his hands on the two rulers' source totems. Hence, Lin Yuan asked Extreme Ocean, "I'm sure Grace Sacred Hall has kept the two rulers' source totems, right?" Extreme Ocean, who had already been terrified and was swamped in nervousness, did not hesitate to reply, "Lord, the two rulers' source totems are indeed still in Grace Sacred Hall. However, I am unable to obtain them on my own. There is a treasure vault in Grace Sacred Hall with 4 seals. The two rulers' source totems are locked inside. Each of the 4 royal attendants only possesses one of the seals, but all 4 are needed in order to open the treasure vault. If you want to obtain the two rulers' source totems, you will need to gather Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean. If you can trust me, please give me the chance to gather them. I am in 3rd place among the 4. If I go to gather them, they won't have their guards up, so I'll be able to use my venom to weaken them. With the combat power of your subordinates, they should be able to take control of the 3 of them." At that point, Extreme Ocean paused before he looked at Lin Yuan and said seriously, "Lord, if it's possible, I hope you'll allow me to manage them once you've tamed them. I promise not to disappoint you." Extreme Ocean's words caused Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest to look at him differently, as though he was extremely intelligent. Given the circumstances, he still remembered to fight for his own benefits and place his profits before all else. Extreme Ocean was the third of the 4 royal attendants. Now, he wanted to take the top seat and manage the other 3 royal attendants. Extreme Ocean had chosen to bring the topic up while he was expressing his loyalty. There was a high possibility that Lin Yuan would agree at such a time. Once Lin Yuan agreed, the Grace Sacred Hall's 4 royal attendants would remain as one united body. This would give Extreme Ocean significant sway once he became Lin Yuan's subordinate. Just as Extreme Ocean had said, his power was ranked 3rd among the 4 royal attendants. The other 3 royal attendants would not think much of it if he called them together. Evil Source took a step forward before Lin Yuan responded to Extreme Ocean and took out a bottle made of the skull of a dimensional life form and handed it to Extreme Ocean as she said, "I don't know what kind of poison you possess that can control 3 Samsara realm dictators, but this poison of mine is definitely capable of doing so. Once the 3 of them drink this, their bodies will rot within half an hour, rendering them incapable of fighting back. You can use this poison on them and save us the effort. If you want to become loyal to our Lord, you better keep your thoughts in check. If you have any thoughts of colluding with the 3 of them, it means you aren't truly loyal to our Lord and are still trying to obtain some profits for yourself. I can't stand such wicked actions." Extreme Ocean's words contained leverage, and he believed that Lin Yuan would agree. But Lin Yuan's subordinate ended up speaking before Lin Yuan could reply. She had even accused him of harboring unorthodox thoughts. What kind of wicked thoughts could he have? His life was now in the hands of another. All he wanted was to obtain some benefits after he pledged his loyalty. Evil Source, Vine Source, Eternal Source, and the rest had just given him repeated lashings. None of them could say they attacked him with no thoughts of obtaining benefits for themselves. Why was it that now that he wanted to fight for benefits of his own, he was suddenly being called a backstabber? They were even accusing him of being disloyal. If curses could hurt, Extreme Ocean would already have cursed Evil Source into a bloody wreck. It went without saying that Lin Yuan knew what Extreme Ocean was thinking. However, he would never allow Extreme Ocean to get what he wanted. Since Lin Yuan still had no way of controlling the dictators in the water world, he could not allow them to collude. Lin Yuan told Extreme Ocean in a cold voice, "If you do well, it goes without saying that you'll be rewarded. If you don't do well, you'll receive your fair share of punishment as well. So I advise you to keep your thoughts in check and take the poison that Evil Source is holding out to you. Once they're poisoned and my effort is saved, I'll give you a reward. But if you don't poison them well, I will make you drink the poison instead and hand you over to the other 3 royal attendants. I'm sure that the other 3 royal attendants will have a deep resentment for you once you've betrayed them. I have a hobby of collecting source totems. I hope that you won't give me a chance to add you to my collection." Lin Yuan's words caused Extreme Ocean's heart to skip a beat. If he invited the other 3 to a banquet and poisoned them there, they would become his captives. If Lin Yuan found fault with him during this time and forced him to consume the poison instead, he would be at their mercy within half an hour once he lost all ability to fight back. At that time, he would become their punching bag, and there was no way that he would survive. The worst fate for a dictator was to become a source totem in someone else's collection. No one wanted such a fate. All other thoughts immediately vanished from Extreme Ocean's mind. After receiving the poison from Evil Source, Extreme Ocean endured the pain in his soul and took out an ember of his soul fire. Soul fire was the main method that dictators used to restrain other dictators. Once a soul fire had been cursed, the effects would be reflected back on the originator's soul. Extreme Ocean needed a valid excuse in order to invite the other 3 royal attendants to a banquet. Thus, he needed to make sufficient preparations. There was no way that Lin Yuan could watch over him during this entire time. He needed to expose his soul fire in order to set Lin Yuan at ease. After receiving Extreme Ocean's soul fire, Lin Yuan nodded. This was also a way of controlling Extreme Ocean, a Samsara realm dictator. However, this was not an ironclad matter. If Extreme Ocean lost control, Lin Yuan could only make Extreme Ocean pay but could not kill him. However, Lin Yuan was not overly worried about Extreme Ocean. Firstly, Extreme Ocean had already seen his ability to control his subordinates. Even if this power was insufficient to crush Grace Sacred Hall, it was enough to overwhelm them. If Extreme Ocean did not decide to submit in such circumstances, he would be running to his death. If Extreme Ocean truly wanted to rush to his death, Lin Yuan did not mind giving him a hand. Only 4 of the Samsara realm dictators in the Marsh world without the word source in their names had recognized that Lin Yuan was controlling them. With the inclusion of Begin Lady, Lin Yuan had a full 20 Samsara realm dictators in his arsenal. It would not require much effort to kill the 4 royal attendants with all this combat power. All scheming was futile in the face of overwhelming power. Extreme Ocean hurriedly assured Lin Yuan before he brought the poison from Evil Source with him to Grace Sacred Hall. Now that Lin Yuan was done with handling Extreme Ocean, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, and Carnage Source led ISA and the other 3 turning will realm dictators into the Marsh world. Although ISA and the rest had already dedicated their loyalties, Lin Yuan could not trust these turning will realm dictators before he obtained the Waterworld's version of the Abundance Treasure Tree. Lin Yuan was not affected in any way when ISA and the others entered the Marsh world. After all, he would not allow them to leave his realm of control. Lin Yuan only kept Eternal Source with him and instructed Eternal Source to take them on a rush journey. Lin Yuan wanted to make a trip to Mermaid Forbidden Sea while Extreme Ocean and the rest were at Grace Sacred Hall, so he could use his Mermaid Emperor bloodline to sense the situation there. This would shorten the time he would take to conquer the water world. Lin Yuan had a discussion with the Moon Empress during the journey. Once the journey to the water world came to an end, he intended to head into the Abyssal world. He would first help the Radiance Federation to tame the Abyssal world before he began developing in the Abyssal world. At that point, only the Subterranean world and Alien Insect world would not be within his grasp. From now on, Lin Yuan needed to find the Class 6 Subterranean and Alien Insect dimensional rifts. Lin Yuan would then be able to lead a team of dictators and apostles who represented undeniable, overwhelming power into the dimensional worlds and search for the endless gems there. On the one hand, the endless gems could unlock Morbius phase. Furthermore, they could produce treasures like the Abundance Treasure Tree that would help Lin Yuan take full control of these dimensional worlds. Only the 3 major federations could take control of Class 6 dimensional rifts and establish development within them. For a federation like the Spirit Mother Federation that only had 1 Class 5 Creation Master, there was no way they had sufficient experts to hold off alien beast waves or break into dimensional worlds. Additionally, there was no guarantee that even the 3 major federations would be able to fully develop the dimensional worlds. The Azure Federation had not made much headway in their development of the dimensional world and had been blockaded by numerous obstacles. When the dictators from the water world discovered the Class 6 dimensional rift that was linked to the main world, it even resulted in an almost ruinous disaster for the Azure Federation. Hence, locating the Class 6 subterranean and alien insect dimensional rifts would not be difficult. All he needed to do was follow the catastrophes in the main world that were accompanied by the appearance of waves of subterranean lifeforms and alien insects, and the 2 Class 6 dimensional rifts would be nearby. Lin Yuan had heard the Moon Empress mention that the new Sand Federation had sought help from the other powerful federations 6 months ago. It was apparently due to a tsunami of alien insects that had appeared in their outskirt deserts. However, the alien insect wave seemed to be restricted by something and did not spread out. This was unlike alien insect waves from Class 1 to 5 alien insect dimensional rifts that would immediately spread out and attack any flesh-based lifeform they encountered. The new Sand Federation had been on high alert, and they were terrified that the alien insect wave would eventually bring the Federation to its knees. At that time, the Radiance Federation had been busy with the Radiance 100 sequence selection. As such, they were unable to help out the new Sand Federation. The Freedom Federation had been willing to help, but the new Sand Federation did not have a single Class 5 Creation Master and could not afford the Freedom Federation's fee. The Azure Federation had also expressed their willingness to help as they had not encountered their impending crisis yet. However, the new Sand Federation did not have any seas around it. The only coast it had was smaller than the Great Lush Federation's harbor. The new Sand Federation had not built a harbor on that coast. Instead, they had built the largest sewage system of the Federation there. This resulted in the new Sand Federation's relationship with the Sea Clans becoming very strained. If not for the fact that the new Sand Federation had so few regions close to the sea that the Sea Clans could not find the footing to launch their attacks, the Sea Clans' armies would have already stormed the small harbor. Moreover, the entire body of water there was foul, and no Sea Clan could endure being submerged in such filth. Otherwise, the Sea Clans would have already declared war on the new Sand Federation. This incident had triggered the vast sea labyrinth. An expert from the vast sea labyrinth had stepped in to construct a moat made of coral that jutted 100 meters above the surface of the sea and extended around the new Sand Federation sea. This turned the new Sand Federation into a federation bordering the sea but also did not border the sea simultaneously. Moreover, the new Sand Federation had been hiring thieves and miscreants over the years to pretend to be bandits that traveled around the deserts to rob resources from the other federations. As a result, the surrounding federations all had access to grind with the new Sand Federation. The new Sand Federation only stopped working with bandits when they received a stern warning from the Sand Island continent that had Class 5 creation masters. However, the new Sand Federation maintained that they were not the culprits and continued to deny the accusations even when there was clear evidence against them. They refused to compensate the other federations for their losses, causing the other federations to release declarations that no factions were to offer help to the new Sand Federation. As a result, the new Sand Federation was fully besieged. The Azure Federation realized that they might not be thanked for helping the new Sand Federation, but they would definitely end up on the wrong side of the other federations. Thus, they eventually decided against helping the new Sand Federation. After the Moon Empress mentioned this incident, Lin Yuan started to form his own guess. It was likely that the entrance to the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift was somewhere within the new Sand Federation. It was likely that these alien insects were in no rush to spread out because some powerful dictators or apostles had entered the main world and were investigating this new territory. Once they had successfully scouted out the main world, it was likely that a disaster of insects would take over the new Sand Federation. Eventually, the effects of the disaster would spread past the new Sand Federation to the surrounding federations. Even the Sand Island continent, which was the strongest federation in the desert, would not be able to remain unscathed. A federation without a Class 5 creation master would not even have experts who could stand up to turning will realm dictators. Even the Sand Island continent, which had Class 5 creation masters, might not be able to beat one Samsara realm dictator. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to tell the Moon Empress about his guess once he returned to the Radiance Federation. Otherwise, once the insect army started to spread, the losses that the main world suffered would be immeasurable. Recently, Eternal Source had been feeling very at ease. He clearly became acquainted with Lin Yuan later than Evil Source, Carnage Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and the rest did. Yet, Lin Yuan clearly preferred to utilize him. After coming to the water world, Lin Yuan allowed Eternal Source to witness the boundlessness of the world. This also verified that what Lin Yuan had said previously was true. Eternal Source became an even firmer believer and stopped feeling any negativity towards Lin Yuan after seeing how he conducted his crusade in the water world. At first, he was content with being in the marsh world and living the life of an emperor. But now he had the chance to discover and venture into a wider world. As long as he did his job well, Lin Yuan would come to rely on him more and more, could even reach a point where Lin Yuan could not live without him. As he continued conquering worlds alongside Lin Yuan, he eventually became a top expert in numerous worlds. Lord, do you need me to take you on this trip? During his time with Lin Yuan, Eternal Source discovered that Lin Yuan did not like to travel on his own. He always needed to be carried when he rushed from place to place. Eternal Source did not think this was due to his inability to travel alone. Since Lin Yuan could control all these Samsara realm dictators, he had to be even stronger than them. Eternal Source chalked it up to it being Lin Yuan's hobby or his way of demonstrating his status. In the past, Eternal Source would never have agreed to carry another person. But now, his mindset had changed, and he was no longer against allowing Lin Yuan to ride on him. Rather, he saw it as his privilege. Lin Yuan had only kept him behind. Others could not carry him even if they wanted to, Lin Yuan had not intended to have Eternal Source carry him. He could travel just as quickly when carried by Begin Lady's stream of water. He only kept Eternal Source with him so Eternal Source could fend off any dangers that cropped up. This would give Lin Yuan sufficient time to summon the other Samsara realm dictators from the Marsh world through Klein Hub. Lin Yuan had not expected Eternal Source to volunteer to take him. However, not only was he not against the idea, but he had always been curious about what Eternal Source's true body was. Eternal Source's source totem ability was Recall. After setting a specific time during combat, time could be turned back to that specific time. Both sides would retain their memories from before the backward turning of time. This source totem ability could save lives and increase the acceptable margin for error during combat. If there were any errors during battle, they could be smoothed over with Recall. It went without saying that this ability was not foolproof. When there was interference from many other source totem abilities, accidents could happen when using Recall. Eternal Source's source totem ability was a powerful individual combat ability. Eternal Source had managed to remain on top in the Marsh world and even convinced the arrogant Vine Source and Hornless Dragon Source to submit to him because he had Mist Source following him. With Mist Source by his side, Eternal Source's source totem ability could be used at will. It was difficult for Lin Yuan to tell what Eternal Source's true body was from his source totem ability. Lin Yuan had always been curious about Eternal Source's true body. Okay. Then I will have to trouble you to take me to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. After receiving Lin Yuan's order, Eternal Source's body started to glow with gold and green light as his body expanded rapidly, and many green and gold scales spread over the surface of his body. There was a layer of green and gold feathers on the scales. Each feather was only as wide as Lin Yuan's finger and looked minuscule on Eternal Source's body, which was now almost 1,000 meters long. However, Lin Yuan could sense that each of Eternal Source's feathers contained a large amount of power. Eternal Source's 4 limbs were very sturdy, and 3 pairs of slender wings sprouted from his back. He now resembled a dragon from the fairy tales of Lin Yuan's previous life. However, Eternal Source did not appear evil. Instead, he looked composed and completely unlike a life form from the Marsh world. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Eternal Source and found that he could not see all the data due to Eternal Source being a Samsara realm dictator. But he could see that Eternal Source was the feather scale winged beast. Eternal Source was a beast-type fae, making him an ever rarer life form in the Marsh world than Vine Source, a carnivorous plant. Lin Yuan leaped onto Eternal Source's back. Eternal Source spread his wings and flew off with Lin Yuan in the direction of Mermaid Forbidden Sea. During this time, Lin Yuan could feel dark blue continuously absorbing pure water elemental energy, as well as top-grade strange water. His own top Mermaid Emperor bloodline was now stronger than it had been. It was even inching closer to a boundary. It was as though he would be able to reach new heights once he broke through this boundary. Lin Yuan wanted to try finding an opportunity in Mermaid Forbidden Sea that would enable Dark Blue's bloodline to transform. Lin Yuan encountered many water world life forms while on the way to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. They were of all shapes and sizes and had prehistoric features. Lin Yuan could not bring himself to find them beautiful. Luckily, the root power in the water world was the same as that of the Marsh world. Both used source-type power. When Eternal Source released his Samsara realm dictator aura, he could effectively scare off the water world dimensional lifeforms. All of the water world dimensional lifeforms fled away from Lin Yuan once they sensed Eternal Source's aura. The few impudent and ignorant apostles who insisted on drawing near were all killed by Eternal Source. This allowed Lin Yuan to collect many apostle source totems. While Lin Yuan was traveling to Mermaid Forbidden Sea, Extreme Ocean was in the middle of a messy conflict. He did not know what the next best step should be. Was he really going to poison the other 3 royal attendants before spending the rest of his life controlled by a life form from another world? Although he had given up his soul fire, the other party could only curse him through his soul and not kill him. But once he poured out the poison, his tenure in Grace Sacred Hall would come to an end. But when Extreme Ocean thought about how Lin Yuan had somehow managed to get his hands on the 2 rulers' offspring's source totem, Extreme Ocean could not help but cough and push down all his mutinous thoughts as he resolved to follow Lin Yuan's order to go through with the poisoning. Otherwise, it would be a small matter if the Samsara realm dictators just attacked him. But if he was killed, all the hardship he had gone through in turning himself from a regular dimensional life form into who he was today would have been for nothing. He had not even had the chance to spend time with his new concubines yet. Extreme Ocean was furious with Isa and the other Turning Will realm dictators. They were all his subordinates, and he believed that he treated them well. If not for him, there was no way any of them would have been able to live as comfortably as they were. Out of the 4 of them, he lavished the most affection on Grass Wave. If not for his help, her enemies would have killed her immediately after becoming a Turning Will realm dictator. There was no way she could have successfully passed through the period of weakness. Yet, she was now scheming alongside the rest of them. If only she had secretly sent messages to him, he would never have ended up in the predicament that he was currently in. But in spite of his fury, he would never lay a hand on any of them. Extreme Ocean could tell that Lin Yuan was not the type to tolerate misbehavior by his subordinates. If he sought revenge on Grass Wave, Isa, and the rest at such a time, Lin Yuan would definitely be displeased. This would not only affect his position but might even result in punishment. Lin Yuan did not know just how much Extreme Ocean hated Isa and the rest. Even if he knew, he would not exchange the lives of Isa and the rest just to make Extreme Ocean happy. Once he found the Waterworld's 2 endless gems, the entire Waterworld would fall into his hands just like the Marsh World was. While on the way to Mermaid Forbidden Sea, Lin Yuan noticed that the amount of coral in the sea was increasing. There were also clam species dimensional life forms swimming around the corals. Various beautifully colored tentacles would reach out from the shells that changed colors when they made contact with the corals. This meant that there were predators of clams among the corals, as clams only developed such an ability to help them during times of danger. The closer they got to Mermaid Forbidden Sea, the fewer ugly sea beasts and strange invertebrates there were. According to the records, mermaids were a type of dimensional life form with a high standard of beauty. The existence of any ugly creatures in their living area would affect their moods. Thus, they usually chased all ugly creatures out of the area where they lived or killed those who refused to leave. Although Lin Yuan possessed the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, he did not believe that he had such inclinations. He was tolerant of all types of appearances. Lin Yuan instructed Eternal Source to retract his aura to see if this could lead to him bumping into a mermaid. This would allow him to verify if the facade he put up with Dark Blue's help and which managed to deceive the Goddess of Mercy would also be able to pull the wool over real mermaids. Apart from authenticating his bloodline, Lin Yuan also wanted to understand the situation in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Mermaid Forbidden Sea was extremely far from any other faction, and only life forms with the mermaid bloodline and a few aquatic clans were allowed to approach them. All other life forms who wanted to live within Mermaid Forbidden Sea's territory could only be relegated to one of the designated districts. Extreme Ocean knew that there were 5 mermaid emperors in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But as long as Lin Yuan could find one real mermaid, he would be able to learn about Mermaid Forbidden Sea from them. While Eternal Source carried Lin Yuan around to search for mermaids, the dictators in the Marsh World were examining Isa and the other dictators who came from another world. The life forms from the main world were already foreigners to the dictators from the Marsh World, and the same went for the life forms from the Water World. The dictators who were born in the Marsh World had the same root power as the dictators born in the Water World, but they had obvious differences when it came to their appearances and aura. The appearance of Isa and the rest was confirmation to Mountain Ridge Source, Mist Source, and all the other dictators with the word Source in their names that what Lin Yuan said was true. When Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the other 5 dictators were summoned away by Lin Yuan, Mountain Ridge Source had felt extremely threatened. As a result, Mountain Ridge Source, who never liked to join the fray, voluntarily colluded with Mist Source and other dictators without the word Source in their names. Most of the Samsara realm dictators without the word Source in their names did not live in Marsh Abyss but did not want to be targeted by Mountain Ridge Source, Evil Source, and the rest. Mountain Ridge Source usually turned her nose up at these Samsara realm dictators. But now that she was in such great need of a sense of security, Mountain Ridge Source started to have the desire to join forces with these Samsara realm dictators. Now, any expert with power in the marsh world was under Lin Yuan's control. Thus, the only way to make it in the marsh world was to earn Lin Yuan's favor. Mountain Ridge Source had been wondering if Lin Yuan had not called her because he was displeased with her in some way. The other Samsara realm dictators were very welcoming toward Mountain Ridge Source's offer to work together. But Miss Source was completely apathetic. It suddenly dawned on Mountain Ridge Source that Miss Source had always joined Eternal Source at the hip. It went without saying that Lin Yuan's reliance on Eternal Source would also benefit Miss Source. Thus, there was no need for Miss Source to be anxious. Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Vine Source, and the rest returned to the marsh world before Mountain Ridge Source could make her move. The only one who had not returned was Eternal Source. Thus, Mountain Ridge Source decided to extend her offer of collusion to Vine Source, Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the rest. Vine Source, Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source were fairly upset with Lin Yuan's decision to only keep Eternal Source by his side. This meant that it was all but certain that Eternal Source had been designated as their leader. Previously, they had lost to Eternal Source when it came to power. Now, they had even lost in the competition to earn Lin Yuan's favor. Carnage Source was very open to Mountain Ridge Source's offer. However, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Evil Source were clearly put off. The three of them had thought of Mountain Ridge Source as intelligent. But now, she seemed so stupid it was almost adorable. Trying to collude now was the equivalent of starting a rebellion. Would someone like Lin Yuan, always looking out for the big picture, allow a rebellion to form? There was no guarantee that this rebellion would have an impact on Eternal Source. Instead, it would inform Eternal Source of who was in the opposition. This would inevitably lead to him retaliating. Eternal Source was never merciful when it came to retaliation. Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Evil Source had experienced it more than once. Thus, they did not bother with Mountain Ridge Source. Their reactions made Mountain Ridge Source feel humiliated. Eventually, all Mountain Ridge Source could do was turn to Everything, who had already become one of Lin Yuan's most important subordinates. Lift Marsh had already carried Lin Yuan's territory to the Marsh West Circle, so it did not take Mountain Ridge Source much effort to find Everything. Everything chewed on Mountain Ridge Source's words before she said seriously, "Sister Mountain Ridge Source, there isn't a need for you to be so anxious. All you need to do is ensure that nothing goes wrong with the work that is part of your responsibility. I've always focused on doing what is expected of me, and the same goes for White Speak and East Glow. If Lord Lin Yuan needs you for anything, he will let you know directly. If you have any nefarious thoughts in the marsh world and mess up a simple situation, there is no way that things will end well for you." Mountain Ridge Source only pushed her thoughts back in check when she heard what Everything said. Mountain Ridge Source could feel how frustrated and angry Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Evil Source were about Lin Yuan's favor for Eternal Source. However, the three of them could not vent their emotions. The Abundance Treasure Tree was still taking control of one-dimensional life form after another. Previously, it took 10 seconds for it to take control of a Samsara realm dictator. But now, it only took about 1 to 3 seconds. Vine Source and the rest felt even more fearful of Lin Yuan with every apostle that the Abundance Treasure Tree took control of. After 3 days of rushing along on their journey, Lin Yuan finally sensed the mermaid bloodline. These mermaid bloodline powers that he was sensing were not pure and were very spread out. It was likely that they were not coming from a large group of mermaids. Lin Yuan instructed Eternal Source to move toward the aura. This was when he saw a small group of about 20 mermaids harvesting corals as well as the small fish within the corals. Lin Yuan did not call out to them. Instead, he fused with dark blue despite being very far away and activated what the dictators called the dictator's body. A streak of mermaid emperor bloodline spread out within the sea. The instant Lin Yuan transformed, he sensed all the mermaids in the group tremble collectively before they started looking around wildly. Eventually, their eyes landed on Lin Yuan, and they bowed over and placed their hands neatly in front of their heads as they swished their tails to swim over to Lin Yuan. This was a similar posture to when children were respectfully waiting to receive celebratory money from their elders. When he saw the posture of these mermaids, Lin Yuan knew that his aura could deceive not only the goddess of mercy but also the mermaids from the water world. Once the mermaids swam closer, He finally understood how the inferior mermaids looked. They did not have stunning looks but were still prettier than regular people. When the bowed mermaids stopped in front of Lin Yuan, they knelt and started to kowtow to him as though he was a celestial being. Lin Yuan waved at these inferior mermaids and said, "How close is the nearest tribe?" One of the inferior mermaids hurriedly said, "Head 35 degrees southwest and you'll find our tribe 800 leagues away." "Emperor, we are just a small team from the tribe who came out to search for food. If you want to find our tribe, we can take you over this instant." Mermaids had a similar societal structure to humans. Mermaids naturally gathered together in tribes as they helped each other while living together in the sea. The mermaid tribes were organized and managed by the mermaids within them, who had the most elite bloodlines. This was what was written in the main world's records of mermaids. Lin Yuan asked the inferior mermaid who had just spoken, "Are there mermaids in your tribe with the mermaid king bloodline?" The mermaid immediately shook her head and said, "The first elder of our tribe is only an intermediate mermaid. It is still far from the mermaid king bloodline you mentioned. There is also a castle 14,000 leagues south of our tribe. It is the largest city in the vicinity. That is where the mermaid kings live." Lin Yuan immediately instructed Eternal Source to take him to the castle. The low and intermediate mermaids could only offer Lin Yuan very limited information. Once he found a mermaid with the mermaid king bloodline, Lin Yuan would be able to begin his strategy surrounding Mermaid Forbidden Sea. It was highly likely that he would be able to find a way to evolve the mermaid bloodline from there. When Eternal Source heard what Lin Yuan said, he sped off in the southwest direction to search for the mentioned tribe before he rushed to the city to the south. Lin Yuan's mermaid emperor bloodline was very concentrated, and the inferior mermaids dared not look at his face when he spoke. In the mermaid world, showing respect to a mermaid who was one level higher was necessary. If the other mermaid was 2 levels higher, they would have to bow. If the other mermaid was 3 levels higher, they would not be able to meet their eyes. Directly meeting their gaze was considered blasphemous and a betrayal to the sacred mermaid bloodline. The inferior mermaids only lifted their heads when Lin Yuan removed his aura from the sea. The inferior mermaids who were out to hunt were lucky enough to sense the mermaid emperor bloodline aura today. This was considered an extremely high honor. Eternal Source was extremely fast. This was especially so once he had locked onto a target and was charging full steam ahead. Lin Yuan had not been sitting on Eternal Source's back for long before he caught sight of the outline of a magnificent city made of coral. If the residence of a mermaid king was already this grand, one could only imagine how the residence of a mermaid emperor would look. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to enter the city. There was a complicated process to get into the city. If he did not express his identity as a mermaid emperor, the guards would never allow him and Eternal Source to enter. He would definitely cause a big stir if he tried to barge in. Since he needed to reveal his identity regardless, Lin Yuan immediately revealed the full extent of his mermaid emperor bloodline. The entire sea started to quake. The sea clans that only needed to bow when they saw mermaid kings immediately fell to their knees in front of Lin Yuan's aura. The mermaids, who usually dared not meet the eyes of mermaid kings, immediately closed their eyes. They dared not show any signs of intending to look at him. A mermaid wearing a thin purple shawl with pink and purple scales on her tail emerged from the palace and was approaching Lin Yuan. It was clear from the mermaid's attire that she had been resting. Otherwise, she would never be caught in such casual attire. This mermaid with a pink and purple tail came up behind Lin Yuan, bowed politely to him and asked, "Hello, Lord Emperor. Welcome to Luna's city. Your visit brings light to this humble dwelling. I hope you will take a seat in the palace." Lin Yuan saw this female called Luna with the king-class bloodline looking respectfully and shyly at him. He found this timid expression strange but was not unfamiliar with it because this was how the Goddess of Mercy looked at him in the past. From the Goddess of Mercy, Lin Yuan had already guessed that mermaids with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline were extremely attractive to mermaids with the Mermaid King bloodline. Now, his guess was verified through this mermaid called Luna. Normally, anything that was very attracted to him would appear to desire him rather than fear him. Clearly, the Goddess of Mercy was greedy and ruled by desire. If she encountered something that she wanted, There was no way that the goddess of mercy would do anything other than everything she could to get her hands on it. Although the goddess of mercy was on good terms with Lin Yuan and had used various methods to get on his good side, she was still very cruel at heart. She had used force and savage techniques to obtain the 100 units of pure fairy bloodline. Hence, if the goddess of mercy was attracted by his mermaid emperor bloodline, her usual style would be to treat him the same way she did to obtain the fairy bloodlines. However, the goddess of mercy did not do so. Lin Yuan now felt that he could try obtaining answers from Luna. Luna's reaction to him showed that the mermaids of lower bloodlines had absolute respect for those of more elite bloodlines. Furthermore, the mermaids with more elite bloodlines usually did not do anything that harmed inferior mermaids. Otherwise, the Turning Will Realm Luna should be terrified after sensing Eternal Source's aura, rather than standing so brazenly next to him like she was doing now. With Eternal Source's power, it would be easy for him to kill Luna. Luna's reaction was enough to give Lin Yuan a broad sense of how the mermaid society worked. If the mermaid society was truly like how it was being presented now, it could be said that the mermaid world was fairer and had more trust than the human world. Lin Yuan remembered Extreme Ocean mentioning that Mermaid Forbidden Sea had 5 emperors. As a Turning Will Realm dictator, Luna had to have seen the 5 Samsara Realm mermaids with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline before. Lin Yuan was not one of the 5 emperors, yet Luna did not seem floored. This could be the key issue. Luna was not surprised to encounter another mermaid with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline in Mermaid Forbidden Sea, as it was possible that there were actually more than 5 mermaids possessing this rare bloodline. Alternatively, the mermaids with the Mermaid King bloodline might not harbor any malicious intentions when encountering mermaids from the Mermaid Emperor bloodline. Lin Yuan felt that the first possibility was unlikely. If there were truly so many mermaids with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, Mermaid Forbidden Sea would be much more powerful than Grace Sacred Hall. If that were the case, Mermaid Forbidden Sea would already have completely beaten Grace Sacred Hall down instead of both continuing to compete for authority. Mermaids had very strong territorial awareness and needed a large territory to raise their mood. This was very similar to when humans were enthusiastic about decorating the rooms in their big houses. The King-class mermaids did not have their guards up against Emperor-class mermaids at all. This caused Lin Yuan to become curious about how Emperor-class mermaids would react to mermaids of his level. Soon, he arrived in the city where Luna lived. The entire city was decorated exquisitely, and it was clear that every coral had been carefully made. The molded coral resembled gems as they shone under the reflection of the undersea pearls. Lin Yuan felt it would take numerous years or even decades to build a city like this. After all, there were no life forms like the land imp in the water world. Lin Yuan spotted a group of mermaids kneeling on the ground the moment he stepped through the door. It was clear that they were trying to welcome him. Most of these mermaids dared not even look at him. Only a few of them, whose bloodlines were slightly above king class, dared to raise their heads to look at him. However, once he met their gazes, these mermaids would immediately pull their gazes away and look down at the ground. Frankly, Lin Yuan was not used to this feeling of being distinguished based on bloodline. The lowest bloodline in Luna's city was intermediate. Lin Yuan felt affectionate as he swam around the city of mermaids. This affection was not because he had visited similar mermaid cities before but came from his bloodline instead. Lin Yuan had only ever fused with dark blue in the marsh world to convince the dimensional lifeforms to acknowledge him as a dictator. He always changed back almost immediately. He rarely traveled while in his merman form. Swimming with a tail completely differed from walking on the ground or flying in the sky. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that with his contracts with the source sand and dark blue, it was as though he simultaneously belonged to the water, land, and sky. As he continued to swim forward, Lin Yuan had no idea that Luna and the other mermaids kneeling along the streets who dared to look at him were all looking astonished. The guess that Lin Yuan had after encountering Luna was right. However, it was not true that mermaids with the king-class bloodline felt nothing for mermaids with the emperor-class bloodline. They did crave the bloodline, and it was an innate desire for king-class mermaids. The craving could be described as the desire for courtship. The best way for king-class mermaids to improve their bloodline was to earn the favor of emperor-class mermaids. as this would enable them to improve the purity of their own bloodlines. Hence, all mermaids with inferior bloodlines became extremely tame and obedient in front of mermaids with the Emperor-class bloodline. However, only mermaids with the Mermaid King bloodline could openly display themselves as bootlickers. If Lin Yuan complimented any random intermediate mermaid, the mermaid's position would be elevated to a level similar to Luna, even if Lin Yuan did not take this intermediate mermaid away with him. There was even a chance that, in consideration of Lin Yuan, Luna would end up deferring to this intermediate mermaid in many matters. This was because mermaids were faithful lovers. Once they chose a partner, they would never change their decision. Once they decided on a partner, mermaid emperors would never part from them. Eternal Source next to Lin Yuan was not a mermaid. Given Lin Yuan's identity as a mermaid emperor, it was extremely normal for him to have a sea beast by his side. The thought of Lin Yuan, who was a single mermaid emperor, visiting her city almost caused Luna to overheat with excitement. As Lin Yuan looked out across the city, he stopped swimming and turned to say to Luna, "I haven't been out swimming for a long time because I've been preoccupied with improving my bloodline. Before I went into seclusion, Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers were still around. Why aren't they around now?" A look of indignance crossed Luna's face. Ever since Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers disappeared, they now exist in name only. The 4 royal attendants spend all day fighting and don't care at all about developing Grace Sacred Hall. All they think about is how they can fight to elevate their position in Grace Sacred Hall. Grace Sacred Hall was already suffering from a great loss in combat power. But instead of trying to band together, all they do is fight and continue to diminish the combat power. There is no way that Grace Sacred Hall will be able to make a comeback. Previously, I was sent to check on Grace Sacred Hall. It is my understanding that there is something fishy about the disappearance of Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers. It is likely that the disappearance of the 2 rulers is related to the 4 royal attendants. After the 2 rulers disappeared, the 4 royal attendants did try to conduct a search, but they only persisted for 6 months before they gave up. If the disappearance of the 2 rulers isn't related to the 4 royal attendants, they should be searching for hundreds or even thousands of years. They only searched for 6 months because they needed to put up an act. Given Luna's scorn toward Grace Sacred Hall, Lin Yuan got a glimpse of just how powerful Mermaid Forbidden Sea was. If Mermaid Forbidden Sea did not have sufficient powerhouses to keep Grace Sacred Hall under their thumb, Mermaid Forbidden Sea would not feel so much disdain for Grace Sacred Hall. Luna's investigation of Grace Sacred Hall was very thorough. Her assessment was very similar to the reports from ISA, Extreme Ocean, and the rest. Her detailed investigation of an enemy faction demonstrated her extremely high competence. However, the 2 rulers were not just missing but were already dead. Even the daughter they had together had lost her life under unknown circumstances. It was clear that the 4 royal attendants had not killed the daughter. If they had done so, her source totem would not have fallen through the Waterworld dimensional rift. Lin Yuan had always been curious about how the daughter had died. Just who killed the daughter right under the nose of the 4 royal attendants. After Luna told Lin Yuan about Grace Sacred Hall, she started introducing Mermaid Forbidden Sea to him. "Lord Emperor, I'm not sure when you went into seclusion. Mermaid Forbidden Sea hasn't changed much in the past few years. The 5 emperors still rule us. With you included, there should be 6 rulers now. The good news is that one of the emperors has found a partner, and that there should be another emperor appearing in the future. Many king-class mermaids choose to go into seclusion like you. However, all of them failed. They might have failed to improve their bloodlines, but 4 of them successfully boosted themselves from the Turning Will realm to the Samsara realm. Mermaid Forbidden Sea now has 11 Samsara realm mermaids." Lin Yuan was shocked and suspicious when he heard what Luna said. He was shocked because Mermaid Forbidden Sea already had 2 times the number of powerhouses than Grace Sacred Hall and was close to reaching 3 times. Moreover, Mermaid Forbidden Sea not only had mermaids as powerhouses, but also had many sea beasts whose power could not be ignored. It was even possible that there could be Samsara realm sea beasts. Lin Yuan had expected Mermaid Forbidden Sea to be very strong, but he had not expected the extent to be so overwhelming. Mermaid Forbidden Sea alone could be considered the top combat power of the entire marsh world. The water world's top combat power was so much stronger than the marsh world's that it was astonishing. Lin Yuan was suspicious because what did the imminent appearance of a seventh emperor have to do with an emperor finding a partner? How were these two events related? If this was any other issue, Lin Yuan would have immediately asked Luna about anything that he was unsure about. But this matter concerned the mermaid's biggest secrets. Given the strength of his bloodline that he was exhibiting, he did not have a reason to probe deeper. Thus, he did not pose his questions to Luna. Instead, he decided to wait until he had a chance in the future to bait her into telling him the answer herself. Lin Yuan nodded at Luna. After he entered the palace, Luna immediately sent the servants away to prepare a bountiful feast to welcome Lin Yuan. Luna's mind was filled with unsavory thoughts and desires, but king-class mermaids could only silently stew in their desires for emperor-class mermaids. They could not express their yearning with too much enthusiasm. Otherwise, it would be considered as crossing the boundaries of their bloodline, and their species would immediately cast them aside. Eternal Source had been examining the interior design of the city. Luna had not shown her back to Eternal Source while she was speaking, so Eternal Source had heard everything word clearly. This allowed Eternal Source to recognize just how powerful Mermaid Forbidden Sea was. This led him to understand the importance of unity in a faction. If the mermaids of Mermaid Forbidden Sea were not bounded by their bloodline, they would never be this united, and Mermaid Forbidden Sea would not have developed as well as they had. Eternal Source now saw the direction he needed to work toward in his position as Lin Yuan's subordinate. After returning to the Marsh World, Eternal Source intended to deepen his ties with Vine Source, Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the rest before he brought the entire Marsh World together. His actions would definitely earn him Lin Yuan's praise. Just when Luna was done preparing the delicacies of the water world and numerous elite mermaids were laying out the plates topped with food, Lin Yuan received a message from Wenyu through the Thoughts letter paper. Young Master Yin Lin has sent word through the Thoughts letter paper. You don't need to worry anymore. However, Bu Pe is in trouble and may need our help. Lin Yuan's face fell when he saw Wenyu's message. Lin Yuan always paid extra attention to the happenings in Bu Pe's life during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings. So he was very clear about what was happening with Bu Pe. Bu Pe was not the type who liked to trouble others. He had to be in grave danger for him to reach out to Wenyu. If Wenyu had not confirmed that Bu Pe's situation was dire, she would not have called Lin Yuan back despite knowing that he was in the water world. Ever since Bu Pe demonstrated significant creation master talent and became a reserve disciple, he spent all his time by the Spirit Mother's side. Bu Pe's elevated position brought not only privileges to him but also extended to his sister, who now enjoyed a life of luxury and constant attention. Despite the turmoil within the Spirit Mother Federation, nobody dared to target Bu Pe's sister. Every citizen from the Spirit Mother Federation had tattoos that represented their lives as citizens of the Spirit Mother Federation. For example, if one was part of a Chamber of Commerce, they would have the name of the Chamber of Commerce tattooed on them. If one was lucky enough to serve the Earth Mothers in the Black Obsidian Towers, they would also be given a related tattoo. The more tattoos that a Spirit Chi professional from the Spirit Mother Federation had, the more fruitful of a life they had led. The entire Spirit Mother Federation seemed to be suppressed by something. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of lives buried under every obsidian tower. In such an environment, those of higher status had more speaking authority. A reserve Spirit Mother disciple was of similar status to a Sky Mother. As more reserve disciples were eliminated, there were eventually only 2 left. The next Spirit Mother would be chosen from the 2 of them. Thus, Bu Pe's value already exceeded that of a Sky Mother. A servant from an obsidian tower also walked on the streets with their head held high due to the formidability of the Earth Mother they served. Bu Pe did not have servants. All he had was a sister. Everyone around Bu Pe knew that he loved nothing more than her. Thus, even if anyone dared to cross him, they would not dare to put themselves in opposition against him by crossing his sister. As such, there could only be one possibility as to why Bu Pe was asking for help. The final fight to become the next Spirit Mother had begun. Lin Yuan had heard from Bu Pe in the past that the reserve disciple he was competing with came from a formidable background. as both families had numerous members who were Sky Mothers. The Sky Mother's role was to protect the Spirit Mother. Once they become a Sky Mother, they would belong fully to the Spirit Mother and would need to commit all the runes they comprehended to the Spirit Mother. Thus, they technically did not belong to any family. Even if the Spirit Mother wanted them to kill someone from their family or even their entire family, they would have to do it. Although Sky Mothers appeared to be afraid of angering the Spirit Mother and thus dared not help out their own families, Sky Mothers generally never forgot about their families and supported them from the shadows. The Spirit Mother was the only master of the Spirit Mother Federation. If their descendant became the Spirit Mother, their family would gain top authority in the Spirit Mother Federation. Lin Yuan did not know that there was such an unspoken culture in the Spirit Mother Federation, but the Spirit Mother selection was a tradition in the Spirit Mother Federation. There was no way that it would be solely performative. Given his competitor's strong rock of support, Bupo's talent would not be enough to carry him through on his own. Luckily, if Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone from this location in the water world, he would return to the same location when he exited the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Thus, he did not have to worry about his plan in the water world being delayed. Luna looked at Lin Yuan and smiled as she held up conch shell cups full of alcohol she had brewed for 1,000 years so they could clink glasses. But before Luna could speak, Lin Yuan said sternly, "Prepare a room for me now. I'm tired and need rest." Luna looked shocked when she heard what Lin Yuan said, and she was slightly confused about what he meant. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan was saying that he wanted to rest. Was this because he was truly tired, or did he find the banquet she prepared to be lacking? Luna knew that gluttony was a problem for her, and every one of her meals had to consist of a wide spread. Other mermaids with the king-class bloodline looked forward to the day they could join an emperor-class mermaid's camp and begin serving the emperor-class mermaid with the finest delicacies. But such thoughts never crossed Luna's mind. Thus, they immediately went into her mouth whenever she got her hands on any decent ingredients. Lin Yuan's words filled Luna with fear, but she dared not ask him what had happened. "Lord Emperor, my bedchamber is the most comfortable room in the entire city. I already sent servants to clean it up. I'll empty it out for you right now. I hope you'll be able to make do." Luna dared not suggest that he eat something before resting. With her heart racing with nervousness, Luna started leading the way. When they arrived at Luna's bedchamber, Lin Yuan waved at Luna, and she scuttled away quickly. Lin Yuan instructed Eternal Source to remain outside the bedchamber while he sat inside the room that seemed to be made of coral. Under the shining radiance of the pearls, Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Outside the bedchamber, Eternal Source sensed that Lin Yuan's aura had disappeared. But since Lin Yuan had instructed him to remain outside the door, Eternal Source did not enter the room to check. Eternal Source knew that Lin Yuan had many secrets, some of which he did not have the right to know. The less he knew, the better. But now, Eternal Source understood why Lin Yuan said that he did not belong to any world. Before he used his dictator's body, Lin Yuan's body contained the main source power of the main world. But when he used his dictator's body, his body contained the main source power of the dimensional worlds. He had clearly taken control of the marsh world but also belonged to the Mermaid Emperor clan of the water world. Furthermore, the mermaids in the water world did not seem to know Lin Yuan. All of these mysteries utterly befuddled Eternal Source. Having a master that was shrouded in mystery might enable his power to improve. Immediately after entering the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan entered the marsh world through Klein Hub. Once Lift Marsh arrived at the Marsh West Circle, Wen Yu started to organize the power within Marsh West Circle. Lin Yuan did not keep Wen Yu in the dark about the Marsh world's secrets. When Wen Yu understood the situation, her brain immediately kicked into high gear. She felt that it was a huge undertaking to organize all these experts from the Marsh world who were under Lin Yuan's control. Moreover, focusing on the 7 dictators with the word source in their names would result in the other Samsara realm and turning will realm dictators being neglected. Wen Yu decided that she would take a military approach to the Marsh world. Every Samsara realm dictator would head an army. The Turning Will realm dictators would be assigned to the Samsara realm dictators' armies, rather than letting the Samsara realm dictators have their pick. This would prevent collusion that would destabilize the armies. Every turning will realm dictator was not only under the control of a samsara realm dictator but was also watching the samsara realm dictator. The regular dictators would be under the turning will realm dictators, and the same for apostles. This division of the Marsh World's factions created 11 individual armies, each having a tree-like structure. Once one of them received a command, the command would be passed down the ranks very quickly. As each rank controlled the other, no errors would arise. Any errors that did arise would have to fall under someone's responsibility. If Lin Yuan had not already taken control of those samsara realm and turning will realm dictators, Wen Yu's idea would have met with significant opposition. But all of these dictators knew that Wen Yu was one of Lin Yuan's people. If they did not listen to her, they would be making an enemy out of Lin Yuan. Thus, Vine Source, Evil Source, and the rest could only gnash their teeth and act according to their rank. But once the plan was fully implemented, it did not take long for Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, and the other samsara realm dictators who had never encountered such military style before to notice its benefits. This caused them to look at Wen Yu differently. These samsara realm dictators only saw Wen Yu as one of the accessories that hung off Lin Yuan. She was so weak that one small squeeze would kill her. But this weak female life form ended up changing the structure of the Marsh world. Vine Source, Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the other samsara realm dictators all felt the joy of being managed and directed. Vine Source and the rest were already very strong in the past and had a team of followers by their side. But most of the dictators and apostles in the Marsh world dared not get close to them, and they stayed far away. After dimensional life forms became dictators, they would never choose to become loyal to a stronger dictator unless they had needs. This was different from apostles, who all hoped to become loyal to dictators in order to find a source of support. The apostles preferred turning will realm and regular dictators over samsara realm dictators, as there was a greater risk of becoming cannon fodder by being around samsara realm dictators. It took a month for Wen Yu to organize the Marsh world. She also instructed Mountain Ridge Source to pour a large amount of wastewater from the Marsh world into the Marsh dimensional rift. At first, the Freedom Federation thought that the Marsh world silence was because they were preparing something big. But as time dragged on, they inevitably started to slacken. Wen Yu intended to make the people from the Freedom Federation antsy again, so they would not cause trouble during the Azure Federation's time of crisis. Hence, Wen Yu had remained by the dimensional rift. Before informing Lin Yuan, Wen Yu had already arrived at Klein Hub's entrance. Once she met Lin Yuan, they both went into a nearby structure where they chose a room and began the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. From the moment they met, Wen Yu started to give Lin Yuan a detailed explanation of the situation. Young Master, the last of the Spirit Mother's 9 tests has been set. Bu Pe and his opponent, Ling Mo, will have to choose one Fae to form a contract with and will nurture their contracted Fae over the next month before they battle with each other. Normally, the winner of the 9 tests will become the sole reserve disciple and receive personal guidance from the Spirit Mother, while the loser will become the leader of the Sky Mothers. But for some reason, the Spirit Mother decided that this round of the 9 tests would be a fight to the death. The loser will be eliminated. Bu Pe has not even picked his Fae yet, but Ling Mo has already evolved a tiger species Fae to Gold/Legend. If we don't step in to help Bu Pe now, he's going to lose. But I'm also afraid that he won't win even if we help him. Being in the Spirit Mother Federation, Bu Pe was almost a world away from Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. The help they could offer from so far away was limited. There was no way that Wen Yu and Lin Yuan would be able to help Bu Pe as much as Ling Mo's 2 families could help him. Moreover, Wen Yu was very afraid for Bu Pe's safety. At first, Lin Yuan was extremely worried about Bu Pe as well. But his thinking quickly changed. The Spirit Mother's 9 tests were a big issue. The Spirit Mother would definitely be serious about choosing a successor. Not even the most outstanding Creation Master could be confident that they would be able to break through Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master to become a Class 5 Creation Master. The Spirit Mother's successors had always been Class 5 Creation Masters. This meant that the Spirit Mother had a way of passing down Class 5 Creation Master abilities. The previous one would vanish after each new Spirit Mother succeeded in the position. Thus, sacrifice had to be part of the equation in some way. The Spirit Mother had suddenly changed the rules of the Spirit Mother's 9 tests. So the 2 prospective successors now had to battle to the death. Rather than saying that this would make Bu Pe and Ling Mo take the tests seriously and increase their sense of urgency, it was a targeted effort to blot someone out. It was either because the Spirit Mother had learned about Bu Pe having the support of the astronomical parliament, or he did not want to give Ling Mo's 2 families the chance to manipulate the Spirit Mother selection. Lin Yuan felt that if the first option was the real reason, the Spirit Mother would already have taken Bu Pe away for questioning. Regardless of perspective, the astronomical parliament helping Bu Pe would be seen as an act of scheming to bring the Spirit Mother Federation down. There was no way that the Spirit Mother would tolerate this. Thus, the second option was more likely. The fact that Bu Pe was able to remain competitive in the Spirit Mother selection showed that the reserve disciples were only Class 3 Creation Masters at best. It was possible for a Class 3 Creation Master to concoct spirit fluids to evolve a Fae to Gold/Legend. However, this would take 6 to 8 bottles of spirit fluid. It was also vital to evolve the quality of Tiger species phase. Before the evolution of each grade, Tiger species phase needed to be in the best condition so they would have the opportunity to evolve into fantasy breed and transform their bloodlines. They also needed to be fed spirit fluids that aided in the transformation of their bloodlines. It would be understandable if Ling Mo had achieved this in 2 weeks. But given that it had only taken him 2 to 3 days, there was no way that Ling Mo had concocted all of the spirit fluids on his own. Ling Mo's 2 families had to be involved in his cheating. It was likely that the Spirit Mother wanted to keep a lid on these 2 Sky Mother families because they were getting so powerful that they were encroaching on his authority. Thus, the Spirit Mother had no choice but to find a suitable reason to take them down a few notches. If that were the case, Lin Yuan would attract too much attention if he tried to help Bu Pe, who up till now had only depended on his own talent. Even if he managed to help him defeat Ling Mo, it would be difficult to get past the Spirit Mother. If the Spirit Mother wanted to use Bu Pe to eliminate Ling Mo and cut off the 2 Sky Mother families' ambitions before putting pressure on them, Bu Pe would need to be stronger than Ling Mo. Hence, Bu Pe needed to pick a Fae to evolve while waiting. It was likely that the Spirit Mother would eventually seek him out to give him a leg up. However, these were just Lin Yuan's guesses and not facts. He still needed to help Bu Pe be as prepared as possible. He would wait until the last day when it would be almost too late for Bu Pe to nurture a Fae and before the Spirit Mother stepped in. All Lin Yuan needed to do was prepare spirit fluids and Faes in advance and use Star Spirit Seed to transfer them to Bu Pe when the time was right. However, in order to do this, he needed to find an explanation that Bu Pe could give to the Spirit Mother about how he managed to nurture his Fae to the point that it was even strong enough to defeat Ling Mo, who had help from 2 Sky Mother families. As the head of the Spirit Mother Federation, there was no way that the Spirit Mother was dumb. Furthermore, as a Class 5 Creation Master, the Spirit Mother would have a good understanding of Bu Pe's current Creation Master level and know what he was capable of. If he demonstrated powers far beyond his current capabilities, there was no way that the Spirit Mother would hand over the position to him. This thought gave Lin Yuan a headache. He previously thought that there were still 1 or 2 years to go before the Spirit Mother's 9 tests. But it had arrived faster than he expected. If it was held 2 years later instead, Lin Yuan would only need to secretly enable Bu Pe to gain Class 4 Creation Master knowledge so he could become a Class 4 Creation Master. It was almost an impossibility for a young person in his 20s to become a Class 4 Creation Master. If a comparison had to be made, the Spirit Mother's reserve disciples would only be about as talented as Zhongzhe and Gu Lang at best. But due to the discrepancy in their education, there was no way the Spirit Mother's disciples could compete with Zhongzhe and Gu Lang. The sooner-than-expected arrival of the Spirit Mother's 9 tests threw a wrench into Lin Yuan's plans, and he was momentarily at a loss about his next step. If he did not help Bu Pe and the Spirit Mother was not actually planning something, Bu Pe would lose to Ling Mo. If he did help Bu Pe, he would have no way of appeasing the Spirit Mother. If there were really no other solutions, all Lin Yuan could do was find a way to fetch Bu Pe and his sister over. Since Bu Pe was a member of the astronomical parliament, his survival was the most basic expectation that needed to be fulfilled. Lin Yuan would never have dared to make such a decision previously, as it would involve him snatching away one of the Spirit Mother's reserve disciples from a federation that had a Class 5 creation master. But now he had the courage to do so. Firstly, he had the power to see this decision through. He could now make any decision with confidence. Vine Source, Eternal Source, and the other Samsara realm dictators were definitely stronger than the Spirit Mother. None of them had shown their faces in public before. Thus, even if they did steal Bu-pu away from the Spirit Mother Federation, the Spirit Mother would not link Lin Yuan as the culprit. After Lin Yuan, and when you were seated on their golden thrones, it did not take long for Lu Jie's figure to show up on his golden throne. Lu Jie looked at Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, and the three of them immediately started communicating through their souls. Lu Jie frowned when he learned about Bu-po's predicament. He did not know what to do under such circumstances. The other members of the Astronomical Parliament appeared one by one. Since this was an impromptu parliamentary meeting, Luo Lan and Su Iran did not appear immediately. Luo Lan and Su Iran did not claim to have any urgent matters to attend to, and it was likely that they would appear in their seats soon. The main goal of this Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was to solve Bu-po's problem. When Bu-po appeared, Lin Yuan asked, "Tell me about your current situation." Bu-po was slightly panicked and started to plead with Lin Yuan. "Leo, if something happens to me, I hope that you can protect my sister. Bu-po had long known that Ling Mo had the support of two large factions. Among the Spirit Mother's reserve disciples, Ling Mo was one of the most arrogant. He never thought about others. Although the Spirit Mother's 9 tests had yet to come to an end, Ling Mo was already acting as though he had won. Half of the other reserve disciples were trying to gain favor with Ling Mo as though they were not actually his competitors. Ling Mo gave Bu-po extreme pressure. Both of them were Class 3 creation masters, but as they continued to study and improve their spirit fluid concoction abilities, Bu-po had pulled slightly ahead of Ling Mo in terms of their creation master level. Yet, Ling Mo beat Bu-po in every test. As such, Bu-po suspected that Ling Mo was not working on his own during the exams but was receiving help. Bu-po was very shocked when he realized that. He saw the Spirit Mother's 9 tests as a very solemn matter. How could one cheat when participating in such an event? Bu-po always assumed that the Spirit Mother would find an opportunity to punish Ling Mo, but it never happened, and Ling Mo was allowed to continue acting as he pleased. It was already extremely suspicious how Ling Mo came in first from the 1st to the 8th test. The Spirit Mother's attitude confused Bu-po. The first thing that came to Bu-po's mind was not his loss but his sister's future. Although he knew that he could potentially disappoint Lin Yuan and fail to become the Spirit Mother's successor, Bu-po still hoped that the Astronomical Parliament would help to save his sister. Lin Yuan interrupted Bu-po before he could finish speaking. "Nothing will happen to you. There are still 27 days until the end of the 9th test. I will station 2 experts to stay by your side to secretly protect and communicate with you. If you end up losing to Ling Mo in the final battle or at the moment right before you're killed, they will step in to save you. They will then take you and your sister out of the Spirit Mother Federation. You don't have to worry about your safety. We are here to discuss how we can solve the problem." Bu-po froze when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Bu-po had been trying to come up with a way for his sister to be saved even if he stopped being able to provide value. But despite knowing that once he lost his value and left the Spirit Mother Federation he would be nothing more than a regular Class 3 creation master, the Astronomical Parliament was still willing to save him and protect him from the dangers in the Spirit Mother Federation. Furthermore, his Class 3 creation master's abilities had come from Lin Yuan. As Bu-po thought about how he had first been saved and was being saved again now, his eyes welled up with tears. When you noticed how Bu-po was feeling and turned to say to the other members of the Astronomical Parliament, "The same goes for the rest of you. The Astronomical Parliament will do our best to help you whenever you're in danger. But it goes without saying that there is the prerequisite of us knowing your exact location. So you must do your best to ascertain your location. Otherwise, we won't be able to help you even if we want to." When you had not named any names, but she was clearly addressing Peace and Bei-Su. Peace was located in the Broiling Rock continent, while Bei-Su was in the Grotto continent, which did not exist on the main world's maps. The main world was extremely expansive, and the federations did not necessarily have to depend on trading in order to develop. If they wanted to begin sea trading, they would either lose many fearless sailors or require the island whales. This price was so high that it would be a loss to trade simple goods, but there needed to be a guarantee in order to trade valuable goods. Hence, it would be much more logical to trade with known federations than go out in search of undiscovered ones. Hence, when it came to expanding the map of the main world, many federations did their best to explore further but were not overly ambitious. There were new federations invited to every new major federation meeting. Some of them were federations that already had federation envoys, while others were newly discovered federations that other federations had invited to participate in the major federation meeting. There were already almost 300 known federations in the main world. When the undiscovered federations were included, one could only guess how large the main world was. However, large federations like the Radiance, Azure, and Freedom federations were on almost every if not every map of the main world. The undiscovered regions usually did not have strong experts. If there were sufficiently strong experts, the development or expansion of the federation would make the federation easily discoverable. The exploration of phase went both ways. When used words confirmed the steps for Bei Su and Peace's future development and also set Waluin and the others at ease. At that moment, Lin's figure appeared on the Sagittarius throne. Once she appeared, she hurriedly said, "My grandfather has been keeping me by his side, and I only just managed to come up with an excuse to return to my room. I'm late because I was afraid that my grandfather would discover the existence of the astronomical parliament." After her explanation, Lin looked at Lin Yuan seriously and thanked him. She had no memory past being captured by powerful life forms from the water world. Once she woke up, she heard about what had happened from Lu Jie. She had been about to leave to thank Lin Yuan when she was informed by Lu Jie that Lin Yuan had gone into the water world. Lin had personally witnessed the dangers of the water world, and she was terrified that Lin Yuan would fall into the same danger that she had. Soon after Lin's appearance, Su Iren and Luo Lan appeared in their respective north-south constellation seats. Su Iren and Luo Lan had worried and anxious expressions as they said, "Leo, a large lake appeared where the snow celestial mountain used to be. When some people went to gather water, they reported that all the water in the enormous lake had disappeared. A giant rift appeared below the lake, and dimensional fluctuations are coming out from it. We went to take a look and noticed that there are dimensional life forms below the rift. We dared not venture further. This rift is very different from a Class 5 subterranean dimensional rift. The dimensional fluctuations from a Class 5 subterranean dimensional rift are definitely weaker than the dimensional fluctuations currently rippling out from this rift." Something clicked in Lin Yuan's mind when he heard what Luo Lan and Su Iren said. He was suddenly overcome by insuppressible delight. It was likely that a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift had appeared where the snow celestial mountain used to be. If that were the case, it meant that what had opened in the Grotto continent where Bei Su lived was not a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift. Lin Yuan was not aware of the location of the Grotto continent. If a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift had opened in the Grotto continent, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to find it. Now that the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift had opened on his territory, Lin Yuan could enter and explore at any time. Lin Yuan remembered that some spirit attributes had been produced at the bottom of the lake that had appeared after the snow celestial mountain turned into a fairy. Lin Yuan had even given the lake an opportunity by throwing a fair amount of pure spirit chi crystals and water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls into it. It was clear that due to the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift opening, the giant lake had lost all hope of becoming a fairy. This was enough to demonstrate how dangerous the path to becoming a fairy was. Su Iren was filled with worry when she brought this matter up to Lin Yuan. The Freezing Hammer tribe was right beside the large lake. If any disaster broke out, the Freezing Hammer tribe would be the first to fall. If the Freezing Hammer tribe, which was essentially the capital of the Iron Hammer Federation, fell, all the authority that Luo Lan had built would start to crumble. It would be challenging to build crumbling authority. Su Iren and Luo Lan had already given out the orders to gather all the spirit chi professionals in the Iron Hammer Federation who possessed gold and above phase to station themselves around the lake. Su Yiren and Luo Lan wanted to seek Lin Yuan's opinion, so they could decide whether they should fill up the crater to try and seal off the rift. Don't rush into anything. I will assign a few strong experts to help you guard the rift. They will also investigate the rift. If it is a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift, it will be a blessing for the Iron Hammer Federation. Su Yiren quickly understood what Lin Yuan was trying to say, but Luo Lan was too worried about the Iron Hammer Federation and did not comprehend his meaning immediately. If the person in front of her was not Lin Yuan but someone else, Luo Lan would have immediately asked, "Do you want to take over such a blessing? Also, what is a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift? Isn't the highest class of dimensional rift supposed to be Class 5? The bigger of a mess one was in, the more discombobulated one would be." Luo Lan needed to hear Yin Lin's explanation before she understood what a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift was. At that moment, all of Luo Lan's worries disappeared and were replaced by joy. It turned out that a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift was a link to the subterranean world filled with abundant mineral resources. If she could enter the subterranean world and mine the minerals, the Iron Hammer Federation and even the entire Startling Lines continent would prosper. Lin Yuan had intended to use this astronomical parliamentary meeting to solve Bu Po's problem. He had not expected to receive such a piece of good news. After Bu Po described his situation, no one could devise a good solution. At that moment, Su Yiren suggested, "My suggestion is to wait and see how the Spirit Mother reacts. The two Sky Mother family's actions are indicative of them trying to take over the Spirit Mother's authority and prevent him from picking his own successor. How could the Spirit Mother sit by and allow such a thing to happen? Even if the Spirit Mother doesn't use Bu Po to eliminate Ling Mo, he will definitely take action against the two Sky Mother families. The Spirit Mother is at the height of fury and suspicion. Anything that Bu Po does could trigger the Spirit Mother's sensitive condition. I think you know what I'm getting at." Recently, Yin Lin and Su Yiren had been helping Bu Po to grow. He now saw Su Yiren as his second sister. Since Lin Yuan had said that he would send experts to protect him and his sister, Bu Po decided to do all he could to complete the 9th test as he waited for the situation to play out. After the Astronomical parliamentary meeting ended, Lin Yuan brought Wenyu back to the marsh world before returning to the water world. In just half an hour, Lin Yuan had traveled through 3 worlds. Eternal Source was completely unaware of this. After Lin Yuan was done with what he needed to do, he left the bedchamber and headed to the main palace with Eternal Source. Lin Yuan intended to have dinner with Luna to try and bait information out of her. Lin Yuan's sudden departure had left Luna anxious and uneasy. When she saw Lin Yuan exit the bedchamber, Luna hurriedly went up to him and asked softly, "Lord Emperor, were the dishes not to your liking? I have already sent for new ones." Lin Yuan hurriedly waved his hands and replied, "You don't have to prepare more. The original ones were fine. I just wanted to rest. Did you say that your name is Luna? How far is the nearest Emperor-class mermaid?" Luna blushed when she heard Lin Yuan call her name. Mermaids of higher ranks always had ulterior motives when they called out the names of mermaids of lower ranks. This was an openly acknowledged rule in the world of mermaids. When an Emperor-class mermaid called out the name of a King-class expert, the King-class mermaid would either become the Emperor-class mermaid's partner or a servant at the very least. It was an honor to serve a stronger mermaid with a more elite bloodline in the world of mermaids. Lin Yuan did not notice the change in Luna's expression as he was fully focused on examining Mermaid Forbidden Sea. The dimensional life forms from the marsh world could produce many fruits that had unique tastes. There were numerous ones that tasted even better than those from the main world. As such, Lin Yuan had been well fed when he was staying in Marsh East Palace. But who could have expected the mermaid diet to consist of corals and pearls? Lin Yuan was not at all curious about the taste of these corals and pearls. He was sure that if he bit into them out of curiosity, most of his teeth would fall out. Moreover, apart from the corals and pearls, numerous items resembled sea squirts. Luna ate comfortably as though they were jelly. However, the foul salty smell hit Lin Yuan even from a distance away. Lin Yuan liked to eat fish, but could not eat any that had such a foul salty smell. Moreover, his palate had already been spoiled rotten by Lu Jie. so he could not stomach even the slightest unpleasant taste. Thus, Lin Yuan did not begin eating the pearls and corals like Luna was doing. Given how much Luna knew about Mermaid Forbidden Sea, it was likely that she also had information on the 5 mermaid emperors. The location of the 5 mermaid emperors might have been common knowledge in the water world. However, Lin Yuan had already found an excuse for himself. He already told Luna that he had been in seclusion. Hence, it was not strange for him to be unaware of some of the common knowledge in the water world. Mermaids led extremely long lives. A Samsara realm mermaid could easily live for more than thousands of years. Lin Yuan's lifespan would be much longer than Luna's, and she had no idea how old he was. Luna peeked at Lin Yuan as though she was trying to discern what he was thinking, but she eventually lost the courage to do so. She composed herself and started to answer Lin Yuan's questions seriously. Luna had been guessing how long Lin Yuan had been in seclusion. However, it was difficult for her to come up with an accurate answer. But it would not be appropriate for her to ask Lin Yuan. After all, they were not that close. She did not even know his name, and asking such a question would be extremely rude. Lin Yuan's question made Luna think that she had found the answer. That incident had taken place 3,500 years ago in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Before the incident, the 5 emperors had been living separately and would often change where they were living. But after the incident, all of them started living together and established the Mermaid Sacred Hall to stand toe-to-toe against Grace Sacred Hall. At that time, Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers seemed to be showing signs of crossing that gap. One of the mermaid emperors seemed to have done something to prevent the 2 rulers from taking that gap, which eventually resulted in the death of that mermaid emperor. Ever since then, the 2 rulers dared not bring those from Grace Sacred Hall with them anywhere near Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Since Lin Yuan did not know about this matter, it meant that he had already been in seclusion 3,500 years ago. Luna was only 3,000 years old. It was likely that she had not even been born when Lin Yuan had entered seclusion. Lord Emperor, all emperors currently reside in Mermaid Sacred Hall. Mermaid Sacred Hall is rather far from my city. Given the power of your subordinate, it will take him 7 days to reach there, even if he travels at top speed. If you go to Mermaid Sacred Hall, the other 5 emperors will definitely personally oversee the building of a new bedchamber for you. Lin Yuan nodded to himself. It seemed that the mermaid emperors were on close terms. They even worked together to build the bedchambers. Since his mermaid emperor identity could pull the wool over Luna's eyes, he likely would also succeed in deceiving the other emperor-class mermaids. If he did not meet with many obstructions in Mermaid Forbidden Sea, it would be much easier for him to take control of Mermaid Forbidden Sea. At the very least, he would not encounter any significant interference. With the mermaid emperor bloodline in his body, Lin Yuan felt innately positive toward mermaids. If it was possible, he did not want to harm mermaids. Where is Mermaid Sacred Hall? Luna hurriedly pointed to a spiral tower behind the main palace. Lord Emperor, I came from Mermaid Sacred Hall. In order to maintain a connection with Mermaid Sacred Hall, I had communication towers built along the entire path. I can get in contact with Mermaid Sacred Hall now using the communication towers. Would you like to communicate with Mermaid Sacred Hall? I can arrange for that now. Lin Yuan shook his head when he heard what Luna said. He now knew which direction to take to get to Mermaid Sacred Hall. A while later, I will personally head to Mermaid Sacred Hall. There's no need to communicate with them in advance. Now that I've rested in your city, I intend on taking a look at the sights in the water. Luna was slightly disappointed when she heard that. She had assumed that Lin Yuan would remain in her city for some time. He had clearly called out her name. At that moment, Lin Yuan handed Luna a pearl. The gleam of the pearl resembled an incomparably beautiful goddess. This pearl should be useful to you. I shall give it to you as a greeting gift. Once Lin Yuan was finished speaking, he brought Eternal Source with him as they left Luna's city and headed toward Grace Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan had come to gain a general understanding of Mermaid Forbidden Sea and to see if he could deceive not only the Goddess of Mercy but other mermaids. After the series of events, it was proven that he could. Extreme Ocean would poison the other 3 royal attendants and would try to contact Lin Yuan before he acted. If Lin Yuan remained in Mermaid Forbidden Sea too long, Extreme Ocean would not be able to act. Eternal Source turned into the feather-scale winged beast again and carried Lin Yuan off in the direction of Grace Sacred Hall. In all of her 3,000 years, Luna had never seen such a gorgeous pearl. The goddess-like glow was just like Lin Yuan's smile. Luna would not be this shocked if it was just a beautiful pearl. But besides being beautiful, the pearl also contained a pure and extremely strong power that could boost the mermaid bloodline. Luna knew that if she ate this pearl, her bloodline would be improved. Even if she could not reach the Mermaid Emperor level, she would still be much stronger than she currently was. After hesitating momentarily, Luna eventually wove this pearl in her hair and decided to keep it as a treasured item. The next time she saw Lin Yuan, she would muster the courage to ask him if he called out her name because he wanted to be with her. A man and woman were sitting in front of a table in a castle's basement in the Azure Federation. This castle was built 150 under a palace and was fully hidden away. The girl frowned and asked, "Virgo, what do you think is happening in the main world? Why have there been disasters breaking out everywhere of late? The Azure Federation is in crisis, and the Freedom Federation and the Spirit Mother Federation, where Bupa resides, aren't at peace either. Even the startling Lines continent has been shaken. This is just the area we have knowledge about through the Astronomical Parliament. Who can say how many disasters are brewing in the places we can't see?" Lu Jie cast Yin Lin a look of frustration. "I've reminded you many times not to call me Virgo. We've worked together for so long and have become familiar with each other. You can just call me by my name." A thought seemed to strike Lu Jie as he said seriously, "All the issues in the main world are related to the dimensional worlds. This isn't the dimensional rifts active period. Why have there been so many anomalous events? Besides the opening of Class 6 dimensional rifts, Class 1 to 5 dimensional rifts have also been opening much more frequently than before. It might not be as frequent as during the dimensional rifts active period, but the difference is slight." Lu Jie frowned as he mulled over when the anomalous events started, but he could not come up with an answer. Yin Lin smiled awkwardly. She was used to calling the members of the Astronomical Parliament by their titles. She called Lin Yuan Leo more times than she called his actual name. But it was indeed inappropriate to call a man Virgo. "Lu Jie, I don't think there's any need to hold the major Federation meeting 2 years later. Given Lin Yuan's current power, how could there be a member of the younger generation who could compete with him? It's not just Lin Yuan. With you and the insect species carcinoma phase, you turned into fairies. No one will be able to touch you either." Lu Jie did not think that far. From the moment that Lin Yuan took control of the startling Lines continent alongside Lin Yuan, Lu Jie was no longer concerned about the major Federation meeting. Lin Yuan had taken control of the Marsh world, which had sufficient powerhouses that could crush the Freedom Federation. Unless the Freedom Federation joined forces with Tower Cannon, they were destined to lose the bet 2 years later. But if they did join forces with the Freedom Federation, there was no question that they would utilize underhanded tricks. Before Lu Jie could speak, Yin Lin sighed and added, "If things continue cropping up over the next 2 years, the major Federation meeting might not be held as scheduled. I came to see you because I can't stop worrying about Lin Yuan and wanted to find out more current information from you." When he heard what Yin Lin said, Lu Jie said seriously, "Lin Yuan won't put himself in danger casually. All we need to do is to trust him. He is so strong that we can never hope to catch up to him. Nothing will happen. If he really encounters an issue he can't solve on his own, we won't be of much help either. It will be better for us to do whatever is within our capabilities. Your Azure Envoy ranking has improved again. Rather than sitting here and worrying, your time will be better spent trying to find a way to address the issue of the polluted sea with me. You will be the one leading the team. I won't be able to benefit from my contributions to the Azure Federation, but you will." Lu Jie stood up when he spoke, so Yin Lin did not have any more opportunities to ask about Lin Yuan. Lu Jie had been worried about Lin Yuan's safety and was far from being as cavalier as he seemed. Since there was nothing he could do, he could only pray silently. Extreme Ocean had returned to the Grace Sacred Hall and acted as though nothing was amiss so he could begin plotting. He needed to find a natural and reasonable reason to invite Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean to a banquet. The distance between himself and the other three had increased due to the items left behind by the two rulers. All of them were on guard against each other and had not shared a meal together in more than a century. If he did not find a reasonable excuse, the three of them would definitely find his invitation suspicious. He would also be wary if any one of the three of them suddenly invited him to have a meal together. But no matter how wary they were of each other, it was unlikely that any of them would suspect that their food had been poisoned. After all, they still relied on each other to take on Mermaid Forbidden Sea together. Ever since Mermaid Sacred Hall was established, the mermaids began to occupy an increasingly large territory. Previously, Mermaid Forbidden Sea and Grace Sacred Hall shared the territory equally. But now, Mermaid Forbidden Sea had almost 2 times the size of the territory that Grace Sacred Hall did. With Grace Sacred Hall weakened, the royal attendants constantly worried for each other's safety. Thus, as long as he could gather them together, it was unlikely that they would pay too much attention to the food. At that time, half of his task would be accomplished. Extreme Ocean had his own poison as well as the one that Evil Source had given him. If both poisons were added together, he could handle the 3 of them or at least have ample time to flee, even if they did realize that something was wrong. Extreme Ocean believed there was no reason for Lin Yuan to kill him once he had outlived his usefulness, as he had even been willing to accept Isa and the rest into his camp. Extreme Ocean had been mulling over this for an entire week. Once he heard that Ancient Ocean had returned, Extreme Ocean decided to take action. The 4 royal attendants rarely had the opportunity to gather together. Usually, 2 of them remained in Grace Sacred Hall while the other 2 patrolled outside. If he held a banquet and poisoned them there, he would definitely be able to trap all 3 of them at once. Now that he had finally waited until the moment that the 4 of them were gathered, he could not afford to wait any longer. He had come up with a reason in the past week. However, using the wine of exquisite water waves on this was a waste. He had not been able to bring himself to use the wine of exquisite water waves ever since he obtained it 2,000 years ago. But now he was going to use it on others. If he drank the bottle of wine of exquisite water waves, his body would definitely be able to transform. Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean had been eyeing the wine of exquisite water waves for thousands of years. If he offered the wine of exquisite water waves, all 3 of them would rush over to get a taste even if they were all out. He intended to offer Lin Yuan this wine of exquisite water waves at a banquet. It was likely that Lin Yuan would appreciate this gesture. If Lin Yuan was unmoved, his losses would be significant. Extreme Ocean believed that Lin Yuan was not such a person. If Lin Yuan was such a person, he would not have accepted so many Samsara realm dictators into his camp. Extreme Ocean was well aware of the effects of his own poison. The target's entire body would go numb and begin to break down until they finally went unconscious. His poison was always effective against those who were weaker than him, but it might not be very effective on Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean. The 3 of them were of a similar power level to him and thus had substantial resistance against his poison. If he was only using his own poison, Extreme Ocean would not have much confidence. What filled him with confidence was the bottle of poison that Evil Source had given him. Extreme Ocean had asked for 2 bottles of the antidote from Evil Source. He had to use the wine of exquisite water waves this time, so he would drink the antidote before the banquet began. Extreme Ocean also wanted to try Evil Source's poison first and see if it interfered with his own poison. If it did interfere with his own poison and reduced the overall effectiveness, he would not be trapping Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean but would be feeding himself to them instead. With this thought, Extreme Ocean first added his poison into the wine before pouring 3 drops of Evil Source's poison into the cup and downing its contents. Soon after he consumed it, his brain went numb. This feeling caused him to feel numb. Extreme Ocean knew that this was due to the effects of his poison. The symptoms were not strong now due to the small quantity of poison. Extreme Ocean silently sat in front of the table, waiting for more symptoms to occur. But the effects of Evil Source's poison still had not appeared even after all the symptoms of his poison had disappeared. This situation caused cold sweat to begin dripping down Extreme Ocean's back, and he felt as though he had been stabbed in the back by Evil Source. There was no poison in the bottle. It was just a bottle of useless fluids. Extreme Ocean could already see himself being eliminated by the combined forces of Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Frozen Ocean if he tried to poison them with this. An idea suddenly popped into Extreme Ocean's head. Could this all be part of Lin Yuan's manipulations? But there was no reason for Lin Yuan to harm him. If Lin Yuan wanted to harm him, he could have done so long ago. After thinking for a moment, Extreme Ocean decided that this was due to Evil Source trying to harm him secretly. It was likely that Evil Source was afraid that he would show him up in front of Lin Yuan. The more Extreme Ocean thought about it, the angrier he became and circulated the source power in his body before violently slamming his hand down on the table. All that happened was a bang. But the table made of iron bone coral did not break. Extreme Ocean had exerted such a large amount of strength that his hand went numb. Extreme Ocean suddenly realized that there were numerous gray and purple worms crawling all over the blood vessels he used to circulate source-type power. The worms blocked his blood vessels and prevented him from transporting source-type power to his entire body. He could kill the purple and gray worms by forcefully pushing his source-type power through the blood vessels. However, the purple and gray bloodworms consumed the source-type power in the blood vessels and multiplied quickly. After being held stuck by these two worms for almost 10 minutes, Extreme Ocean laughed soundlessly and consumed the antidote that Evil Source had given him. An unpleasant bitter taste filled his mouth and almost caused Extreme Ocean to choke. Less than a minute after the antidote entered his body, the gray and purple worms died and were ground up by the source-type power in his blood vessels. It turned out that Evil Source had not stabbed him in the back. The effects of the poison were only noticeable when the target circulated their source-type power. Extreme Ocean was filled with confidence now that he had experienced the effects of Evil Source's poison. He decided to add Evil Source's poison into the wine of exquisite water waves. He would serve the wine of exquisite water waves first and serve the dishes after the wine of exquisite water waves had been completely drunk. With his poison in the dishes, the purple and gray worms would already have spread throughout their bodies by the time the three of them noticed his poison. At that time, it would be he who would have them under his thumb and not the other way around. Now that he had made his decision, Extreme Ocean waved at a servant and said, "Go and send word to the other 3 royal attendants. Tell them that I'm willing to give up the key to the treasure vault, and that I'm willing to share the wine of exquisite water waves with them. All you need to do is tell them what I said verbatim. Don't add another word." Smooth Flow was the servant who had been with Extreme Ocean for the longest. When the 2 rulers had still been around, Smooth Flow had already been with Extreme Ocean for thousands of years. Extreme Ocean usually liked to discuss all matters with Smooth Flow. But now, Smooth Flow could sense that Extreme Ocean was hiding something from him. The matter had to be grave to cause Extreme Ocean to react that way. It was likely that this had something to do with the dimensional rift that Extreme Ocean had discovered. ISA and the others had gone to deliver the news to Extreme Ocean, but only Extreme Ocean had returned, with ISA and the rest nowhere in sight. The wine of exquisite water waves was Extreme Ocean's most treasured item. Even if he had gone mad, he would never joke around using the wine of exquisite water waves. He could not even bear to drink it himself. How could he bear to offer it to guests at a banquet? Although Extreme Ocean was not the strongest of the 4 royal attendants, he had always been ambitious and dreamed of climbing to the top. It was just that he lacked the power to do so. If he handed over his key to the treasure vault, he would be dropping a rock on his own foot. Smooth Flow's brow remained deeply furrowed the entire journey to see Ancient Ocean. He was Extreme Ocean's oldest servant. If Extreme Ocean was truly planning something against the other 3 royal attendants, there was no chance that Smooth Flow would make it out unscathed. Left without a choice, all Smooth Flow could do was pass on the message according to Extreme Ocean's wishes. Smooth Flow only let out a breath of relief when he emerged from the palace of the final royal attendant, Frozen Ocean. Smooth Flow decided to have a good talk with Extreme Ocean in his capacity as his oldest servant. Extreme Ocean had a one-track mind. He did not think much, nor did he act much. If Smooth Flow was not Extreme Ocean's servant, he would have described Extreme Ocean as a brainless body with a good source totem. When Smooth Flow returned to the palace and was about to report to Extreme Ocean, he saw that Extreme Ocean had truly taken out the wine of exquisite water waves. Smooth Flow bowed to Extreme Ocean and walked over to him before he said, "Lord, I have sent out the message just like you asked. All the other 3 royal attendants are suspicious, but are willing to participate in the banquet." As he watched Extreme Ocean swirl the cup that contained the wine of exquisite water waves, Smooth Flow said, "Lord, can you really bear to use it?" Extreme Ocean turned and looked at the worried Smooth Flow before he gently patted Smooth Flow's shoulder. "Smooth Flow, you have been with me for almost 5,000 years. You have done your job well all this time. Come, let's share a cup." The wine of exquisite water waves was always meant to be served to guests. The 3 of them won't leave until they have finished all of it. Extreme Ocean turned the jade teapot and poured out a shining substance resembling Amazonite into 2 cups. Extreme Ocean knew that Smooth Flow wanted to ask him for the reason. If this was any other matter, regardless of how big of a secret it was, Extreme Ocean would not have kept it from Smooth Flow. However, this matter concerned Lin Yuan and a faction from another world. The fewer people who knew about it, the safer it would be. Their companionship of over thousands of years was not worth more than personal profits. When Extreme Ocean tipped his head back and drank the wine of exquisite water waves, he immediately felt his body being cleansed. If Lin Yuan saw the wine of exquisite water waves that Extreme Ocean regarded as a precious treasure, he would be shaking his head in disappointment. To Lin Yuan, the wine of exquisite water waves was nothing more than a bottle of concentrated water elements. When judged based on the purity of elemental pearls, the purity of the water elements in the wine of exquisite water waves was only around 93%. At such a level, there would even be pearl radiance. When Smooth Flow did not pick up the cup containing the wine of exquisite water waves, Extreme Ocean personally placed the cup in Smooth Flow's hands and said seriously, "Smooth Flow, do you believe that there are other worlds besides this one?" Extreme Ocean clearly remembered asking Smooth Flow this question about 2,000 years ago. At that time, Smooth Flow had answered no. Frankly, Extreme Ocean's answer was the same at the time. He had asked Smooth Flow this question then because Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers had suddenly posed this question during a meeting. It had taken Extreme Ocean by great surprise. But he was asking the same question now with a completely different mindset because he already knew what the right answer was. Previously, Extreme Ocean wondered why the 2 rulers would try something so dangerously deadly, like fusing themselves when they were already so strong. But now he had the answer. The 2 rulers had indeed been much stronger than the 4 royal attendants. The 2 rulers had recognized greater heights that had still been hidden from the 4 of them at the time. Thus, they did not stop trying to increase their power. Smooth Flow gave the same answer as he did last time. "Lord, you are already at the top of this world. How could a world exist that even you cannot see?" The edges of Extreme Ocean's lips curled. "Smooth Flow, do you think you'll eventually be able to see a world beyond this one? Hurry and drink up the wine of exquisite water waves. Once you've drunk the wine of exquisite water waves, you should be able to reach Pinnacle Turning Will realm. Soon, you'll be able to experience what it's like to be part of the Samsara realm. There is the Deep Chasm Sea in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. It plays a big part in enabling Mermaid Forbidden Sea to produce as many Samsara realm dictators as they do. If the Deep Chasm Sea was in the Grace Sacred Hall's territory, the 2 rulers' fusion might not have failed. Smooth Flow had personally participated in the 2 rulers' assassination and had even contributed many useful ideas to Extreme Ocean that benefited him significantly. This was why his position with Extreme Ocean was so secure. Smooth Flow believed that the 2 rulers had died because of the 4 royal attendants. Otherwise, even if something had gone wrong with their fusion and producing their offspring, the 2 rulers should have recovered after thousands of years of recuperation. Extreme Ocean's mentioning of the Deep Chasm Sea caused Smooth Flow to recall a legend about the Deep Chasm Sea. "Lord, it said that mermaids are life forms that come from the Deep Chasm Sea. I don't know if this is true. Is there really the mermaid's long-lost treasure? The new Thearchus scale. Really in the deep chasm sea? Extreme Ocean had heard even more legends about Mermaid Forbidden Sea than Smooth Flow had. Firstly, it was difficult to tell which legend about Mermaid Forbidden Sea was true. Besides mermaids, other life forms were not allowed to reach the deepest regions of Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Moreover, Extreme Ocean had always been very suspicious about mermaids. It was clear that their bloodline distinction strongly ruled all of them. It was even said that the more elite mermaids even saw the inferior mermaids as worthless. However, elite mermaids were always willing to protect inferior mermaids. Grace Sacred Hall often had the chance to catch small mermaid teams. Grace Sacred Hall always wanted to try catching the small mermaid teams and forcing them to become spies. However, the idea had not come to fruition even after thousands of years had passed. Even the mermaids with the most inferior bloodlines were extremely stubborn. Extreme Ocean was arrogant but would never dare to flippantly bring up something that he was unsure of. The legend about the new Thearchus scale has always existed in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. It was said that gaining the new Thearchus scale from the deep chasm sea would allow one's blood to reach Thearch class. However, there are no mermaids in the Mermaid Forbidden Sea with the Thearch class bloodline. If there were, there wouldn't be a place for Grace Sacred Hall in this world. So, there can't be any mermaid emperors who have already obtained the new Thearchus scale. If this legend is true, it hasn't been verified yet. The image of Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in Extreme Ocean's mind. If Lin Yuan stepped in and used the Samsara realm dictators to defeat the mermaids from Mermaid Forbidden Sea, he could personally enter the deep chasm sea and verify the legend. A tall and imposing palace stood above the sea. It was made of strong stones and had two tall statues. The two statues initially had their arms outstretched and looked out empathetically at the boundless sea as though it was blessing all the creatures in the sea. But in the past few centuries, the statue of the two rulers had been chiseled so that their features and attire had been erased. The apostles and dimensional lifeforms had been altering the two over 4,000-meter-tall statues until they had been turned into 4 large cabinets. The apostles played with the corals and pearls that they chiseled off the statues as they continued sternly instructing the dimensional lifeforms loyal to them. If the dimensional lifeforms slowed down their actions, they would immediately receive a scolding. Did you not eat your meals? Centuries of years have already passed, but the statues of the 4 lords still aren't complete. With how slow all of you are, what is the point of accepting you as believers? The apostles mercilessly killed the dimensional lifeforms that collapsed from exhaustion. It was as though these dimensional lifeforms were not also providing faith power to these apostles. This was not because the Waterworld's apostles were cruel, but because Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean sent subordinates to patrol the area every few days. There were many apostles who had been punished for being too slow. There were even some apostles who the royal attendants' subordinates had killed. As such, the apostles had no choice but to be so strict on the dimensional lifeforms who were loyal to them. A female apostle said to the male apostle in front of her, who had a sturdy physique and was currently shouting, "Swimming flood? The time that Lord Ink Ocean set is only a week away. However, the rocks are too hard and chiseling is too slow. If brute force is exerted, the rocks might even shatter. Given the progress, there is no way that it will be completed in a week. Do you think that Lord Ink Ocean will kill us?" A sorrowful expression appeared on Swimming Flood's sunken face. "Foam Coral, you have asked me this question multiple times. Have you forgotten how your sister and my brother died? Lord Ink Ocean won't even hear our names if we don't finish in a week. The sea envoys sent by him will take us out. After all, apostles like us are a dime a dozen in the Sacred Hall. When we were first sent here, we thought that this would be an easy job. Who could have known that it would turn out to be so difficult?" The girl's fox-like green eyes also closed in despair. A moment later, her eyes opened, and she sighed in a low voice. The Sacred Hall has become increasingly cruel ever since the two rulers disappeared. The Sacred Hall had been united when the two rulers were still around. There was never widespread carnage like there is now. We finally managed to become apostles. Yet, our lives are as worthless as dimensional lifeforms. If the two rulers were still around, They would never allow something like this to happen. The male apostle with the sturdy physique hurriedly reached out and covered Foam Coral's mouth. Have you gone mad? How dare you say such things? If this gets out, any patrolling sea envoy will put an end to your life even without informing the four lords. If the two rulers could appear, would we still be here trying to change the image of the statues to that of the four lords? If we do our jobs well, we will be able to answer to the patrolling sea envoys even if we don't manage to meet the deadline. This scene replayed all over Grace Sacred Hall. There were many apostles who even disregarded their status and joined the chiseling efforts as well. Foam Coral and Swimming Flood were among these apostles. While they chiseled away, Foam Coral asked, Swimming Flood, news has just arrived that the patrolling sea envoys are all going to head to Lord Extreme Ocean's palace. The assessment will be pushed back by a week. If we join in the work, we should be able to finish the job in around 2.5 weeks. Swimming Flood's expression lightened. At the very least, they had crossed this obstacle. However, Swimming Flood found something to be strange. The relationship between the four rulers had always been contentious. Why were they suddenly gathering together? For now, Swimming Flood did not know if what came out of this gathering would be good or bad. When compared to Mermaid Sacred Hall, Grace Sacred Hall was getting weaker. The four royal attendants were currently the strongest powerhouses in Grace Sacred Hall. If they joined forces, they would be able to change Grace Sacred Hall's current awkward situation. But if four of them started to fight, Grace Sacred Hall would fall apart and break down. They were all sea beasts. Sea beasts did not have much weight in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. They would not be able to develop themselves as well as they did in Grace Sacred Hall. All of the life forms in Grace Sacred Hall were under the four royal attendants' authority. If the royal attendants started to fight, all of the life forms that were in Grace Sacred Hall's territory would also be embroiled in the fight. At that time, they would lose control over their own lives. Besides apostles, not even dictators were guaranteed to emerge from the battle unscathed. There were various delicious delicacies laid out in Extreme Ocean's palace. Extreme Ocean had sent out his close subordinate Smooth Flow to invite the other three royal attendants. He did this because he hoped the other three royal attendants would visit his palace privately. Yet, the three of them had pulled out all the stops and brought almost all the patrolling sea envoys. In a way, the three of them were tending to his pride. This was the truth. Given that Extreme Ocean was willing to offer something as precious as the wine of exquisite water waves in the banquet he was hosting, the three of them had to extend the proper courtesies regardless of what he was planning. However, this was not good news to Extreme Ocean at all. Evil Source's poison had been added to the wine of exquisite water waves. He only had 1 pot worth of wine of exquisite water waves, and there was no way that every patrolling sea envoy could get a taste. Moreover, if the poison was too diluted, its effects would also be dampened. Almost 20 patrolling sea envoys had arrived, each of them possessing Turning Will Realm dictator power. They were extremely obedient to Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean. If they were not poisoned, it would take a lot of effort for Extreme Ocean to deal with them. Thus, Extreme Ocean laid out a few tables of food, especially for these patrolling sea envoys, so they could consume food that contained his poison. Extreme Ocean could not be confident that his poison would work well on Samsara Realm dictators, but its effects were still strong enough on Turning Will Realm dictators. Extreme Ocean said, Smooth Flow, you must be aware that I sent ISA and the others to investigate that part of the sea. Go to that part of the sea and tell ISA and the rest to return. ISA and the rest were patrolling sea envoys who had betrayed Extreme Ocean long ago, and he was aware of this. But Extreme Ocean said what he said because he wanted to find a reason to send Smooth Flow away. This was so that he would not have to worry about protecting Smooth Flow when a fight broke out. Smooth Flow found Extreme Ocean's order to be slightly suspicious. Extreme Ocean usually did not ask Smooth Flow to do jobs like passing on orders. But since Extreme Ocean had asked, Smooth Flow was not going to say no and immediately headed off in the direction where ISA and the rest were. At that moment, Extreme Ocean heard a soft scoff. You sure take good care of your subordinates. However, your subordinates don't seem too loyal. Extreme Ocean looked very awkward. Vine Source was the helper that Lin Yuan had sent. Extreme Ocean had been feeling at ease ever since he regained contact with Lin Yuan. However, VineSource's tongue was forked, and he always had to add a few jabs between every few sentences. It was true that ISA and the rest were disloyal, but they would not have betrayed him if VineSource and the rest had not used such extreme methods. Even he had been forced into submission, much less ISA and the rest. But all of them served the same master now and were considered colleagues. Did VineSource have to make so many cutting remarks? Extreme Ocean's temper was not pleasant either. Just because he was fully submissive to Lin Yuan did not mean that he could remain as amiable toward VineSource. Extreme Ocean sensed a familiar Mermaid Emperor aura from Lin Yuan. It did not match the auras of his subordinates at all. Extreme Ocean guessed that VineSource and the rest were in the same situation as him. Lin Yuan had subjugated all of them. Extreme Ocean immediately rebuked. "Are your subordinates very loyal to you? Aren't you also doing the job of lackeys now? Take my advice and keep your mouth shut. If anything happens that impacts our Lord's plan, I will report the entire situation to him without holding anything back." VineSource was used to living a life of luxury in the marsh world and detested insubordination. Although he was now under Lin Yuan's control and needed to dedicate his loyalty, no one besides Lin Yuan dared to utter a word against him. Even Eternal Source, who Lin Yuan was most reliant on, had to show him sufficient respect when they spoke. Yet, Extreme Ocean refused to keep his head down around VineSource and even used Lin Yuan to exert pressure on him. Nonetheless, VineSource could not stand such behavior. Extreme Ocean often caused trouble for him when it was unprovoked and even ordered him around. That crossed the line for VineSource. "Extreme Ocean, you are the one in charge of this assignment. My suggestion is that you assume the proper position. Otherwise, you can't blame me for being unable to help you." Extreme Ocean's chest tightened, but he did not back down. "Based on what you said, I can also report to Lord Lin Yuan before the assignment begins. I'm sure Lord Lin Yuan won't mind switching out a helper for the plan's success. Do you really think that you'll be able to bring me down? I tested the effects of Evil Source's poison. When combined with my own poison, the other royal attendants will definitely lose a large portion of their abilities for some time. I can flee without any issues while they are under the effects of the poison. Lord Lin Yuan is waiting to hear from me. What do you think will happen to you if I tell Lord Lin Yuan about everything that happened here? So it would be better for you to focus on doing your work and keep your mouth shut." After VineSource was beaten in a battle of words, he transformed into a seed that Extreme Ocean planted in a nearby flower pot. Next, Extreme Ocean called 2 servants over and instructed them to place the flower pot on a table in the hall. The table was not in use. Thus, placing the flower pot on it did not make it conspicuous. To add assurance, Extreme Ocean even buried a few shells that could create aura blocks in the flower pot. Now that all the preparations were complete, Extreme Ocean changed clothes and waited for the other 3 invitees of the banquet to arrive. When Extreme Ocean walked out from his bedchamber, he saw that Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean were already waiting for him in the main hall. When they spotted Extreme Ocean, Ancient Ocean, who never got along with Extreme Ocean, said in a cold voice, "You said that you will be serving the wine of exquisite water waves in a banquet that you want us to attend and that you have something that you need to discuss. We brought all the patrolling sea envoys over because of this. Yet you, the host, arrived last. That is unacceptable. Extreme Ocean, don't you think that you owe us an explanation?" Extreme Ocean frowned when he heard what Ancient Ocean said, but his brow soon relaxed. They were about to fall into his trap and meet their doom. Thus, he did not mind leaving them with some of their pride for now. If Extreme Ocean and Ancient Ocean began squabbling, it would undoubtedly affect the progression of the plan. He had used Lin Yuan's plan to threaten VineSource. If he acted without thought of Lin Yuan's plan, VineSource would definitely use his actions to deal him a blow. Extreme Ocean did not want to give VineSource such an opportunity. Extreme Ocean adjusted his emotions and said in a pained voice, "I wasn't planning on making such a late entrance. I was mulling over some matters and ended up delayed. Mermaid Forbidden Sea's overall power is increasing. They might appear to be at peace but have been in turmoil for some time. I invited all of you over so we can discuss Grace Sacred Hall's future together. I know that I'm not the strongest and that my abilities are limited. As such, I'm willing to offer my key to the treasure vault. Extreme Ocean solemnly took out his key and placed it on the table. Ancient Ocean had intended to put Extreme Ocean on the spot. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean knew of the deep hostility between Ancient Ocean and Extreme Ocean, so they did not step in. Both of them were trying to guess how Extreme Ocean would react. Although they had guessed that this gathering would not end on a positive note, they had not expected Extreme Ocean to say such a thing. The four of them were the heart of Grace Sacred Hall and divided up the territory into 4 districts that represented each of the 4 directions, and each one of them occupied one of the districts. The district that Extreme Ocean occupied happened to be the closest to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. It was completely possible for him to have caught wind of something that had yet to reach the other 3. Mermaid Sacred Hall had been oppressing Grace Sacred Hall. Mermaid Forbidden Sea was now a common plague for the 4 royal attendants. All of them were terrified that Mermaid Forbidden Sea would suddenly attack one day. Ink Ocean said in a low voice, "Extreme Ocean, if something has happened over in Mermaid Forbidden Sea, tell us about it quickly, so that we'll be able to make preparations as soon as possible." Extreme Ocean held up the teapot filled with the wine of exquisite water waves and poured the contents out into 4 cups before handing 3 of the cups to Ancient Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ink Ocean. After watching the 3 gobble up the wine of exquisite water waves, Extreme Ocean drank his own cup of wine of exquisite water waves. Now that the 3 of them had finished their cups of wine of exquisite water waves, his goal had been achieved. What he needed to do now was to stall for time. It was said that lies could be uttered at the drop of a hat. Since he did not need to pay any price for lying, what was stopping him from running his mouth? It's true that there are already king-class mermaids patrolling around Mermaid Forbidden Sea. ISA and the rest discovered them while patrolling for me. All of you remember ISA, right? Frozen Ocean is on the best terms with ISA. She isn't with me because she has been keeping an eye on this matter. All of them were aware of how strong the royal attendants patrolling sea envoys were. The patrolling sea envoys represented the power of the royal attendants as well. Each time one of the 4 royal attendants took in a new turning will realm patrolling sea envoy, they would boast about it to the others to parade around their influence. Frozen Ocean was slightly weaker than Ink Ocean but could compete for the top spot with him because he had the most number of patrolling sea envoys. Frozen Ocean had tried to poach from Extreme Ocean in the past. The one he had tried to poach was ISA. Extreme Ocean had always held a grudge against Frozen Ocean because of this. Every time the opportunity arose, he could not hold himself back from bringing it up and embarrassing Frozen Ocean. Extreme Ocean could not hold back from bringing it up even when they were plotting together. Extreme Ocean needed to keep the other royal attendants here and to keep the discussion alive by supplying them with fake information. The king-class mermaids in Mermaid Forbidden Sea held high statuses and were only below the 5 emperor-class mermaids. Normally, the king-class mermaids remained in their cities and protected the inferior mermaids who lived there. They would never roam around without intention. Once the king-class mermaids started to patrol the sea, it meant that something serious had happened. Thousands of years ago, Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers had led the 4 royal attendants in a clash against Mermaid Forbidden Sea. During the war, Mermaid Forbidden Sea had sent out king-class mermaids to patrol the sea. This was their highest level of war preparation. When they heard what Extreme Ocean said, the expressions of Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and the patrolling sea envoys behind them all turned sour. Grace Sacred Hall no longer had the power to take on Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Mermaid Forbidden Sea had been silent until now. Were they acting now because they intended to wipe out Grace Sacred Hall? Grace Sacred Hall was rather weak now, and it was indeed the best time to strike. In the past, Mermaid Forbidden Sea had been gentle and showed no signs of attacking. This caused the royal attendants to think that the mermaids were only seeking peaceful days. Otherwise, they would not have been invested in changing the 2 rulers' statues. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Thus, Ink Ocean asked, "Are you sure that the information is right? My territory also overlaps with Mermaid Forbidden Sea." Why haven't I heard any news about patrolling king-class mermaids? Once the two large factions clashed, neither side could wipe out the other side. After all, there were only two large factions in the water world. Regardless of which faction was stronger or weaker, completely eliminating the other side would kill half of all the water world lifeforms. Ink Ocean was always harsh and thorough in everything that he did. But the most he would be able to achieve when conquering Mermaid Forbidden Sea was to kill all of the mermaids. There was no way all of the sea beasts could be killed. Mermaid Forbidden Sea was large enough to accommodate all the sea beasts, so it was impossible to do so. But in order to ensure victory, the best method would be to kill the leaders of that faction. This would be the dictators who were currently gathered in Extreme Ocean's palace. Strange expressions came over many of the patrolling sea envoys after they heard this news. However, they quickly suppressed their expressions. The atmosphere turned tense. Some time passed before Ancient Ocean said, "I suggest that the four of us head out to investigate Mermaid Forbidden Sea. If there are really king-class mermaids patrolling around, we can catch a few of them and ask them about exactly what is happening. No matter how tightly their lips are sealed, there's no way they will be able to remain airtight." Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean's expressions were grim, and they did not immediately react to what Ancient Ocean said. Extreme Ocean peeked at Ancient Ocean. They had caught king-class mermaids in the past, and all of them had been almost impossible to crack. They would rather die than leak any information about the mermaids. Even if they were caught, no information could be pried out from them. Moreover, the news that king-class mermaids were patrolling around had been made up by Extreme Ocean. The king-class mermaids were still in their own cities. To catch them, one would need to enter their cities. This was the equivalent of trespassing into Grace Sacred Hall and would undoubtedly lead to war. Extreme Ocean had made up the lies to stall for time. Thus, as long as Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean remained in the palace, Extreme Ocean could adapt to any decision that came out of the discussion. "I agree with Ancient Ocean. The four of us will be able to look out for each other when we head to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. This will prevent things from getting out of control in the event of unexpected occurrences." Extreme Ocean finished speaking, and Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean nodded. Extreme Ocean saw that it was almost time and immediately instructed servants to serve up the food. "At a moment like this, the four of us should be united and set aside our differences. Come, let's eat while we talk. Your patrolling sea envoys can join in too. With all four of us in Grace Sacred Hall, the Emperor-class mermaids won't have the courage to act too rashly unless they plan on getting injured. The four of us should be able to take down a few of those Emperor-class mermaids." Extreme Ocean spoke with magnanimity. As a result, Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and the other patrolling sea envoys all started looking at him with a different light. They had not expected. Extreme Ocean had offered a treasure like the wine of exquisite water waves at a discussion about getting Grace Sacred Hall out of its sticky situation. He was also clearly out for blood while looking out for the big picture. Frozen Ocean reached out and patted Extreme Ocean's shoulder. "Since you're the one who discovered this matter and know the most about it, why don't you give up a detailed rundown of the situation?" Extreme Ocean nodded seriously. "I prepared these dishes especially. I even took out several items that used to be hidden away. Let's talk more after we're done eating." Extreme Ocean started tucking into the food. Extreme Ocean wanted to stall for time while Evil Source's poison spread throughout their bodies. But once the poison spread to a certain degree, they would be able to feel discomfort even if they did not circulate their source-type power. Thus, it would not be good to drag this out for too long. When Ancient Ocean, Frozen Ocean, Ink Ocean, and the other 20 patrolling sea envoys started eating the food, Extreme Ocean could not be bothered to continue with the act. His poison acted extremely swiftly, and these baited prey would soon notice something wrong. The various dictators all had different types of bodies, so some were weaker than the others. Suddenly, a female dictator with clear sea beast features placed her hand on her head as she felt rather dizzy. It was as though she would fall off the stool at any time. The male dictator next to her quickly propped her up. "What's wrong, Sturgeon Hoof? Is your hidden illness acting up again? From my memory, you injured your abdomen and not your head." Once one became a Turning Will Realm dictator, Discomfort over lack of rest was no longer an issue. If there were any issues, it could only be because of an injury. Regardless, the male patrolling sea envoy would never guess that Sturgeon Hoof had been poisoned. At this moment, Sturgeon Hoof was experiencing a splitting headache. The pain and dizziness had exceeded the level that she could endure. Before Sturgeon Hoof could express how she was feeling, another patrolling sea envoy started exhibiting the same symptoms. The patrolling sea envoys realized that they had fallen into a trap, and chaos immediately broke out. Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean had known Extreme Ocean for 5,000 to 6,000 years. They were well aware of each other's methods. Out of the four of them, Extreme Ocean was the only one who was skilled at using poisons. This situation matched the effects of Extreme Ocean's poison exactly. The three of them immediately shot glares at Extreme Ocean. Ancient Ocean looked at Extreme Ocean with a complicated gaze and asked sharply, "Extreme Ocean, you poisoned us. Have you betrayed us and joined Mermaid Forbidden Sea?" Extreme Ocean's words had touched Ancient Ocean, but in actuality, they had been played by Extreme Ocean. This was an unforgivable sin. While Ancient Ocean was speaking, Extreme Ocean activated his Source Totem ability. Dark blue light started to swirl around Extreme Ocean's body, and eventually, 3 beams of light shot out and hit Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean, leaving large holes in each of them. The stronger poison in the food started to spread out around the wound. Extreme Ocean could cause such an extent of damage to the 3 of them because he had used all of his strength. Furthermore, they had been poisoned by evil source's poison and had been circulating their source-type power to counter the poison. Otherwise, Extreme Ocean would never have been able to produce such significant damage. Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean were on guard from the moment that Sturgeon Hoof pressed her head. If they could not even sense such a thing, there was no way they could live in peace for so long in the water world. At that moment, the 3 of them also sensed that the circulation of their source-type power through their blood vessels had been blocked. Extreme Ocean knew that his plan had been accomplished to perfection. He chuckled. "All 4 of us have mermaid blood on our hands. Even if Mermaid Forbidden Sea is cooking up a scheme, they would never try to approach any of the 4 of us. It wasn't a waste to use the wine of exquisite water waves that I've treasured for so long because I've managed to poison all 3 of you." Frozen Ocean laboriously continued to clear out the blockage in his blood vessels caused by the poison as he snarled, "Extreme Ocean, are you actually planning on taking 3 of us out so you can have sole authority in Grace Sacred Hall? You aren't capable enough." Frozen Ocean spoke threateningly, and it did sting Extreme Ocean's ears. However, Extreme Ocean knew Frozen Ocean's words were true and factual. He was incapable of ruling over Grace Sacred Hall by himself. No matter how peace-loving the Mermaid Emperors were, there was no way they would hesitate to declare war on Grace Sacred Hall once they found out that the other 3 royal attendants had died, and there was only one Samsara realm dictator left ruling over Grace Sacred Hall. This way, they could erase Grace Sacred Hall and control the entire water world themselves. This would prevent more inferior mermaids from being threatened by Grace Sacred Hall and expand their territory so the mermaids had more space to live and move freely. Extreme Ocean nodded at Frozen Ocean in agreement. "It's true that I'm incapable, but Lord Lin Yuan is. Vine Source, restrain the 3 of them and their patrolling sea envoys. I will go and send word to Lord Lin Yuan." Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean's eyes flew wide open when they heard what Extreme Ocean said. This was the first time that the 3 of them were hearing Lin Yuan and Vine Source's names. Extreme Ocean used to address the 2 rulers as Lord. Could this Lin Yuan be on the same level as the 2 rulers? Extreme Ocean did not join Mermaid Forbidden Sea, but had joined a new faction instead. None of the 3 of them could have expected this. Extreme Ocean only just spoke, and the flower pot where Vine Source was hiding exploded open. The seed that Vine Source had transformed into germinated, and vines started to dance around wildly until Vine Source's figure was formed. Vine Source released his chilling aura, enveloping everyone within the hall, including Extreme Ocean. Vine Source's displeasure toward Extreme Ocean had reached a peak. How dare he order him to control these people while he went to report to Lord Lin Yuan? It was clear that whoever reported to Lin Yuan about the successful completion of the plan would leave a better impression on him. Yet, VineSource did not have the means to fight with Extreme Ocean over this because he was only assisting Extreme Ocean while Extreme Ocean was the one actually leading this entire operation. With fury bubbling within him, a large number of brown and green vines emerged from VineSource's body. The vines violently lashed Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and the other patrolling sea envoys. The vines quickly wrapped around Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and the other patrolling sea envoys, holding them captive. Many of the vines entered Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Frozen Ocean's bodies through the wounds on their bodies. Many years had passed since the three of them last let out cries of agony. Extreme Ocean ignored VineSource's efforts to target him with his aura but was feeling increasing disdain towards VineSource. It was likely that Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean would also become loyal to Lin Yuan. They would all be under the same master in the future and be colleagues. It would be difficult for the three of them to forget how they suffered today. Extreme Ocean did not have a choice but to act this way for the sake of carrying out the plan, but VineSource did not have to do all that he was doing. Subordinates were different from the higher-ups. For higher-ups, power was the most important. As long as they had power, they would be able to preserve their status at the very least. However, subordinates not only needed sufficient power to prove their value but also needed to know how to work together. Otherwise, they would end up as scapegoats. Now that VineSource had taken control of the situation, Extreme Ocean ignored him and started swimming towards the outskirts where Lin Yuan was waiting to hear from him. High up in the sea, Lin Yuan looked down on Grace's sacred hall as he communicated with the sacred sword-wielding queen in his mind. Neither dictators nor apostles retained the memory from their previous lives after they died and became sacred source lifeforms. They had no connection to their past lives. Thus, the sacred sword-wielding queen was not curious about what had happened in its past life at all. It only cared about the two rulers' source totems. Ever since the sacred sword-wielding queen swallowed the Law Staff's root power and increased its stars, it learned about the benefits of quickly increasing its stars and became very eager to continue increasing its stars. Lin Yuan immediately relaxed after learning what the sacred sword-wielding queen was thinking. If the sacred sword-wielding queen still saw itself as the two rulers' offspring, and that the four attendants had murdered the two rulers, Lin Yuan would have to wipe out the four royal attendants for the sacred sword-wielding queen's sake. This would cause Lin Yuan to lose 4 Samsara realm dictator subordinates, representing combat power equivalent to the spirit fire level. Eternal Source looked at the calm grace sacred hall and the towering statues in the distance being chiseled away as he fully appreciated the splendid expanse of this other world. Eternal Source's main body was the feather-scale winged beast and could survive well in all 3 types of territories: water, land, and sky. Eternal Source spent the most time in the lower parts of the marsh world and liked the underwater environment best. Eternal Source preferred the water world's environment to the muddy marshes. Because of his understanding of VineSource, Eternal Source did not feel assured about VineSource helping Extreme Ocean. Lord Lin Yuan, I need to stay with you to protect you. Why don't you order Hornless Dragon Source and Evil Source to hold down the fort? VineSource's temper could end up ruining the plan. Eternal Source was not trying to undermine VineSource. Eternal Source was already the subordinate that Lin Yuan relied on the most. If he undermined a companion now, this might leave a bad taste in Lin Yuan's mouth. Lin Yuan was in the midst of conquering another world. This world also had powerful Samsara realm dictators. Due to his bloodline, Lin Yuan definitely had high regard for the lives of mermaids. Thus, there was no guarantee that Eternal Source would be Lin Yuan's favorite forever. If VineSource made a mistake that caused Lin Yuan to assign blame to the entire marsh world, that would be too unfair for Eternal Source. Lin Yuan shook his head gently when he heard what Eternal Source said. VineSource acted wildly and with extreme violence. When he first arrived at the Marsh West Circle and met the 7 Samsara realm dictators with the word Source in their names, VineSource had been the first to exhibit hostility. However, he was just acting as per his status and authority. But now, VineSource no longer possessed such authority and was nothing more than a subordinate who needed to listen to all of Lin Yuan's orders. If Vine Source could not even complete such a small task and even cause trouble, Lin Yuan would no longer have any use for him. I believe that Vine Source will be able to do a good job. Extreme Ocean is the one leading this task. I'm sure Vine Source will be able to do something as simple as listen to what Extreme Ocean tells him to do. It should be about time for Extreme Ocean to come back with a report. Lin Yuan had only just spoken when Extreme Ocean, in his dictator's body state, appeared in Eternal Source's line of sight. Eternal Source could sense strong confidence from Lin Yuan. It was as though Lin Yuan understood Vine Source better than he did. But what Eternal Source did not know was that Lin Yuan intended to divide up and give away all of the Source-type power he had on hand once he was done organizing the power in the Marsh world. This was so he could help the top combatants in the Marsh world breakthrough past the Samsara realm. If any one of them truly could not perform despite possessing power, there would be no point in nurturing them. When Extreme Ocean arrived next to Lin Yuan, he immediately lowered himself to one knee. This was the same position he had used to assume in front of the two rulers. Lord Lin Yuan, things were completed swimmingly. I used the wine of exquisite water waves to invite the 3 other royal attendants to my palace. The 3 of them and the patrolling sea envoys have all fallen for my plan and are poisoned. I also beat the 3 royal attendants into a sorry state so the poison could better enter their bodies through the wounds. After I settled everything, Vine Source is now helping to watch over the situation. I don't know if Vine Source is unhappy with my arrangement or just has a domineering personality. He has continuously been whipping the patrolling sea envoys and 3 heavily injured royal attendants. But he has performed so well that those patrolling sea envoys and royal attendants must be terrified of you now. Eternal Source did not have a deep impression of Extreme Ocean, but he remembered that Extreme Ocean had been betrayed by his subordinates. His subordinates' betrayal meant he lacked capabilities and a formidable aura. As such, Eternal Source never thought much of Extreme Ocean. Extreme Ocean's words allowed Eternal Source to understand what it meant to take credit while stabbing someone else. Extreme Ocean first mentioned that the assignment had been successfully completed because he had used the wine of exquisite water waves. Eternal Source did not know what the wine of exquisite water waves was, but it had to be very valuable for Extreme Ocean to bring it up. Extreme Ocean was trying to express that he used such a valuable item in order to complete the task set by Lin Yuan, and so was hoping for some compensation from him. Extreme Ocean said that the 3 royal attendants had been poisoned because of his scheme and that he had even injured the 3 royal attendants. All Vine Source did was manage the situation that had already been settled. He was essentially claiming all of the credit and erasing all of Vine Source's merits. Furthermore, he even mentioned that Vine Source had been whipping the 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys. This was his way of indicating that Vine Source was cruel and savage. If Lin Yuan was the type to overthink, he might think that Vine Source was unhappy with his plan. If that really was what Lin Yuan was thinking, there was no way that Vine Source would be able to explain himself out of this. Given Eternal Source's understanding of Vine Source, the latter had already decided to side with Lin Yuan after he clearly understood the circumstances. He understood that siding with Lin Yuan would bring him more benefits. As such, Vine Source would not have any adverse feelings about any tasks that Lin Yuan gave him. Vine Source's displeasure could only be directed toward Extreme Ocean. Vine Source did indeed have violent inclinations and often vented his fury when angered. The 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys he was supposed to be watching naturally became his punching bags. Eternal Source started to become fearful of the burly Extreme Ocean. Eternal Source was not afraid of an open fistfight. What he was afraid of was secret tricks being played in the shadows. He hoped that he would not have the chance to work with Extreme Ocean in the future. Even if they did have to work together, he would have to be the one taking charge. Otherwise, Extreme Ocean's words might erase all of his recognition, or he might even end up taking the blame for mistakes he did not commit. Lin Yuan knew that Extreme Ocean was trying to drive a wedge. His words might be exaggerated, but they would not be lies. Vine Source had indeed beaten the 3 royal attendants and the patrolling sea envoys. This immediately caused Lin Yuan to brand Vine Source with personality flaws. "Let's go. Take me there." Lin Yuan called over Hornless Dragon Source, Mist Source, Evil Source, and the other 3 Samsara realm dictators with whom he had not interacted much. Extreme Ocean was so shocked by Lin Yuan summoning 7 Samsara realm dictators at once that he almost lost all strength in his body. Extreme Ocean had never seen so many Samsara realm dictators before. According to his calculations, Lin Yuan already had an equal number of Samsara realm dictators under him as Mermaid Forbidden Sea and Grace Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan had sent Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source to the Spirit Mother Federation. Otherwise, he would have summoned them over as well. Lin Yuan's actions were his way of demonstrating his power. This was so the other 3 royal attendants would be able to recognize his strength and would be more likely to set aside their pride and become his subordinates. If he was sufficiently powerful, the other 3 royal attendants would not dare to say no when he instructed them to give up their keys to Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault so he could obtain the 2 rulers' source totems. If these 3 royal attendants could even see the slightest hope of preserving their resources even while under duress, they would definitely try to thrash their way free even if they were poisoned. Additionally, Lin Yuan was looking out for his own safety. Nothing bad could come out of always placing his safety first. The eye-catching group did not hide their auras and arrived at the palace where Vine Source was keeping watch over the 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys. Lin Yuan frowned before he even entered the palace. According to Vine Source's temperament and style, he would have brought the 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys to the palace entrance to await Lin Yuan's arrival. Yet he had not done so. In fact, the entire palace was pin-drop silence. There was not even a hint of anger. Even if Vine Source had not expected him to arrive so soon, he should still be whipping the 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys to vent his anger. But no cries of pain could be heard. Lin Yuan looked at Extreme Ocean with a completely changed gaze. After a moment of silence, he said, "Go and call Vine Source out." Extreme Ocean instinctively replied, "Lord, there is still some of the wine of exquisite water waves. Once Evil Source clears out the poison, you can have a taste. There might not be another treasure like it in the entire Mermaid Forbidden Sea." Extreme Ocean knew that Lin Yuan came from another world. He felt Lin Yuan needed to taste the wine of exquisite water waves to recognize its value. When Lin Yuan still did not respond, Extreme Ocean started walking into his palace. He hoped that Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean were in the sorriest state possible, and that the patrolling sea envoys were all but dead. Although Vine Source was stronger than him, at least he would not have to worry about Vine Source competing with him in the future. But upon entering the palace, Extreme Ocean sensed 2 terrifying strands of energy barreling toward him. Extreme Ocean instinctively used his source totem to defend himself. These 2 attacks contained 2 types of powers. Once they hit him, Extreme Ocean lost at least 1/6 of his life force. Different parts of his body started to decay simultaneously and were covered with gray and green algae. He now looked at least 10 years older than he used to. Extreme Ocean was very familiar with these 2 strands of energy. One of them was Ink Ocean's source totem's aging power, while the other was Frozen Ocean's source totem's freezing decay power. Evil Source's poison had poisoned both of them, and his own poison had spread throughout their bodies. How could they still be able to launch a counterattack? Could it be that Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had experienced breakthroughs and that they had been keeping the fact that they had reached Pinnacle Samsara Realm a secret all this time? This was the only possible explanation for this situation. They had agreed to enter together, but Lin Yuan ended up instructing him to enter first. This was likely because Lin Yuan had noticed something. With Lin Yuan and the group of Samsara Realm dictators outside, he would not die even if he had been struck by Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean's attacks. However, he hoped that Lin Yuan would not misunderstand and think that he had colluded with Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean to lead him into a trap. While full of worries, Extreme Ocean quickly backed out of the palace. Given how he had been beaten to such a dogged state, it was unlikely that Lin Yuan would think of him as a traitor. However, it would be difficult to detach himself from the image of being incompetent. Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean rushed forward and picked up Extreme Ocean by his hands as they growled. "Extreme Ocean, we heard that you've become loyal to Lin Yuan. If we weren't trying to lure your master out and because it'd be easier to defeat your companion after you left, we would have already killed you when we noticed the poison. It so happens that we already possess your key, so we don't need to be afraid that you'll hide your key away as leverage for your life. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had already rushed out of the palace while they were speaking. Frozen Ocean was about to begin torturing Extreme Ocean when he suddenly felt himself being frozen by the auras of 7 Samsara realm dictators. When they raised their heads and looked over, their expressions promptly changed. There turned out to be 7 Samsara realm dictators. If not for the fact that these auras did not belong to mermaids, Frozen Ocean would have suspected that Grace Sacred Hall was under attack by Mermaid Sacred Hall. After sensing the 7 Samsara realm dictators' auras, Frozen Ocean discovered that only 2 of their auras were similar to that of his own and Ink Ocean. One Samsara realm dictator's aura was only a step away from his own and Ink Ocean, while the other 5 had only recently entered the Samsara realm. He and Ink Ocean were injured, but it would not be impossible for them to escape. At that moment, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean heard a pleasant voice say, "The Lin Yuan you were talking about is me. You now have a choice. Either surrender or die." While he spoke, 7 beams of light formed from faith power shot out from his body and linked him to the 7 Samsara realm dictators. Up until now, the only one who had been boosted by Lin Yuan's source-type power was Evil Source. After being boosted by Lin Yuan, Evil Source had reached the same level as Eternal Source. As a result, Eternal Source had always been very curious about Lin Yuan's boosting abilities. But now that he was being boosted by Lin Yuan, Eternal Source suddenly realized that he had broken through past that block. Alas, he had not broken through that block with his own energy, so it had not disappeared. Now that he had broken through past that block, he could sense that the power in his body had changed. Eternal Source knew that he had surpassed the Samsara realm. The sudden power increase of Eternal Source, Evil Source, and the other Samsara realm dictators caused Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean, who had been prepared to flee, to suddenly feel intense pressure. Buckets of cold sweat started to flow down their bodies. Previously, only Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean possessed comparable power, allowing them to collaborate or devise plans to undermine each other and escape. However, now everyone's power level was nearly on par with the 2 of them. 2 individuals surpassed them by a small margin, while another was significantly stronger. Under these circumstances, it would be unrealistic to entertain the idea of escape. All the current events were intertwined with a young man named Lin Yuan. If they had not just witnessed it for themselves, Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean would not have believed that someone with a source totem would be able to produce such effects. Grace Sacred Hall had already been under Mermaid Forbidden Sea's thumb for some time. As Mermaid Forbidden Sea continued to grow stronger, Grace Sacred Hall eventually lost all capability of fighting with Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But if Lin Yuan was in Grace Sacred Hall, he alone could already evolve the 4 royal attendants. This would give Grace Sacred Hall a fighting chance of taking on or even defeating Mermaid Forbidden Sea. This fellow called Lin Yuan had given them 2 choices. They could either surrender or die. Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean had been furious with Extreme Ocean. But now that they understood the power of Lin Yuan's faction, they no longer had anything to be angry about. If Lin Yuan had encountered them first and not Extreme Ocean, they would also have made the same decision under the pressure of power and for the sake of preserving their own lives. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean looked at each other and saw deep frustration in each other's eyes. Lin Yuan looked at the conflicted Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean but did not continue forcing them. Instead, he gave them sufficient time to mull things over so they could understand their circumstances before they decided to become loyal to him. This would be a better choice than using force like he did with Extreme Ocean. But if they eventually still failed to understand, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to use the same method he used on Extreme Ocean. He had set up a scheme when he dealt with Extreme Ocean and had not fully demonstrated his power to Extreme Ocean. But now the situation was different. If he still needed to use martial force to push them into his camp after they witnessed his power, it would mean that there was something wrong with their brains, and they could not undertake heavy responsibilities. Normally, the higher-ups preferred loyal subordinates to the point of being willing to give up their lives. However, Lin Yuan was not taking control of the dimensional worlds using conventional methods. Lin Yuan would eventually find a treasure like the Abundance Treasure Tree to take full control of the water world. Then, he would not have to worry about gaining the loyalty of these dimensional lifeforms. Only those who were more active and intelligent would be able to accomplish the tasks set by Lin Yuan. After thinking everything through clearly, Frozen Ocean produced his soul fire and offered it up to Lin Yuan. Ink Ocean was extremely conflicted, but when he saw that Frozen Ocean had submitted, Ink Ocean had no choice but to come to the same decision. He produced his soul fire, which was representative of sincerity in the water world, and gave it to Lin Yuan. After accepting Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean soul fires, Lin Yuan asked, "Where are Vine Source and Ancient Ocean? Call them out." Dictators could seriously injure each other but would not be able to kill each other quickly unless there was a large gap in power. This was why Carnage Source had managed to earn a place as one of the 7 major dictators in Marshabyss with only one Samsara Realm Source totem. Hence, it would not be easy for Vine Source and Ancient Ocean to die so quickly. Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean hurriedly entered the palace and carried out Ancient Ocean, who had fainted from the effects of the poison. The two of them had used their source-type power to help Ancient Ocean to kill the multiplying worms in his body that had blocked his blood vessels. However, Ancient Ocean was slightly weaker than Extreme Ocean and had consumed a large amount of Extreme Ocean's poison. Thus, he remained dizzy and could not think clearly. As for Vine Source, Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean had suddenly ambushed him and used their strongest attacks. After severely injuring Vine Source, they began violently beating him. They were at a greater advantage underwater. Furthermore, their aging and freezing decay powers continuously attacked their target's body and source totem. Under the barrage of attacks, Vine Source's injuries worsened until they eventually unleashed an attack chock full of their anger and utterly crushed Vine Source until the latter was completely incapable of fighting back. Even if one Samsara Realm dictator wanted to kill another, they wouldn't do it by directly attacking before obtaining their source totem. It would be too wasteful. The optimal approach was to capture the opponent, gradually drain their source-type power, and then retrieve their source totem once their power has been fully depleted. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean saw Vine Source as the best nutrient supplement and had intended to use the source-type power in Vine Source's body to recover from their injuries. But now they had no choice but to carry Vine Source outside. However, they had not expected things to progress to such an extent, so their actions had been especially harsh. Was Lin Yuan going to punish them for beating his subordinate to such an extent? Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean carefully carried out Vine Source, who had even lost the strength to speak. When they saw Vine Source in such a state, all of the Samsara Realm dictators from the Marsh world who were familiar with him all sucked in cold breaths. To Eternal Source, Mist Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Evil Source, Vine Source was a companion and rival. To the 3 Samsara Realm dictators who dared not include the word Source in their names, Vine Source had always been a target of their admiration. The 7 of them never expected to see the day that Vine Source would end up in such a sorry state. If they had been slightly harsher, Vine Source would only be left with his source totem. Vine Source's situation was a wake-up call for all the other Samsara Realm dictators. Vine Source had been under Lin Yuan's orders to work with Extreme Ocean, yet he made the individual decision to vent his anger on the 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys. Lin Yuan should save Vine Source, but now he decided that Vine Source needed to learn a lesson. Since the 2 of you are the ones who injured Vine Source, you will be the ones to heal him. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had only just become loyal to Lin Yuan. Thus, it went without saying that they dared not go against his order. Samsara Realm dictators had extremely high healing abilities. Vine Source's external injuries would heal themselves in less than 2 days as long as his body wasn't harmed further. After centuries of recuperation, his root injuries would also be mostly healed. When Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean received the order, they saw Lin Yuan wave his hand, releasing 2 green beams of light that landed on them. Instantly, they felt their bodies being replenished with vitality, and even their injured roots started to heal. Achieving this healing rate on their own would have taken them hundreds of years of recuperation. Both of them couldn't help but feel wary of the changes occurring in their bodies. With Lin Yuan's capabilities, why did he want them to take care of his servant? They knew they couldn't surpass Lin Yuan no matter how much power they used. Despite their suspicions, They refrained from asking any questions. At that moment, Lin Yuan spoke, addressing the dictators from the marsh and water worlds. From now on, no one is allowed to make impulsive decisions during assignments. Otherwise, you'll be confined to your own world. Normally, Lin Yuan wouldn't be so angry about VineSource's actions. However, before sending VineSource out, Lin Yuan had specifically briefed VineSource on his plan. Lin Yuan intended to recruit the 4 royal attendants of Grace Sacred Hall into his camp. But VineSource had taken it upon himself to punish the 3 royal attendants without consulting Lin Yuan, going against his explicit instructions. Every dictator from the Marsh world was aware that Lin Yuan hailed from another world. To them, being confined to their own world meant losing the opportunity to experience the outside world. The Samsara realm dictators by Lin Yuan's side had all witnessed the wonders of the outside world. They understood the gravity of his request. However, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean were unaware of Lin Yuan's origins. Upon hearing the words own world, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean seemed to grasp something. It dawned on them that VineSource possessed a similar energy source but exuded a completely different aura. Could it be that all of them came from another world? The outside world mentioned by the 2 rulers wasn't mere speculation but a tangible reality. This was no surprise. The only reason to explain why these people possessed unknown power that was able to take on Mermaid Forbidden Sea was that they came from another world. If they followed such a person, they would have the chance to see the world that even the 2 rulers had been unable to lay their eyes on. Once Extreme Ocean removed the poison from Ancient Ocean's body and Lin Yuan was done healing Ancient Ocean, the latter also offered up his soul fire to Lin Yuan. The patrolling sea envoys had all been injured severely by VineSource, and Lin Yuan healed them using the Jasmine Lily. However, he did not take their soul fires. These patrolling sea envoys were all under the 4 royal attendants' control. Now that the 4 royal attendants were under his control, the patrolling sea envoys only needed to remain loyal to the royal attendants. Once he obtained the 2 endless gems from the water world and took full control of the water world, the patrolling sea envoys would also fall under his control. Before Lin Yuan spoke, Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ancient Ocean hurriedly handed their keys to the treasure vault to Lin Yuan. They had already taken Extreme Ocean's key from him. With the 4 keys in hand, Lin Yuan immediately prepared to head to Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault, so he could take a look at all the resources that Grace Sacred Hall had accumulated over the years. He expected Grace Sacred Hall to have accumulated a large store of top-grade strange water. With sufficient top-grade strange water, Dark Blue could have its pick. This would improve Dark Blue's ability to control source-type power. Otherwise, even if Lin Yuan became an A-rank Spirit Chi professional, Dark Blue would not be able to transform to Myth Breed. Upon discovering that Lin Yuan was heading towards the treasure vault, Frozen Ocean, Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Extreme Ocean expressed their desire to accompany him. Lin Yuan found this peculiar. The 4 of them had already pledged their loyalty to him. Was it possible that they were concerned he would claim everything in the treasure vault? Even if he did, it shouldn't concern them. Could it be that the 4 of them still harbored the audacity to oppose him? Noticing Lin Yuan's gaze, Extreme Ocean, who tended to overthink, grew anxious that Lin Yuan might misunderstand their intentions. He hastily offered an explanation. Lord, in the past, only the 2 rulers had the right to enter Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault. We have never had the chance to go in. After the 2 rulers died, the 4 of us split up the keys so that each of us had one. Thus, even if the other 3 gather together, they won't be able to enter the treasure vault with just their 3 keys. We might be in control of Grace Sacred Hall, but this reason has prevented us from learning what exactly is within the treasure vault. So Lord, if you don't mind, we would like to go with you to find out. Despite Extreme Ocean's explanation, Lin Yuan remained adamant in his decision not to allow the 4 of them to accompany him. Although the 4 of them had already entrusted Lin Yuan with their soul fires, it did not grant him complete control over them. If there were indeed incredible treasures in the vault, it was possible that the 4 of them would harbor wicked intentions. Lin Yuan couldn't bring the entire group of Marsh World dictators, including Eternal Source, with him to the treasure vault. Such an action would appear peculiar and suggest that he lacked power and needed protection. Hence, Lin Yuan would only take Eternal Source with him into the treasure vault so that Eternal Source would be able to handle any possible danger that arose. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had already tried to gather information about his background. Lin Yuan did not hide the fact that he was from another world. Lin Yuan had considered many different reactions, but he never expected them to be amazed at the reality of the existence of other worlds. This meant that they had heard of other worlds. From their interactions, Lin Yuan learned that Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers had badly wanted to leave this world. They had been continuously claiming that there were other worlds besides this one. Samsara realm dictators were usually more pragmatic. Thus, Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers had to have a reason for making such a guess. The 2 rulers were now dead, and their offspring had become one of the 2 main parts of Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform. Hence, he could only investigate how the 2 rulers found out about other worlds by looking in their treasure vault. If he could not find any clues from the treasure vault, this issue would remain a mystery forever. The treasure vault was constructed in the deepest section of Grace Sacred Hall. Its door featured 4 divots perfectly shaped to accommodate the 4 conch-shaped keys. Each key had a unique pattern, making it easy to identify the corresponding divot. As soon as the 4 keys were inserted into their respective divots, the door to the treasure vault, which even the 4 royal attendants couldn't open, began slowly swinging open, revealing a narrow crack. Eternal Source diligently fulfilled his duty as a guard, positioning himself in front of Lin Yuan as the door to the treasure vault cracked open. He had faith in the word of the 4 royal attendants regarding the demise of the rulers. Considering their allegiance to Lin Yuan now, lying would have dire consequences. Despite knowing there was no immediate danger, Eternal Source followed the proper protocol. Accompanied by Eternal Source, Lin Yuan entered the treasure vault, which turned out to be much larger than anticipated. Years of accumulated wealth were housed within its walls. Extreme Ocean, Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ancient Ocean had not discussed the division of these resources, each holding only 1 key. As a result, the contents of the treasure vault had never been organized or divided. The rulers had displayed frugality, storing even beginner and intermediate-grade strange water. The task of searching through this vast sea of resources seemed daunting. However, Lin Yuan had a plan. He dropped the source sand onto the waterworld's seabed, where only a small portion consisted of soil, with the rest being corals and bones. The source sand began breaking down the corals and bones, mingling with close guard sand. The fine close guard sand transformed into an unrelenting grinder, aiding Lin Yuan in cleaning up the battlefield. The source sand was both skilled and happy to do such tasks. From the first time that the source sand cleaned a battlefield, Lin Yuan noticed that the source sand was very attracted to searching for profit. As the source sand continued to grind up the corals and bones, the thousands of streams of sand changed to tens of thousands of streams. The resources that had been filtered out were all placed within Lin Yuan's spatial equipment. Although the treasure vault was full, it was not messy. The precious resources were all placed in a separate area. The 4 royal attendants had said that the 2 rulers had entered the treasure vault before they died. All the dimensional lifeforms in the water world, including dictators, would start decaying rapidly after death. The 2 rulers' corpses had disappeared, but their 9-colored source totems sat neatly on the ground. Lin Yuan picked up the 2 rulers' source totems. When the sacred sword-wielding queen sensed the 2 rulers' source totems' auras, it immediately declared its hunger. Since Lin Yuan had already decided to feed the 2 rulers' source totems to the sacred sword-wielding queen, he gave them to it so it could absorb the energy and increase its stars as soon as possible. This was in spite of the knowledge that the 2 rulers' source totems could be fused to form an impressive sacred source lifeform. The sacred sword-wielding queen's stars only needed to be further improved slightly, and it would be able to reach 7 stars and gain a new ability. Besides the 2 rulers' source totems, there were also 4 boxes made of shells on a shelf. There were clear spirit fluctuations emanating from the boxes. Evidently, they were locked by spiritual energy. After the death of the 2 rulers, the 4 boxes no longer had any masters, so Lin Yuan could open them with ease. When Lin Yuan opened the leftmost box, he saw that it contained 19 nine-colored source totems. Morbius' voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind, "Partner, none of the 19 dictator source totems come from regular dictators. 16 of them were left over by turning will realm dictators after they died, while the remaining 3 come from dead Samsara realm dictators. One of them clearly has mermaid aura. All source totems gain abilities once they reach the turning will realm. My root power has recovered. You can pick your second sacred source lifeform from these 3 Samsara realm dictator source totems. I suggest picking the 2 source totems that don't possess the mermaid bloodline. You already have the mermaid bloodline in your body. The source totem with the mermaid bloodline might clash with your own abilities." Lin Yuan nodded seriously. He had great expectations for his second sacred source lifeform, but he never expected to fuse the source totems of 2 Samsara realm dictators. It was challenging for a dimensional lifeform to become an apostle. The source totem abilities of apostles were already powerful, much less that of dictators. Hence, Lin Yuan did not have many complaints about a sacred source lifeform formed from the fusion of 2 Samsara realm dictator source totems. There were a total of 16 turning will realm dictator source totems in the boxes. There had to be even more source totems from regular dictators. However, source totems from regular dictators clearly did not have the right to be displayed in this area. As the source sand continued to sort through the resources in the treasure vault, it quickly found the source totems from the regular dictators and apostles. After handing the 2 Samsara realm dictator source totems to Morbius, Lin Yuan proceeded to open the second box. Inside, he found an assortment of translucent pipes with a distinct odor, seemingly crafted from the outer bones of a dimensional lifeform. These pipes contained various types of top-grade strange water. The box, measuring 1 meter thick and tall, was filled to the brim with pipes, offering a wide range of strange water options. It was evident that there were hundreds of different types of strange water in the box. This abundant supply would sustain dark blue for a long time, alleviating one of Lin Yuan's concerns. With the assurance of a sufficient quantity of strange water, Lin Yuan felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He then proceeded to open the third box, revealing an endless gem and 3 books. Spotting the azure endless gem, Lin Yuan made up his mind to unlock Blackie's abilities once Morbius finished absorbing this particular gem. Lin Yuan checked on the 3 books using true data and saw that they were called Vast Sea Secret Treasure, Volume 2, Flowing Blue Water, Vast Sea Secret Treasure, Volume 3, Wave Language, and Vast Sea Secret Treasure, Volume 6, Mysterious Ocean. Lin Yuan first gave the endless gem to Morbius before he placed the 3 books in his divine kingdom and soaked them in the Fountain of Faith. Lin Yuan was done collecting all the volumes of the Greenfield Secret Treasure from the Marsh World, so they now formed a tome. However, he still had not managed to fuse the tome with the Fountain of Faith. Lin Yuan did not know what abilities the tome of Greenfield's Secret Treasure had, but he was not in any rush. All he needed to do was wait silently. The boxes already contained valuables like the Vast Sea Secret Treasure and Endless Gem. What could the last box contain? Full of curiosity, Lin Yuan opened the 4th box and was greeted with the sight of half a corpse. The size of the corpse was akin to that of a pet cat, yet despite the length of time it had been here, only half of it had decayed. Despite its state, the corpse exuded a magnificent and solemn aura, giving it an air of dignity. Evidently, this half a corpse did not belong to the water world, as otherwise, it would have decomposed long ago. Even the corpses of the 2 rulers had not remained preserved for such an extended period. The fact that the corpse was stored in a box within the 2 rulers' treasure vault indicated that it had been there before their demise. This life form had been dead for thousands, or perhaps tens of thousands, of years, yet it still emitted a powerful aura, a testament to its former strength during its lifetime. The belief of the 2 rulers in the existence of another world was undoubtedly connected to this corpse. Furthermore, it was likely that they had derived benefits from it, considering their pinnacle Samsara realm attainment and their imminent breakthroughs. Knowing that Green Vine could consume the exclusive skills of items through swallow same source and then utilize entire body medium to sacrifice the item without any concerns, Lin Yuan planned to have Green Vine consume this corpse. He was curious to see how much power it had retained from its living state. With his examination of all 4 boxes concluded, Lin Yuan knew it would take some time to compile a summary of the resources he had discovered. In the meantime, he decided to summon Green Vine so it could consume the corpse and unleash its potential. This would sate Lin Yuan's curiosity. With this thought, he summoned Green Vine and said, "Green Vine, use one of your vines to consume this corpse." During the last few times that Green Vine used Swallow Same Source to consume other items, its vines always changed according to the item that it had consumed. Lin Yuan decided to judge the corpse's true identity based on the changes to Green Vine's vine. Green Vine swiftly transformed its body, extending its vines to reach a length of hundreds of meters. Among them, the 3 vines that had already consumed items surpassed the others in length. One of the remaining 5 vines swiftly wrapped itself around the box, dragging the corpse inside. Unexpectedly, the vine sprouted vibrant orange fur. Initially short and sparse, the fur rapidly grew thicker and more abundant. The vine transformation occurred slightly slower than when Green Vine consumed the 5 dark gold snake scales. Lin Yuan found this slightly surprising. Could it be that this half-corpse was of an even higher level than the 5 dark gold snake scales? Otherwise, there was no explanation for why Green Vine took longer to consume this corpse than it did the 5 dark gold snake scales. When Lin Yuan entered the treasure trove to organize and sort through the resources, Frozen Ocean, Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Extreme Ocean were gathered together. They had all given Lin Yuan their soul fires, meaning they no longer needed to constantly protect their interests during conversations. At that moment, the 4 of them formed a unified front and shared the same pool of profits. However, the other 3 were hostile toward Extreme Ocean due to his betrayal of Grace Sacred Hall and the resulting consequences. Extreme Ocean had anticipated this reaction from the 3 of them, and he felt vexed but powerless to change the situation. There was no way to quickly appease their anger, and they were unable to act on their frustrations. To break the tension, Extreme Ocean said brusquely, "Lord Lin Yuan was the one who came up with the idea of taking over Grace Sacred Hall. If any of you had been in my place, you would have ended up in the same situation. I was being attacked at the time. Any of you would have made the same decision I did, right? So, rather than seeing me as the enemy, we should be trying to unite so we can handle the next trial. Vine Source must resent all of you that you've beaten him to such a state. Those Samsara realm dictators have similar auras, and it's clear that they come from the same world. The only way we'll be able to remain noticeable among all the Samsara realm dictators is to help each other. If you agree with what I just said, we can have a good talk. But if you don't agree, then there isn't any point in me continuing to waste my breath." After he was done speaking, Extreme Ocean acted as though he was going to leave. But he only took a few steps before Frozen Ocean hastily said, "Extreme Ocean, you aren't skilled at provocation. It makes you seem insincere. We should be banding together now. But it'll be enough for just the 3 of us to unite. Having you won't make much of a difference either way. Don't overestimate your importance. Regardless of the reason, you're still the one who set us up. That is an undeniable fact. If you want to stay, you should pay up the apology that you owe us. From now on, you will rank last among us. Ancient Ocean will be in front of you. If you're unwilling, you can leave now. After you leave, none of the 3 of us will try to make contact with you again." Extreme Ocean initially intended to keep Frozen Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Ink Ocean under his thumb. Yet, the tables had turned, and he was now the one at a disadvantage. Given Extreme Ocean's temper, he should be storming off now. However, Extreme Ocean did not have the courage to storm off due to the circumstances. He had not expected Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean's power to have advanced. It had almost ruined Lin Yuan's plan. As of now, Extreme Ocean still had no idea how Lin Yuan saw him. If the 3 of them kicked him out to fend for himself now, his future would be doomed. As such, Extreme Ocean chuckled and assumed his original demeanor. Although he did not say anything, his actions made it clear that he had agreed with what Frozen Ocean had just said. He was now the lowest ranked among the 4 of them. Extreme Ocean and Frozen Ocean had been the ones talking, while Ancient Ocean had been the one listening. After remaining silent all this time, Ancient Ocean suddenly spoke to the three of them. "We have been fighting for the treasure vault for thousands of years, but it no longer has anything to do with us. Can you really stand it?" Extreme Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean all fell silent when they heard what Ancient Ocean said. Ancient Ocean had hit their sore spot. Can I stand it? Of course not. Who could? They all used to be at the top of the water world as they ruled a faction that was part of the highest level in the water world. However, everything had dissolved because of Lin Yuan's appearance. They not only lost the treasure vault but also their freedom. But what was the point in feeling indignant now? Frozen Ocean reached out and patted Ancient Ocean's shoulder. "Ancient Ocean, you are stupid for asking such a question now. We don't have the right to feel indignant. Don't say such things in the future. If someone hears of it and tells Lin Yuan, we will be in trouble. Rather than feeling upset, we should come up with a way to outcompete that group, so we will become more important to Lin Yuan." Frozen Ocean had come to terms with many things. Thus, he was not as conflicted as Ancient Ocean. Normally, there was no need for Frozen Ocean to warn Ancient Ocean. What Ancient Ocean thought and how he ended up would have nothing to do with Frozen Ocean. However, Frozen Ocean did not want to lose another ally, while there were only 4 of them. Moreover, if Ancient Ocean truly made a mistake, it was possible that Lin Yuan would place the blame on Extreme Ocean. If that happened, he would have no hope of distinguishing himself in front of Lin Yuan again. Ancient Ocean let out a soft sigh but did not say anything else. The silent Ink Ocean had completely different thoughts from Ancient Ocean and Frozen Ocean. Ink Ocean did not feel that there was anything to be indignant about. Winners claimed spoils while losers resigned themselves. This had been the way of the world since ancient times. Previously, Lin Yuan was able to kill them easily but did not do so. Instead, he accepted their loyalty, so they were now his subordinates. There was no way that being reduced to a rotting corpse floating in the sea while others freely used their source totems would be a better option than being alive. Each of the 4 royal attendants used to possess a key each. If only Ink Ocean's power had broken through, they would have something to say. However, Frozen Ocean's power had also broken through, and yet they still couldn't obtain all 4 keys to open the treasure vault. Once kings of this territory, the 4 of them were now managers under an even stronger faction. As Samsara realm dictators, they knew that Lin Yuan would surely utilize their abilities. The current circumstances were advantageous for their power growth. Ink Ocean anticipated that Lin Yuan would help them further enhance their abilities in the future. If Lin Yuan had the capability to come to their world, he could surely reach other worlds as well. The thought of leaving his own world to explore others excited Ink Ocean. However, Ink Ocean kept these thoughts to himself. He didn't understand why they had to stick together just because they came from the same world. Despite being colleagues for thousands of years, they had never gotten along well. Although they were now loyal to the same master, Ancient Ocean knew that they would still try to undermine each other in the future. Rather than feeling as despondent as Ancient Ocean, the cunning Extreme Ocean and short-sighted Frozen Ocean began discussing their future plans. They had no intention of collaborating with Lin Yuan's other subordinates like Vine Source and Evil Source. On the surface of the choppy sea, waves crashed intermittently onto an island covered in small plants. Nearly half of the island had been submerged as the waves relentlessly broke over it. Hungry reef sharks would sometimes leap onto the island to feed on the small plants. However, not a single seabird could be found on this treeless island, which was constantly disturbed by waves and lacked the appeal to attract them. Above the island, 2 figures soared through the sky, Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source. Initially, Mountain Ridge Source had been filled with anxiety and a lack of security. But now, those feelings had vanished completely. Lin Yuan had willingly assigned them to the main world and instructed them to guard someone. This made Mountain Ridge Source feel significant and valued. Carnage Source had realized how Mountain Ridge Source was feeling and could not help but say out of frustration, "Mountain Ridge Source, Have you considered the possibility that the only reason we were sent on assignment instead of staying behind to guard the marsh world or accompany Lord Lin Yuan in his efforts to break into the water world is that our samsara realm power is the weakest of the lot? Carnage. Source had known Lin Yuan longer than Mountain Ridge Source had, so he believed that he could tell what kind of person Lin Yuan was. As long as they did not cause any trouble, against his orders, or caused significant damage, it was unlikely that Lin Yuan would lose his temper. With regards to Lin Yuan seeing them as important, Lin Yuan now saw Eternal Source as the most important. Lin Yuan intended to nurture Eternal Source into a leader. Given the circumstances, they did not need to put so much pressure on themselves. All they needed to do was focus on Lin Yuan's assignments. Mountain Ridge Source's current mentality caused Carnage Source to change his impression of her. Carnage Source had always seen Mountain Ridge Source as mild-mannered. But it turned out that that was all a facade. Mountain Ridge Source immediately felt awkward when she heard what Carnage Source said. She was about to instinctively rebuke Carnage Source when she realized he seemed to be speaking the truth. There was nothing that she could pinpoint to rebuke. It was true that out of all the dictators with the word Source in their names, they were in the lower tier of power. The place Lin Yuan called the main world was also filled with experts with samsara realm power. Thus, he sent Mountain Ridge and Carnage Source to the main world because he could not rely on the new samsara realm dictators. Carnage Source realized that he could have hurt Mountain Ridge Source's feelings and added, "You are still stronger than me. I can't beat you even with my samsara realm source totem. But I was still sent out on assignment with Hornless Dragon Source and Vine Source. Lord Lin Yuan did not treat us differently at all. If Lord Lin Yuan treats Eternal Source as the most important, we can follow Eternal Source from now on instead of opposing him in everything. I already told you I went to the water world with Lord Lin Yuan to conquer it. The water world will eventually enter his grasp. To bolster our network, we can interact with the water world samsara realm dictators in advance." Mountain Ridge Source felt inspired by what Carnage Source said. Mountain Ridge Source always liked to associate with experts. Examples included powerful samsara realm dictators like Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, Vine Source, and Eternal Source. Mountain Ridge Source never bothered to include Carnage Source. But when she realized that Carnage Source had such intelligence, Mountain Ridge Source was now inclined to associate with Carnage Source. "Carnage Source, you already said that the two of us are the weakest. Since we are weak on our own, why don't we band together? We can discuss issues with each other, connect with samsara realm dictators from other worlds, and share resources." Carnage Source was very agreeable with Mountain Ridge Source's suggestion. Moreover, there are very few female samsara realm dictators. There were only 2 in the entire marsh world. Allying with Mountain Ridge Source allowed Carnage Source to see a glimmer of opportunity. Rather than allying with Mountain Ridge Source, Carnage Source would prefer to make Mountain Ridge Source his wife. After flying over the sea, they finally spotted sand in the distance. Carnage Source said softly, "We have almost reached our destination. Why is the main world that Lord Lin Yuan spoke of weaker than the dimensional worlds? None of the life forms we encountered along the way have even reached dictator level." Mountain Ridge Source said suspiciously, "Aside from dictators, we haven't even seen many who have reached the apostle level. However, there must be a reason for Lord Lin Yuan to call this the main world. As long as we remain by Lord Lin Yuan's side, we'll eventually be able to find out the answer. Lord Lin Yuan expressly told us to hide our auras, so we have to make sure to retract them properly. If we ruin Lord Lin Yuan's plan, we will never be able to become part of Lord Lin Yuan's inner circle. That would make this alliance pointless." At the same time that Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source retracted their auras and hid in the Spirit Mother Federation, Lin Yuan was watching the transformation of Green Vine's vine after consuming the half-corpse. If Lin Yuan's guess was right, the half-corpse should belong to a skunk-type life form. Green Vine was still a vine and could not take a form that was overly similar to a life form. Not all animals were like snakes. Snakes had bodies that were similar to vines, but animals had 4 limbs and a tail. It would be impossible for vines to grow these 2 features. Lin Yuan was certain that it was a skunk-type life form because after consuming the half-corpse, not only did orange fur grow out of the vine, but a special gland similar to that of a skunk's spray gland also grew out of its interior. There were also obvious skunk features on what represented the head of the vine. After a head grew from green vine's vine, many fine electrical arcs appeared on the tip of the head. The electrical arcs were so fine that they were hard to see. However, the energy that radiated from them was even stronger than the fire spat out by the dark gold snake scales. Eternal Source had only been fearful of green vine's vine that was alight with dark gold flames. But he was terrified of these electrical arcs. This led Lin Yuan to confirm that the half-corpse came from a higher-level world. It was also already dead by the time it arrived there. If such a life form appeared in the water world, there would definitely be legends about it, and a group of Samsara realm dictators would not control the water world. After Green Vine consumed that half-corpse, Lin Yuan gained another secret weapon. There could not be fairies in the water world since there was no spirit chi. Hence, this corpse from a higher-level world did not descend from a heaven's trial. This allowed Lin Yuan to know that the life forms from other worlds had many ways of making their way to the main world. Thus, it was likely that the set of bones that had enabled Begin Lady to become a fairy did not come from the main world. If the other ways had ways of accessing the main world would also be able to tap into other worlds. After Lin Yuan kept Green Vine away, Source Sand was also done summarizing the resources in the treasure trove. Lin Yuan stored the better resources inside a spatial item and noticed that it was at least 1/10 full. The resources in Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault almost equaled all of the resources that Lin Yuan had collected thus far. The experts in the marsh world were all self-serving, unlike the water world, where authority was in the hands of two major factions. Hence, the resources from the marsh world had not been gathered together. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not intend to take all of the resources within the treasure vault. After he found the other endless gem and took control of all the life forms in the water world, Lin Yuan intended to give the resources that were not beneficial to him to the 4 royal attendants so they could continue to develop themselves. By the time he organized the 2 rulers' treasure vault and obtained what he wanted, he had already spent some time in the water world. At that moment, Lin Yuan planned to head to the area where the mermaid emperors resided in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Since they were rivals, the 4 royal attendants from Grace Sacred Hall understood Mermaid Forbidden Sea's circumstances. To Luna, Lin Yuan was an emperor-class mermaid who had been in seclusion for a long time. Lin Yuan could ask her about recent happenings in Mermaid Forbidden Sea but could not ask her about the secrets and common knowledge in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. However, he could ask the 4 royal attendants whatever he wanted. Eventually, he learned about the legend of the new Thearchus scale in the Deep Chasm Ci from the 4 of them. Ink Ocean was the oldest and the most knowledgeable of the 4 royal attendants. So he told Lin Yuan everything he knew without holding anything back. Lord Lin Yuan, the Deep Chasm Ci legend is not a fabrication. I can confirm its authenticity. Before Ancient Ocean and Extreme Ocean joined Grace Sacred Hall as royal attendants, and during Extreme Ocean's early acceptance by the 2 rulers, 3 Emperor-class mermaids visited Grace Sacred Hall. They sought assistance from the 2 rulers. It seems that the activation of the Deep Chasm Ci requires electrical power, coinciding with the electrical-related abilities possessed by the 2 rulers. The rulers had already been aware of the legend of the new Thearchus scale within the Deep Chasm Ci. Consequently, they were reluctant to aid the 3 Emperor-class mermaids in opening the Deep Chasm Ci. If any of the 3 Emperor-class mermaids were to break through to Thearch class, the 2 rulers would no longer be able to guarantee that Grace Sacred Hall could contend with Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Therefore, the rulers declined the request made by the 3 Emperor-class experts. Ink Ocean paused, then added, "My lord, if you wish to attempt breaking the seal on the Deep Chasm Ci, you will need to find an expert who can control electrical energy. The Deep Chasm Ci, New Thearchus Scale, and the Mermaid Thearch class bloodline, these were all pieces of information that Lin Yuan had gained in a short span of time. Suddenly, he recalled the half-corpse stored in the treasure vault of the 2 rulers. Upon consuming the half-corpse, Green Vine's vines gained electricity-related abilities. It all seemed too coincidental for Lin Yuan to ignore. Could it be that the electrical abilities of the 2 rulers were connected to that half-corpse? At present, Lin Yuan had no connections with experts who possessed electrical powers. While Extreme Ocean's energy was related to electricity, he was clearly not suitable for the task. Otherwise, the Emperor-class experts from Mermaid Forbidden Sea would have sought his help instead of approaching the two rulers. Although Green Vine's control over electrical energy was formidable, it was not enough to defeat a regular dictator. However, Lin Yuan realized that he could instruct Green Vine to use the entire body medium to recreate the image of the half-corpse when it was alive. While this would eventually cause the half-corpse to disappear, Lin Yuan believed it would be worth it if it meant obtaining the new Thearchus scale and awakening the Mermaid Thearch-class bloodline. The mermaids held their bloodline in the highest regard. Lin Yuan believed that once his bloodline reached Thearch class, it would be easier for him to establish control over Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Approaching the Emperor-class mermaids as an Emperor-class mermaid himself might lower their guard, but he had to be wary of any potential plots against him. There was no way that the Emperor-class mermaids from Mermaid Forbidden Sea would not investigate and study him, a mermaid with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline who had appeared out of nowhere. But regardless, it should still be feasible for an Emperor-class mermaid to gain access to the Deep Chasm Ci. Lin Yuan would be able to jump into action once he made contact with the Deep Chasm Ci. Lin Yuan already had a clear plan for Mermaid Forbidden Sea. First, he was going to learn of the Deep Chasm Ci's location from the other mermaid emperors. Then, he was going to enter it to gain the new Thearchus scale. Legends were still just that. Regardless of how certain Ink Ocean was, Lin Yuan could not be certain that the legend was true. Nonetheless, he had to give it a try. Otherwise, there was no way that the Emperor-class mermaids from Mermaid Forbidden Sea would hand over the Endless Gem to him. Lin Yuan did not want to have a major clash with the mermaid emperors. Besides the fact that he felt affection toward mermaids due to the bloodline in his body, Luna had mentioned that there were more than 10 Samsara Realm dictators in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. This was less than the number of Samsara Realm dictators Lin Yuan possessed, but the number did not differ by much. Mermaid Forbidden Sea had been recharging themselves all these years, and it was possible that Luna was unaware of some new secret weapons. The dictators from the marsh world were disadvantaged in an underwater battle. As he possessed the mermaid bloodline, Lin Yuan was aware of how much of an advantage it had during underwater battles. He could always use faith power to boost all the Samsara Realm dictators, but using force to take control of Mermaid Forbidden Sea would come at great cost as he would lose a significant amount of combat power. This clearly did not align with Lin Yuan's goal. Thus, he decided to use his intelligence to conquer Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Extreme Ocean coughed a few times after Ink Ocean was done speaking, as he knew he was the only one present with electricity-related abilities. It was likely that Lin Yuan would make use of him in order to unlock the Deep Chasm Ci. Ink Ocean had answered Lin Yuan's question honestly without thinking too deeply into the matter. When Ink Ocean heard Extreme Ocean's cough, he immediately understood what Extreme Ocean meant. The words stupid fish almost slipped past Ink Ocean's lips. How stupid did he have to be to step forward at such a time? Lin Yuan had already seen through all 4 of them, but they did not know the depths of his power. By reacting in such a way now, Extreme Ocean would definitely bring out a negative response from Lin Yuan. They had not been with Lin Yuan for long and were considered rookies. Rookies were no different from tools that were only remembered by their master when they were needed. There was no need for tools to promote themselves. If they really wanted to promote themselves, it would be better for them to speak openly. Trying tricks like this made him seem manipulative. Lin Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by Extreme Ocean's coughs. Lin Yuan looked sideways at Extreme Ocean and saw the latter staring at him. Lin Yuan immediately understood Extreme Ocean's intention, and his lips twitched. Extreme Ocean had almost led to his own downfall because of his lack of understanding of Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean's circumstances. It could also be said that Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had done too good a job of hiding themselves, and it was not Extreme Ocean who had been careless. Lin Yuan did not intend to fault Extreme Ocean for this. However, Extreme Ocean's error had indeed caused trouble for Vine Source. Yet, Extreme Ocean had not tried to compensate Extreme Ocean in any way. Rather, he even tried to kick Vine Source while he was down after Vine Source had been punished. After conquering the Marsh world and gaining control over more than 10 Samsara Realm dictators, Lin Yuan understood that not every Samsara realm dictator could handle large responsibilities and could only serve as a decent fighter. Lin Yuan found that the only potential in the marsh world came from eternal source. This was not because Lin Yuan had high expectations, but because every individual trying to climb the ladder of power in the world would only care about their own profits. There were many dictators who toyed with their subordinates according to their moods. At the time that the Abundance Treasure Tree took control of Evil Source, the number of subordinates he had was less than 10% of the number he had killed over the past thousands of years. If Lin Yuan chose someone like Evil Source to lead, he would eventually slash away at his subordinates and diminish his power. After Lin Yuan learned this, he no longer held Samsara realm dictators in as high of a regard as he used to when he came to the water world. Extreme Ocean coughed again as though he was trying to give Lin Yuan a reminder. Lin Yuan immediately answered, "It looks like Extreme Ocean's hidden injury isn't fully healed. So, he shall remain in Grace Sacred Hall this time to guard the area." Lin Yuan turned to look at Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ancient Ocean before he continued. "All of you have expressed your wishes to head to other worlds. I am now giving you the chance to do so. It is the world where Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest came from." Extreme Ocean's expression immediately turned to panic. Extreme Ocean didn't anticipate that his actions would lead Lin Yuan to order him to stay behind while selecting Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ancient Ocean to accompany him to the other world. They were about to fulfill a wish that even the two rulers couldn't achieve. Someone needed to stay and watch over the water world. After witnessing Lin Yuan's ability to enhance his subordinates, Extreme Ocean had no doubt that he could conquer the Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But would Lin Yuan also command him to remain and guard the water world once he gained control of it? That would mean he could never leave. The thought filled Extreme Ocean with panic, his mind going blank. Lin Yuan seemed unwilling to engage with him. Extreme Ocean lacked the courage to demand further conversation from Lin Yuan. Even if he wanted to apologize and kneel down, Lin Yuan might not give him a chance. Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ancient Ocean had suppressed their desire to see the outside world due to the two rulers. Lin Yuan kept only Eternal Source by his side and sent all the other Samsara realm dictators to the marsh world. Lin Yuan aimed to travel from Grace Sacred Hall to Mermaid Forbidden Sea, a journey that would take nearly 10 days even with Eternal Source. During the next 10 days, Lin Yuan assigned a new task to the Samsara realm dictators, which was to create unrest and anxiety within the Freedom Federation. For nearly a month, there had been no disturbances in the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift, leading the Freedom Federation to grow complacent. They even reached out to the Azure Federation, seeking their assistance and potentially colluding to prevent the Azure Federation from forming an alliance with the Radiance Federation. Lu Jie and the Moon Empress remained unaware of these developments, but Yin Lin, now the third-ranked Azure envoy, received the news and promptly reported it to Lin Yuan. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yuan realized he couldn't act until Extreme Ocean executed his plan. However, with the matters in Grace Sacred Hall settled, there was no longer a need to keep the entire group of Samsara realm dictators around. If there were sudden disturbances at the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift after a month, the members of the Freedom Federation's royalty would be unlikely to lower their guard again. Rumors suggested that the Freedom Federation sought assistance from Tower Cannon, and Lin Yuan was curious whether the experts from Tower Cannon were still within their ranks. If they had stayed with the Freedom Federation for a month, it meant that the Freedom Federation had offered a significant price to keep them and demonstrate their sincerity. As long as the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift remained, Lin Yuan could continue to strike blows against the Freedom Federation. In the past, Lin Yuan might have been very worried about the Azure Federation's views. But now, Lin Yuan felt that there was no longer any need for him to be overly concerned with the Azure Federation's attitude. If Lin Yuan wanted, it would not be difficult for him to conquer the main world after the water world just like he had done with the Startling Lines continent. The only thing that made Lin Yuan nervous in the main world was Tower Cannon, the faction that had a legacy of thousands of years. While Lin Yuan was riding on Eternal Source and rushing through the Endless Sea, Fresh City in the Freedom Federation had already turned into a ghost town. Fresh City was one of the 3 major cities in the Freedom Federation. Besides the Freedom Federation's members of royalty, the experts from Tower Cannon, and 4 armies of fays. The only other living creatures were insects. The members of royalty had not ordered the citizens to leave Fresh City. However, the families living in Fresh City all had their own abilities. Within 10 days of the Mirror God and God of Fools deciding to conceal the news, the elite families with connections in Fresh City gradually learned the varying degrees of the truth. The royal members were stationed at the entrance of the dimensional rift, ready to defend against any potential enemy invasion. It was guaranteed that the infrastructure within the dimensional rift had been destroyed. The factions within Fresh City considered themselves fortunate. With the opening of the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift, they had climbed the ranks within the Freedom Federation. Many mid-ranked factions had gained prominence over the past decade, taking advantage of the resources in the Marsh world. Due to the constant presence of the royal members guarding the Marsh world, the factions in Fresh City had never worried about its safety. They had invested their savings to maximize their gains from the resources. However, now that they couldn't recover their resources, they were reluctant to lose their human capital as well. Leaving Fresh City seemed like the best plan to protect themselves and their assets. But it was clear that attempting to leave Fresh City would result in severe punishment. Therefore, the most viable strategy was to spread the news and ensure that everyone knew. Even the ordinary citizens of Fresh City became aware of the situation and decided to leave together. By acting collectively, none of them had to risk their safety individually. The Mirror God and the other members of royalty had invested all their energy into appeasing Tower Cannon and guarding the Class 6 dimensional rift. Thus, the manually created mass hysteria spread far and wide within Fresh City in a mere 5 days. The mass hysteria spread so quickly that there was no way for the Mirror God and God of Fools to put a halt to it. But in order to prevent those who fled from Fresh City from spreading the panic to the rest of Fresh City, 3 armies were sent out from Fresh City to surround the area in a 500-kilometer radius. No one knew what happened outside Fresh City in the 15 days that it took for all of the residents to vacate the city. But when the 3 armies returned, the quantity of blood-consuming vines growing below the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift had multiplied. The vines toward the exterior were even thicker than those toward the interior. After 7th Page War saw this, she shot the Mirror God and God of Fools looks of disdain as she chuckled and sneered. Fresh City would have been better off if all of the dimensional life forms from the Marsh world had run out here. When neither the God of Fools nor Mirror God responded, the Goddess of Mercy said, "You're nothing more than a cruel flower. Why are you acting empathetic? Aren't you the one who decimated the Dark Continent? Stop pretending." 5th Page Truth had more honesty in his actions. He was even willing to offend the Heavenly Family Cottage in order to increase his power. When the Goddess of Mercy mentioned 5th Page Truth, 4th Page Instant Extinguishment, 7th Page War, 8th Page Apoptosis, and 6th Page Parting Thorn's expression did not change in the slightest. The members of Tower Cannon did not care about each other at all. Besides 6th Page Parting Thorn, the other 3 did not even know where 5th Page Truth had gone with his Tower of Truth. If 6th Page Inverse Growth had not appeared out of nowhere and was now replaced by 6th Page Parting Thorn, the 3 of them would have no idea that 6th Page Lashing and 6th Page Inverse Growth had already died. When he heard what the Goddess of Mercy said, 3rd Page Eternal Sin's expression turned strange. From the moment she first laid eyes on the Goddess of Mercy, 3rd Page Eternal Sin noticed that there were some of 5th Page Truth's sins on her body. This meant that 5th Page Truth had definitely interacted with the Goddess of Mercy to a certain extent before all of his sins disappeared. Otherwise, 5th Page Truth's sins would already have dissipated after all this time. 3rd Page Eternal Sin reasonably suspected that the Goddess of Mercy was linked to 5th Page Truth's death. She might even be the one who murdered him. For a murderer to be acting so aggressively now, her mental quality could be commended. Although 3rd Page Eternal Sin's profits had not overlapped with that of the Freedom Federation in the past, she still knew a fair amount about the Freedom Federation. Given the attitude that the Freedom Federation had toward Tower Cannon, there was no reason for the Freedom Federation's members of royalty to try and harm the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. Hence, it was likely that it had been the Goddess of Mercy's own decision to interact and secretly battle 5th Page Truth. The Freedom Federation's members of royalty's characters were clear from how they handled the crisis that Fresh City was facing. The God of Fools and Mirror God represented the will of the Freedom Federation. Previously, the Goddess of Mercy had never been concerned with the lives of the experts from the Freedom Federation because she only wanted to obtain the fairy source-type lifeforms and collect them as toys. This did not clash with the God of Fools and Mirror God's will. But if she had interacted with and caused the death of Fifth Page Truth, she had essentially ruined the relationship between Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation. This went against the will of the Freedom Federation. Third Page Eternal Sin had heard rumors of problems between the Goddess of Mercy and the Mirror God and God of Fools. However, it would not be smart to put stock in rumors. If mere problems caused the Goddess of Mercy to do such things, there had to be more to the story. The Goddess of Mercy wouldn't betray the Freedom Federation for mere profits unless the amount was significant enough to jeopardize her only place of shelter. Third Page Eternal Sin was intensely interested in the Goddess of Mercy's actions. She was eager to uncover why the goddess had targeted Fifth Page Truth, as knowing the truth could bring her great gains. It seemed unlikely that the Goddess of Mercy knew about the abilities of her sacred source lifeform. If she had known but couldn't sever her ties with the issue in time, she wouldn't have mentioned Fifth Page Truth at all. Third Page Eternal Sin was well aware of the Goddess of Mercy's capabilities. The goddess had transformed herself into a unique lifeform by utilizing the mermaid bloodline, making her constitution distinct from that of ordinary humans. Fifth Page Truth was not weak, and Third Page Eternal Sin always deeply feared the law staff. Additionally, the evolving Divine Order Evil Fetus had already reached an 11-star level. Since the Goddess of Mercy hadn't ignited her spirit fire, she couldn't have killed Fifth Page Truth alone. Even if Fifth Page Truth was weaker than the goddess, he could have escaped. Thus, it was evident that the Goddess of Mercy had accomplices. Fifth Page Truth had gone to the Startling Lines continent with the intention of evolving the Divine Order Evil Fetus. He had even taken the Tower of Truth with him to remain on the safe side. This meant that he had intended on staying in the Startling Lines continent long-term. He would never have left the Startling Lines continent unless it was for an emergency of astronomical proportions. If not for the continuous changes to Tower Cannon, starting with the death of that old man, then the subsequent restrictions placed on Tower Cannon by whoever was controlling them, Third Page Eternal Sin would have immediately set off for the Startling Lines continent to see for herself where Fifth Page Truth sins had disappeared. Alas, these issues took up all of her attention. Fifth Page Truth isn't here because he's dead. I don't know if Fifth Page Truth's death is related to the Goddess of Mercy, but he had the mermaid aura attached to him when he died. As far as my knowledge goes, the only top expert with the mermaid bloodline is you, Goddess of Mercy. Can you give us an explanation about Fifth Page Truth's death? Third Page Eternal Sin looked right into the Goddess of Mercy's eyes when she spoke. If there was even the slightest shift in the Goddess of Mercy's demeanor, Third Page Eternal Sin would definitely pick it up. Although the Goddess of Mercy's expression did not change after Third Page Eternal Sin was done speaking, she noticed a twitch in the Goddess of Mercy's eyebrow. This meant that she had hit the mark with her guess. If she had not hit the bullseye, the Goddess of Mercy would not have reacted in such a way. If the Goddess of Mercy had been wrongly accused, her personality would have resulted in her screeching rebuttal. The God of Fools, Mirror God, and all the other members of royalty looked over when they heard what Third Page Eternal Sin said. Fourth Page Instant Extinguishment, Seventh Page War, 8th Page Apoptosis, and the rest did not look at the Goddess of Mercy. Instead, they frowned at Third Page Eternal Sin. Fourth Page Instant Extinguishment cursed to himself. He did not understand why Third Page Eternal Sin was suddenly stirring trouble. They had already investigated Fifth Page Truth's death, but no one had discovered the reason. Why was Third Page Eternal Sin suddenly pointing the finger at the Goddess of Mercy? The Goddess of Mercy was easily provoked. It was not a smart decision to clash with her now. However, they were all on the same side. He could not dispute Third Page Eternal Sin before anyone else said anything. Thus, the confused Fourth Page Instant Extinguishment and the rest could only say, "We haven't had the chance to ask. But now, you and the Freedom Federation need to give us an explanation." The goddess of mercy had indeed been caught off guard by third-page Eternal Sin's sudden accusation. But she quickly regained her composure. It was true that she was linked to fifth-page Truth's death. But she was not the one who had killed him. Fifth-page Truth had taken Lin Yuan captive and tried to use him to force her and Purple Love into submission. Eventually, Lin Yuan had used his own abilities to take out fifth-page Truth. Lin Yuan had even reduced fifth-page Truth's remains to nothing. Hence, the goddess of mercy guessed that third-page Eternal Sin had learned about something. However, third-page Eternal Sin's knowledge about the mermaid bloodline had to be scarce. Otherwise, she would have already mentioned Lin Yuan. After getting a grip on the situation, the goddess of mercy fully suppressed her nerves and replied calmly, "I indeed have the mermaid bloodline. But who can say if mermaids still exist somewhere in the sea? What kind of explanation can I give you? Are you going to accuse me every time someone's death is related to mermaids? You need to have evidence to make such accusations. Bring out fifth-page Truth's corpse so we can all verify your claims. Tower Cannon is so greedy. Are you really trying to use a dead person to drag benefits out of me? Do you think I'm that stupid?" The goddess of mercy had mentally prepared herself for the worst-case scenario. She considered the possibility of everything failing and being forced to seek refuge with Lin Yuan in the Radiance Federation. If it came to that, she believed Lin Yuan would empathize with her after she took all the blame. As long as Tower Cannon couldn't produce incriminating evidence within a short period, the god of fools and mirror god would hesitate to take action against her. This uncertainty gave her enough time to leave the Freedom Federation and make the necessary preparations. In fact, it was the Freedom Federation that faced the current threat and couldn't afford to lose a powerful combatant like her. The goddess of mercy's emotions were evident as she looked at the silent god of fools and mirror god. After third-page Eternal Sin finished speaking, the members of Tower Cannon expressed their agreement and support, further backing third-page Eternal Sin. There was no reason for the god of fools and mirror god not to support the goddess of mercy, just as Tower Cannon had supported third-page Eternal Sin. Having mentally prepared herself for the worst, the goddess of mercy's concerns faded away. However, to her surprise, the god of fools and mirror god remained silent and instead scrutinized her with their gazes. The mirror god was aware that the goddess of mercy hadn't returned to the Freedom Federation for some time after being injured by him. For the past few years, the mirror god had been closely observing every member of the Freedom Federation's royal family. If the god of fools hadn't shown signs of emerging from seclusion, the mirror god would have personally investigated what the goddess of mercy had been up to since leaving the Freedom Federation. He could easily track her from a distance using his Sacred Source Lifeform's ability. The goddess of mercy had sufficient time to attack fifth-page Truth. Furthermore, besides the goddess of mercy, it would be difficult to come up with another candidate who could take on fifth-page Truth and also possessed the mermaid bloodline. The goddess of mercy's claims that the culprit was a mermaid was even more of an impossibility. He and his brother had long killed all the mermaids in this world. There were not even mermaids to be found in vast sea labyrinth. Thus, the goddess of mercy was just trying to enforce unreasonable logic. There might still be other beings with the mermaid bloodline in their bodies in this world, and the goddess of mercy would be the one who knew best if there were. However, their conflict with Tower Cannon had not halted. If the death of fifth-page Truth was really pinned on the goddess of mercy, the entire Freedom Federation would have to pay the price along with the goddess of mercy. The mirror god was unwilling to do anything that harmed his own profits. The mirror god did not immediately express his opinion. Instead, he looked at his brother, the god of fools, to await his instructions. The god of fools also had his brow deeply furrowed. The god of fools could no longer suppress his displeasure with the goddess of mercy. But to protect his and the Freedom Federation's profits, he could only pretend to be on her side for now and act as a mediator between her and Tower Cannon. Just as the god of fools was about to speak, one of the army commanders arrived and hastily reported, "Your Majesties, waves of marshes are suddenly pouring out from the Class 6 marsh dimensional rift that has been silent for the past month. The marshes have completely changed Fresh City's environment. I suspect that the dimensional life forms from the marsh world are launching a counterattack." The army commander seemed certain of his assessment. He believed that if he was wrong, there would be no point in pouring so much of the marshes into the main world. The experts from the marsh world had exhibited exceptional intelligence, and there was no reason for them to perform useless tasks. The goddess of mercy could not help but smile when she heard the army commander's report. His report was extremely timely. The invasion from the marsh world was still ongoing. Regardless of whether Tower Cannon really wanted an explanation from her or if the god of fools and mirror god suspected her, everything had to be set aside for now to address the current crisis. Frankly, Tower Cannon did not care about this matter at all. 4th page instant extinguishment, 7th page war, and 8th page apoptosis believed that 3rd page eternal sin had cooked this story out of nothing. Thus, their attention had been fully diverted. The only one who was still looking at the goddess of mercy was 3rd page eternal sin. 3rd page eternal sin winked when she saw the goddess of mercy looking back at her. When she saw the deadly killing intent in the goddess of mercy's eyes, 3rd page eternal sin became even more certain that her guess was right. The mirror god and god of fools instructed the army commander to return to his position. Next, they intended to dispatch the members of Tower Cannon to help them with this threat. But before the mirror god spoke, an extremely unpleasant voice said, "We have wasted almost a month here because of the Freedom Federation. We could have accomplished many tasks during that time. We might have even managed to achieve a breakthrough. Our previously agreed price was to help the Freedom Federation take on the dimensional lifeforms from the marsh world. The Freedom Federation has to compensate us for the time wasted. Tower Cannon is not free labor." Previously, 3rd page eternal sin, 7th page war, and 8th page apoptosis detested 4th page instant extinguishment's greed. But now that his greed was aimed elsewhere, he became much more appealing to them. They could afford to wait, but not the Freedom Federation. This was the best time to raise the price. 7th page war was infuriated by the month of waiting, feeling that it could have been spent comfortably in the Dark Continent. During this time, the goddess of mercy had frequently targeted her, blaming her for the slaughter of the mermaids orchestrated by the god of fools and mirror god. Unable to confront her displeasure directly at the god of fools and mirror god, the goddess of mercy vented it all on 7th page war, which was truly terrible. However, they all knew that speaking out now would likely tick off the god of fools and mirror god. There was no need to offend those who were stronger than them and extremely vengeful. They could let 4th page instant extinguishment do all of the offending. There was nothing better in this world than a free lunch. The mirror god and god of fools had already expected such words to come from 4th page instant extinguishment. 4th page instant extinguishment had not held back from taking advantage of them when they worked with him in the past. However, that was also the time when the god of fools and mirror god needed the most help. If 4th page instant extinguishment needed help from them, they would not budge unless he made an exorbitant offer. "We agreed that after we reclaim the territory in the marsh world, you'd receive half of the harvested resources from the next decade. Now, we can increase that time to 30 years. But there is a prerequisite. If we encounter any problems in the marsh world from now on, Tower Cannon will have to help us unconditionally. If you agree, we can carry on working together. Otherwise, we can part ways now. This is our base limit. If you can't accept it, you can leave now." The god of fools and mirror god could not be bothered to continue negotiating with the greedy 4th page instant extinguishment. It would be better to make a clean-cut decision now. The god of fools and mirror god understood 4th page instant extinguishment to a certain degree. This offer of benefits was sufficient to satisfy his appetite. They were not interested in exploring the marsh world. Even if they continued venturing into the marsh world, they would not be able to build another territory. The Freedom Federation could not afford to suffer another loss like this. This incident almost cost them 30 years' worth of profits. The Radiance Federation was currently focusing on building mirror cities in the abyssal world. The devils from the abyssal world were not any easier to deal with than the lifeforms from the marsh world. The Radiance Federation was sure to suffer greater losses than the Freedom Federation when they dealt with the abyss demons. The Radiance Federation was in for a world of pain. The Freedom Federation had suffered losses first, but it was better than paying out the losses after they had developed to a greater extent. The Mirror God and God of Fools had been keeping news of the Freedom Federation's crisis under wraps. They had even decided not to seek help from the Azure Federation. A large reason for this was that they did not want the Radiance Federation to observe and learn from how the Freedom Federation dealt with this situation. Fourth page instant extinguishment ignored what the Mirror God and God of Fools said. This is not the first day of our acquaintanceship. Base limits are meant to be broken. If you can't even break your base limit, it's pointless to have one in the first place. 150 bottles of grade 5 spirit fluids. This shouldn't be a heavy price for you. God of Fools, you should be able to produce that amount after spending a year in seclusion. If you give us 150 bottles of grade 5 spirit fluids, we will help you right now. Fourth page instant extinguishment did not see anything wrong with his negotiating. The base limit that the Mirror God and God of Fools had set represented the most that they could offer. If too much pressure was exerted on them, they would truly end up leaving. But if only slight pressure was added, the price could still be pushed upward slowly. Before the God of Fools and Mirror God spoke, Kama shouted angrily, "Do you think the spiritual ingredients used to concoct grade 5 spirit fluids cost nothing? There is also a chance of failure during the concoction process. Why don't you go and rob for the 150 bottles of spirit fluids instead?" 8-page apoptosis, who had not spoken much, chuckled coldly. "Robbing won't be as quick as completing a trade with you. Why would we go and rob if we can trade for it? Do you doubt the Mirror God and God of Fools' capabilities? You aren't around when they're concocting spirit fluids. If you aren't present, how do you know how high their failure rate is? We have already wasted a month here. Now that your main Fae has died, do you even have any right to speak?" Normally, Kama should not be speaking. She knew her own situation better than anyone else did. However, she had already agreed to shoulder all of the losses before Tower Cannon arrived and ended up waiting for a month. After this matter of the 150 bottles of spirit fluids was settled, the Mirror God and God of Fools would surely vent all of their fury on her. Just as 8-page apoptosis said, her main Fae was dead. There was nothing else she could offer. Given the environment in the Freedom Federation, the weak would lose all claim to any resources. Kama had no clue where she would even go to obtain the resources she needed to increase her power. If she was squeezed any more, her power would remain at this level forever. 8-page apoptosis words cut deep and hit Kama's Achilles heel squarely. However, Kama dared not rebuke Tower Cannon like the Goddess of Mercy did. The Goddess of Mercy had power. If she clashed with Tower Cannon, she could protect herself. But if Kama butted heads with Tower Cannon, she would have to rely fully on the Mirror God and God of Fools' protection. The Mirror God and God of Fools would only protect her if she had value. Once they deemed that she had lost her value, they would have no more reason to help her. The Goddess of Mercy had been trying to figure out 3rd-page Eternal Sin, had managed to find out that 5th-page Truth's death was related to the mermaid bloodline. The Goddess of Mercy was not omnipresent. There was no way she could find out that 3rd-page Eternal Sin's reason for saying so was that she had seen 5th-page Truth's sins disappear. There was only one thing that the Goddess of Mercy wanted to do, which was to find out how the God and Mirror God felt about her. It would be easy to find out how they saw her. All she needed to do was say things beneficial to them. If they still rejected her, it meant that they did not have positive intentions toward her. After all the years she had spent with the Mirror God and God of Fools, it would be easy for the Goddess of Mercy to read them. 150 bottles is too many. You should already have known that when you said it. A total of 5 of you came. With 80 bottles, each of you will get 16. Before the Goddess of Mercy finished speaking, the God of Fools cut her off. 150 bottles will be fine. This price is fine. However, I have a request. You will have to bring all of your subordinates over. 7th-page War happened to be in the greatest need of grade 5 spirit fluids. After hearing the God of Fools agree to 4th-page instant extinguishment's request, 7th-page War, who never got along with 4th-page instant extinguishment, suddenly found him amiable. Since we're going to help, it goes without saying that we should go all out. We have already brought all of our chanters over. Of my 30 bottles, 10 must be full of spirit chi, while 20 must contain wood elemental energy. Since they already agreed to 4th page instant extinguishment's request for grade 5 spirit fluids, the mirror god and god of fools decided not to negotiate when it came to the type of spirit fluids. The goddess of mercy's eyes narrowed when the god of fools interrupted and went against what she said. Once this incident came to an end, so would her time in the Freedom Federation. The goddess of mercy decided to communicate with the Radiance Federation while the mirror god and goddess of mercy were focused on handling this crisis. There was no way that the mirror god and god of fools would suspect that she had already begun working with the Radiance Federation. At that moment, Lin Yuan returned to the city where Luna resided. During his 10-day journey, Lin Yuan helped when you shoulder some of the work involved with managing the Marsh World's affairs. With Lin Yuan making the decisions, everything progressed much faster in the Marsh World. Lin Yuan had yet to interact with the Samsara Realm dictators from Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Presently, the only Samsara Realm dictators from the Water World he had interacted with were Frozen Ocean, Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Extreme Ocean. However, Lin Yuan had already chosen the dictators who would be staying behind to guard the dimensional worlds. He had picked Extreme Ocean for the Water World and Vine Source for the Marsh World. In the future, even if the Marsh World and Water World were combined, Lin Yuan intended to keep both of them in their dimensional worlds. They had already been living for thousands of years, and their temperaments were already set. They could not change even if they wanted to. Extreme Ocean liked to play tricks, while Vine Source liked to vent his anger on others. Neither of them had temperaments that Lin Yuan liked. Even Evil Source, the thorn in the entire Marsh World side, was more responsible in completing her duties than the other two. Extreme Ocean and Vine Source had many objections to Lin Yuan's arrangement, but he did not give them the time to voice their opinions. Lin Yuan could not be bothered to give them an explanation. All they needed to do was concentrate on guarding their homes. After all, the enormous marsh and water worlds could not be left unguarded without a Samsara Realm dictator. Luna had been playing with the pearl Lin Yuan gave her ever since he left. The pearl radiance that resembled the light of a goddess constantly reminded her of Lin Yuan. Luna played with the elemental pearl while she thought about Lin Yuan and suppressed the temptation of the water elemental energy within the pearl. Luna thought that her dream of seeing Lin Yuan again was nothing more than a pipe dream. She did not expect to have the chance to meet him again so soon. An idea suddenly popped into Luna's head. Could he be back because of his feelings for her? The dishes she had prepared did not appeal to him at all. She could not imagine what reasons he could have for coming back to see her. But it did not take long for him to give her an answer. Take me to the deep chasm Ci. Lin Yuan came to see Luna because she was the only mermaid he knew in Mermaid Forbidden Sea and had interacted the most with her. During their interactions, she had not expressed any intention of harming him. This was very important to him. If he became acquainted with another king-class mermaid, he could not guarantee that he would be able to see eye to eye with them. Although the rankings among mermaids were determined by bloodline, there were differences between each of their personalities. An example would be the goddess of mercy, who always saw him in a special way. Furthermore, Lin Yuan also wanted to gain more information from Luna and bait her to reveal more secrets so he could find out more about the secret of the Deep Chasm Ci. When Lin Yuan mentioned the Deep Chasm Ci, Luna asked Lin Yuan softly, "Lord Emperor, do you want to go to Deep Chasm Ci because your Emperor-class bloodline has reached a certain level and want to attempt to break through? You have been in seclusion all this time and don't know much about the situation in the Deep Chasm Ci. My advice is that unless it's necessary, you should stay out of the Deep Chasm Ci's irradiation. Many Emperor-class mermaids were injured because of the Deep Chasm Ci. Their roots still haven't fully recovered. Otherwise, given Mermaid Forbidden Sea's power and strength, we would have attacked Grace Sacred Hall long ago." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had been curious about why the powerful Mermaid Forbidden Sea had yet to advance on Grace Sacred Hall when mermaids had strong cravings for territory. But now, Lin Yuan finally knew the reason. They had not attacked Grace Sacred Hall because they were afraid of the inferior mermaids being injured, but because there were issues with their elite combatants. Thus, they were not confident that they would be able to defeat Grace Sacred Hall. Luna's willingness to tell him this meant that she trusted him irrevocably, and was putting him on the pedestal of an emperor-class mermaid. According to the information from Luna, Lin Yuan could be certain that he would be capable of conquering Mermaid Forbidden Sea with his own martial force, even if they turned out to be uncooperative. It was rumored that the deep chasm Ci where the new Thearchus scale was hidden was not at peace. Lin Yuan could not ask about the reason the deep chasm Ci was so dangerous. It would not make sense for an emperor-class mermaid to be unaware of one of the mermaid's legends. Thus, he needed to find a way to lead Luna to reveal the answer on her own. "Oh? Were all the other emperor-class mermaids injured?" he asked. Luna hurriedly replied. Empress Brilliant Gold especially went to ask Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers for help before she attempted to obtain the new Thearchus scale. They rejected her, but she still stubbornly went ahead and made her attempt. Thus, she used her links to veteran emperors to convince 4 other emperors to take on the deep chasm Ci with her. The streams of water around the deep chasm Ci become extremely choppy every 9 lengths. Once the stream catches one's body would be ripped to shreds. Mermaids have weaker physiques than sea beasts, and the deep chasm Ci also seals off mermaids' control over water. Nonetheless, emperor-class mermaids are still able to withstand the outer currents. However, Empress Brilliant Gold did not utilize electrical power when trying to break through the deep chasm Ci, and the currents in the inner streams are thousands of times stronger than the outer streams. Even the Emperor-class experts protecting her from behind suffered serious injuries. The pinnacle Emperor-class Brilliant Gold's tail still hasn't fully regrown. "I don't want you to be injured too." Luna spoke the last sentence so softly that Lin Yuan almost did not hear it. Lin Yuan frowned when he heard that. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had not mentioned how dangerous the deep chasm Ci was. It was likely that the deep chasm Ci's danger level had been kept under wraps by the mermaids. But since Lin Yuan was already here, he would make a trip to the deep chasm Ci no matter what. As Dark Blue's power continued to increase, Lin Yuan's bloodline had also reached pinnacle emperor class. It was time for him to attempt a breakthrough. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask Luna if the deep chasm Ci was still so dangerous if one used electrical energy to activate the deep chasm Ci, she said to him seriously, "If you want to give it a go, you can approach other mermaid emperors. The mermaids have always been hoping for the arch, so they can lead the clan to search for the lost history and legend." A look of desire came over Luna's face, and she said in a hopeful tone, "Since you've been in seclusion for thousands of years, you probably haven't seen the tome that came out from the relic. It's said that there is a major secret about us mermaids hidden in the tome. Empress Brilliant Gold gave the order to seal away the tome, so I'm not sure what the secret is about. But it must be related to the mermaid bloodline. If you manage to successfully enter the deep chasm Ci, you might discover this secret." Lin Yuan started to ponder deeply after he heard what Luna said. None of the mermaids from the water world had attained the Thearch class bloodline. However, Lin Yuan believed that the Thearch class bloodline was not the ceiling of the mermaid bloodline. This was because Dark Blue's bloodline had reached pinnacle emperor class before it even evolved to myth breed. This had to be related to pure spirit chi and elemental energy, but also because Dark Blue's power had been increasing continuously. Once Dark Blue evolved to creation breed, immortal breed, and eternal breed, its bloodline would continue advancing past Thearch class. As such, it seemed that mermaids were not originally born in the dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan had reason to suspect that they came from a world outside of the water world. However, why did the strongest life form in the water world need to head into the deep chasm Ci to search for the mermaid's origins? The skunk-like life form, possessing electrical abilities, which the 2 rulers had discovered, was likely brought to this world along with the deep chasm Ci. It was believed to be the key to unlocking the secrets of the deep chasm Ci. However, this was all speculation on Lin Yuan's part and had not been verified with evidence. Lin Yuan fixed his penetrating gaze on Luna and said seriously, "Luna, when it comes to the origins of mermaids, do you have any guesses or opinions about it?" Luna excitedly asked, "Lord Emperor, do you know something or have any guesses?" Luna's question made Lin Yuan realize that she had formed her own thoughts about the mermaid bloodline. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so strongly to his question. Immediately after asking her question, Luna realized that she had been too impulsive. Lin Yuan was an emperor-class merman. Even if he did have any thoughts, he would not be obligated to tell her about them. However, Luna still found it difficult to suppress her curiosity. 1,000 years ago, mermaids had been full of questions about their bloodline. At first, they did not think much about their guesses. That was until Brilliant Gold's bloodline reached pinnacle emperor class. Brilliant Gold had openly voiced her suspicions when she went to invite the other emperor-class mermaids to head to the Deep Chasm Sea with her. This was what had ignited the mermaids' passion to investigate their bloodline. As a result, many discussions and debates arose surrounding the origins of the mermaid bloodline, becoming a motivator for their efforts. Luna was a fierce supporter of this endeavor and thus saw Brilliant Gold as her idol. However, what happened next destroyed the image of Brilliant Gold that Luna held. This was not because Brilliant Gold had failed. It was very normal to fail in pursuing and improving one's bloodline. However, Brilliant Gold had renounced her ideas after her failure and even prohibited all the mermaids from further studying their bloodline. Brilliant Gold's actions had sealed off the entrance to the path she had not managed to fully walk down. As a result, no one else could make further attempts in the future. This did not align with Luna's principles. Luna still worshipped Brilliant Gold for the emperor-class mermaid she was. However, she no longer saw her as her idol. He also lost the praise of many king-class mermaids. Brilliant Gold's failure and change in ideology had caused many mermaids to lose their motivation. Otherwise, once the mermaid experts recovered most of their power, there would have been suggestions from king-class mermaids to attack Grace's sacred hall. Things would not have come to a halt like they were now. The lull in activity gave the impression of peace but was actually chipping away at the will of the mermaids. If it had not been the emperor-class merman Lin Yuan who brought up the topic in guesses and opinions but another king-class mermaid, Luna would have already lunged at the king-class mermaid with deadly intentions in order to carry out the order from Brilliant Gold. At that moment, Lin Yuan had no clue that Luna, who he had only met twice before, now saw him as the glimmer of hope that would lead the mermaids to uncover the origins of their bloodline. If Lin Yuan knew what Luna was thinking, he would be shocked. But at the same time, he would think that Luna had placed her hopes in the wrong person. It was true that he wanted to study the mermaid's unknown bloodline. He did this not for the sake of the mermaid clan but for himself. Since the mermaids were searching for a leader, all he needed to do was become the leader they were hoping for. Could he also win over the hearts of all the mermaids, even without a treasure similar to the abundance treasure tree? But in spite of what he was thinking, Lin Yuan would still do his best to obtain the second endless gem from the water world. This was because it would not be enough to depend only on the bloodline to control a massive clan and an entire world. Doing so would open up the risk of being stabbed in the back. According to the research from scholars, there had also been instances in the elite society of alien insects where those with inferior bloodlines rebelled against those with more elite bloodlines. Given that alien insects were capable of doing so, there was no question that mermaids would as well. As apologies spilled out from Luna, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "The pursuit and study of one's bloodline is something that every intelligent species does. You don't have to apologize. I do indeed have my own thoughts about the origins of the mermaid bloodline. I don't think that the mermaid bloodline is native to the water world. There is a high chance that it arrived in the water world many years ago." Lin Yuan's guess left Luna speechless. She also had her own guesses. However, they were not as brazen or unrealistic as his. When Brilliant Gold first started making guesses about the mermaid bloodline's origins, she only mentioned that the ancestral ground of mermaids could be found within the Deep Chasm Sea. Luna felt that Lin Yuan would not make such groundless guesses flippantly. He had to have his reasons. "Lord Emperor, are there really other worlds?" Lin Yuan did not bother with being secretive and said, "There are other worlds. According to the information I received, the half-corpse that the two rulers from Grace's Sacred Hall picked up is from another world. There is no way that my information is false." Lin Yuan spoke with certainty and resolution. There was no way that Luna would not believe him. There was no reason for Luna not to trust an emperor-class mermaid. Lin Yuan could sense her honesty from their conversations. Hence, he decidedly revealed his true intentions. I intend on entering the deep chasm Ci. I wave a way of gaining entrance. There's no need to seek help from the other Emperor-class mermaids. Luna nodded respectfully and said, Lord, I would have been able to lead you directly into the deep chasm Ci in the past. However, since Empress Brilliant Gold failed to open the deep chasm Ci, the other emperors laid down a rule. Anyone who wants to enter deep chasm Ci has to first send a report. If you want to go, I will have no choice but to take you to see the other emperors first. I don't have the authority to take you directly into the deep chasm Ci. Even if we do go, the king-class mermaid guards will never let us in. Luna was suddenly overcome with the fear that Lin Yuan would decide to go on his own and added, 6 Emperor-class mermaids support those king-class mermaids. Even if they don't have the courage to stop you themselves, they will definitely bring up the matter with those Emperor-class mermaids. When he heard Luna say that, Lin Yuan knew that she was afraid that he would end up in a confrontation with the other Emperor-class mermaids. In actuality, Lin Yuan had no intention of fighting the other Emperor-class mermaids. Brilliant Gold had to have suffered greatly in the deep chasm Ci. Otherwise, the other Emperor-class mermaids would never have made such a rule. Lin Yuan felt it would be better for him to meet with the other Emperor-class mermaids to understand the exact situation in Mermaid Forbidden Sea before he made further plans. Okay. Take me to see the other Emperor-class mermaids then. Lin Yuan could be certain that meeting the other Emperor-class mermaids would lead to some sort of confrontation. As none of them had ever seen him before, they would definitely try to figure out his identity. There was nothing that Lin Yuan could do about this now because regardless of what happened, he would not be able to gain the Emperor-class mermaids' complete trust. But if Lin Yuan and the Emperor-class mermaids switched places, there was no way that he would lower his guard after this person who had appeared out of nowhere babbled some excuse about being in seclusion for thousands of years. But at the very least, his mermaid emperor bloodline was real and could stand up to any test. Luna was a king-class mermaid and could move extremely quickly in the sea. However, she was still nowhere as fast as Eternal Source. Lin Yuan invited Luna to take a seat on Eternal Source's back so she could direct them to the 6 Emperor-class mermaids' main palace. He had no idea that a secret meeting of the 6 mermaid emperors was currently taking place deep within Mermaid Forbidden Sea. 6 mermaids with distinct appearances were seated on soft and vibrant corals. All of them were looking at a mermaid with a light green tail and matching light green hair. Light green Umber, are you really going to make an attempt? You have personally witnessed how dangerous the deep chasm Ci is. The result will be the same even if the 5 of us go and help you. I'm sure you're aware of this even without me mentioning it. When Light Green Umber heard what this golden-tailed mermaid said, she shook her head gently. My mermaid bloodline has been stuck for 2 millennia. Brilliant Gold, if you hadn't gone ahead to evolve your bloodline, I would have asked for your help when my bloodline reached Pinnacle Emperor class. We can't stop just because of the previous failure. The mermaids must continue moving forward. The mermaid with a light purple tail said solemnly, Light Green Umber, we mermaids have always supported each other in every situation. Regardless of success or failure, we should agree to help you with this. However, the result might be us replaying Brilliant Gold's incident, with all of us suffering serious injuries that we will need thousands of years of recuperation to recover from. If the 4 royal attendants from Grace Sacred Hall suddenly attack, we will be helpless. Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers have always been cunning. We received news that the 2 rulers might have passed away, but who can tell if this is true? If it turns out to be fake and the 2 rulers have been trying to mislead us all along, we will end up falling into their trap. If that happens, the entire mermaid species will meet their doom at the hands of Grace Sacred Hall. Light Green Umber responded seriously. I considered this situation and agree that it's possible. We have suffered in the past because of the 2 rulers. However, we can't just leave things like this. All we need to do is attack Grace Sacred Hall first and take control of the situation. Then we won't have to fear any wicked ploys. We'll also be able to confirm if the 2 rulers are indeed dead, or if they are secretly planning anything else. We mermaids are currently the strongest that we have ever been. We are both capable and have the right to take over the world. If the 2 rulers aren't dead, we can use Grace Sacred Hall to threaten them. If we do so, They will have no choice but to help us. Previously, the two rulers decided not to help Brilliant Gold because they were afraid that Grace Sacred Hall would lose authority in the water world once the mermaids gained a Thearch-class mermaid. If we wreck all that they have built, let's see if they can still come up with any reason not to help us. Light Green Umber looked at Blue Umber, with whom she had always been on good terms. When Blue Umber caught her eye, she immediately responded to what Light Green Umber had said. The mermaids also formed their own teams and alliances for the sake of profits. Only those who shared profits would be willing to help each other if any of them encountered any issues. I agree with what Light Green Umber said. We mermaids have never been this strong. We should declare war on Grace Sacred Hall and try to take over the entire world. Then we can all try entering the deep chasm sea once our bloodlines reach Pinnacle Emperor class. All this time we've been searching for a sea beast with electrical power. But after searching for so long, we haven't found any prospective targets worth nurturing within Mermaid Forbidden Sea's territory. Why don't we set our sights on Grace Sacred Hall's territory? As long as we manage to find a few good targets and nurture them, we won't end up in the same pathetic state as last time. Don't forget that we managed to sense the new Thearch's scale last time. After the 6 mermaids expressed their intentions and views at the meeting, they received immediate support. Thus, Brilliant Gold, who was always resistant to the opinions of others, could not say anything at such a time. However, her expression was extremely sour. Light Green Umber had always been weaker than her. If Light Green Umber had been capable of rising up as her equal, the older Light Green Umber would not have reached Pinnacle Emperor class later than she did. Brilliant Gold could tell that Light Green Umber had always been brimming with ambition. This was not a bad quality. But if the ambition only pushed her toward gaining authority for the mermaid species, the consequences would only be negative. Light Green Umber had previously ended up seriously injured to help her. Brilliant Gold could not turn down Light Green Umber but could add to what Blue Umber said. Then, let's attack Grace Sacred Hall first. Let's talk about everything else once we've conquered Grace Sacred Hall. After Blue Umber acquiesced, Blue Umber and Light Green Umber looked at each other and relaxed. However, the other Emperor-class mermaids might not also agree just because Brilliant Gold had done so. A mermaid with a snow-white tail snapped gruffly, "Brilliant Gold, I was seriously injured the last time I tried to help you. You are not the one who gets to decide if we help Light Green Umber." The white-tailed mermaid turned and said to Light Green Umber, "I'm sorry, Light Green Umber. I just found a partner, and I want to help him to evolve his bloodline. So, I won't be able to help you enter the deep chasm sea. Furthermore, don't you think you should seek my and Red Beauty's opinion? You shouldn't force us into helping after making the decision yourselves. That is just basic manners and respect." The mermaid with the red tail named Red Beauty sighed to herself. Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, Brilliant Gold, and the rest were set on declaring war and thus were at odds with her and White Brocade. It would be difficult for them to come to an agreement when it came to such a disagreement. All of them were only trying to help the mermaid species, so they would not be willing to compromise on any front. Red Beauty was the last to become an Emperor-class mermaid. She was very against going to war because she knew of the widespread injury and death that the war would lead to. The situation wouldn't be Mermaid Forbidden Sea defending themselves from an attack by Grace Sacred Hall, but rather Mermaid Forbidden Sea taking the initiative to conquer Grace Sacred Hall. Red Beauty, who had the least speaking authority of all the Emperor-class mermaids, now spoke resolutely. "White Brocade is right. I'm also against going to war against Grace Sacred Hall. If the two rulers are really still alive, will any of you be able to guarantee that you'll be able to defeat them? Even if they are dead, the 4 royal attendants are still Samsara realm sea beasts. You are less familiar with the 4 royal attendants' source totems. You might not care about your own lives, but I'm sure you wouldn't want the other mermaids to lose their lives too. After all, we still don't have a Mermaid the Arch who has the overwhelming combat power required to take down Grace Sacred Hall's 4 royal attendants, while ensuring that the other king-class mermaids do not end up sacrificing their lives." Red Beauty's words took aback Light Green Umber. She had expected resistance from Brilliant Gold, but she hadn't anticipated White Brocade and Red Beauty becoming her strongest opponents. White Brocade and Red Beauty had clearly expressed their disagreement. Even though Brilliant Gold desired to attack Grace Sacred Hall, she was unwilling to assist Light Green Umber in entering the Deep Chasm Ci. It was highly likely that she would side with White Brocade and Red Beauty. Facing opposition and obstacles in her pursuit to break through her bloodline, Light Green Umber felt disheartened. She glanced at Dazzling Silver, who had yet to speak much. There was a very deep grudge between Dazzling Silver and Light Green Umber, and Dazzling Silver had always been on good terms with Brilliant Gold. If not for the rule that Emperor-class mermaids could not become partners with each other, Brilliant Gold and Dazzling Silver would already have gotten together. If Brilliant Gold was against her, it was unlikely that she would receive Dazzling Silver's vote. However, Dazzling Silver had to express her opinion in this stalemate. It was likely that her opinion would be the decisive move. Regardless, Light Green Umber had already made her decision. Regardless of how the other 5 mermaid emperors felt, she was set on going into the Deep Chasm Ci. Light Green Umber believed that from all aspects, heading to Deep Chasm Ci was more important than attacking Grace Sacred Hall. Not only did she want to awaken the Thearch-class bloodline and become the shining beacon of the mermaid species, but she also wanted to be the true dictator in Mermaid Forbidden Sea, the one who possessed absolute power. This way, she would not encounter any opposition or be pressured by the other Emperor-class mermaids when she was trying to make a decision. She did not like the current structure of working toward a decision through discussions and how a single voice of disagreement could affect the entire situation. When Dazzling Silver noticed the other 5 mermaids casting their gazes upon her, she turned to look at Brilliant Gold. Seeing Brilliant Gold subtly shaking her head, Dazzling Silver fell silent for a moment. She had a strong inclination to support Light Green Umber in her quest to enter the Deep Chasm Ci, knowing that her success would bring immense glory to all mermaids. Despite their previous failures, the hope of achieving their goal made every attempt worthwhile. Brilliant Gold shouldn't let herself be discouraged by a single setback. Instead, she should return stronger and braver after recovering from her injuries and learning from the experience. While the Deep Chasm Ci was undoubtedly dangerous, with caution, they could avoid death and only face serious injuries. However, even though Dazzling Silver felt this way, she didn't want to go against Brilliant Gold. Doing so would result in Brilliant Gold refusing to speak to her for at least the next 2,000 years. Having grown up together and developed unwavering loyalty since their days as elite mermaids, Dazzling Silver remained devoted to Brilliant Gold even now, as they had ascended to the status of Emperor-class mermaids. Nevertheless, her frustration persisted. I don't want to go to the Deep Chasm Ci again either. My bloodline reached pinnacle Emperor class long ago. But after my previous experience at the Deep Chasm Ci, I decided not to bother all of you again. So Light Green Umber, continue accumulating your power. The Deep Chasm Ci might not be the only way to enable you to break through your Emperor-class bloodline. Light Green Umber and Dazzling Silver had been at odds due to Light Green Umber's excessive caution in the past, which led to their unwillingness to assist Brilliant Gold at the Deep Chasm Ci. Dazzling Silver took advantage of this and taunted Light Green Umber. However, Dazzling Silver's current actions contradicted her previous words. Dazzling Silver blindly supported Brilliant Gold as a loyal follower without questioning her actions. To Light Green Umber's surprise, Dazzling Silver's bloodline had reached pinnacle Emperor class. Despite allocating most of her resources to Brilliant Gold, Dazzling Silver had still managed to evolve her bloodline to such a high level. It appeared that Dazzling Silver possessed greater talent than Brilliant Gold. Light Green Umber considered it foolish for Dazzling Silver to sacrifice her remarkable talent for fruitless emotions that would not lead to anything. Even without assistance from others, Light Green Umber had no intention of giving up. She glanced at the other Emperor-class mermaids with whom she had coexisted for thousands of years and felt a sense of amusement. If you don't help me enter the Deep Chasm Ci, I'll go on my own. From now on, I will only protect the citizens under my territory and care. Don't come to me for help with anything that happens in the other territories in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. I wash my hands off all of it. Brilliant Gold, I helped you in the past, but today you aren't extending me the same favor. Where is your sense of morality? You force Dazzling Silver to make a stand in every matter, but this won't change the facts. Light Green Umber did not want to stay much longer and was about to leave when a king-class mermaid excitedly barged in. All 6 Emperor-class mermaids had chosen this king-class mermaid and was in charge of setting up and raising money for meeting venues, as well as the reporting of important events. But now that all 6 Emperor-class mermaids were gathered here, there should be nothing important to report. Could it be that Grace Sacred Hall was attacking? But if that were the case, River Creek should not have such a happy expression on her face. White Brocade asked River Creek loudly, "Why are you interrupting our meeting?" White Brocade knew that River Creek always acted with responsibility. Otherwise, all 6 of them would not have picked her from the throng of king-class mermaids. With River Creek's talent, she could become the next Emperor-class mermaid even if she did not receive favors from any of the other Emperor-class mermaids. River Creek hurriedly said, "In Area 9 of the North District, the king-class mermaid Luna from the outskirts of Area 8 has arrived with a new mermaid emperor. He claims that his bloodline has reached pinnacle emperor class and that he wants to enter the Deep Chasm Ci. I dared not act on my own accord as this matter involves a new emperor. So I had no choice but to interrupt your meeting." When Light Green Umber heard what River Creek said, her first reaction was not shock but delight. With a new emperor-class merman who also wanted to enter the Deep Chasm Ci, it meant that there was now someone else who shared her goal. She now had a strong partner. Now that she had someone else on her side, both camps of opinion were at a stalemate again. Even if Brilliant Gold, White Brocade, Red Beauty, and the rest were still unwilling to help, she would be able to seek help from this other Emperor-class merman who wanted to enter the Deep Chasm Ci so they could both try to attain the new Thearchus scale. Light Green Umber was only thinking about herself. However, the other Emperor-class mermaids had all begun guessing where Lin Yuan had popped up from. The sudden appearance of a new emperor was not overly surprising. Mermaid Forbidden Sea was enormous. As long as talented king-class mermaids received some sort of opportunity, there was always the chance that they would be able to reach emperor class. However, in this case, the king-class merman did not reveal himself after he reached emperor class. Instead, he went into seclusion and only appeared once he reached the pinnacle emperor class. Furthermore, his first goal after appearing was to enter the Deep Chasm Ci, which was the sacred location of mermaids. As such, it was hard not to feel the pricks of suspicion. Brilliant Gold asked River Creek seriously, "River Creek, you must have met that Emperor-class merman. Does his aura match what he said, that he has reached pinnacle Emperor class?" River Creek hurriedly said, "Lordess Brilliant Gold, I wouldn't dare to be careless when it comes to such matters. I have confirmed that the aura of the merman who came with Luna has really reached pinnacle Emperor class. I also think that Emperor-class merman's bloodline is even stronger than yours. Among mermaids, it was not an insult to say that one's bloodline was stronger or weaker than another." Thus, Brilliant Gold was not angered by what River Creek said. Brilliant Gold was the first of the 6 Emperor-class mermaids to reach pinnacle Emperor class. Although her roots had been injured, her bloodline had still improved after thousands of years of recuperation. Now, her bloodline was even slightly beyond that of Dazzling Silver and Light Green Umber. Even a king-class mermaid like River Creek was able to sense that this new emperor's bloodline was stronger than that of Brilliant Gold. This meant that this new emperor's bloodline had to be more powerful. Before Brilliant Gold could continue speaking, Light Green Umber said, "Since you have confirmed that his bloodline has reached emperor class, why don't you bring him in to participate in this unfinished meeting? This meeting involves an important decision for the mermaid species. It would only be right for this new emperor to participate. Don't you agree, Brilliant Gold, Dazzling Silver, White Brocade, and Red Beauty?" Red Beauty did not want to start a war, but she was not against Light Green Umber going to the Deep Chasm Ci to try and achieve a bloodline breakthrough. Thus, she resented the implications of Light Green Umber's words. Alas, Light Green Umber's bloodline was more elite than hers, so she forced down all of her displeasure. River Creek served all 6 Emperor-class mermaids. Thus, she needed to consider all of their opinions. River Creek did not move after receiving Light Green Umber's order. Instead, She continued waiting until she received nods from the other 5 Emperor-class mermaids. Brilliant Gold, White Brocade, and the rest all knew what Light Green Umber was thinking. However, it was very normal to invite a new emperor to participate in a meeting concerning the entire mermaid species. Brilliant Gold and the rest had no choice but to nod at River Creek as they thought about how to persuade this new emperor. It would be difficult to convince an emperor-class merman to give up on evolving his bloodline. Most importantly, this new emperor had never been to the Deep Chasm Sea and had yet to personally experience just how dangerous it was. Thus, it would be very difficult for him to fully comprehend the extent of the danger. Lin Yuan, who had just rushed to the main region of Mermaid Forbidden Sea, had no idea that the seemingly united elites of the mermaid species were actually fraught with conflict. He knew that the 6 mermaid emperors had to be curious about his identity and was prepared to use the same script that he had used with Luna. It did not matter whether they believed him. All that mattered was whether he managed to enter the Deep Chasm Sea smoothly. Luna looked at Lin Yuan and said softly, "Lord Emperor, the king-class mermaid you just met is named River Creek. She is the manager of Mermaid Forbidden Sea, who answers to all 6 mermaid emperors. When the 6 mermaid emperors don't have time to tend to affairs, River Creek manages every matter in Deep Chasm Sea. Although we are both king-class, I need to address her as Lordess when we meet." When she spoke, Luna did not try to hide her jealousy of River Creek. It was an incredible honor to be picked by all 6 mermaid emperors. Luna was not alone. There was no single king-class mermaid who did not envy River Creek. Lin Yuan nodded when he heard that. While he had been traveling with Luna to the main district of Mermaid Forbidden Sea, Lin Yuan witnessed just how much mermaids with inferior bloodlines worshipped and adored mermaids with elite bloodlines. He was a complete stranger to these mermaids. However, all of them were extremely respectful toward him because of his bloodline. Almost every king-class mermaid treated him the same way that Luna did, including the king-class mermaid named River Creek. River Creek quickly returned to see Lin Yuan and said softly, "Lord, may I know what your name is? Please allow me to call you by your name. It will be my greatest privilege for your name to fall from my lips." Lin Yuan grinned. "Call me Dark Blue." Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline came from Dark Blue, so there was no better name to call him by. River Creek hurriedly said, "Lord Dark Blue, please come with me. Your blue tail is stunning." River Creek did not say this just to flatter Lin Yuan, but because blue was indeed the most beautiful color in the eyes of mermaids. This was also part of the reason River Creek had caught the eye of the 6 Emperor-class mermaids. However, her light blue tail paled in comparison to Lin Yuan's radiant azure tail. It could be said that River Creek fell in love with the color of Lin Yuan's tail the moment she laid eyes on it. She had never seen such a beautiful azure tail before, and there was no question that it was the only one of its kind in the entire mermaid species. This was the first time that Luna was hearing Lin Yuan's name. From now on, she did not need to call him Lord Emperor, and could call him Lord Dark Blue instead. Luna greatly admired River Creek's courage. It was likely that only one who received the favor of all 6 Emperor-class mermaids would be brave enough to ask for an Emperor-class mermaid's name. Eternal Source's expression turned strange when Lin Yuan stated his name. In all his time with Lin Yuan, this was the first time that he was hearing the name Dark Blue. Everyone around him called him by the name Lin Yuan, meaning that was his real name, and he only came up with the names 10,000 Source and Dark Blue to achieve his goals. When she saw that Eternal Source intended to accompany Lin Yuan, River Creek said apologetically, "Lord Dark Blue, only Emperor-class mermaids have the right to enter the main palace. Your subordinate doesn't possess the mermaid bloodline, so please leave him outside the palace hall. Alternatively, he can come with me to have a soak in one of the baths. The baths are extremely beneficial for sea beasts." Lin Yuan shook his head and asked, "Who made the rule that sea beasts can't be companions? How ludicrous." There was no way that Lin Yuan would agree to leave Eternal Source behind while he went to see the other 6 Emperor-class mermaids alone. Lin Yuan would not let his guard down just because of the mermaid's attitude toward him. He was well aware of how powerful he was. Without Eternal Source, there was no way that he would be able to defend himself with just Begin Lady if the other Emperor-class mermaids decided to attack him. Moreover, he could not boost Begin Lady's abilities like he could with dimensional lifeforms. Even if he summoned Green Vine and instructed it to use entire body medium, it would not be enough. The most important thing Lin Yuan needed to do was to protect himself. Lin Yuan's question stumped River Creek. She did not know who had made the rule. All she knew was that the rule had been in place even before she had been picked to be the manager of mermaids. However, all the rules were made by the Emperor-class mermaids. The Emperor-class mermaids did not have much authority to change the rules that each other made. However, River Creek could not casually bend the rules without seeking the approval of the other Emperor-class mermaids because she worked for the 6 Emperor-class mermaids and not for Lin Yuan. Just as she was blanking on what she would do next, a voice said from afar, "Pinnacle Emperor class is currently the most elite bloodline achievable by us mermaids. His word is the law. River Creek, are you unaware of such a simple rule? Have you been with Brilliant Gold for so long that you now only listen to what she says? Are you going to ignore the others now?" Cold sweat immediately started dripping down River Creek's back. She knew who this voice belonged to. Wasn't Lordess Light Green Umber supposed to be attending the meeting? Why did she make the trip out here? Is she trying to meet Lord Dark Blue? Her bloodline has already reached Pinnacle Emperor class. There is no need for her to curry favor with Lord Dark Blue. Furthermore, the one who had recently interacted the most with River Creek was not Brilliant Gold but Light Green Umber. Can it be that Lordess Light Green Umber is going to leave me in a tight spot so she can gain favor with Lord Dark Blue? I will be horribly wronged if that happens. Lin Yuan could sense that this mermaid with the light green tail had a similar Emperor-class bloodline to him. However, he got a strange feeling from this Emperor-class bloodline. It was not about the eliteness of this mermaid's bloodline, but that it seemed to only be rudimentary and lacked the nourishment of pure water elemental energy. If this mermaid's bloodline had been nourished by water elemental energy, it would be able to reach an even higher level. Extreme Ocean had repeatedly brought up the whine of exquisite water waves to emphasize his efforts. Lin Yuan did not think that the whine of exquisite water waves was anything as precious as Extreme Ocean made it out to be. It was just wine brewed from water elemental energy that had 93% purity. There was no way that Extreme Ocean treasured the wine of exquisite water waves for its taste. It had to be for its abilities. Otherwise, the wine of exquisite water waves would not have been able to attract the pinnacle Samsara realm Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean. There seemed to be not many spiritual ingredients containing water elemental energy in the water world. Moreover, the Samsara realm dictators could not produce pure water elemental energy. At the same time that Lin Yuan was studying Light Green Umber, she was doing the same to him. However, he was studying her bloodline and the circumstances in the water world while she was only examining his looks. Mermaids were shallow to a certain extent and did all they could to pursue those of the same species with great beauty. This was part of their true nature that they were born with. Previously, Light Green Umber's first pick had been River Creek. She believed that no one fit her standards better than River Creek. The color of her tail and even her physical features all fit Light Green Umber's standards. However, when compared to Lin Yuan, River Creek appeared pale and lacking in comparison. They were not even on the same level of discussion. She could not believe that such a mesmerizing color existed. If this Emperor-class merman had opposed her during the meeting, she would not have been as angry as when Brilliant Gold had done so. "Hello. My name is Light Green Umber. I heard that you also intend to enter the Deep Chasm Ci. May I know if this is true?" Lin Yuan looked seriously at this Emperor-class mermaid named Light Green Umber. From Light Green Umber's words, Lin Yuan could be certain of one thing. She also wanted to enter the Deep Chasm Ci. Lin Yuan did not need a companion to enter the Deep Chasm Ci with him, but it would not hurt to glean some information from Light Green Umber. "You are right. I intend on going to the Deep Chasm Ci to try and enable my bloodline to break through. That is the reason behind my decision to appear now." When Light Green Umber received Lin Yuan's reply and confirmed her guess, delight spread across her face. She had never met this Emperor-class merman before. She was not as old as Brilliant Gold, but she was not considered young among the 6 Emperor-class mermaids. There was no way the others could have met this Emperor-class merman she had not met before. Light green umber felt that it would be better for her to mention to Lin Yuan now that they would likely encounter opposition when they tried to enter the deep chasm Ci so that he could be mentally prepared. This way, they would be on the same side during the meeting later. In the past, there was nothing that light green umber detested more than collusion and underhanded scheming. But now it was Brilliant Gold who had thrown the first stone. She knew that Dazzling Silver would definitely side with her and had even roped in White Brocade and Red Beauty. When it came to their claims, there was actually a gap between White Brocade, Red Beauty, and Brilliant Gold. But now, they were standing together in this matter and thus were sharing from the same pool of profits. It was unlikely that they would part ways before this matter came to an end. Blue Umber sided with Light Green Umber, but the two of them stood no chance against the other four in terms of authority. If she could pull Lin Yuan to her side, she would have two mermaids with Pinnacle Emperor-class bloodline, the same number that Brilliant Gold had. Red Beauty had only recently become an Emperor-class mermaid. Thus, she could only add to the number and did not bring any decisive authority with her. As such, both of them now had equal authority. With this thought, Light Green Umber pursed her lips and said, "I have the same plea as you. I also want to enter the Deep Chasm Ci. The Deep Chasm Ci is full of danger. It is impossible to make it in alone. You will only stand a chance if you have a group with you. When you were still in seclusion, we helped Brilliant Gold to enter. Although we eventually failed and did not manage to reach its inner sanctum, we did rip open a rift and sensed the aura of the new Thearchus scale within. It is because of this that I want to try again. After the past few thousand years, the mermaid species' overall power has increased distinctly. Making another attempt now won't be a hopeless endeavor. If they're unwilling to help, will you be willing to give it a go with me?" Light Green Umber's words caused the blood to drain from River Creek's face. How could she utter such words so casually? It was the biggest secret of the mermaid species. Moreover, Light Green Umber's words sounded like collusion regardless of how she spun it. If Brilliant Gold were to ask River Creek about Light Green Umber's reaction upon seeing Lin Yuan, what should she say? If she told the truth, she would offend Light Green Umber. If she lied, she would cross paths with Brilliant Gold. River Creek was extremely uncomfortable. From what Light Green Umber said, Lin Yuan learned the piece of information that he craved the most, which was the confirmation of the new Thearchus scale's existence. With this confirmation, it became even more important for Lin Yuan to head to the Deep Chasm Ci. At the same time, Lin Yuan realized the mermaids were not as peaceful as they seemed. The mermaids with inferior bloodlines were extremely respectful toward those with elite bloodlines. However, there was still intense competition between the mermaids with elite bloodlines. Light Green Umber didn't bother explaining the situation to Lin Yuan, since he could learn about it himself once he entered. Light Green Umber aimed to portray Brilliant Gold in a negative light, hoping that Lin Yuan would develop a negative impression of her. Despite other mermaids refusing to help, Light Green Umber expressed her willingness to accompany Lin Yuan into the Deep Chasm Ci. This indicated that there were no specific obstacles to entering the Deep Chasm Ci. Any mermaid with an Emperor-class bloodline would have the opportunity to enter. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan intended to participate in the meeting to its end and take a look at all the other Emperor-class mermaids. Once he gained a certain level of understanding of his future subordinates, he would be able to enter the Deep Chasm Ci. Then, there would be no need for him to know where the Waterworld's endless gem was or devise a plan to make it his. Once he attained the new Thearchus scale and awoke the Thearch-class bloodline to become a Thearch-class mermaid, the other 6 Emperor-class mermaids would be under pressure from their bloodlines to obediently hand over the endless gem and other volumes of the vast sea secret treasure. Lin Yuan noticed that Light Green Umber frequently turned back to look at him while they were moving. However, she avoided his direct gaze each time. Even if Lin Yuan was the oblivious type, he would be able to tell that there was something more there. Lin Yuan was curious. He dipped his head and looked at himself. He confirmed that there were no issues with his appearance, nor had he done anything inappropriate. Suddenly, Lin Yuan connected the way that Light Green Umber, Luna, and the Goddess of Mercy looked at him to the way that Auntie Zhang looked at Uncle Li. He thought back to Luna mentioning that elite mermaids often help to quicken the evolution of the bloodline of the mermaids they loved. Hence, the reason for the goddess of mercy's exceptional favoritism toward Lin Yuan, even to the extent of fighting fifth-page truth, was her desire to earn his affection. Did she intend to gain his love in order to evolve her bloodline? With this thought in mind, all of Lin Yuan's previous doubts suddenly made sense. A sudden feeling of unease washed over Lin Yuan. In the past, he had often questioned the motives behind the goddess of mercy's assistance. If he discovered any needs the goddess of mercy had, he wouldn't hesitate to offer his help. But if what she desired was his love, Lin Yuan would be unable to fulfill her request. Light green umber eagerly awaited Lin Yuan's response after her speech. However, he remained silent, refusing to acknowledge her attempt to recruit him. Lin Yuan had plans to assert his control over the mermaid species in the future, with the 6 Emperor-class mermaids becoming his subordinates. If he were to join Light Green Umber's faction now, it would hinder his future management of the mermaid species. The other 5 Emperor-class mermaids would likely voice their objections. There was no need for him to engage in something that would create complications for him in the future. Ordinarily, Light Green Umber would have exploded with anger if her offer received no response. Strangely, she felt no trace of displeasure at that moment. In fact, even if this Emperor-class merman named Dark Blue refused to assist her, she was still willing to establish a connection with him. Originally, River Creek should be the one leading the way to the meeting. But now that Light Green Umber had appeared unexpectedly, River Creek had no choice but to trail behind Light Green Umber. She did not dare to do anything that could even be perceived as crossing the line. Light Green Umber's departure from the meeting and taking the initiative to usher this new Emperor-class merman would definitely perturb the other Emperor-class mermaids. White Brocade slammed her tail forcefully on the table as she said, "Light Green Umber is becoming more audacious. First, she asked for our help. Then, she started acting as though she deserved it and that it was only right for us to help her. We were willing to help Brilliant Gold because we weren't aware of the exact situation in the Deep Chasm CI and had only intended to scout out the path. Regardless of what this new Emperor-class merman says, there is no way I'm going to help Light Green Umber." Previously, White Brocade had been unwilling to help Light Green Umber because the latter's actions and methods did not sit right with her. Red Beauty had always been on good terms with White Brocade. Light Green Umber had always been extremely arrogant when it came to new Emperor-class mermaids like herself. From a personal standpoint, Red Beauty's unwillingness to interact with Light Green Umber had been separate from her willingness to help her for the sake of progressing the entire mermaid species. However, Light Green Umber not only angered her but also earned the fury of the core group of the entire mermaid species. Red Beauty believed that it would not be bad for the mermaid species if Light Green Umber attained the new Thearchus scale and became a Thearch-class mermaid. When Light Green Umber had been present, Blue Umber had sided with her. But now that Light Green Umber had left, there was no point in Blue Umber putting herself in opposition against the other Emperor-class mermaids for the sake of Light Green Umber. Thus, Blue Umber remained silent. But if Light Green Umber later asked her what had happened, Blue Umber would still honestly relay the situation to her. Blue Umber and Light Green Umber had always maintained a good relationship, and Blue Umber didn't want the mermaid community to be divided because of this situation. Upon hearing White Brocade and Red Beauty's remarks, Dazzling Silver let out a sigh. While Light Green Umber was partially responsible for the current situation, Brilliant Gold also played a significant role. Things might have been different if it had been anyone other than Brilliant Gold who rejected Light Green Umber. Light Green Umber had selflessly and wholeheartedly assisted Brilliant Gold in the past. Light Green Umber's condition was the most severe among the injured, surpassing Dazzling Silver's injuries. She had nearly lost her life and spent over 2,000 years recovering before her wounds finally healed. Uttering such words would undoubtedly hurt Light Green Umber's feelings. She had done so much for Brilliant Gold throughout the years, and the latter regarded her as an equal. As Dazzling Silver observed Brilliant Gold's determined expression, she suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. At that moment, the door to the main hall was pushed open. Given that Lin Yuan was at the front, he was the first one that Dazzling Silver spotted. The seed of blind affection was having a weakness for beauty. Those who were drawn to looks never adhered to logic when they fell in love with someone. But once they encountered a target that caught their attention even more strongly, the previously seemingly deep feelings would dissipate and fade quickly. His azure tail, long hair, and chiseled features immediately dominated her heart. Dazzling Silver had unconditionally sided with Brilliant Gold, and did everything she could to help Brilliant Gold enter the deep chasm Ci so she could gain the opportunity to evolve her bloodline. Now, Dazzling Silver was willing to do the same for Lin Yuan. The other mermaids were equally stupefied when they glimpsed Lin Yuan. However, due to the rule that Emperor-class mermaids could not pair up with each other, all they felt for Lin Yuan was admiration. Brilliant Gold was trying to come up with a way to persuade Lin Yuan and had no idea that Dazzling Silver, who was standing behind her, was plotting betrayal. Dazzling Silver was the first to greet Lin Yuan. "Hello? You can call me Dazzling Silver. My bloodline is also Pinnacle Emperor class. I heard that you want to enter the Deep Chasm Ci. Is this true?" Lin Yuan did not want to waste too much time with this group of Emperor-class mermaids. Since every Emperor-class mermaid could enter the Deep Chasm Ci, he did not need to continue mingling with these other Emperor-class mermaids. The more he said, the more likely he was to arouse suspicion. There were no problems with his bloodline, but he would not be able to come up with anything if the topic turned to the secrets of mermaids. Since Lin Yuan had been asked, he answered, "I was in seclusion for almost 10,000 years. My only wish is to evolve my bloodline to Thearch class. I don't need your help. I want to take a look at the Deep Chasm Ci myself and take the risk of evolving my bloodline." Lin Yuan had just finished speaking, and the jaws of all the Emperor-class mermaids present dropped. He had been in seclusion for almost 10,000 years. Just how old was this mermaid with azure hair and tail? His lifespan should almost be at its end. It was no wonder that he was so insistent on entering the Deep Chasm Ci now. If his lifespan was at its end and he asked the other mermaids for help, it was unlikely that even Brilliant Gold would turn him down. But as it turned out, Lin Yuan had no intention of asking for their help and wanted to attempt the breakthrough on his own. At that moment, all 6 Emperor-class mermaids were feeling extremely troubled. They had all become accustomed to relying on each other and had lost the will of experts. Experts should face all risks courageously instead of scrambling to find help and making escape plans. White Brocade was the most affected by Lin Yuan's words because her lifespan was also almost at its end. This was because she had suffered a hidden injury that she had been unable to recover from when she had been Emperor-class. Thus, her lifespan was not as long as the other Emperor-class mermaids. She had never told anyone else about this before. As she looked into Lin Yuan's resolute eyes, White Brocade could not help but say, "Your bravery in trying to break through your bloodline at the tail end of your life is commendable, but we have been to the Deep Chasm Ci and know exactly how dangerous it is. Why don't I go with you? I can tell you about my experience, and I'll also be helpful in fending off the whirlpools. Our ability to control water disappears when we are near the Deep Chasm Ci, so we'll only be able to rely on our bodies for defense." Once White Brocade was done speaking, she swished her tail and approached Lin Yuan. She seemed ready to lead him to the Deep Chasm Ci. White Brocade's words not only stunned Lin Yuan but Light Green Umber as well. Light Green Umber was shell-shocked. Was she really in such bad shape? When she asked for help to enter the Deep Chasm Ci, none of them had agreed, with the exception of Blue Umber. Why was White Brocade suddenly so amiable when Light Green Umber was swapped out for Dark Blue? Lin Yuan was also floored. What had he said? How did he give this white-tailed mermaid the idea that his lifespan was coming to its end? Why did she say that his bravery in trying to achieve a bloodline breakthrough at the tail end of his life was commendable? His lifespan still had a long way to go. Lin Yuan was currently only 18 years old. If he formed a contract with the Lifespan Mouse in the future, he would be able to continue living for an indefinite length of time as long as he possessed items that contained vitality. Lin Yuan would have preferred it if they had all refused to help him like they had done with Light Green Umber. Now that one of them was offering to help him, he was struggling to come up with a reason to reject her. While Lin Yuan was trying to devise a reasonable excuse to use to turn White Brocade down, Red Beauty also spoke. I was the last to evolve my bloodline to Emperor class and am the weakest of the lot. I probably won't be able to be of much help. Nonetheless, I'm also willing to accompany you. Red Beauty turned to look at Brilliant Gold and Dazzling Silver. You two should come and help too. With another pinnacle Emperor-class mermaid, even if this time ends in failure as well, the 7 of us will be able to cut our losses and end up in a better state than we did last time. Brilliant Gold's expression was troubled. Frankly, she had her own selfish reason for rejecting light green umber. In truth, she wanted to try entering the deep chasm sea a second time after spending another few centuries accumulating her power. If she helped light green umber obtain the new Thearchus scale, she wouldn't be able to compete against her for the same artifact. If Brilliant Gold sought their assistance to enter the deep chasm sea, the situation would change. In the event of her success, it was evident that those who aided her would also gain the opportunity to evolve their bloodline using the new Thearchus scale. But now, she did not have a reason to turn down this pinnacle Emperor-class merman, whose lifespan was coming to an end and who was asking for their help. Just as Brilliant Gold was about to voice her agreement, Dazzling Silver spoke first. Okay, I'm willing to help. It just so happens that my power has broken through, so I will be of more help than last time. The 7th jolt of the deep chasm sea is the most intense one. I can handle that. However, once I've taken on the 7th jolt, I will need to leave the rest to you. Dazzling Silver's words shocked all the other 5 Emperor-class mermaids, including Brilliant Gold. The 7th jolt had almost cost Brilliant Gold her life the last time. Yet, Dazzling Silver had not offered to help Brilliant Gold then. Why was she suddenly willing to put her life on the line for this Emperor-class merman she only just met? White Brocade, Red Beauty, Light Green Umber, and Blue Umber could not help but look at Brilliant Gold. They wondered if they were seeing things or if Brilliant Gold's light gold hair was indeed tinged with green now. Frankly, Light Green Umber and the rest had misunderstood Dazzling Silver. Previously, Dazzling Silver had lacked such capabilities. If she had been capable, she would have done the same for Brilliant Gold. When Lin Yuan noticed that Light Green Umber and the other 2 Emperor-class mermaids who had yet to speak were also about to express their opinions, he knew that he needed to come up with a way to turn them all down. There were many ways to go about with rejections. Lin Yuan needed this rejection to be backed by logic. My plan hasn't changed. I don't need your help. Did you rely on others to evolve your bloodlines to such a level? If the entire mermaid species' top combat power is all invested in one person, the mermaid species will be doomed if any accidents take place. I want to enter the deep chasm sea and obtain the new Thearchus scale so I can evolve my bloodline to Thearch class. Why covet a position that doesn't belong to you when you lack both power and capabilities? If any among you manage to attain the new Thearchus scale with the help of others, will you be truly respected even after you've become a mermaid the Arch? This speech was Lin Yuan's reason to dissuade the others from wanting to accompany him. But when Brilliant Gold and the others heard this, they felt as though a pail of cold water had been dumped over them. Firstly, the 6 of them could not come up with a reason for why Lin Yuan was turning them down. The only reasonable explanation they could come up with was that he was trying to use his actions to back up his words. His words damaged his profits, yet he was still persisting. Thus, all of them started to contemplate what he had just said. Brilliant Gold had not thought so much or far when she went to the deep chasm sea to attempt to break through her bloodline. After her incident, Mermaid Forbidden Sea's top powerhouses had paid a heavy price. If not for the disappearance of Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers, the news would not have been kept under wraps for 2,000 years. Given her understanding of the 2 rulers, they would have laid out an elaborate plan to target Mermaid Forbidden Sea. This would be a great threat to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. If they worked together and helped one of them gain the Thearch-class bloodline, would the rest be fine with it? There was even the possibility that the one who attained the new Thearchus scale would turn greedy and turn their back on their teammates. The mermaids were traditionally united. However, there had been exceptions in history. Even Brilliant Gold, who had been the most conflicted about Lin Yuan's appearance, felt a wave of respect for him at this moment. Dazzling Silver looked calmly at Lin Yuan, but her silver eyes seemed to flicker with dewdrops of tears. That gaze could be likened to a final goodbye. Dazzling Silver said with a slightly hoarse voice, "I respect your decision. I'll take you to the Deep Chasm Ci now. I hope you manage to obtain the new Thearchus scale. I would gladly accept you as the Arch of the mermaid species." Dazzling Silver's words were filled with sincerity and echoed the thoughts of White Brocade, Red Beauty, and the rest as well. Even Light Green Umber was in agreement with what Dazzling Silver said. Although it was not strange that Dazzling Silver had said such things, the convictions should not have been expressed by her. Wasn't she always faithfully by Brilliant Gold's side and always prioritized Brilliant Gold's profits? When did she start making decisions of her own accord? Brilliant Gold had yet to make a decision. There was no way that Dazzling Silver's words had come from Brilliant Gold. White Brocade, Light Green Umber, and the rest all looked at Brilliant Gold and saw that her expression had become very peculiar. Amidst her secret glee, Light Green Umber could not help but wonder. Could Dazzling Silver's feelings toward Brilliant Gold have changed when she saw Dark Blue? This seemed like the only reasonable explanation. There were no ugly mermaids. Even the inferior and mid-ranked mermaids had exceptional beauty. The king-class mermaids all had unique features that each had their own charm. It did not need to be said that the emperor-class mermaids all possessed breathtaking beauty. Since there were no complaints about their looks, the only area that could be nitpicked was the color of their scales and hair. Firstly, mermaids desired their scales and hair to be of the same color. Or, at the very least, it had to be shades of the same color. If their hair and scales were of the same color, the next distinction was attributed to the colors themselves. Mermaids always placed the color azure above all other colors, followed by the colors that resembled azure the most, such as navy, indigo, and baby blue. However, these colors were not common. A large reason the 6 Emperor-class mermaids had chosen River Creek was due to her mostly baby blue tail and hair. The slight purple hue that she also possessed was almost undetectable. Apart from blue, the mermaids also placed the color gold on a pedestal. Although gold was still ranked below blue, it was regarded as much more elite than the other colors. This was the reason Brilliant Gold had caught Dazzling Silver's eye. Light Green Umber's color might seem similar to baby blue, but there was an obvious difference in hue. Light Green Umber could tell Brilliant Gold was having difficulty taking this in. However, Light Green Umber did not care about how well Brilliant Gold was taking this. The more uncomfortable Brilliant Gold was, the happier Light Green Umber would be. Regardless of who ended up becoming the first mermaid the Arch, the wedge between Light Green Umber and Brilliant Gold would not disappear. Lin Yuan had no idea that the mermaid emperors were so divided and that their relationships were so complicated. He could sense the sincerity behind Dazzling Silver's words. But he did not require her sincerity. "I have no issues with you taking me to the Deep Chasm Ci, but I already said that I want to enter the Deep Chasm Ci myself and that I don't need your help. I don't like it when others interfere with my decision." Lin Yuan swam out of the hall with a swish of his tail. He was trying to use this action to signal to Dazzling Silver to hurry and lead the way. Lin Yuan's previous rejection could be seen as him trying to put up a strong front. But now that he had strongly rejected them again, it was clear that this was truly how he felt. He really did not need help from anyone else. Dazzling Silver quickly flapped her silver tail twice in order to catch up with Lin Yuan. She looked calmly into his eyes and said, "I respect your decision. I hope you make it out safely. Since you want to try to enter the Deep Chasm Ci yourself, I will stand guard outside to ensure that you remain undisturbed." Lin Yuan's lips curled. That would be the best scenario. The last thing that Lin Yuan wanted was to be disturbed while he was in the Deep Chasm Ci. Otherwise, he would not be able to summon Green Vine and instruct it to use entire body medium to form the full image of that life form that had surpassed the Samsara realm. The life form would have the chance to unleash its might on the world again. Red Beauty and White Brocade hurriedly followed as well. White Brocade said to Lin Yuan, "Red Beauty and I will also stand guard. If you succeed, you will bring glory to the mermaids. If you fail, we'll be able to treat your wounds as soon as possible. There is a mountain about 30 leagues away from the Deep Chasm Ci. One must pass it to reach the Deep Chasm Ci. We will await your good news there." After Dazzling Silver, White Brocade, and Red Beauty left, Only light green umber, blue umber, and brilliant gold were left in the hall. Blue umber was slightly stronger than red beauty and ranked 5th among the 6 Emperor-class mermaids. Thus, she did not want to cross brilliant gold. As such, blue umber remained silent as she expressed the same position as light green umber. Light green umber's bloodline had reached pinnacle Emperor class and was on the same level as brilliant gold. As such, there was no need for her to fear brilliant gold. Light green umber looked at brilliant gold with a stormy gaze and said, "Brilliant gold, do you remember what you asked us at a previous meeting? When did the mermaids begin this downward trajectory?" At that time, we weren't able to come up with an answer. It wasn't because we really didn't know the answer, but because no one was willing to say it. You eventually sighed and said the reason for this circumstance was that what went up had to go down. Don't you find that ludicrous? Ever since the first Emperor-class mermaid appeared, the mermaids have been thriving. When did we ever show any signs of going downhill? Rather than saying that what went up had to go down, the mermaids have been on a downward trajectory ever since you started taking advantage of Dazzling Silver's feelings toward you and her power to grab hold of the decision-making authority during our meetings. When light green umber saw that brilliant gold was about to protest, she cut off brilliant gold again. Take in my words and ponder over them first before arguing with me. If you really have the mermaid's best interests at heart, you should be happy about dark blue's appearance. Why do you have such an expression hanging off your face? Regardless of whether his lifespan is coming to its end, we now have a 7th emperor. Brilliant gold. I know what you're thinking. You want to try entering the deep chasm Ci again to attempt to evolve your bloodline. You don't want to help me and don't want the others to help me either because you want us to help you with this goal in the future. Brilliant gold could no longer hold back and scoffed. Light green umber, don't slander me with your own dirty thoughts. I'm not as despicable as you make me out to be. Light green umber chuckled coldly. My dirty thoughts? If I had even a shred of evil in me, I wouldn't have gone all out to help you. Your argument is weak. Even Dazzling Silver might not believe you now. Do you dare to swear on your own bloodline that you didn't reject the others' plea for help in entering the deep chasm Ci because you selfishly hoped to try again in the future? After she was done speaking, light green umber ignored brilliant gold. She also did not want to wait to hear brilliant gold's explanation. She had accomplished her goal by spilling all of her pent-up unhappiness. If brilliant gold indeed had selfish motives, light green umber would prefer for her to be honest. But brilliant gold could not own up to her own selfishness even when confronting it privately. Even if brilliant gold truly obtained the new Thearchus scale and became the first mermaid the Arch, light green umber would not be able to acknowledge her. Blue umber, let's help Dazzling Silver, white brocade, and the rest guard dark blue too. As of now, I'm not capable of entering the deep chasm Ci with my own power. I don't intend on venturing into the deep chasm Ci. I will go into seclusion for some time after we're done helping dark blue. I will only come out of seclusion when I'm certain I can enter the deep chasm Ci. If I never manage to reach that standard of power, I will give it one last go before my life comes to an end, just like what dark blue is doing. Blue umber and light green umber had known each other for thousands of years, so she was well aware of blue umber's character. Light green umber was always straightforward and upfront. Blue umber had lost her goal and direction after she evolved to Emperor class. Now, Blue umber felt that she could follow in light green umber's footsteps and make the Thearch class bloodline her goal from now on. It did not take long for the group to reach the mountain. Dazzling Silver sternly said to Lin Yuan, "Are you sure you don't need our help? With our help, your chances of success will be higher." "I'm sure. You can wait for me here," replied Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan flapped his tail and shot off in the direction of the deep chasm Ci. He left Eternal Source at the mountain. Eternal Source was holding a thoughts letter paper, so he could immediately inform Lin Yuan at the sign of any trouble. Any life forms that were not mermaids could not appear in the vicinity of the deep chasm Ci. Otherwise, it would affect the deep chasm Ci and result in a violent outbreak. Luna had already mentioned this to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had also verified this with Dazzling Silver, White Brocade, and the rest while they were on the way there. All the mermaid emperors knew that the new Thearchus scale was hidden in the deep chasm Ci. If the Samsara realm sea beasts could help, they would have been sacrificed long ago. It would be a desperate move if they sought help from the two rulers, considering their possession of electrical power. Despite the potentially violent reaction of the deep chasm Ci, there remained a strong likelihood of successfully tearing it open. If Lin Yuan encountered any danger in the vicinity of the deep chasm Ci that threatened his safety, he could summon the entire group of Samsara realm dictators immediately. The deep chasm Ci was filled with continuous and chaotic currents, resembling ropes that sought to pull Lin Yuan down to the depths of the sea. Ever since he gained the mermaid bloodline, Lin Yuan had not felt attacked by water elemental energy. He attempted to activate his faith power, only to find it significantly weakened within the deep chasm Ci. With his current level of faith power, Lin Yuan could only progress around 2 to 3 kilometers forward, which was insufficient to reach the entrance of the deep chasm Ci. Unfamiliar with using his spiritual power in dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan hesitated. Usually, employing his spiritual power would immediately raise suspicions among dimensional beings. However, with no one around, there would be no one to detect his use of spiritual power. This presented an opportunity for him to assess the receptiveness of the deep chasm Ci toward spiritual energy. When he circulated his spiritual power, Lin Yuan realized that the deep chasm Ci did not exhibit even the slightest rejection toward spiritual power. He could use spiritual power freely in the vicinity of the deep chasm Ci. However, Lin Yuan was currently only a B-rank spirit chi professional, and his body did not contain much spiritual power. It was insufficient to carry him all the way to the entrance of the deep chasm Ci. As Lin Yuan continued to move forward, the resistance pushing him back grew stronger. The force was so strong that it nearly caused him to perform a backward somersault in the water. The deep chasm Ci welcomed spiritual power, so Lin Yuan decided to summon Blackie. Seated on Blackie's back, he rode swiftly toward the entrance of the deep chasm Ci. Due to Blackie's robust Diamond/Fantasy V physique, much stronger than Lin Yuan's human body, they made good progress. As they accelerated, the deep chasm Ci came into view, perched atop a towering altar. The Ci, resembling a colossal pearl with shades of blue and gold, emitted intermittent currents that transformed into seawater. This force had been impeding Lin Yuan's progress all along. Curious to explore other energy options besides electricity, Lin Yuan intended to test their efficacy in opening the deep chasm Ci. After some testing, Lin Yuan realized that the deep chasm Ci did not react to the other types of elemental energy. Lin Yuan had already confirmed the information through the other mermaids, and was certain they would not lie to him due to his bloodline. With this assurance, he decided to summon Green Vine and instruct it to use entire body medium to create a life form from another world. This creature possessed electrical power that could be utilized to open the seal of the deep chasm Ci. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and summoned Green Vine before he said seriously, "Green Vine, use entire body medium." Given Green Vine's power and the energy left in the half-corpse, the image of the life form from another world might only last for a few short seconds. But that would already be enough. Green Vine nodded excitedly. It had yet to use this exclusive skill since gaining it. It was actually very curious about this ability. In its human form, Green Vine reached out and pinched the vine in the shape of a skunk that was covered with orange fur. A solid power immediately flowed out from this vine. Normally, Fays could not bear to use their secret weapons. However, Green Vine did not feel this way at all. Green Vine had been spoon-fed from the moment it hatched. Lin Yuan provided any and all resources it needed. Thus, it never had to struggle for resources and did not understand how difficult it was to obtain a secret weapon. Thus, Green Vine did not feel even the slightest unwillingness to use entire body medium. Rather, it was Lin Yuan who felt rather reluctant. The half-corpse was the most precious thing that Lin Yuan possessed. He chose to use this half-corpse because he wanted to obtain the new Thearchus scale and evolve his mermaid bloodline from Pinnacle Emperor class to Thearch class. This was the only way to guarantee his control over the mermaid species and obtain the Endless Gem and the remaining volumes without resorting to martial force. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would never give up such life-preserving items so easily. The power released by Green Vine after using entire body medium caused Lin Yuan's soul to shiver. This aura was so strong that it far exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations, and it reminded him of the aura he sensed from the Moon Empress when she was attacking Changwu for hunting him. Evidently, the life form had been far more powerful than Lin Yuan could ever imagine when it had been alive. Lin Yuan had never encountered a power level stronger than the Pinnacle Samsara realm. It was on par with the strength of Pinnacle Spirit Fire experts. This meant that the skunk life form had to have been an expert who had reached the Divine Kingdom level. But this was just a term that Lin Yuan had come up with. This might not be its actual name. Moreover, there was no certainty that one could create the Divine Kingdom after setting one's spirit fire alight. Lin Yuan dared not make such a conclusion before he witnessed an expert break through past the spirit fire level. Once its aura reached a peak, the orange fur on the vine started to fall off, and the vine no longer took the shape of a skunk. A silhouette appeared in front of Green Vine. It was only around half the height and width of a human, and was even smaller than the Maine Coons from Lin Yuan's previous life. The skunk was covered with bright gold brands, and 3 balls of flames suspended above its tail. It was as if they contained thousands of lightning bolts. Given Green Vine's power and the remnants of the corpse, it would be impressive if the silhouette could be sustained for 3 seconds. Lin Yuan immediately ordered Green Vine to use the skunk silhouette to release its strongest electric attack at the Deep Chasm CI. Green Vine forcefully waved its hand, and the skunk life form let out an ear-piercing yet pleasant sound as its body darkened. At the same time, the 3 balls of flames became much brighter than before, shooting off toward the Deep Chasm CI. The moment the 3 balls of flames shot toward the Deep Chasm CI, the electrical energy within them enveloped the Deep Chasm CI. It was as though the Deep Chasm CI was alive as the electrical energy promptly paralyzed it. As the Deep Chasm CI trembled under the electrification, the water stopped flowing out of it. Lin Yuan noticed that the Deep Chasm CI, which first resembled a pearl, now looked like a giant eye after it had been electrified. The electricity caused a blue and gold pupil to appear at the center of the pearl. Lin Yuan remembered Dazzling Silver mentioning that they had tried attacking the Deep Chasm CI with force in the past, during which they sensed an even more powerful and mysterious mermaid bloodline power within it. Lin Yuan was not sensing anything like that now. He tried circulating his faith power and noticed that now that the Deep Chasm CI had been paralyzed by electrical power, it no longer restricted faith power. Lin Yuan summoned Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, and Mist Source so they could try entering the Deep Chasm CI together. Meanwhile, Dazzling Silver and the rest felt an intense force at the mountain. The reason for the force was that they had heard the roar of the skunk life form. They had never heard such a roar in all their many years of exploring the Deep Chasm CI. Most importantly, after hearing the roar, Brilliant Gold, who was late arriving at the mountain, realized that her source type and faith power were not locked like they were in the past but fully opened instead. This meant that Lin Yuan had either successfully entered the Deep Chasm CI or had become grievously injured after opening the Deep Chasm CI's seal. If it was the first scenario, it meant that the mermaid species was about to have its first the arch. But if it was the second scenario, it meant that it would be the best time to harvest the fruits of effortless labor. If the fruits were just hanging there, why wouldn't she harvest them? Even if Lin Yuan could harvest the fruits, she still stood a fighting chance. Brilliant Gold admitted that she had many selfish thoughts that betrayed the principles and values of the mermaid species. But with temptation right before her, she could not suppress her desires. Brilliant Gold wanted to head to the Deep Chasm CI, and Light Green Umber and the rest did not try to stop her. However, she was blocked by Lin Yuan's Sea Beast and Dazzling Silver. This sea beast was clearly devotedly loyal to Lin Yuan, so it was unsurprising that it was trying to stop her. But what was Dazzling Silver's trying to do? In the thousands of years that they had been companions, this was the first time that Dazzling Silver was going against her. Dazzling Silver's previous actions of acting on her own accord had already rubbed Brilliant Gold the wrong way. Now that Dazzling Silver was brazenly opposing her, Brilliant Gold snarled, "Dazzling Silver? What are you trying to do?" Dazzling Silver looked at Brilliant Gold with a strange gaze before saying resolutely, "I have made a promise to Dark Blue. I promised that I would not allow anyone to disturb him at the deep chasm Ci before he returned. After spending so many years together, you should know by now that I always keep my word. Brilliant Gold, I hope that you won't put me on the spot." Dazzling Silver's words immediately elicited a menacing smirk from Brilliant Gold. "Dazzling Silver, are you going to go against me for the sake of someone you just met?" Before Dazzling Silver could respond, White Brocade said, "Dark Blue was very clear when he spoke. He wants to try to enter the deep chasm Ci and obtain the new Thearchus scale on his own. All of us are aware of this. We didn't stop him then. So why would we change our minds now and risk getting on his wrong side? Brilliant Gold, I am aware of the selfish thoughts floating around in your mind. Those wicked thoughts shouldn't exist in the mind of a mermaid. Take my advice and wipe those thoughts from your mind. Stay here and guard with us. Even if Dazzling Silver permits you to go, the rest of us will never agree. You can check with Red Beauty, Light Green Umber, and Blue Umber to see if they will back me up." Brilliant Gold was one of the 6 Emperor-class mermaids, but she was the first of the 6 to reach Pinnacle Emperor class because she had Dazzling Silver's support. As a result, she always conducted herself arrogantly and saw herself as the decision-maker among the 6 of them. She could not allow anyone who used to be obedient to her to turn against her. Light Green Umber had already slighted her in the main hall. Now, even White Brocade, who had yet to reach Pinnacle Emperor class, was treating her in such a way. Light Green Umber did not want to give up on any opportunity to tick off Brilliant Gold. When Dazzling Silver turned against Brilliant Gold, Light Green Umber did not bother to hold back and said, "All this time, I've been wondering why the mermaid species has been going downhill in spite of our continually rising power. But now I understand why. Brilliant Gold, you should reflect on yourself. You are now openly breaking a promise to another Emperor-class merman. As an Emperor-class mermaid, you have failed. If you insist on going, I will have to attack you. Both of us are Pinnacle Emperor class. Even if I don't manage to defeat you, you won't be able to get away unscathed either. All I need to do is hold you back until Dark Blue returns. If Dark Blue manages to become a Thearch-class mermaid, all you will be able to do is hope that your actions now aren't misunderstood by Dark Blue." Eternal Source never thought much of the Emperor-class mermaids from the water world. Although they possessed a similar bloodline to Lin Yuan, the latter's goal of coming to the water world was not to connect with his relatives, but to conquer the water world. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have gone to Grace Sacred Hall immediately after arriving in the water world instead of Mermaid Forbidden Sea. This meant that there had to have been something within Grace Sacred Hall that appealed to Lin Yuan more than Mermaid Forbidden Sea did. The mermaids were also the strongest Samsara realm dictators in their dimensional world. Eternal Source could see the mermaid emperors like Light Green Umber, who Lin Yuan had made an impression on Lin Yuan as his equals. If mermaids like Brilliant Gold, who held malicious thoughts and lacked friendly intentions toward Lin Yuan, didn't change their mindsets, they would ultimately face a fate similar to Vine Source and Extreme Ocean. Although Lin Yuan did not dislike Brilliant Gold as much as he did Extreme Ocean and Vine Source, it would be difficult for Brilliant Gold to be allowed to work with the other 5 from now on. Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Frozen Ocean had always been enemies with Brilliant Gold. Thus, Brilliant Gold would not have much luck trying to join Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean's camp either. As such, this lonely Samsara realm dictator was not worth Eternal Source's concern. The united front that the mermaids put up came from the principled structure of their upper echelon. Brilliant Gold had clearly broken a taboo. Our Lord said that he wants to try to enter the deep chasm Ci on his own. So if you want to go, you'll have to get past me first. When it comes to power, both of us are somewhat equals. Even if they don't stop you, you won't be able to defeat me. Eternal Source promptly activated his Source Sacred Body and positioned himself in front of the Emperor-class experts. Previously, Brilliant Gold possessed more sway and often targeted Light Green Umber. Now, she was finally experiencing what Light Green Umber usually felt. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to resign herself and make the only choice presented to her. Brilliant Gold sat on a chair on the mountain and fixed her gaze on the deep chasm Ci in the distance. After entering the deep chasm Ci, Lin Yuan noticed that the space within was not large. It was only around a quarter of the space in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, making it around 100 square meters. This space was even smaller than Lin Yuan's bedroom in the Return from Faraway mansion. There was only one tall stage in the deep chasm Ci. There was a blue and gold shell hanging above the tall stage. Lin Yuan could sense that the mermaid power, which was on a higher level than his own, was coming from that gold and blue shell. As such, the new Thearchus scale was definitely within that blue and gold shell. Lin Yuan started swimming toward the blue and gold shell. When he arrived in front of the shell, Lin Yuan exerted some force and opened it. There was a blue and gold scale within the shell. The blue and gold scale was even purer than the blue scales on Lin Yuan's body. When he looked closer, he saw that the scales were fully azure. They were just covered by golden patterns. The patterns appeared to be random swirls at first glance, but Lin Yuan noticed that they were actually inscriptions of the narrative behind the mermaid bloodline. Since he had the mermaid bloodline in his body, Lin Yuan knew what to do with the new Thearchus scale when he saw it. Lin Yuan placed his hand on his tail and ripped off one of his scales before replacing it with the new Thearchus scale. Lin Yuan felt that the position where the new Thearchus scale had been placed was now extremely hot. The heat was so intense that Lin Yuan felt as though he had been set on fire. Lin Yuan knew that he was feeling this way because the energy from within the new Thearchus scale was cleansing the mermaid bloodline in his body and making it even purer than it already was. Immediately after the heat appeared, Lin Yuan started feeling pain and itchiness. After consuming the Earth Center fine milk, Lin Yuan's pain tolerance had significantly increased. There was virtually no type of pain in the world that Lin Yuan couldn't handle. However, itchiness and pain were completely different. Lin Yuan wanted to scratch his body, but his body had been locked by the energy from the new Thearchus scale. Even his face had been locked, so he could not react in any way. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Begin Lady were utterly defenseless like meat on a chopping board. Luckily, Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, and Mist Source were unaware of Lin Yuan's current situation. The new Thearchus scale sealed one's body, spiritual energy, and soul. Under the nourishment from the new Thearchus scale, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy and soul continuously improved. It could be said that Lin Yuan had no way of communicating with the Abundance Treasure Tree to eliminate Evil Source, Mist Source, and Hornless Dragon Source in the event that they betrayed him. Lin Yuan had fully ensconced himself in danger. Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mist Source were all Samsara realm dictators who could sense Lin Yuan's current situation. However, after enduring Lin Yuan's pressure for a long time, they had lost their will to resist. They were also unwilling to risk attacking Lin Yuan now and exposing themselves to the possibility of being killed by the Abundance Treasure Tree. Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mist Source exchanged looks before they naturally arrived at the outskirts of the deep chasm Ci to guard Lin Yuan and prevent the mermaids from rushing over. Besides fear, the three of them each had their own reasons for not wanting to betray him. Mist Source had always firmly stood with Eternal Source. Eternal Source was now Lin Yuan's loyal supporter, and Mist Source would not go against Eternal Source's decision. In fact, if Evil Source or Hornless Dragon Source came up with any evil ideas, Mist Source would definitely step in to protect Lin Yuan. Protecting Lin Yuan was the equivalent of safeguarding Eternal Source's will. After Evil Source lost the bet to Lin Yuan and lost her Greenfield's secret treasure, she had fallen to rank 7 among the dictators with the word Source in their names. Even Carnage Source, who was the weakest of the lot, had the audacity to target her. If Lin Yuan had not conquered the Marsh world, Evil Source would never have been able to reach her current status. As such, Evil Source believed that following Lin Yuan was a very profitable choice. Hornless Dragon Source focused on the future more than the other dictators from the Marsh world did. Hornless Dragon Source was willing to take on even more suffering for a better future. This mindset allowed him to sit firmly in her position as the Marsh world's third-ranked Samsara realm dictator all this time. Otherwise, given Hornless Dragon Source's species, it would have been near impossible for him to achieve all of his accomplishments. There was no reason for Hornless Dragon Source not to treasure this opportunity of coming with Lin Yuan to the new world that was the water world. With the pain and itchiness that he was feeling, Lin Yuan could not concern himself with anything else. Even with his willpower, he was almost driven to insanity by this endless itchiness. As the seconds ticked past, the color of Lin Yuan's scales and hair was also slowly transformed by the new Thearchus scale. An illusionary image appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. It depicted an endless expanse of sea that could only be the kingdom of mermaids. Mermaids were swimming around delightedly in the sea. Suddenly, a group of life forms with bat wings descended from the sky. They were just as beautiful as mermaids. However, mermaids were mostly female, while these life forms with bat wings were more likely to be male. A long and drawn-out battle began. It only ended when the entire sea was stained by blood, and most of the mermaids had been massacred. A mermaid dressed in battle armor with an orange beast next to her pierced the trident she was holding into the center of her forehead and dug out the scale from there. The blood-stained scale lay silently in the mermaid's hands for a moment before she reached up and dug out her left eye and replaced it with the scale. Next, she sent this small orange beast far away with her left eye. However, 3 of the handsome winged lifeforms soon attacked the small beast, and it fell back into the dimensional currents below. At that moment, the image in his mind shattered, and his body, spiritual energy, and soul were unlocked. At the same time, a blue and gold scale appeared on Lin Yuan's forehead. It was completely different from the one that Lin Yuan had absorbed, as it was now covered with his own aura. Lin Yuan's fishtail and long hair were now the same shade of blue and gold as the new Thearchus scale. The transparent blue and radiant gold, which were the most revered colors by mermaids, appeared on Lin Yuan's body. The moment Lin Yuan's bloodline recovered, he broke through his limits, and his bloodline transformed to Thearch class. Lin Yuan could sense that his body had become much more solid. During the process of his bloodline evolving from Pinnacle Emperor class to Thearch class, Lin Yuan came to understand 3 things. The first was the origin of the new Thearchus scale and what the Deep Chasm Sea exactly was. Both of them came from a mermaid, the Arch. The image he had seen was not fake. Lin Yuan would not have seen the skunk with orange fur if the image had been fake. The skunk was the spitting image of the form that Greenvine had produced with entire body medium. He would not have been able to tell anything from just the half-corpse that he had been left with. It turned out that the mermaids, or the mermaids that used to be under this mermaid the Arch, had been embroiled in a bloody battle by another species that ended in the loss of most of the mermaids. Otherwise, a mermaid the Arch would never have harmed herself in order to find a way out for the mermaids that would allow them to continue surviving and passing on their bloodline. The skunk life form had indeed arrived in the water world alongside the Deep Chasm Sea. It was akin to the key to the Deep Chasm Sea. However, the winged life form had killed the skunk long before it arrived in the water world, and the other parts of its corpse had likely already been ground up by the dimensional currents. It would not have ended up in Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers' possession if it was still alive or still had any consciousness remaining. The second thing he learned was that the scene he had seen had not taken place in the main world. For now, he would call the life forms with bat wings the Blood Clan. The life forms from the Blood Clan were very similar to the vampires that Lin Yuan had read about in his previous life. That other world contained a great number of species. Lin Yuan was filled with excitement toward this world. But given his current power, he also knew it was too early for him to explore it now. The third thing he learned was what the mermaid species represented and how he could enable their bloodline to carry on. Instead of saying that the new Thearchus scale would allow Pinnacle Emperor-class mermaids to evolve their bloodlines to Thearch class, it was actually a unique method for them to carry on their legacy. King-class mermaids could indeed rely on obtaining the affection of Emperor-class mermaids in order to evolve their bloodlines. This plan was actually very easy to carry out. However, after using this method to evolve their bloodline, it would be difficult for them to take this shortcut again. The mermaid species' bloodline evolution could never be accomplished solely through shortcuts. During the evolution of their bloodlines, what mermaids lacked the most was pure spirit chi and water elemental energy. Pure water elemental energy was extremely rare in the water world, while spirit chi was non-existent. Hence, Mermaids appeared to be the dictators of the water world but were actually severely restricted by the water world's resources. After Lin Yuan became a merman the Arch, he had the ability to enhance the bloodlines of Emperor-class mermaids. This involved bestowing his Thearch-class bloodline upon them, granting them the chance to acquire the Thearch-class bloodline for themselves. Additionally, he could provide them with spirit chi and water elemental energy to further develop their potential. After sensing the mermaid the Arch bloodline in his body, Lin Yuan became even more certain that the Thearch-class bloodline was not the peak of the mermaid bloodline. Lin Yuan was now certain of the direction he was going to improve in. He might be able to transform in a whole new way once his bloodline reached a new breakthrough. With his current Thearch-class bloodline power, Lin Yuan could easily control the Deep Chasm Ci. With a wave of his hand, the Deep Chasm Ci shrunk to the size of an eyeball and appeared on Lin Yuan's palm. The water that continuously flowed out from the Deep Chasm Ci was actually the tears of the mermaid the Arch. Lin Yuan felt that the best use of the Deep Chasm Ci would be to turn it into a precious instrument. The precious instrument made from the Deep Chasm Ci would definitely suit him well. All this time, the existence of 12 stars precious instruments had only been a legend. There was no guarantee that the precious instrument made from the eyeball of a mermaid the Arch would be able to break past this ceiling. In actuality, Lin Yuan could feed the Deep Chasm Ci to Green Vine to enable it to gain the mermaid the Arch bloodline. It would then become capable of producing the image of the mermaid the Arch. But if he did this, he would only gain a one-off fighter. After using entire body medium once, the Deep Chasm Ci would be gone. If Lin Yuan wanted Green Vine to gain the Thearch-class bloodline, he could just feed his own bloodline to it. There was no need for him to go through so much effort. When Lin Yuan, who had just been in the Deep Chasm Ci moments ago, suddenly appeared before Hornless Dragon Source, Mist Source, and Evil Source, they were all taken aback. They were even more astonished when Lin Yuan effortlessly stored the Deep Chasm Ci away. However, considering the series of mystical events surrounding Lin Yuan, their surprise was understandable. Upon sensing the significant enhancement in Lin Yuan's bloodline, Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mist Source felt an immense pressure emanating from the aura of his bloodline. Overwhelmed, the three of them knelt and congratulated Lin Yuan, saying, "Congratulations on advancing your bloodline to a higher level." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. It was said that blessings never came in pairs, while trouble was never alone. Yet, Lin Yuan happened to receive two blessings today. Not only did his bloodline evolve from Pinnacle Emperor class to Thearch class, but after the nourishment from the new Thearchus scale, he had become an A-rank spirit chi professional. He could now command myth-breed phase. All of the phase he possessed were on the cusp of their own evolutions. Lin Yuan had never forgotten that he was a spirit chi professional first and foremost. "Let's go. Return to the mountain with me. I hope that nothing has happened there." Eternal Source had not contacted Lin Yuan using the Thought's letter paper. This meant there had been no issues with martial force at the mountain. But given Lin Yuan's understanding of the 6 Emperor-class mermaids, a few were ruled by their selfish thoughts. It was likely that they would think of their profits first once they sensed the changes that had taken place to the Deep Chasm Ci. Now that he was a merman the Arch, Lin Yuan saw all the mermaids in the water world as his relatives. Lin Yuan liked the united front put up by the mermaids, which he wanted to pursue and maintain. If any Emperor-class mermaid went against his wishes, he would not give them the blessing. Once he injected a large amount of pure spirit chi and water elemental energy into the mermaids, the mermaid species' overall power would skyrocket. When Lin Yuan went on to conquer the abyssal, alien insect, and subterranean worlds in the future, he would be able to save some time. Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mist Source followed Lin Yuan, and the group soon arrived back at the mountain. The changes to the aura around Lin Yuan and his looks subtly exhibited the improvement in his bloodline. The Emperor-class mermaids had always been regarded as the peak of the mermaid species. Red Beauty did not even feel such pressure from Brilliant Gold's Pinnacle Emperor-class bloodline when she had only been King-class. Lin Yuan cast his gaze at Dazzling Silver and said, "Thank you for watching out for me from here. This is a gift to thank you." Lin Yuan gave Dazzling Silver a blessing. Instantly, Dazzling Silver felt her shackled bloodline becoming active again. This meant that her bloodline now had the opportunity to advance. Before Dazzling Silver could fully sense the change to her bloodline, Lin Yuan went on to say, "My blessing will give you the chance to break through to Thearch class as well. From now on, all you need to do is build yourself up slowly." Was there anyone who insisted on going to the deep chasm Ci when I was still there? I want to know who they are. Lin Yuan's words caused Dazzling Silver, Brilliant Gold, Light Green Umber, and the other Emperor-class mermaids to freeze. Dazzling Silver was feeling the most conflicted of the lot. Firstly, Lin Yuan's blessing had given her the opportunity to advance further. This was something that all Emperor-class mermaids desired. She should be over the moon now. Alas, it seemed that Lin Yuan wanted Brilliant Gold to take responsibility for her mistake. Brilliant Gold was the only one who had tried to leave to go to the deep chasm Ci. Brilliant Gold would be reprimanded or punished if this was revealed to Lin Yuan. However, with regard to bloodline reverence and her own selfish reasons, Dazzling Silver would never lie to Lin Yuan in response to a question he had asked her. Brilliant Gold started trembling in fear. She had come up with many possibilities, but none of them involved Lin Yuan successfully becoming a Merman the Arch. She had assumed that becoming a Merman the Arch without anyone else's help was akin to a pipe dream. Yet Lin Yuan had achieved this and was now a Merman the Arch. Now he even wanted her to pay for her mistake. If Brilliant Gold had faced Light Green Umber and the other Emperor-class mermaids, she could have handled them even without Dazzling Silver's support. A thread of hope unconsciously formed in Brilliant Gold's mind. She prayed that Dazzling Silver, who had always felt affection for her, would not reveal what she had done to Lin Yuan. Even if she did reveal her action, she could bend the truth or smooth over the details. When the same action was recounted in different ways, it would produce different reactions. If Dazzling Silver was willing to paint her in a better light, she could make it seem as though Brilliant Gold wanted to go to the deep chasm Ci out of concern for Lin Yuan's safety. As a Merman the Arch, Lin Yuan would have no reason to fault her for having such intentions. Even if Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, White Brocade, and Red Beauty wanted to oppose her, they would never send her to her doom. Not even Light Green Umber, who had always been the biggest thorn in Brilliant Gold's side, would do so. Brilliant Gold had already thought about what she would do to ameliorate Lin Yuan's negative emotions toward her once Dazzling Silver helped her to fudge the truth. It was true that Brilliant Gold wanted to snatch the opportunity from Lin Yuan. However, she was not the type to cross the line. She also felt the necessary respect toward this Merman the Arch. She dared to scheme and have wicked thoughts against mermaids of the same level of bloodline because she had been sitting comfortably on the throne of the first-ranked mermaid of Mermaid Forbidden Sea for too long. She had been placed on a pedestal for such a long time that it went without saying that she became increasingly self-serving. Light Green Umber, White Brocade, and the rest were not thinking about Brilliant Gold at all. All of them were solely focused on the blessing that Dazzling Silver had just received from Lin Yuan. Apparently, it was possible for a Mermaid the Arch to help mermaid emperors evolve their bloodlines. Moreover, they did not need to attain Lin Yuan's affection for this method to work. If they had to rely on gaining his affection to evolve their bloodlines, none of them would dare to try to gain his affection regardless of whether they could catch his fancy. King-class mermaids all hoped to receive the favor of Emperor-class mermaids. Instead of courting the Emperor-class mermaids, the King-class mermaids were waiting to be picked. The mermaids with inferior bloodlines had no right to court mermaids with more elite bloodlines. Luna had numerous opportunities to approach Lin Yuan during their journey to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. However, she refrained from revealing her true feelings, fearing any inadvertent slip. All she could do was patiently await his decision. She would never dare to broach the subject unless he showed interest in her. Furthermore, mermaids had another trait. It was rare for those with more elite bloodlines to feel affection toward those with inferior bloodlines. Mermaids were all obsessed with beauty and were all hedonistic. However, they were not disloyal nor did they cheat. Mermaids were always faithful and rarely parted from their chosen partners. If Dazzling Silver and Brilliant Gold had truly ended up together, she would not have been affected by Lin Yuan even after laying her eyes on him. When the factor of attaining a more elite mermaid's love to evolve their bloodline was not considered, It would be difficult for a mermaid with more beautiful features, as well as bearing the favored hair and scale colors, to fall in love with an inferior mermaid. Rather than falling in love with another mermaid, they could save all of their adoration for themselves. Why would they choose to be with someone else when they were already so beautiful? This was a characteristic that all mermaids shared. White brocade, light green umber, blue umber, and red beauty all believed that their beauty was nonpareil. The mermaid's two most worshipped colors had appeared on one person. Light green umber looked at dazzling silver and thought, "I hope dazzling silver is smart and doesn't do anything dumb that will waste dark blue's reward." It was best to act carefully when responding to mermaid thearchs. Brilliant Gold had always used dazzling silver to raise her own authority. If dazzling silver still allowed herself to be used by Brilliant Gold, there would be no hope for her. If she did not have a will of her own, she would be nothing more than a shell even if her bloodline broke through to thearch class. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had instructed his sea beast to remain with them on the mountain and act as a witness to everything that happened. Even if dazzling silver tried to help Brilliant Gold, Lin Yuan's sea beast would not permit any deception. If she had been the only one standing against Brilliant Gold, the latter would have used brute force to head to Deep Chasm Ci. If even she could guess what Brilliant Gold would do, there was no way that Lin Yuan would not be able to guess. If Brilliant Gold had gone, she might have prevented Lin Yuan from evolving his bloodline. The mermaids were always united. They were all either friends or lovers. However, the prerequisite to being on the same side was that they were all working toward the same future that benefited all mermaids. Light green umber's opposition to Brilliant Gold was partly because they did not get along. However, a larger reason was that light green umber could not watch Brilliant Gold selfishly burn the path to evolution for a merman who was trying his best to evolve his bloodline. Dazzling Silver looked at Brilliant Gold and saw that she was tapping her index finger. This was a sign that Brilliant Gold had established with Dazzling Silver. Once Brilliant Gold did this, it meant she wanted Dazzling Silver to speak up on her behalf. When Dazzling Silver had been in love with Brilliant Gold, she saw her as perfect and did not think that there was anything wrong with Brilliant Gold's actions. But now, Dazzling Silver realized that Brilliant Gold was not repentant and was still trying to manipulate her. As such, she felt rather disgusted. Dazzling Silver had paused for a full 12 seconds after Lin Yuan had asked her his question. It was not that she did not know what to say, but that she was trying to give Brilliant Gold a chance to explain herself and apologize to Lin Yuan. However, it was clear that Brilliant Gold did not understand her intentions. Dazzling Silver sighed and said honestly, "Lord the Arch, Brilliant Gold was the only one who tried to head to the Deep Chasm Ci. But we stopped her." Dazzling Silver saw Brilliant Gold looking at her with astonishment and disbelief. Dazzling Silver could not help but sigh to herself. What kind of image of myself did I present to Brilliant Gold? Was she actually led to believe that I would deceive a merman the Arch just to help her? Dazzling Silver shook her head and added, "A fight almost broke out when we tried to stop Brilliant Gold." After Dazzling Silver was done speaking and Eternal Source did not have anything to add, Lin Yuan knew that Dazzling Silver had spoken candidly and had not left anything out. Lin Yuan fixed his penetrating gaze on Brilliant Gold. The subordinates did many things that would not cause him any harm. For example, when Vine Source whipped Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and the other patrolling sea envoys. Extreme Ocean had been anxious to show off his achievement and had not properly assessed the situation. When it came to such mistakes, Lin Yuan would not blame them too much. All he did was leave one of them to guard the water world and the other the marsh world. As a person with high status, Lin Yuan understood that the magnitude of the reward had to match the magnitude of the punishment. They were two sides of the same coin. Lin Yuan would be doomed to fail if he managed a faction using only rewards and no punishments. So far, Lin Yuan had doled out only rewards. This time, he was not going to show any mercy. This was not because he wanted to make an example out of Brilliant Gold in order to make himself seem formidable. Mermaids were ruled by their bloodlines, and there was no point in establishing formidability. If Lin Yuan was only a king-class mermaid, these emperor-class mermaids would never submit to him regardless of how fearsome of a front he put on. Since he obtained the thearch-class bloodline, the Emperor-class mermaids would acknowledge him as their master even if he did not exhibit his power. Lin Yuan intended to be stricter than usual because Brilliant Gold had threatened his and Begin Lady's safety. At first, Lin Yuan did not know that Begin Lady had also been sealed. But once he found out, he could not help but shiver in fear. He could have lost control of the situation at any moment. Any mistake would have resulted in unmitigable consequences. This was why he was so invested in finding out who had tried to head to the deep chasm Ci during his transformation. As things were, her actions had been fully revealed to Lin Yuan with nothing held back. For the first time in a few thousand years, Brilliant Gold fell to her knees and performed the ritual bow that mermaids offered to mermaids of more elite bloodlines. Lord the Arch, I didn't have any ill intentions for trying to head to the deep chasm Ci. All I wanted to do was see if I could be of any help. If you needed me, I could have helped immediately. Lin Yuan chuckled coldly. In your attempt to help me, you went against my wishes and fought with the others. Is that what happened? Brilliant Gold thought that Lin Yuan believed and was in agreement with what she said. In actuality, what Brilliant Gold wanted was not Lin Yuan's trust. All she wanted was for him not to pursue this matter. Previously, Brilliant Gold had the courage to scheme against Lin Yuan. But now she would never dare to do so. Loyalty was the only option when it came to this Merman the Arch. The moment Brilliant Gold spoke, she felt an overwhelming bloodline power crash down on her. How stupid do you think I am to believe what you just said? You don't even have the right to enter the deep chasm Ci. How could you have helped me? There is an Emperor scale inside each Emperor-class mermaid. If you dig yours out, we will consider this matter settled. Previously, Lin Yuan was unaware of the existence of the Emperor scale because he was not technically a mermaid. Thus, his body did not contain the Emperor scale. The mermaids had acknowledged Lin Yuan's bloodline, but his body was actually vastly different from that of regular mermaids. The Emperor scale had a similar function to the new Thearchus scale. Both were ways for Emperor-class mermaids to pass on their bloodlines. When the Emperor scale was planted in the body of a King-class mermaid, there was a high chance that the King-class mermaid's bloodline would achieve a breakthrough. However, Lin Yuan was unaware that mentioning the Emperor scale was taboo in the water world. The Emperor scales were not mentioned openly in the water world, and many King-class mermaids were not even aware of their existence. This was the rule that the first batch of Emperor-class mermaids had come up with. It was difficult to alter the loyalty that came from within their bloodline, but not impossible. Once they were presented with the chance to evolve their bloodlines, their desire could override their loyalty. Brilliant Gold's actions had just proven that. Thus, the Emperor scale had only ever been known to Emperor-class mermaids. The King-class mermaids had no idea that their bloodlines could be evolved through this method. Normally, Emperor-class mermaids only revealed the secret of the Emperor scale to their offspring when they were on the brink of death, so they could pass on their Emperor scale. This was what had happened to Brilliant Gold. If an Emperor-class mermaid who still had much of their lifespan left lost their Emperor scale, their bloodline would revert back to King-class. Although it would be much easier for them to produce the Emperor scale again and evolve their bloodlines than it would be for other King-class mermaids, it would still take at least 4,000 to 5,000 years. Mermaids had long lifespans, but there was still a limit. There was no way that a King-class mermaid would have the opportunity to reach Emperor-class twice. Even if they were exceptionally talented and were lucky enough to be given opportunities, their power would never be able to reach the same level it had been before their Emperor scale was removed. Once she removed her Emperor scales, she would no longer be able to exert bloodline pressure, and the King-class mermaids would lose their respect for her. Now that Lin Yuan had reprimanded her, the other King-class mermaids would definitely ostracize her in an attempt to gain Lin Yuan's favor. She had been the one who had selected River Creek. If she lost her Emperor scale, River Creek's status would be above her own. There was no way that Brilliant Gold would allow this to happen if she could help it. However, did she really have the will to oppose this Merman the Arch? Lin Yuan decided not to kill Brilliant Gold. It would seem too cruel for a new Merman the Arch to kill a mermaid emperor. This would not only create a negative impression of him in the minds of the other Emperor-class mermaids, but would also cause him to be feared by mermaids of inferior bloodlines. Lin Yuan would not enjoy such a result. The mermaid society worked in a similar way to an ant colony. When there were numerous mermaid emperors, it was the equivalent of a colony having multiple queens. But now there was only one queen, which would result in the other ants surrounding and shielding her. If one of the ants got on the wrong side of the queen, it would be difficult for this ant to continue living amongst the other ants. Given that Lin Yuan had not killed Brilliant Gold, he did not come off as cruel. But this was also enough for him to establish his might. As Brilliant Gold quivered and remained silent instead of replying, Lin Yuan said, "I'll give you 5 minutes to think. Are you going to remove your Emperor scale on your own? Or will you need me to do it for you? If you remove it on your own, I'll allow you to remain in Mermaid Forbidden Sea, which you will be in charge of guarding from now on." Brilliant Gold did not understand the meaning behind Lin Yuan instructing her to stay behind to guard Mermaid Forbidden Sea.